dă-ți o ile încoace.
Negruze voi, că e alba de noi.
Și umbra de voi.
Stăpâneți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
before Zeus.
I mean, maybe considering going back in though. Nightfall still feels strong. He's going to look over to Warzone. They get the grab. The lasso's there. Vacuum Wall drop down onto the three of them. But Nightfall, he's ready to keep standing his ground. Turns to Chrysalis, gets on top of the Sven, ready to go with the battle.
No way.
The RP on both Chrysalis and BZM locks them down. BZM to full. Chrysalis is going to pop at the end of this false promise with how much damage he's taken for sure from Nightfall. Triple kill for the Troll. Tundra getting cleaned up once again. Ultra kill. Give him the rampage. Come on. Nobody grief him.
No.
The attacker. What was that?
Daze, he's in the middle of nowhere. RCY already chaining up two in the back as well. This is already pretty scary for OG. Trying to retreat. There's your echo from Stormstorm, but it's only on one. They're just trying for the tusk at the moment. It's looking pretty desperate for OG in Spain with the Sunder, keeping everyone alive. Meanwhile, the TA, she needs to run, but RCY, he's on the chase again. There goes Shad. Shad is gone. Triple for RCY. He's going to look for a rampage, I think, here, John. But he might die in the process. Big chains out, jumps back in. Balls of steel. Ultra kill for the Ember.
Was deployed before he goes down. And now XXX caught inside some brambles right in front of Ghost. RP onto both him and Ame. They're eating this damage from the Sven. Ame will eventually die. Skewer kills him off from Noob. Sin-Q though at the very least able to bring down Oman back into the fight. And now with the Spirit Vessel out onto Ghost, they need to get the Sven out of here. Or they can just kill the Prophet. Sunil did find the Skewer back onto XXX. They haven't even popped his BKB. Now that he does, Holy Immortal in the front foot of the fight. Noob also BKB, but there's not really much this Bristleback can do. They buy back with Omar. Can they lock down XM? He's inside the Bramble maze, so that's some trouble. But XXX just blinks behind, running some trouble. And here comes Army with the illusions. They don't even care about heroes. They want to win the game. Pulverized now, going in onto Ghost, thanks to XM. He's been lashed up as well by the Shadow Shaman. Noob doing his best to chase these heroes away, but XM is too strong. Him and XXX just simply will not die.
Shira's going to show himself on the wave. Saberlight is close by.
Nikkei's TPing.
See if he wants to buy the Rapier fight. He does. Rapier's picked up. They've got the opening stun. The Shackles are there, though. They have to try and free him. They'll be able to do so. Lotus Assault comes in. The BKB's out. Supernova to the
That's
side.
a good egg.
He's healing up Shiro. They're keeping the Gyro alive. Double kill for Shiro. The shopping trip, a grand success for this Gyro.
The blink of an eye. The Dream Quell will come in right now. There's going to be the core. Yuma with the big Wukong's Gamma, but the black hole equally as big. Axel Muddy came caught inside with the Sonic Wave over all of them. Unfortunately, that bonus armor kept Yuma alive and fighting, allowing Axe to dunk onto absolutely everybody. Yuma ends up with a triple kill after KJ's Supernova explodes. They were just trying to force them into this engagement, and they're going in. They found Whisper first. He's the target. Scorpion actually just gets bursted 100-0. Unfortunately, PP also gets caught by KJ and Yuma. So they trade a Clockwork for an Ember Spirit. Hashtag not worth. PP thought he had it, but he didn't. Now the fight's going to happen in the river. Look at the damage out into the analog. Tiny, he's gone. Parker doing the hit, but Scorpion with the buyback. They're trying to lock down Parker. He's eating the Metamorphosis hit from the Terrorblade. Trying to escape now. Whisper right on top of his face. His BKB is about to expire. His own illusion is beating into him. And now Parker is dead. Puppy came in to help, but all he helps is the net worth of the Terrorblade as he gets ripped apart, granting a double kill to TB. Now with the shackles onto PP. He just fought back. He can't die.
But Cure right into the face of KO to the big call. Boom! He had the connection to get the kill to the leader.
Yuragi still alive. They've got the Glimmer Kick. Kaori keeping them alive in this fight, and they take out Kataomi. GPK tries to leave, and now Miero needs to run, but the Maelstrom Strike comes through. The Battle Hunger is there, and the damage from Yuragi to get another 2 charges on that Desolator. Silence, the jump, copy. No illusory orb. He'll get out. The Tombstone's been taken. Avalanche kills off save. They've got at least 1, but now they're going to go for the rest. Decay Blink Call misses on GPK. He'll assimilate and go to the other side of the fight. But now the Astral Step all the way in. Takes out Boom, but now Pure, he's very vulnerable. Avalanche comes in. They've got the toss out of the arrow. They should be able to get another one. That's 3 heroes dead. Kataomi on the run. This Ogre, he's trying to find an escape.
It was great to see NAVI punching their ticket to the playoffs. Yesterday, they had another fantastic series. I don't think they would call it like that because they did lose another game where they had mega creeps. But from a viewer perspective, that was another great end of the day. It was also the penultimate day of the group stages. And that means today is the last day here for PGL Wallachia Season 5 for the group stage. Tomorrow, the playoffs will begin. And that means it's a final chance for all 6 teams still in to try and get themselves that playoff spot secured. Let's talk all about that, all about what's happening today, all about what happened yesterday together with my wonderful panel. I'm here with Fear. I'm here with Tigov. Tigov, how are you doing this morning?
Great, wonderful, absolutely fantastic. Couldn't ask for a better day today.
No, you even got a patch as well.
We did, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're addressing. I'm sure we'll cover soon, but it's a great day, and we'll see some great Dota, and hopefully even more innovation because of the patch.
Yeah, I would think so. Let's get over the orders of the day first. So let's take a look.
Getting carried away, Fear. Come on.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Let's take a look.
It's on everyone's mind.
It is on everyone's mind. Let's be real. So this one is almost complete. So we've had a lot of games played, as you can see, a lot of best of 3s. But I do want to take some time to talk about what happened yesterday. We had a total of 6 series yesterday. We mathed 12 teams playing. Yes, that is how math works. That's wonderful. So let's go over the losers first. That sounds very sad, but that means we're ending on a happy note. But yesterday we did have 3 eliminations. We started off with eliminating OG there, Tigo.
Yeah, they did get eliminated. I feel realistically they just aren't ready yet to be competing at the big lands. I think they've had, of course, turbulent qualifiers. They had an okay showing at the start of this group stage run, but when you look at their play, the drafts, kind of all the things that require them to be able to make it to a playoffs, it's just not really hitting. So I'm not really surprised by them being eliminated, but it's one of those things where if they stay together, blah, blah, blah.
All I'm seeing is the Western European qualifier in shambles here.
True. Good point. Yeah.
That seems to be the case with Nigma Galaxy getting removed as well. And Edge losing to Heroic, I think, Fear. I mean, obviously...
expected, I'd say.
Yeah.
But I mean, we had high hopes for Edge, right? But I think Heroic is here to kind of just like show us that they are still the team of the region, and they're going to put a stop to Edge's not so respectable run, unfortunately. We expected more from this potential Puppy Parker duo, but no more.
But KJ, he when he eliminated Parker, he called him a clown, right? He tipped him, called him a clown.
In the nicest way, I'm sure.
In the nicest way, of course.
Yeah, friendly
respectfully.
Yeah, he did it in Spanish, which means it's legal and available in voice lines.
That's how that works, actually.
Because in English, no, voice line not acceptable. But that's the thing, right? He's still 2-2. So he called Parker a clown, but he's still not in the playoffs. So potentially Parker's revenge could be KJ losing today.
Just hate watching him?
And hate watching him from home. Yeah, exactly. Just part of Twitch chat or any other platform available. Yeah, he could just be hate watching. So KJ has to be careful. He did all chat very early.
He did maybe a little bit too early, but we'll see, of course, today how that will play itself out. Let's take a look at what happened on the winner stream, because there were a couple of teams that also advanced and did make it to the playoffs. We have got ourselves Aurora. They had a fairly clean 2-0 Fear against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good. Nightfall himself, he's talking about how he's feeling confident in this patch with his heroes, and Tundra not looking so good right now, but no, not to take away from Aurora, because I feel like Aurora is getting a lot of steam, but I think we're seeing a weaker Tundra than we're used to seeing, but we'll see how Aurora can take this momentum.
I mean, Navi. I know we're going to allude to it, but how'd you have 2 days in a row?
I don't know.
Like, how? Like, I was watching the second game. I'll be honest, I was kind of like in and out of maybe trying to fall asleep. But in any way, I woke up, I was like, oh God, they're winning. I'm so happy for them. I fall asleep, I wake back up, like, why the fuck is there a third game?
Yeah.
And then I go back and watch the VOD. I'm like, huh? I don't know.
Again, though.
It was the most jarring experience.
Every series they've gone to 3, and they've always been entertaining. So this team is really fun to watch. But on the reverse side, BetBoom Team, I don't know, it's been a little cringe to watch lately. I'm not gonna lie, Pure has not been playing his best Dota.
But that boils down to the question: did they even want to play with him? Is he here because of the whole TI invite situation? Like, again, we're speculating, but it feels like, yeah, they're not looking too hot with Pure in the mix.
Yeah.
They did have some interesting drafts as well. They definitely innovated there. Also interesting to note, we did see Team Liquid advancing and moving forward in the playoffs as well. And we heard yesterday when we interviewed Toby after the fact is that was Toby's last showing for Team Liquid on the main stage here. It will be Insania back with the roster starting playoffs tomorrow. So that is some extra information for you guys there. And we do want to start talking about the patch because we have had a C patch overnight, and if you didn't catch it, that's fine. We'll talk you through it. We'll highlight the things that we think is important for the games to come, and as Pierce said, we hope that we have some more innovations coming as well. Maybe we have some of the heroes that we've seen banned all the time, let through. And because we're gonna like properly look at the patch, but I just want to get this question out of the way because I think the strongest hero that we've seen has been the Undying. Is it fixed? Is he still gonna be first place banned? It's the only one that I just want to know straight up.
Well, there's 2 I want to know. There's DP and Undying.
Okay.
Right? Like, we see more Undying than we see DP.
That's true. That is true.
DP is getting banned more, but is he fixed? That's a hard question to really answer here. So we're looking at Undying, and the bonus move speed was scaled, which is good. The level 20 talent has been just swapped, essentially, with the 25 talent. And all these things, you're going to feel them going into the late game. So the late game aspect of Undying has been fixed slightly, right? Yeah. But the early game has not.
Exactly. I think the main thing is, as Fear's mentioning, around the 40-minute mark, when you get that level 20 talent, you get the Tombstone, you have the Ceaseless Dirge. So you run in Tombstone, you die, you get a Tombstone, you TP back in because you're Dirge. I don't know, it's so oppressive, but I think the talent swap is very good for Undying, but it is a nerf to 40 minutes. Everything before that, here is still played.
Yeah. It's still the same strength in the lane, which I think is also a big part of it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's one of those things where Undying will still get played, but in the back of your mind, when the game goes later, you'll be like, I just wish I had an older version of Undying. But everything's still the same in that regard. I think talking about items is probably the easiest thing at the moment because all the heroes have had some slight changes, but we scroll all the way to the top. I thought I'd do the sound effect to make it real cool. Yeah, so if we go to item updates, I think Orb of Venom actually got quite a major nerf. It did have True Strike available. I don't know how many people knew that. It was kind of one of those things where...
So the question here is, does that apply to Mage Slayer and those other items?
No, it didn't. It was just the Orb of Venom that got the True Strike. Okay. It was just a random little thing that people knew, and I think it was normally quite broken on, let's say, Templar Assassin, where if you needed to have that one Mail Strike hit on an enemy, you sometimes would just pick up a casual Orb of Venom moving into the mid to late game. Again, we didn't see it too often competitively, but I think it was a warranted nerf.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't even know that, but having slots for an Orb of Venom to have True Strike could be handy. Blade Mill was nerfed as well, which is on my wish list for items getting nerfed.
Is it enough?
No, of course not. People are still going to buy it just as much. It's going to be just a little bit worse.
Okay.
Which is fine. And that's pretty much this whole patch for the most part. Everything is going to be very similar, just a little bit worse. Some heroes got buffs, but Hurricane Pike, this is a big one that got nerfed as well.
The thrust buff got nerfed.
Yeah, so like before it would ignore, this is probably the only item in the game that ignored Nullifier. It no longer does. You can still push people back, but you also don't go backwards. So that is quite a big nerf for that one. And the Harpoon one's a little bit of a meme. Like if you TP'd out or something while being harpooned, you would like have some weird like pool animation afterwards. So,
so yeah, I think Harpoon, quite a nice little nerf to that. Hurricane Pike, unfortunate, I feel. I like having some options to deal with Nullifier. And if we do a little scroll down to the neutral item updates, I want to warn everyone, okay? Today is the day that you know that Ripper's Lash, okay? There's 150 cast range. You might scroll past this thinking that it doesn't matter, all right? But there's one hero in the game that utilizes Ripper's Lash better than no other hero. Broodmother. And that is a bonkers change for that hero. The fact that Brood can now hide even further away into the tree line and just put the Whipper Lash on you, and then like a million spiderlings just go over the top of you, that is a scary chip off. And in the future...
What did they do when they... Okay.
And that's a really scary... But I don't know how I could do that twice in a row.
That was like identical.
I know.
It's not like it's a soundboard.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, back to you, Shiva.
No, I just still wanted to check the Death Prophet that Fear mentioned, of course, because this is a hero that is... very popular, as in too popular, because we don't see it.
So basically the counter to Death Prophet has always been overwhelming physical damage. And so losing one armor hurts a lot, right? Because it's already playing into what she's weak against. But the big nerf is going to come from not only the talent, which is a big nerf as well, 30 instead of 40, but the Aghanim Scepter Ghost no longer slows enemies. And this went through debuff immunity. This is why it was OP. So you buy BKB or whatever, you play Omni, it doesn't really matter. No matter what you do, it'll slow you with your right-click spells, whatever. So this may be enough for people to stop picking the hero as much. To me, this is only the real true nerf where it affects this hero fundamentally in how it's played. So we'll have to see if DP gets banned still, or if it'll sneak through, and if this is enough for DP to finally look balanced again in our pubs.
Yeah, there's a couple heroes also that are picked a lot, and that are in our most picked hero list. Dark Willow is one of them, which we see right above that. Is that a significant enough change? Because it's just a little bit of an increased mana cost. I don't think that it will be very
think
different.
only the Dark Willow player will notice these things. Yes. Like from my perspective, I hate playing versus Dark Willow. I won't notice like, yes, 10 more mana he used to go into Shadow Realm, and then
got him.
He regens it anyway, just because you get 150% more. So whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of there. It's like, nerf's nerf, and like again, we see just above it with like the Darks here. It's like it's one of those nerfs where the wall, the movement slow being from 50, 60, 70% to 40%. It's like it sounds like it's a lot, and it will be a lot, but people, if they want to pick the hero, they'll still pick the hero. Again, I think the Darkseid nerf is way bigger than the Dark Willow. I'm not trying to say that they're equally kind of whatever, but yeah, like Dark Willow, not really nerfed. It's very casual. Darkseid though, kind of getting nerfed. I would argue, of course it is, but yeah, 33. If he sees it, he'll still pick it up.
Yeah. Can I scroll down a little bit, down to the Monkey King? There's two heroes I want to discuss that are very...
Okay.
Just down a little bit.
Let's make it happen. After that, I also have two heroes.
There we go.
Oh my god, we have so many heroes. So I was like going, I want to talk about
I will skip mine if you guys...
Okay.
Yeah, so I want to talk about Monkey King real quick.
Can we skip the draft and just keep talking about the patch?
This hero has been getting repetitively nerfed after just... He lost one of the fastest, Wukong Faithful. That one was removed from the game. So now he just has like change the guard facet. The Simeon Stride's been nerfed a lot. But this Mischief, yet again, it went from like 15% move speed, getting around the map, ganking heroes. It's going to be much harder for this hero, continuously getting nerfed. It's been time and time again. And the last hero I want to mention is going to be just down to Nature's Prophet. We see him on our screen.
Yep.
And this hero, also very notable. We see him all the time, not only in pubs, but in competitive, banned a lot. Is it still going to be as viable? Because the Shard was a big reason on why you could play this on support. And they just nerfed the damage from 20 to 15 DPS, which is quite a lot. So his viability as support, as well as the facet, level 15 talent getting nerfed as well. So we'll see.
So that Nature's Prophet, I mean, you talk about it, but I feel like the strongest Nature's Prophet Team Liquid is still gonna pick it if that's the chance.
I mean, did not get changed a lot as a carry. Sure, it still buys a shard. It's a good item, but it was optional as a carry. So this was mandatory as a support.
Yeah, the thing with support is on the shard, you're going to feel that moment where you're trying to go for that clutch kill with the vessel TPing in, you hit the shard, your ultimate's flying in, and the extra 5 DPS, they might be able to survive. It's one of those, you'll feel it one time and go, God, I wish it didn't get nerfed.
Okay. Well, we are running short on time in terms of discussing heroes. So T-Gov, you said you had a hero that just... I will otherwise straight up say Axe.
That's, you know
I just railroaded this one.
You know what? You can take it. You can take it. I want to talk about Phantom Lancer and hype it up, but let's talk about Axe.
I do want to...
I think Axe is more relevant.
We can do Axe, and then how about this?
Yeah.
we talk about these two teams that are competing for a share of $1 million?
Potentially.
Okay.
We talk about Axe, though, because this is a hero that has been highly contested as well. There are only some talent changes, which I don't think is that much.
Nah, that's you know what? You railroaded me to talk about Axe. I'm now changing about the Batrider. Who cares about Axe? Batrider, 35% to 25%. There were times where you get a moon shard and off you go. Buildings, boop, disappear. So I think, again, you might scroll past it and not care, but the Batrider with the napalm facet, incredibly strong.
I see a bigger nerf than that.
Oh.
On the Batrider himself.
What's that?
Base health regen. Isn't that pretty important for laning stage and why this hero is good?
It is one of those aspects. I kind of wish the things that we saw for Batrider, that's what I wanted to see for Axe. Seeing like a talent change here, whatever, you know, it's like for Axe, I wanted to see something where it's like his armor's changed, his base regen change. Like, I wanted one of those like meme patches where it's like -1. Like, as much as it's one of those memes, I wanted to see it. And oh, that's so nice of you, production. They're showing the Phantom Lancer. Yeah, so Agnums now, it looks kind of cool where the range in which your collision to spawn an illusion is now bigger, and also every 600 units you run, you spawn an illusion. It's kind of cool. These are like little sleeper changes, but I just wanted to show PL, not for the Agnums, but for the fact that I think the hero should be getting played, not because of the patch. It wouldn't be played because of that. I just think the hero is disrespected, and if Shopify Rebellion were at this event, we would have seen at least one PL, because Tomato is playing it a lot in pubs. Okay. So I just hope one other team plays it, because I think the hero should be getting played.
Okay, it would be fun, you know, having some new things in the mix, and I think that's what I'm looking forward to seeing today. So let's take a look at which teams will maybe bring that innovation to Wallachia's final day of the group stage. We are going to end the day with BetBoom versus Tidebound. We're going to have Xtreme Gaming versus Heroic, and out of those two series, Fear, which ones do you think was going to bring most of the innovation that we mentioned?
Out of the two, so not the one.
No, because we're going to talk a lot about the first one. Anyway.
So I think the third series, for sure. I definitely.
You say that? Why are you laughing so much when you say that?
I just can't get over this pure Lina, man. Like 3 games in a row. Like, hopefully there's innovation there, because that didn't work.
I'll be super honest. I actually thought he was eliminated. On this entire pre-show in my head, after we spoke about him earlier, I was like, yeah, he's not in the tournament anymore. Yeah. I completely forgot that was the 2-1 series. It looked like it was an elimination. That's how bad it was.
And they played like it was.
I know, so that's why I'm... Yeah, wow, he's playing again today.
Whiplash.
Yeah.
Let's focus our attention then on the first series of the day. We got ourselves Wildcard and Tundra, and those two teams, I'll be very honest also, I did not think that they would make it to the last day of the group stages for very different reasons. I thought Tundra surely was going to be one of the best teams here and make it very easily, and I thought Wildcard might have already been eliminated at this point as well, because the region traditionally hasn't done too hot, but I feel like we see Tundra underperform, we see Wildcard overperform, and that makes this series, Fear, I feel like anything can happen.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. Tundra, as you mentioned, they're looking a little bit weak, and I think Wildcard, they're finally finding life to this roster, right? Like, they've been struggling the whole year, and I don't know if we have the graphic ready or not, but like Wildcard has finally been beating Shopify Rebellion. It's been, we talk about NA, we always talk about Shopify, like they're the NA team, right? Wildcard, they might show up if Shopify decides to decline event, whatever it might be, but this has been their road, the entire 2025 roster here. Like, lose to Shopify, lose to Shopify, lose to Shopify, lose to Shopify. For the international qualifiers, they finally beat them. And that is very recent. And I think that allowed this team to feel very confident about themselves. They finally got past that barrier, which was Shopify Rebellion. And I think once you do have that confidence, that'll translate to all your games you play, right? You're being gatekept for the entirety of the season. So they're looking a lot better. They're the most confident wildcard we've seen yet. So we're expecting, I'm expecting a lot from them, seeing that they made it to the last day. I expected them to be out by now as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have their own identity, which is really cool. And I think, like you were saying for wildcard, it's like, if there was a qualifier to win, it is the TI qualifiers. Like any other qualifier, losing it, sure, you can learn, but getting to TI, that's going to feel so good for them. And the fact that they come to PGL Wallachia, and it's like every wildcard game I watch, I'm watching wildcard play Dota, like their Dota. I'm not watching them try and copy someone else, try and, bend away. Like the speed picking Chen in like every other game. Like then you have the Fade getting Enigma banned, right? Like every team playing against them is really respecting their strategies. So again, I think it's just very respectable that a team that has been locked away in NA for pretty much the entire year, stuck second place to Shopify, turns up to their first LAN, and people are very quickly respecting their heroes. Like that is just testament to what they can do.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how far they can go with this Wallachia. I already feel like they left a lasting impression, and regardless of what's going to happen today, I think they're going to be having lessons learned that they can take with them to the international later on. Their opponents, I hope they have some lessons as well, but I think maybe this is a team that with the C patch, this might be what they needed, T, because nothing was really sticking.
Yeah, but it also just feels like they haven't really changed too much since the last time we saw them. The last tournament they were at was the Slam 3, right, where it was on another different patch. But when you look at what they were doing there to what they're doing here, it kind of feels like the same thing. So in the break, it doesn't feel like they've tried to push too many heroes. Like, of course, Chrysalis, I think, has pushed himself further, but I'm mainly referring, I think, to 33. I feel like in the time off, I feel like 33 has just kind of tried to stay the same hero pool. And one thing with him is like, he often thrives when he gets to play his heroes. But yeah, you see the winning Blast Slam, he was playing Dooms, Enigmas, and Medusas. The common heroes, of course, Darkseer and Sand King. The Darkseer, it just did not work so far at Wallachia. And also at Wallachia, he is, you know, getting to play his Brewmasters. He's copying the axe, right? But yeah, I'm not really feeling the new heroes he's playing now really working out too well. And the old heroes he can't really get access to. So yeah, I'm just looking at 33. He needs to find more heroes that are his heroes. Like again, Brewmaster good, Darkseer hasn't worked, and we're not seeing his winning heroes from the previous Slam, of course. Yeah.
And Darkseer got a little bit nerfed as well, so it's not like this patch is going to make it easier for him at all.
I mean, I think it's between him and Crystallis right now. Their hero pools are a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Because they're just jamming the Sven every game. We saw in the series versus Aurora. Did not look good at all. And so they need to figure out what's good for the patch, and they need to figure out quickly, because that's a big reason why they're struggling here at Wallachia.
Well, let's find out how they're going to do here and how Wildcard's going to do. It's a best of 3 with elimination on one side and advancement on the other. For game number 1, we're going to have Tundra on Radiant and Wildcard on the Dire with the first pick going the way of Wildcard. Curious to see how the teams feel about the patch and if we are going to see some changes, but I'm already seeing some bans, and that's no change there.
I think only the DP is in question. The rest are nothing changed enough. It's just like these heroes are now weaker, but you're not dissuaded from picking them.
The only argument with Death Prophet still getting banned is mid Death Prophet would often go like Treads Agnums into BKB Blink, or just BKB Blink, right? Offlane Death Prophet, sometimes you can think about other item paths.
Yeah.
So if they value Death Prophet for Exorcism and Siphon, and Agnums was a later thought,
they banned it anyway.
It could still be played, yeah. So I think, as much as I want to hype up the idea that Ags is the thing to break Death Prophet, we've seen multiple builds where they've ignored Agnums as well.
Yeah. I mean, he lost an armor too, so it's like those small things. But I think for now, it's very common we see after a patch, teams don't have time to think about this, right? Where you'll just play the same, pick the same, and eventually, when you need to be innovative, you will be. It was definitely not one of those patches where everything was changed and you have to just completely draft differently. So
they'll just learn on the job and see how it feels. I would imagine a lot of these changes are feel changes, how a hero feels in a player's hands, and you didn't have that much time to play pubs, I think, after the patch dropped.
Unless you're awake at like
Crystallis got his Kunkka versus Enigma, which is really nice. One of the best heroes you can get in the safe lane outside of Gyro. But they banned the Gyro, so he got the second best hero.
The Kunkka versus Enigma matchup, though, is always kind of a fun one where good Enigma players can micro their icons away. You know when Tidebringer's, you know, like Tidebringer's on a very obvious cooldown. He uses it. Now you can have that 10+ second window, bring in the Eidolons, you go for the creep, then you can disengage. So it is a good counter. It protects the tower. That's the key thing. You just park the Kunkka there, and the first catapult wave, you're not losing your tower.
Yeah, it's to a point, right? The micro, but when Kunkka is level 5, micro doesn't matter anymore. So you have a few good levels on.
I was hyper-analyzing the pre-level 3 Tidebringer.
Yeah, there you go. And I think what's going to be very hard for this Enigma too is like, you picked it without seeing a support either, right? These Beastmaster, Enigma heroes, they thrive on like playing versus these supports like Disruptor, whatever it might be, that just don't have any AoE. Yeah, if you just pick like just random hero, it could be Warlock, it could be CM, any
Crystal Maiden, yeah.
that has any AoE. You can try and micro, but the AoE is just too much. It'll die at level 3 even.
Yeah, we've seen Fade played for Wildcard so far only, but there is surely some flex potential that you could...
Dude, this guy, man, like, I remember casting him in DPC. Like, he kept picking Enigma. Like, the other team had Venge Warlock. He's like, I'm picking Enigma. Like, he does not care. Okay. Trust me.
Well, that's going to be the key thing here for Wildcard, right? If you pick Enigma and Tundra has to put Crystallis on a Kunkka, they have to think about maybe an Enchantress in the position 5, right? You already know that the draft from Tundra isn't Tundra's premium draft. It's the how to counter Enigma draft, which opens up for 4 other heroes to now start punishing what Tundra has to pick to deal with the first pick, right? So I don't mind it. It just means the heroes that come from Wildcard, they need to show some good counter picks and some logic. Otherwise, it is just, hey, you picked Enigma and allowed it to get hard countered, and he's the key focus for you.
Yeah, I would imagine they do have a plan. This is, of course, a team that has had the time to prepare for the series. It would be surprising if their first pick is like, well, actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We didn't prepare for our own first pick. No.
Exactly. All right, so we got a Storm band out by the side of Tundra, and they open their second pick phase with the Tusk.
Yeah. Really nice pick, though, from Tundra. Tusk is the best pairing with Enigma, with the shards blocking just the general pressure that you have in the lane.
It's a bold statement.
What?
There's 2 other in contention.
In contention, okay. Yeah. Let's debate.
Marcy and Tiny.
I think they are A tier, and Tusk is S tier.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I think in this patch, that is pretty fair.
Oh, thank you. I was worried we'd have to actually debate.
Tusk is very good with Enigma, but obviously we've seen a lot of Marcy too lately, and that hero's very good versus Enigma And then of course Tiny, the toss back with Eidolons, that's a classic.
It is.
So they're not even gonna care about that. They're just gonna run the Dark Willow.
The Phoenix coming out.
Okay, I mean it makes Enigma very uncomfortable to use Black Hole in team fights, because the egg is BKB piercing, so you kind of have to initiate with a Black Hole. You can't just wait for that perfect moment. And sometimes that's enough for Enigma to like lose its value, right? Because if you can get the initiation, drop the egg, and you can win the fight in that duration, Enigma might not have a chance to Black Hole.
In regards to strategy, though, Tundra are... Okay, they do pick up a Brewmaster. Okay. I'll say outside of pre-Brewmaster, they were still picking heroes that are technically countered by the Naga Siren. When you put down the boat, when you put down the egg, all you have to do on Naga is Song. They wasted their big spell, walk away, then you take the fight after. So I don't mind Tundra now picking up a Brewmaster, because if the Song does come into play, the Brewmaster already has split, you send the Earth Panda in, you can stun people from TPing. I think the Brewmaster fixes the problem of, wait a second, the Naga can do everything.
It helps, but they still have the best Naga combo in the game. Like, I don't think there's anything better than Sleep Black Hole in Dota.
Sleep Vacuum Black Hole.
That's 3 heroes. I mean, yeah, they all include Enigma.
The wombo combo, sorry.
But yeah, but essentially just like getting Naga with Enigma always gives you an option to win the game.
Yeah.
Because if you find that Brewmaster and Phoenix with a sleep, with a blink on Naga, you just win the fight, right?
Yeah.
Just straight up.
There's a lot of people that wish that that TI2 moment would be recreated. That was Enigma and Naga, no? They talked about the BKB counter.
Puppy did,
Puppy with his black hole or whatever.
Yeah, it was Juggernaut.
Light of Heaven with this BKB black hole.
Yeah,
something like that.
Only us old heads will know that.
Yeah, sorry, ancient here.
I was there.
This is a perfect time. Type 1 if you know that, type 2 if you don't. I want to know how many old school people...
I think that if anything, they would start hyping out the exact words that were said by LD and Lumi.
That's fine, but I'm looking in Twitch chat now. I want to know.
Storming up the river.
There we go. All right, Morphling does get picked. This is a really good Morphling game.
Why?
But the problem, I mean, so basically Morphling really enjoys playing versus damage over time or not hard lockdown, and you have pretty much none. And when you're playing versus a hero like Brewmaster, you can punish him really hard in lane. So you are committing with Tusk. You want to do the shards. You want to use tag team. You want to use your Cinder Brew, etc. He can just wave away or just start shifting up and trade with you. So it's a very tough matchup. One of Brewmaster's worst matchups in the lane. So, and it also gives them like potentially this late game security, right? Because like you're forcing Crystallis to play this potential Kunkka, and you have this Enigma, you have this Naga. So if this game goes late enough, they're like, okay, we got the harder carry, we got the better team fight. We just have to not just flop in the laning stage, essentially, or fall over in the mid game, and their draft looks pretty good.
Yeah, that is my only fear, though, for Wildcard is the early game, outside of Enigma creating pressure for them, they don't really have that. So the Pangolier at least fixes a bit of that early game tempo.
I thought Pango was nerfed.
Huh?
Was he?
Was he?
Probably.
I
Maybe.
believe so. There were people that were upset the Pango
We looked
was
at
nerfed.
every other hero than Pangolier.
I know.
All right, I got you. Primal, Phantom, I'm on the P's, Pango. Base damage decreased by 2.
That's quite a bit.
I mean, after we saw nothing to say yesterday, destroy mid, maybe that is needed.
True.
Yeah, that one game.
That one game. But no, I think, okay, if that's his only change, it might annoy him in laning phase, but the rest of his game will still be the same. He'll buy a diffusal, he'll poke heroes around the map, he'll create control. But yeah, I think for Wildcard, it's pretty much, can they get Morphling to the point where he has 3-4 items? Can they get Enigma to the point where he has 3-4 items? When they have that, game's going to feel very good. They're in control. But before that, it will be Brewmaster being aggressive, being annoying, and I'm expecting a counter pick coming into play.
Like what though? Look at the band. Storm band, Ember band, Puck band, Monkey band,
Yeah.
Muskar band. These are all the premier picks for Pango.
Yeah.
Is Kunkka not decent against Pango online or not?
Quat's already
Fine, but the
banned.
problem is not that. The problem is the amount of heroes that can play versus Enigma as a carry are very limited.
Okay, yeah.
So
So you don't want to move him.
not really.
All right, Shaker.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't
think
mind
you were
it.
telling me yesterday, like the reason why Shaker doesn't feel so good is like Sister Shroud.
Yeah. Yes.
So if you can get that item on supports,
You just don't get totems. It's great.
yeah,
You
that's
hit him?
a big part.
Yeah, so yeah, I think I don't mind it though, because for Tundra, they have now Shard and Fissure to try and stop the Rolling Thunder. When you're rolling through the fight, you now have to jump over these spells. It feels quite uncomfortable.
Good lane matchup too.
Good lane matchup, yeah. I think it really feels like this entire draft is simply built around how does the Enigma vs Kunkka lane go? Can Fade find a way to create tempo? Because if he can, and he somehow overcomes the Kunkka, a lot of Tundra's lineup falls apart because there's a lot of greed, right? Shaker needs to farm, Brew needs to farm, Kunkka needs to farm. And if Enigma has a good game, everything we hyped about Wildcard comes very quickly.
I mean, if he doesn't have a good game, it could be catastrophic, right? Because if this Kunkka is just really far ahead and this Morph and Enigma are just sitting on their side of the map, farming defensively,
Exactly.
that's going to open up the entire map for Tundra to just exploit.
Yeah, so all eyes on the bot lane, I feel. I'm expecting the Kunkka to do well, but I'm hoping for the sake of Wildcard to pick Enigma with so much confidence that they have like a strategy in play to prepare themselves for the really hard matchups.
They kind of have to, right? Because
Yep.
literally they strategized all night. They're like, this is going to be our strat. We're going to ban out the gyro because that's too much, but the Kunkka is fine.
Yeah, Kunkka's fine. Yeah, exactly. And maybe there's some hope that all they have to do is survive. So even if they know lanes might be difficult, maybe they have a really cool way to play the map out so that they eventually do hit the sleep and black holes that we're expecting as well.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty much it for me. Like, I think it could get really scary, but luckily they can always fall back on sleep black hole. Never count a team out that has Naga Enigma. So this game will be interesting regardless if they can find those opportunities.
Yeah, quick thing, Tundra, they don't actually hit towers very well.
Okay.
So that should give a lot of time for Wildcard to breathe in the game.
And if Wildcard's lane does go well with the Enigma, if that bottom lane goes well for Wildcard, what does Tundra need to do? Because they do always have that threat of Enigma and the song.
BZM's got to slam. He's got to get that
That's the
blink.
counterpart.
Yeah, exactly. Just got to get going.
Yeah, and Shaker is going to do quite okay against Pango, right? That's
He'll do good.
Could be good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like it's going to be a quite balanced game then on our hands, with extra focus, of course, on that bottom lane. Will Fade's Enigma play out in favor of Wildcard? Find out with Odie Pixel and Kezu.
Yes, let's find out indeed. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1. Tundra versus Wildcard, and yeah, looking forward to see what Wildcard's going to be able to do. They've had quite some performances here so far for Wallachia. Maybe they've got what it takes to take Tundra down. So looking forward to see what they turn up and can execute with this lineup, especially with the strat as they drafted, as the panel's pointing out. Opening up with this Enigma.
Yep.
Do you like that? Do you think that's a bold move?
It is kind of a bold move, but they have yet to lose with it. They've also played this exact matchup. First pick Enigma into a counter pick on the Kunkka. And Fate, he absolutely destroyed the Kunkka. Eventually, he just gets his drums, drops the black hole on him, so he doesn't really care. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. That's some of my favorite heroes. The support Naga, Strong, always super cool. You've got the Egg again after yesterday. More eyes on the Phoenix.
Oh. I'm going to be able to secure 3 bounty runes there with that little bit of a stun. So a good start here for Tundra. And yeah, always exciting to see BZM on his shaker. You know, definitely I think, BZM always gives us a lot of fun to watch on, regardless of the hero he takes to the mid lane, but this one's definitely going to be up there as one of the funnest from him, getting to see his shaker play.
He should be in for a pretty good time against the Pango mid. You outfarmed the Pango by quite a bit.
You should.
And T also mentioned there are some annoying things for RCY on the Pango this game with the Fissure and the Ice Shards from Tusk. Let's see how BZM will fare here.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it's going to be one of those lanes, right, where you just see a crazy amount of denies coming in for BZM. Should be very, very good for him here, and should allow him to hit that 6 before the Pango. So there's going to be that awkward point where Pango's going to have to be very careful about stepping up to the wave. So looking at the side lanes, as you said, what we've sort of seen this Enigma from Fade before. You imagine he's going to do fine. Is there anything different, you know, that Tundra might be able to do against him that other teams haven't been able to do in the lane with the way they play the lane?
I could maybe see a way where, I mean, just if I'm thinking about Saksa's game, he should be freed up. Like, he can stay top if he wants to against the Naga Morph, but also Brew doesn't get pressured too much, so maybe he could move in the early game. Other than that, I think there's only some individual gameplay. Maybe Crystallis' Kunkka is better than, I think it was Yuma who played the Kunkka. I don't know.
Let's have a look. Yeah, see how he does this game in the safe lane with it. And that top lane, 33 on the Brew. Oh, you've been liking Brew recently, right?
Oh, yeah.
And 33, one of the best on it.
Oh, absolutely. He's really, really good on this hero. He gets a lot of stuff done. Speed. Does have the mirror image to dispel the Cinder Brew.
I'm going to be able to give him a good chase down, but Sax is actually taking a lot of damage in return for this. Might just be in trouble himself. We're going to have waveform again in a few seconds. Is actually down on the bottom lane, which Wildcard find the first blood. They are going to get Saxa at the end of it all, but or maybe not. No, they don't want to chase him out. They'll let him live. Happily, you know, sort of leaving him in that awkward spot. But indeed, on the other side of the map, Wildcard still found the first blood there.
Very interesting, because there were a lot of Eidolons as well with Bignum on the side while they were farming a hard camp. Looks like Whiteman was going for a little bit of a chase. Didn't get too much done. But yeah, really, really nice first blood there for Wildcard. But to go back to the Brewmaster, I'm definitely a huge, huge fan of the hero. He got buffed quite a bit. Of course, Morphling is one of the best matchups, because what you don't like playing against as a Brew are heroes that you don't really kick out. The Gyros, the Life Stealers, Morphling. So we'll have to see how Tundra deal with that.
And sort of in terms of the... I'm always interested.
We've got a lot of these pauses.
Is Speed dying here?
I believe he is, because this looks like a 250 movement speed to me.
Yep. You do the maths. 33 is going to get another right click in.
He should roll the high move speed. There we go.
So let's talk about this in terms of the builds, because this is going to be one of those games that at the moment, both Crystallis and 33 have got those Radiances queued up. Now, is that going to continue, and is that fine with these two heroes, or do you imagine one of them is going to change?
I mean, maybe with Tundra, you never know, because 3-3, this guy, he's a greedy man.
Because he's going to want his Radiance.
Yeah, he might just be like, don't worry, brother, I'll play this area, you play this area, and then in 30 minutes we merge. So they could keep it together, but if they want to play faster, I mean, 3-3 could go for a Vessel against the Morph. It's not bad.
Because how awkward would you say it is having double Radiance on a team? Is it that much of an issue, or it's totally fine?
I would say it's kind of awkward, but it's okay.
It's okay.
I mean, it's not as bad as having like some double mech, because obviously that is hyper garbage.
Yeah.
Whereas double Radiance, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if they commit to it, Tundra, with their builds. Or if it's just going to be sort of a case of, you know, how both heroes come out the lane and who's sort of in a better spot to go for that, who wants to alternate the build.
I mean, at least looking at the laning stage, Tundra doing very well.
They are, yeah, good CS on all three of their cores.
I mean, somewhat to be expected with these lanes.
And honestly, I would say in the mid lane, I think RCY and the Pango's doing better than I thought he would against BZM Shaker.
Yep.
You know, I thought BZM might be able to get, yeah, sure, he's got 9 denies, but, you know, we've seen BZM absolutely destroy heroes in the mid lane, even Pangos. But RCY not getting out of this lane too badly.
Yeah, and you can't really stop Shaker from getting denies, right? It's like kind of what the hero does with his enchant totem. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, RCY to me, he's kind of he's the standout player of this team.
Okay, well yeah, I think he's showing already against BZM in this mid. Yeah,
this guy's like 16
bad.
years old or something, so he's got a lot of room to grow as well, and he's already kind of owning a lot of games.
Holding his own very well against BZM on the mid. Of course, BZM's still with the edge, but yeah, as I say, not quite as much of an edge that we've definitely seen BZM have against a lot of other players in similar positions.
It is kind of an interesting build from BZM. I don't know how many people have changed it. I just played it a few days ago just with the Max and Totem, which is kind of normal.
Yep.
But he's going for the maxing out the Aftershock and the Fissure with an early Soul Ring. We'll see, maybe he wants to go for more like a Kaya Yasha build with the Shard later, so we'll keep our eyes open.
Getting close to the 6s here on both mids. That's when we can start to see and both having sort of potential when supports come in to get kills.
A little Furious Snipe. Well, active rune in 10. RCY, he's not 6 and he doesn't have his supports in mid either. It's a little bit troublesome for him.
Now we get some backup coming in now, but Powerin's already there. Sax has got his eyes on it top. In fact, I'm going to set up for them to maybe dive in onto RCY. Gonna have to go pretty deep for this though. They really want him dead, but RCY is going to be fine. He'll get away. And now Speed comes in with the wraparound. He's got the setup on a BZM.
Oh, careful.
Reel in as well.
They still got the Echo of it. Oh, Fade is here too.
So if they can continue to chase this down. BZM, 3-man Fissure. Stepping in, Echo just only onto the Naga Siren. Now the Rolling Thunder comes in and BZM's dead. The Echo's not going to get anything done at all. As with the Rolling Thunder, RCY can swing back round, catch on to Saxa. Wildcard, they bring the numbers in mid and it pays off big time.
That looked quite awkward, because initially, I believe if BZM, he had the chance to connect the Echo on RCY for them to get the kill, but Wildcard, bring over their offlaner, get a huge counterplay. They do pay the price with half HP on the tier 1 bottom, but they'll gladly take that trade.
Tundra, of course, whilst that was happening, they do at least, you know, have Crystallis and 33 just continue to mind their own business on the side lanes. Bottom will have the setup here for Crystallis, and they'll get the kill.
It's a big deal. It's just after his TP, which means, sure, Fade did help out the mid, but now after going bottom, dying out will not help his game too much. They've got the split available, so sure, while Morphling is very tanky around this, Brewmaster, generally one of his biggest strengths is that he can overwhelm you, so they are bringing both the supports up here to try and kick out Yamsen from the lane.
Yeah, he's playing it careful, doesn't want to farm too close to the wave whilst these numbers turn up. But yeah, both 33 and Crystallis getting free farm here on the side lanes. No real moves from Wildcard to do anything about the Brew or the Kunkka right now.
They're trying to move over RCY and Speed. Still not the easiest kill, but maybe they can force something out of 3-3 here.
So they can get the split out. Yeah, well, split comes out. So if they can go for anything aggressive with that split, good damage onto RCY.
Phase through. Dispel.
He's taking a lot from this. Another stun comes in. RCY's in trouble. Swashbuckle's there. He's going to get thrown up in the air. 33 just playing with him.
Okay, got
Gets the kill. Gets completely outplayed there by 33. And even though they have sort of backup around, there's nothing that can be done to save RCY. Meanwhile, back over in the mid, BZM this time will get a kill with the second slam of the game.
Ooh, quite big here for Tundra. Because, yeah, sure, Wildcard go over. They want to force out the split. I mean, they do so, but they absolutely pay the price.
Yeah, because that's going to feel awkward, right? Losing your mid in that sort of situation where he's come top. You're trying to force out an ult. And then the ult comes out, and then it kills you.
That's definitely not the plan that they were hoping for.
No, not at all.
Because even if you trade the Rolling Thunder for the split, of course, that's a good trade for you, but didn't end up happening. Because Wildcard, their map is definitely shrinking quite a bit right now, losing your tier 1 bottom. And I don't know if they can return the favor. Look at this Crystalis Kunkka. He is having an incredible game.
Like, I think at this point, you know, they're having just sort of a bit of a game between themselves. You know, Crystalis and 33. It's just a race to see who can get the Radiance first. And it's going to be a close race. Yeah, I mean, with how much farm both of these heroes are getting.
They're both incredibly close already. I mean, you've got Crystalis closing in on the Relic at minute 10.
And that, I mean, honestly, when you can get away with this as a team, if you get these 2 Radiances online as quickly as it looks like they're going to get them on both of the side lanes, it's like, if you're Wildcard, how do you make any sort of ganks? You go top, it's going to be into a Radiance. You go bottom, it's going to be into a Radiance.
They need moves later on when they need their Black Hole and Roll to be together, and then the Song, I believe, to bail them out.
Yeah.
Because they still have incredibly strong spells. Of course, they have to get there. There's no Song available yet, or the ult on the Dark Willow.
Tundra really are just getting away with that much more so far. 3K lead here, 10 minutes in. Just getting so much out of the map. Both Crystalis and 33 able to farm so quickly with the space they've been given. And Wildcard don't really have anyone that can farm the map quite as efficiently as these two. That's definitely showing in the numbers, and will start to show even more, as I say, once both of them are able to get away with these Radiance rushes unpunished.
It's not so easy for RCY right now. I mean, of course, you are the only playmaker with the Pango, because you have Morph and Enigma on your side lanes, and, you know, 2 supports that kind of need you to make moves. But he's also counterpicked by the Earthshaker, so not the easiest task that they have put him in.
There's the blink.
Did use the Echo for it, which means they don't quite have it for the blink reveal. Don't know if they necessarily need it, as they still have a lot of teamfight to back it up with the egg, with the split.
I mean, yeah, this... it does feel a little bit illegal that 2 heroes are getting to just free farm a Radiance, I'll be honest. You know, nothing's been done, Kezu.
It's true, but
Tundra's just like, we're just going to buy some Radiances, and what are you going to do? Both of these Radiances are going to come out
really
at incredible times. Like, they're nearly done. They nearly have both online 12 minutes in.
Wildcard, they can't really put a stop to it at the moment. I would say they got a little outplayed when it comes to the lanes. I would assume that they expect the bottom lane to not be quite this bad. But yeah, maybe once they get this Diffusal onto RCY, which is flying out, and you do want to get the Song on speed, which is only 1 creep away, and you've got the Vessel on Enigma. So they could look for moves where Tundra aren't fully together, because if Tundra are, they are way stronger than you. That is a double Radiance completed between the minute 12 and 13 mark for Tundra.
Yep, yeah, 33 has got Crystalis slightly beat on it. But yeah, they're both out. So hitting records with the timings, the ×2 this game.
It's not too bad.
Yep.
So let's see. I do like that Wildcard are looking for this move because, sure, they have Radiances. I mean, they are... Oh, Saxa. That should be a free kill. RCY making sure that his smoke doesn't break just yet.
BZM's considering if he can do anything here to get a kill in return, but won't go for it. He has got Echo in 10, and he's got this Invis rune.
That is annoying for Morph to deal with. Let's see if he can maybe find him later. Speed in mid. There's a split.
They've got the Song.
Yep, not against the Brewmaster, though.
And indeed, Speed slowly dying. That's the Song gone. This does have early signs of being a rough one.
It really does. I don't want to sugarcoat it.
You know, Wildcard, they've had some great performances, but here they might be getting a bit of a rude wake-up call from Tundra. See if they can get 33. And with the Rolling Thunder, Supernova's there. 33 will die, but Fade ain't getting out. Supernova stun connects onto him. See if they can turn here and find anything else. Crystalis not afraid of them. I'll just be the 1-for-1, which they'll take, sure. You know, 33 at this point worth quite a bit, but they still lose the tier 1 tower mid. They're still not quite able to slow down Crystalis.
Well, Tundra just continuing to get themselves a better map, take the mid tier 1. They're still able to defend their own bottom tier 1, as they are kind of looking at Yamsen. They will just force him away.
I mean, is this just sort of the plan from Wildcard? Do you think that it's just the let's just farm it up ourselves? Morph will eventually carry us?
At this point, it is somewhat the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have the song available, they can go for some more aggressive moves of their own, right? You can commit really hard, and then when Tundra bring up the backup, or you feel like the fight's about to get bad, you just song and get out. But until then, yeah, you need more items. Saxa again using his body to push forward.
RCY is going to be around to help out. Fisher's there, though, from BZM. Still, RCY is going to try and go forward for this.
Oh, they've got the black BZM?
They'll drop it for BZM. RCY maybe seeing if they could turn it into an additional kill, but the rest of Tundra are out. That's a slow game. They don't mind dropping big ults like that, especially when it's for a core player.
Oh yeah, surely not. You're down quite a bit. It's a very big kill. He's high level, gives you good gold. It's a good little breathing space for them. I mean, I will say, it is a very good Morphling game if you get there later on.
I mean, it's going to be impressive, yeah, if Yamsen can carry this one on his Morph. Looking forward to see what he can do.
Of course, Tundra are getting everything that they want, but it's not like Wildcard have bad heroes when it comes to throughout the scaling.
Saxa, he's going to find the wraparound onto Fade, and Crystallis is coming in with a combo. Fade in trouble. He's gone. You get the fear onto the two of them, but nothing more can be thrown out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, because what sort of stage of the Morphling's item build do you think Yamsen's going to be happy to turn up to the action, or is it just completely avoiding everything until he's as slotted as possible?
I would assume he's already okay, like, to at least somewhat look at the fights, but it's more about what does his team set up for him. Because you've got the Pango team fighting for you, you've got the Willow as well, and at any time, like I said before, you have Naga that can just bail you out. But he should be pretty... Uh-oh.
So they can do it. RCY does have the rolling thunder, so it'll be there.
Well, they'll take that trade. Roll for the split. I mean, how is Yamsen doing anyway? He's got the Manta soon, so Vlad's Manta minute 17.
He's not pretty farmed. Yeah? You know, sure, he's not quite up there with Crystallis, but the farm is not bad on this Morph.
Perhaps you look for, like, towards a Dragonlance, but other than that, honestly, it doesn't look too bad as long as your team sets it up. 33.
33. He was trying to steal some of the stack here. See if they can punish him. Whiteman's coming in with the Sunray to heal him up, but Yamsen moves in. 33. Is he actually going to get away? He's going to live.
That egg is getting cooked.
There. They'll kill off the egg. But somehow, 33 gets away.
Okay, I mean, they somehow bail him out. It didn't look like that was going to be possible.
At the end of the day, though, 33 trying to go for the stack did just sort of help Yamsen clean it up very easily, as he didn't quite finish it off with that attempted steal with the rest of the split timing. Yamsen will get the CS for himself and the Morph.
They did have to expand both the egg and the split, which means perhaps Wildcard can end up taking this bottom safely in tier 1 tower. Really do need to open up the map at least a little bit. They do have to respect, because BZM is still around.
He's ready to go, yeah. If they try and push him for this, BZM's going to be looking for the Blink Echo. See what they can find. They've got vision on BZM. BZM, he's just going to go straight for it. Solo Echo to open up, but it's not going to have the damage to kill Fade. That's an Echo down.
That was quite a quick Echo from BZM, because if he actually doesn't stun Fade there, I believe he just dies. So that's a really nice reaction.
That's fair. We think Fade just goes for the black hole.
Oh, absolutely.
And then the team comes and
you got the Malefice black hole, the Pango comes rolling over, and
that's
fair.
See you
later, alligator.
Fair play. So BZM using the Echo defensively. Keeps him alive.
We've got a Sunray, but no TP. Let's see what Y1 can do here.
Off he goes. But indeed, he's going to be coming back at the end of that Sunray. Yeah, you can't escape this one. Back in a different place, though. RCY now has the Rolling Thunder. They'll get the angle. Do they have the damage to kill Whitemon? They do, but RCY and Bignum, they've got to try and get out now. As the X-Mark's going to be there, drags him back after Rolling Thunder comes to an end. They will both pay the price there for taking Whitemon out.
2-for-1 trade. Tundra will take that, but at least some breathing space for the rest. Fade is farming. You've got Yamson farming on the map as well. So closing in on the little Dragonlance. So what are we getting here? Fade wants to work on the Blink, so potentially looking for that Song into Black Hole combo. I mean, there are quite a lot of cancels. Of course, you've got a long-range Torrent, there's Snowballs, there's Fissures.
Yeah, sort of pre-BKB for sure. It's very difficult to get off a good Black Hole.
Even later, they have to make sure that they don't fight within the egg, because very awkward to drop a Black Hole within the fight if there's already an egg around from Mr. Whitemon.
Tormented time. Tundra's going to be in position. Oh, there we go, Shard going the way of Saxa, and indeed the timings continue to get smashed here. 33 knows he can go greedy, really gets the bots next after the Radiance. So he's going to be able to farm up the map. An absolute treat as this Brewmaster. Our gold lead continues to fly up here for Tundra.
Yeah, 8K, 20 minutes. Quite a good number for them.
They're looking towards Crystallis. See what they can do about him. Get a good angle here on the stairs with the Rolling Thunder.
Rum pops.
Sunray starting to come in. Crystallis will be able to get the boat down, but he's in surely a lot of trouble. The Fear will catch him. They'll use the Supernova, but they'll turn towards the egg, take it down, and now they look towards Crystallis. Crystallis, I mean, there's no way he gets out of this one. They managed to get the kill. Tundra's turned up now with 33
good
split.
Song.
But the Song is there. 33 wants to at least get Big Number. The Shadow Round's back up. They deal with the Earth Panda. They'll drop the Black Hole on the rest of them, but indeed that wasn't the rest of them entirely. 33, he had one of them running away, so that Black Hole won't get much stun.
Ooh, that looked very scary. I mean, either way, still, you drop 2 heroes, you lose your brew split as well. So very good fight back here from Wildcard. So kind of put that gold lead into half.
Yeah, anytime they can take Crystallis off the map is going to feel very good. I mean, again, you know, with everything that's gone down, Yamson is doing an excellent job keeping up on the Morphling. And we'll see here again. Did, of course, take a lot to take this man down on the Kunkka, but they get the job done. And even with sort of the efforts there from Whitemon to sort of draw their attention away with the Supernova, Wildcard, with the numbers they had, they were able to deal with both.
I do really like the call here of just immediately using the Song and then just killing the Earth Panda. Makes it very nice. As I mean, Yamson, he kills it in the matter of just a couple of seconds.
Now back in action. They'll find Big Num in the river. They'll blow him up with an Echo. And now Crystallis, he's going to look at starting to go for the Roshan. Wildcard, they're not really in position to head over. So this should be Tundra's.
Yeah, it is probably just a free one. No Song available either to try some stealing shenanigans.
Who's taking this Aegis? Giving it to BZM or Crystallis?
Maybe BZM? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, Crystallis is more of the frontliner, so you could give it to him just until he has his BKB. I guess BZM wants to play more on range, especially with this build. He's got the Kaya, he's also got good neutral item, the Searing Sigma, some more magic damage.
Oh, I'm looking for... Dude, is this the tech? I mean, I've not been able to catch Wildcard's game because they've been going on at the same time as the ones we've been casting and watching.
What's the tech?
The Desolator Naga Siren.
Desolator? Oh, no. What? This is not the tech.
Because I've not been... Is this not what Speed's been... Has he been doing this?
I highly doubt it.
Is he gonna do this?
No. We're gonna go back to that later. So he's done it twice, he hasn't won.
Okay.
Maybe he's trying something new to win.
Maybe that's because he's buying Deso and Naga. I mean, I'm looking forward to that one. Anyway, boat's coming in. Yamson, waveform up in a few seconds. Fisher's there.
Seems kind of dead.
They've got enough control. That's a big one there for Tundra to find. As Yamson was keeping up.
On the Panda, they do get the lift onto Mr. Fade. Fisher soon. Ice shards as well. Good luck moving, brother.
Yeah, he's dead. Tundra starting to group up, and they quickly move over for the two of the big core kills. Take those away from Wildcard, and they're onto the tier 2 top.
Oh, you gotta be careful if you get caught out like that. Between the Brew Shaker and the Tusk and the X-Mark, there is no running away from these heroes.
No, he switched off the Deso. No Deso Naga today.
Surprising.
I was looking forward to that one.
I thought he went Morphling at first.
Yeah,
Even that was shocking.
I was looking forward to that from Speed, but no.
I'm sure
The Solar Crest is going to be, of course, the route he wants to go.
Oh, that does make sense.
Yep. He'll get the Deso later.
Of course. Next item. 4th item on the support Naga. Oh, 3-3. It's becoming a very scary hero.
Oh. Oh, I like it. The stand still and then blink away. Saxa weren't ready for that.
Pretend to be an illusion.
Saxa's going to try and chase.
Oh.
But it's a next level bait here from Speed. Look at that. They got him good there.
Oh, bit on the tip again. The fire tip.
Indeed, it's a lot of damage. But Whitemon, he's also going to get got for that. Yamsen picks up the kill. Wildcard with some next level baits.
Yeah. Check this out.
I've got the black hole online for Fade. I do know where 33 is. Does he want to... I mean, can they kill him through a black hole?
I'm sure they can.
Because it's going to be tempting then.
Okay, he doesn't have Cinder Brew, which means no big stance.
Do they want to black hole this?
Oh, he's got the evasion for
they
now.
They do. Yamsen bringing in the damage.
Yeah,
They've got him. It's a nice clean black hole. BZM though in with the echo. With the song. Speed coming in clutch. That'll be enough for Fade and Yamsen to get out at least. Speed also with the blink away. They get away. Saxa, he's going to try and chase them down, but they can just turn and kill him. Saxa dies for this. He'll get the shot. The Fisher snipe will finish off Fade. The boat dropped down onto Yamsen. Speed will get dealt with. So Tundra, making sure they don't go empty-handed, are able to get a couple of catches there on the escape of Wildcard. Yamsen gets out.
A dirty catch by Saxa to continue with those 2 kills. But still, Wildcard holding their ground in the game, finding some good moves. Yamsen, what does he got queued up? He's got the MKB queued.
I like it. There's a lot of mischance in play this game, right? It's pretty nasty to get the right clicks in when like this Brew and Phoenix are around. These Radiances, you need the MKB, so good stuff here from Yamsen.
The double evasion, even the Cinder Brew, just to make sure you kill the Brew through that. RCY. He's got the shards.
We'll pop be able to roll away from this. Bignum, I'll get the fear down as well onto BZM. And Whitemon's coming in with the heal, so it's hard for them to really kill BZM. Curse Crown will hold back Crystallis, but BZM's in with the blink. Fisher block off, slaps Bignum down there with the enchant totem. With these bots, he's up and down the map, ready to go over towards the rune. Gets the shield broom for himself for the next fight.
Pretty nice for him as well.
And Pressure's coming in on the bottom. Crystallis and 33 ready to push the tier 2.
Let's see what they want to do about this one. There's no black hole, of course, quite a big cooldown. I like that Tundra did invest into a gem. Of course, you've got the double radiance, you have good map, you have double boots of travel. Just need to make sure that Wildcard don't have good vision on the map to play around you.
BZM grabs another here with the help of Saxa. Speed gets caught. And to the base they go, Tundra. What's going to be the answer here from Wildcard? Black hole still on cooldown for about 30 seconds here for Fade. That's the fortification down. Aegis expires. Tundra keep on pushing though. The drag onto Yamsen. 33 with the split. He's able to destroy the range racks.
They are spam pinging.
They were thinking about trying to time that, but would still have been very tough even if they got that opening.
Yeah, I believe it's the correct play to not go. Just try to set up your own fight. You did finish the MKB on Yamsen, so perhaps you could look for something.
I mean, he hit super hard. Like, if they don't control this Morphling, Yamsen can absolutely clean up a team fight. So, as you said, you know, this is a solid Morph game. And so far, Yamsen, he's hitting all the timings. I think the build's pretty much perfect. They've got to be scared of this Morph in the team fights, Tundra, because even though they're 12k ahead, they got a range racks, the Morph could still do quite a number.
Absolutely. They definitely want to keep up the pace, but they are doing very, very well. Of course, taking out the tier 3 with the range racks, and they're getting very tanky also on their own heroes. We've got a couple BKBs coming out. You've got the AC on the Brew. You've got the Solar Crest on Whitemon.
Crystallis shows up. Yamsen quick to turn into the Kunkka. Looking to use the X-Mark Torrent against him, forces Chrysalis to have to pop the BKB to get away from this. Jump in from RC White, closes on Whitemon. Whitemon will use the Supernova. Yamson, he wants to try and kill the egg off. Can they get the hits in? No, they can't! They try to kill the egg, but they were one hit away. Might still find him though. Here's the song from Speed, catches him out. RCY is going to be able to come back across. The Brambles down. They'll find at least Whitemon.
Okay, so they did get a kill. That did look kind of spicy with the egg still going off. Pretty sure Pango ended up missing 1 or 2 shots there on it. And they're looking for a quick move onto this pushed in bottom wave.
This is the thing, it's going to be hard to deal with these waves on Wildcard. At the bots online on the 2 of them for Tundra, BZM and 33 constantly keeping the wave shoved out.
I like this move by Tundra a lot. They're also now bringing 33, who is not smoked, to kind of put more attention on this. They have a great ward and they are smoked up.
I mean, Wildcard even going to be able to get back in time to defend this.
Uh-oh, careful here.
Right, Yamson's in with the TP, and there's the jump. He's gone, 75 seconds. Oh, that's not good. That's rough.
Dire's bottom barracks.
They didn't see that one coming.
I mean, and can they fight without the morph? He's a lot of their power.
Yeah.
They're trying to poke at them here, Wildcard. But Big Num, and by some safety here with the Yules.
They're dodging.
Fade might not be able to dodge though. The X-Mark drag. Oh, gets the blink off. Nice blink.
He probably needs to TP somehow. Yeah,
Fisher finds him again though. BZM can't run from this man.
Saxa spam pinging onto Speed.
Yeah, that was a rough one there. I think, you know, next time round, Yamson, he's not going to be the first one to TP in for the defense.
That's a fast and quick move. Tundra, they smoke onto their pushed wave. They've got the Observer Ward down, and yeah, you make a mistake for 1 or 2 seconds, you'll pay the price. Completed Daedalus here on Crystallis.
I'll take the tier 2 mid here, Tundra. Sat beside Saxa, ready to jump if any of Wildcard do look to go on him.
You need a BKB on Morph this game, don't you? Egg, Split, Fisher, Echo.
I think he wants to try and get away without it as long as he can.
Sure, but we'll have to see in what type of state they get it. Because currently it is 17,000.
33 closing in on the refresher. I mean, if he's able to push him a sort of 2 rounds with the split there, the base is going to be in quite some trouble.
I believe Tundra have yet to lose with Brewmaster. They've always made it look very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, from some of the plays from 33, you can certainly see why.
Oh, another big tool from Saxa. He's got the Aghanim Scepter completed. Could make it quite awkward for a Wildcard, because they don't play the type of lineup where they just want to go scrambling in to save each other. They want to set up their own fight. Smoke on smoke action.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, there's the setup, forcing RC White to Rolling Thunder immediately. 33. See if he can catch anyone else. There he's on to Fade. Fade's going to try and back off, but another stun is there. A lot of damage here from 33. He's just pretty much single-handedly destroying this Enigma. Fade gets dragged back. The song comes out, but Fade's still burning and is still getting killed, of course. 33 just completely ruining the Enigma.
Ooh, Fade didn't quite get the blink out. He had time.
He's ready to go again, straight for the push. 33 pops the refresher immediately. The split's there once again. They're going in onto the high ground.
There is no answer 4v5. This is a second set of racks, which means they'll be tested on the 3rd racks or on the tier 4s.
Tundra, they're not going back anytime soon. They're cleaning up the mid racks. They might, do they want to stick around and go for the top? Looks like they might relax a little bit with the split cooldown. Yamson will be able to solo the tournament. Tormentor, at least getting something in. Sharp for speed.
Yep, that shall help at least a little bit. So, okay, Roshan is up.
Sure.
And about. Wildcard, do you pose a defense?
They do have the black hole.
They are smoked up.
Maybe if they can get some sort of black hole steal going on. Pressure's going to be on here for Fade.
I believe that Tundra pinged out the smoke. Also, look at BZM's positioning. He's on the high ground. Illusion.
Yeah, he's so ready for
giving
this.
Him vision.
He's seeing a lot. Gets the Fissure out there, able to block off this whole entrance point. Bignum's dead. Buyback comes in.
Oh.
Speed trying to bait out the action of BZM. He's into the trees, Speed. No song, of course, still for 40 seconds, and he's in on top of him. Oh, be able to dodge the Fissure with the mirror image, but Speed still caught by the Torrent. BKB popped by BZM as he just moves in. Once this Naga Siren gone, drops the Echo straight on top of Yamsen, locking down the Morphling. Yamsen will be able to slide away. Another buyback having to come out now from Wildcard. As both supports buy back into the action. Tundra, I'll drift back over towards Roshan. Fades in a bit of an awkward spot here, split from the rest of the team. After that bit of a shake-up, I think Wildcard, they're not going to try and get out on the map again. They're going to let Tundra have this, get that Roshan.
They are so strong with their heroes. Like, everyone on Tundra, they're so massively fat with their heroes. It's incredible. They've all got like all the items that they want. They now got Aegis banner. If you're Wildcard, if you're Fade, you need to consider selling this vessel. Sell your vessel, sell your magic. You need this BKB.
They all need the BKBs. I mean, we can see as well. If Yamsen can get the chance to get this BKB, then...
Uh-oh. Whitemon, he found him with a ward. Uh-oh. That ain't good news.
Yamsen, as I say, desperately trying to scramble towards this BKB. He's more than half the way there.
Oh, that scan. Okay.
Oh, it just clipped him.
Uh-oh.
It clipped him. They know someone's up here.
Brother Bear used away from TP. Then do it quick.
He's out.
Whew. He got kind of lucky there because while he was farming the Ancient Camp, it didn't clip him. Only towards the very end it did. Okay, that's split number one.
Yeah, straight in. 33 ready to try and force a response from Wildcard as he's into the base. Ooh, that blink just in time. Tier 3 top's gone.
Okay,
Rain tracks
down.
Wildcard, they got to do something soon. Might just lose their melee Rex as well. They will. 33 gets the full set. They can't stop him. Yamsen has to waveform back. And the song is there. I mean, do they want to go on Saxa?
Black hole.
Not for the Tusk, surely.
Surely not.
They could kill him without, by the looks of it. Yamsen bringing him low. The snowball will come out. 33, he's got the drag back on him, brings him back into the boat. The fish is out. There's the back but he stopped immediately. BZM's in with the slam. Fade's gone.
GG.
It's over. GG's called. Tundra will take this game one. A little too tough for Wildcard, this one, Kezu.
Yeah, Tundra looked a little shaky the last couple of days, but today in this game, very clean, very nice, and yeah, Wildcard, the Enigma so far has worked out very well for them. They did beat a Conker last time around, but this is just... I think this was not the same type of Conker they played against a few days ago.
No, yeah, Chrysalis had quite the game, as we saw from the start, as those early signs were showing, with 33 and Chrysalis both getting pretty record-breaking timings on their radiances, and from that point onwards, yeah, Chrysalis just stayed at the top. They couldn't shake him. And Yamsen, he was keeping up in farm, but a couple of movements that were punished very heavily, that attempted a defense down bottom. And then, yeah, just not able to get the BKB online before the end of the game, unfortunately, there for Yamsen. A tough one for Wildcard. Tundra will take game one.
Yeah, congratulations to Tundra. This did look very smooth for Tundra after having a couple of days where the games were a little bit more rocky. We're going to break it all down here with T-Gov and Fear because the rockiness was coming from the side of Wildcard this time around, Fear. But overall, I do want to start on a positive note. I think Tundra had a very smooth game one.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that top lane, I feel like 33 ended up getting like a 12-minute radiance versus a lane that was supposed to be very difficult for him. So the lane pulling they did definitely helped with that. We saw him CS under the tier 2 tower. He got almost every single creep, which is very hard to do, by the way. So that was very nice by him.
A little thunderclap, and he right-clicks that one, tower comes in. Yeah, it was very smooth. But I feel like for Tundra in general, this game was just very follow the script, push out the wave. Textbook, exactly. You don't really care about the Enigma. Brewmaster's farming. Now you have Radiance in one lane. You then have Kunkka just shoving the wave bottom with his Radiance. And how does Wildcard really play it out? It felt like Wildcard had so much pressure on them because the Enigma just had nothing the entire time.
Yeah, it was a little rough, and also with that pressure, I feel like maybe that means that when we do see a black hole, they really need to go well. Fear, and there was a black hole that you wanted to highlight that went a little bit less well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few of those in this game, and this one was definitely unfortunate, to say the least, because like it felt like whenever Wildcard did one thing right, something unfortunate happened to them directly after, right? Like this is doing something well, right? You start this fight right away, you end up killing the egg, you get this Kunko who's like the raid boss of the game right now, and everything looks pretty decent. And then 33 comes in, but watch this Naga. Where's he going?
Why is he going up?
Why is he chasing? Why is he right-clicking this? You know what I mean? And now Fade, he could have black-holed all those broomlings, and they could have gotten it. It was still a good fight at the end of the day, but these small little things, they add up.
But not only that, it's like when you look at the fight there, the net worth, they get the kills, but it's still 6,000-7,000 gold for Tundra. And the amount of resources Wildcard need to use to even get one kill, a lot of the clips will show you, it's a song, a black hole to kill a hero, but then that's it. They go back to their side of the map and Tundra go, guys, black holes on cooldown, songs on cooldown. We can take anything we want.
Yeah, there was a fight that went very well for Wildcard, or a pickoff, I should say, maybe, that went very well for a Wildcard. Tigov, it's one that you wanted to highlight.
It's what I was alluding to, Shiva. As much as it's exciting when Wildcard crossed the river, you know, the Tusk dead, the Phoenix is dead, like, you know, okay, guys, they're being proactive. Unfortunately for Wildcard, even though they get the Brewmaster kill and Speed gets the song to keep his Enigma alive, it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to show you the clip. I didn't want to, you know, have 7 clip requests, but the fact is they get that they do also die here a little bit. But after this clip, Tundra instantly going off to your tier 3s. They're instantly going, you know what, guys? Wildcard didn't break us enough. And this is a fight where Tundra had lost the Tusk and the Phoenix, they respawn, and then they lose the Brewmaster, yet they're still going for the fight. So it's like, as much as the pickoff looked cool, and
It did.
It was nice. It doesn't really matter because Wildcard were never taking the fight where it was a 2-3-man song into a big black hole. I feel like with how despair the game was becoming for them, they needed to find that one opportunity to actually hit a bigger black hole, and it just never really came because Tundra just kept playing the map in a way that they were offering up one hero, never multiple.
Yeah, you know, we have all this pressure and faded all this pressure on his Enigma, but we must not forget that there is one person that's supposed to, you know, be the safety net of the team if the game goes late enough. Fear, the carry. You wanted to focus a little bit more on that Morphling.
Unfortunately for him, yes, I do have to do this. This particular game, where I'm going to look at his itemization. I think it was much needed to have more scaling. So he goes for a Dragonlance MKB in this game, where I feel like this was a big mistake. I think MKB, sure, you're going to need it eventually this game, but the reason why this hero is so strong is the fact that you get Butterfly. When you get stats on this hero, it gives you bonus agility, right? So your agility is way higher than any other hero, and plus you morph into more agility. So you use Butterfly better than any hero in Dota, and on top of that, you need a BKB. So this Dragonlance is slowing down your BKB, it's slowing down your Butterfly, this MKB it's slowing down your farm as a whole. I feel like if you got to a point in this game where he had BKB, Butterfly, they could start fighting, then the cherry on the top would just be the fact that he has that MKB. And this is also a problem I'm seeing in the game too. He's TPing to defend first, right? I mean, what is his play option? He has no BKB. The way these fights should be starting is Pango should be there, right? And then when Pango gets baited, now you sleep, now you black hole, now you're morph with his Butterfly and agility, he's going to kill everyone. But unfortunately, it just didn't happen there. He shows right-clicking some pandas, dies. We saw it in the top lane too. He turned into this Tusk, tries fighting. These small mistakes stop you from getting to this critical mass that you need to get on a hero like Morphling.
Yeah, and that's the entire draft of Wildcard. Like, we didn't expect them to win lanes, but we think during the draft we're being polite, like maybe Wildcard has a strategy to bring the Enigma into the game. Like, we knew the lane would be hard for them, but yeah, it's just when they make these mistakes, there is no game to have because the wrong item on a Morphling, the wrong black hole on an Enigma, the wrong song from an Argo Siren, all of their heroes, they have one chance in a fight to have success. If they make the mistake, it is very, you know, apparent, and yeah, Tundra kept punishing it.
Yeah, and for a standout player of the match, we went for a BZM, but I think you can make a case for a lot of the players at Tundra because there was just not a lot of
I mean, I'd give it
coming
to
from
him.
Wildcard.
Like, he did really well mid, right?
Yeah.
Look at his itemization as well. Like, he is farmed. And like, you're playing versus a Morphling who has no BKB. In fact, nobody has a BKB. And you have a refresher Earthshaker. there's 5 heroes that don't like building beekeeping and just don't have one, you're going to have a fun time. And he definitely did.
Also, very uncharacteristic pose from a pro player. I've never seen the arms crossed. Like he's about to go on like a water slide.
Oh, that's your association?
I was thinking water slide, yeah.
I was thinking coffin.
Yeah, like going to bed.
yeah, like Dracula.
Yeah,
coffin.
Dracula, yeah.
I mean, it's very in theme then for being here.
I'm just trying to keep more PMA, guys.
Romania.
Sorry, guys. Jesus.
A water slide?
Yeah.
Do I do that?
Like, yeah, if you go down a water slide, like
I put my hands to my side.
No, you're not allowed to. You have to hold them in so that you don't accidentally.
You know, like the ones where like you have the chutes and stuff.
I like the
I know which one you mean.
Open the door, you go in, you go this way, and go. Whee!
I know the pose, but I avoid.
Sorry, I had to do the animation just in case people weren't aware.
Yeah.
Can you do
I'm very
hands in the air?
animated today. Huh? Sorry.
Do hands in the air?
Not in the water. No, in the chute. I'm gonna lose them.
No, what? It's a circular thing. You're like
in the tubes.
Okay, whatever. I've apparently never been on this.
Sorry,
I'll
keep up
have
with
to
the
try
water
it.
slide metaphor.
My bad.
This is unacceptable
very
behavior.
important. Don't worry, guys. We'll educate Fear on the water slide meta in the little break that is coming your way before game number 2.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight. I'm here with Katomi from BetBoom, Jibate from AVULUS, VTune from Virtus.pro. Do you watch a lot of Dota 2 when you're not playing?
Yes, I watch a lot of Dota.
Yeah, I haven't watched all of Wallachia games that closely, so we'll see how this goes.
No. No? Okay, great. This is going to be pretty tough for you then, but let's see what we can do. We'll throw up the clip and tell me, do you know who this Shadow Demon is?
Okay, Anti-Mage, Faceless Void. Haven't seen these heroes in a while.
I mean, we see it's like grand final in game 5.
Yep, absolutely.
Of previous Wallachia?
It's one of the previous ones, yeah. One of...
Okay, it's for sure not BetBoom.
It is not you guys, no.
Who have level 30 Void? It's gotta be Team Spirit.
You know what's funny here is that Team Spirit are in this game, but they are not the ones with the level 30 Faceless Void.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Shadow Demon is still alive, so it can't be Schofield.
Shade, but I like it.
Sorry, that was a joke. He was a great player. It could be Schofield because I'm looking at these heroes and I'm thinking this could be Skeeter and Parker.
Hints as to who might be playing in this clip.
Yeah, it's Army versus Yatoro.
Very good, very good. Alrighty, well then tell me, who is the Shadow Demon coming in from the side here now?
It's Mira.
Absolutely correct, straight out of the bat.
Yeah.
No hesitation at all. Yeah, this was of course. Do you want to tell me which tournament it was?
Yeah, it's PGL Wallachia finals.
So it's basically a rule on Shadow Demon, right?
Nope.
It's Mira?
Absolutely correct. Yes, indeed, it is Mira playing the Shadow Demon in this game. Team Spirit on the Radiant versus
I should have
Xtreme.
guessed that one, that it was Spirit, just because of the heroes, Yatoro is the kind of guy that would ask for one of these carries.
Yeah, it's a level 30 Anti-Mage versus a level 30
I mean,
Faceless
then,
Void.
it ought to be... Dude, I don't even know when they changed Mira for Rue.
Yeah, it was Mira playing on the Shadow Demon, making this incredible play with the refresher. And yeah, he did clutch this one up and essentially win his team that first Wallachia season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play for sure. It is, you know, there are good Shadow Demon players out there in Dota, so it was hard to guess it purely from that.
He saves the game on Shadow Demon probably here.
Probably the best you can ask for from a Pos 4.
Perfect.
XQ still killing couriers. Why? Wait, missiles? Chrono! It's out, but this is the Aegis. Can they kill him a second time, though? That's going to be the question. Can they even kill him once? Yadro turns, says, I'm going to fight. Ame now out of mana. You got to be careful, but XQ, the real carry, is here. Mira wants to get into range to try and help him out. Demonic Cleanse, do they have enough? XQ jumps onto Mira instead. Oh, there's the reflector, keeping him alive. Now Ghost Scepter out, Yadro backs out. Ame's in trouble. They get the big mana void. The connection is there. They don't have enough. TY, the last one in this fight right here. Actually...
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we're in the middle of our first series of the day. It is Wildcard taking on Tundra, and game number 2. I hope that Wildcard will put up a little bit of a better showing. Game number 1 definitely didn't go the way they wanted it to, and it was very smooth for Tundra. Here with Fear and Tigov. What needs to change? Because we saw the draft coming out from Wildcard, Fear. We saw that Enigma, and it was like, okay, they go for Enigma first pick. They have a plan.
Well, I was also saying in the green room with T, like, if we saw like some Pari Vision playing a draft like that, which they 100% would, we could see them winning that game easily. So I don't think it's a draft issue. I think their drafting looks on point. This is just kind of like a play problem. Like, they're not finding ways to make their heroes work. Like, you should have a plan if you're first pick Enigma to get something out of the game, not be bottom net worth. When you're playing Morph versus Brewmaster, you have to have a plan on how you're going to win this matchup that you're favored in. They're just losing lanes that they shouldn't be losing, and they're losing way harder than they should.
And because they're losing lanes, then you will have to assume that a draft change might be in play, because it's easier to change a draft to simplify your gameplay than to expect everyone on Wildcard to
just play better.
Exactly, right? And
but how do you quantify that in that small break? Like, they're just better than us, guys? We have to pick easier heroes? Or
obviously, if you're the coach, if that's the sentence you're giving your players, you're probably not going to win game 2.
Exactly. Like, it's very hard to like word that situation. I think they're all pro players. They would rather try to play better than have to admit that, you know, they have to play easier heroes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a tough situation, but I think laning is something they have to focus on. From our perspective, we can sit here and be like, yeah, just pick stronger lanes. And 100% I agree with that, but will they?
But I can see why Wildcard did get a bit baited, because they beat Spirit with Enigma first pick, but Spirit didn't pick a Kunkka in response.
Yeah.
Gyrocopter was banned. Against Heroic, they picked Kunkka, but Wildcard beat the Kunkka, right? So in Wildcard's mind, it's like, one team picked Kunkka, we beat it. We beat Spirit with first pick Enigma. Like, it's a good strategy. So I think for Wildcard at least, they were very confident going into it. And Death Prophet, we mentioned with the Aghanims change, no more slow on the Spirits. It is a nerf, but is it a big enough nerf? No, it is not.
And we saw the Queen of Pain being banned first phase by Wildcard themselves. Previous game.
I mean, if you're picking Quap this early on, you clearly have a plan for this hero. Whether, I mean, honestly, Quap carry versus DP is good. Yeah. I mean, why are you looking at me that way? Like, you have to have, it's not just going mid no matter what, right? Like, this hero, we've seen Ame play in the carry role. We've seen in pubs, people are experimenting with support, Queen of Pain. So this hero is the new flavor of the meta.
It's a lot of papers.
Yeah. And I wouldn't mind Quap carry in a game where potentially 33 is taking this DP.
Yep. The last time Tundra were able to get their hands on the Death Prophet, it did go to the offlane. 33 did rush the Aghanims. He got it at 13 minutes. So I was kind of theory crafting where maybe Tundra still has value in Death Prophet because 33 has a different item build, but he went Aghanims before.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it was objectively the best item for the hero. Still might be, but it is nerfed.
Exactly. Again, it could be one of those things where Death Prophet doesn't slow on her spirits, but maybe they now add a Tusk or another hero into the draft to make sure that when you do get the Aghanim of Death Prophet, you now need a support with you to ensure that people are contained to do the damage, rather than before where you could kind of be a bit more independent.
Yeah, I mean, and also it lost 1 armor too, so maybe that makes a difference. Her getting off that 3rd siphon or whatever at level 5. Small things add up.
Yep. But of course, any blade mail hero will feel really nice into Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Returning the damage is really, really good.
Blade mail or just high physical damage heroes are always very nice to have. And they banned Enchantress. I mean, yeah, DP doesn't particularly like playing versus just illusions.
Does that not tell you DP's going off lane?
Oh, I think if you are playing versus Tundra, there's a very high chance. It's 33, right? He has his heroes and DP's among them, so. But I guess it's not guaranteed. I don't know if I've ever seen BZM play DP. Is he a DP enjoyer? It's hard to say because he typically plays with 33 who takes the DP, so. We'll see. Oh, Ringmaster.
Ooh.
What happened to this hero? Is he just over-nerfed?
I think we saw it once yesterday. In one of the games. I don't know if it ended up winning, though. It was in the final series.
Did he?
Did he not win?
No, it didn't win. It was that long game versus the... It was Save was playing it versus the Undying, right? Boom was playing it.
The last time BZM played...
Did they win that game, actually? I don't even remember.
I'm still on the Death Prophet, guys, I'll be honest.
Okay.
2024. In April. When BZM was still on OG, that's when the last time he played Death Prophet mid. But doesn't really have a good win rate on the hero. Total games, I believe, is 8 games, 37% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not flashy enough for BZM. He doesn't like playing these boring heroes like DP and Dragonite and Pugna.
I guess Escape Act is really good against the Phoenix Grip.
Yeah, it cancels it.
The entire time. Like, half the reason why Bane is really good is, outside of laning phase, eventually getting into the Aghanims, you know that your grip just can't be cancelled. You rely on the enemy having some type of banish or, you know, way to just cancel the grip outright on the allied. So Ringmaster is a really nice pickup. Also, I believe before yesterday, it was an unpicked hero at Ver here. So
yeah. No, that's what I was asking. Like, was that hero over-nerfed or something? Because it used to be in every game last patch.
That's what I was so fixated on BZ and Death Prophet, I didn't even hear anything happening. The Impalement arcs did get nerfed, and I just don't think it should be this ignored.
Yeah.
As much as Impalement arcs is a bit weaker, we saw how yesterday Save utilizing maxing whip first. I think he went like 3 points in it or something. It was a lot of damage. Like, it still does a lot of control in the game. So yeah. It's returning.
Of heroes of the past, Tinker. We don't see a lot of that hero when he used to be in the limelight. However, I will say though, this Tinker potentially could go mid. RCY is a Tinker specialist. This is like Tinker and Invoker is what he came into the scene with. He's one of those mid laners.
So then you're relegating Queen of Pain to add the support? Okay.
I'm not. I'm just saying look out for it.
Okay.
It's possible. Could just be a support. Speed could play it. They have flexibility in the draft. Like Quap's flexible, Tinker's flexible, Brew. I mean, Fade, he's the guy on the team. He's like the 33 of the team where I just have my heroes. I'm going to play them every game.
He's just going to play Brew.
Yeah.
Well, all that flexibility might help them in this situation because now Tundra needs to select their so-called 18th pick, a very pivotal pick, but there's not that much information about who's going where because there's so many options.
They could pick their carry, though. That's pretty easy to do.
True. They will not.
Nope.
I finally get to see a BZM Invoker again.
That's true. It's been a while. He's been that guy who somehow makes his hero work every single game.
Yeah, we saw one.
The stats are egregiously bad. 0% win rate.
Yeah.
But
that's not BZM.
Exactly. That's not BZM.
I think we saw Stormstorm at least once, probably twice.
But that's not BZM.
No, it's not.
It really is not, is it? That's Stormstorm. Why Invoker this game, though? That's the interesting part for me. I mean, I guess you have the mana burn, which is very annoying for Brew.
You go for the...
Dispel Defense Matrix. That's very... That's probably the reason, actually.
I'm just seeing Wildcard's lineup, and there's not really anything that ties it together at the moment, right? Like, you got Bane, Tinker potentially as a support duo, very defensive support. You've got healing and Matrix on Tinker, Nightmare and setup on a Bane. Brewmaster, he hits split, but he needs Radiance, and then, like, I'm not really seeing that kind of win your lane and the game is yours type energy. And because of that, Invoker will always get to his Midas, his next item. Like, having low pressure on the map feels really good for Invoker.
Yeah.
And it is a specialty for BZM.
Yeah, and Bane will always get Sunstruck.
Yeah, I think that shuts down mid Tinker too. So this probably will be support Tinker. Really don't think you want to play mid Tinker versus Invoker.
When I see Bane and Tinker potentially as a support duo, I want to have that low cooldown skirmishing core that wants to take every single fight. Just keep pushing them forward, keep trying to look around the map. And for Tundra, when they group up around Exo, it is really hard to fight into them. You've got the saves of the Ringmaster, so Bane can't play. You've got the gap closing capabilities of the Tiny to always bring a hero towards the Death Prophet in the Exorcism. Yeah, Tundra's early game looks really, really strong.
Are there any carries left in the pool with which Wildcard could fight all the time the way you're describing? Because then the Queen of Pain goes mid.
I mean, they're going to see the carry-to-carry matchup.
Yeah.
I think they should
wait for a second.
Consider banning Sven here.
Yeah, Sven's like the very simple pick for Tundra. It's a Crystallis hero that he's played so far in the tournament. I hit stun, Cataclysm on top. Life's
versus
good.
Brewmaster, just leave him down. You have to micro very heavily. I mean, they could go for Morph themselves if they want, but not a huge fan of the hero right now. Hard to pick.
But yeah.
And we're still waiting to see, because like ideally you want a hero that is good versus DP in lane, which is going to be like some Drow Ranger or something, but you want like the good in lane, also win condition versus the enemy carry. So they will see. They ban the Underlord potential carry, which is it's a pseudo Sven, I guess. Stronger in lane for sure than Sven. Can hold this tower. But yeah, we'll see. I think this might just be a pretty straightforward pick for Tundra. They kind of need that guy other than Tiny who can blink initiate.
Yeah.
Like if they don't want to go Sven just because Crystallis had different vibes, then why not just run back the Kunkka? Having the boat buff, more sustainability, it pushes Death Prophet deeper into the fight. You then have X Torrent to set up for other stuff. So I think Kunkka's fine based on the previous game. Sven, like Fear mentioned, a tournament favorite so far.
It's Sven. They banned Ursa Lifestealer. I think it's a very high probability. Oh, could they do Kunkka?
They do
there you go.
Nice call.
Yeah, I just don't know really what is the hero that makes Wildcard's lineup look good. Don't know how to word it better, but like,
what do you mean?
But it's just because Bane and Tinker on the same team as supports.
Yeah.
Feel like the most do nothing supports aggressively. Where you
I think they need a mid. If they want to do things.
So you want Quap carry?
Yeah, it has to be like some Storm or something like that.
Someone that does stuff.
Yeah.
I can get on the map, and Quap would have to be the carry. I mean, if they pick another hard carry here, then yeah, the tempo is going to be way off.
And critically, if this core, whatever role it is, because again, everything's up in the air, it needs to be active, because then Quap plus this active hero with every brew split gives life to Bane and Tinker. If the hero here is a farming hero, and then Quap or brew get shut down, you're just going to watch Bane and Tinker just exist on your side of the map, never able to smoke, never able to kill. Quap's recovering, Brew's recovering.
That's an Alchemist. Does that Alchemist as a carry has always a little bit of a different timing from other carries? Like, how does this work in the scenario you guys are explaining in terms of need something that does
I think
stuff?
poorly, unfortunately, because I think this is not good versus DP in lane at all. It's very difficult. I mean, they did get it's a high temp. So if Alk does well in the lane,
exactly.
Sure.
Let's speak. Okay,
though?
Let's speak in the lens of they do well in lane. Okay. With Radiance and Blink, it is timings to play on. It is purpose for supports to play behind. So it does fit that criteria that I was looking for. But as Fear was alluding to, playing into a Death Prophet lane.
Yeah, he'll just sit in the acid spray, and that feels pretty bad. Any of these heroes like Slardar, DP, that can just like Axe, that can just sit in your acid spray and not be threatened by it. Your next choice is, can you burst them? And you have a Tinker support, so...
Well, they knew that they were going to go up against that Death Prophet on the offlane. What could be their logic behind it?
I think it's just the fact that when you enter the mid game, there is this chaotic nature of Wildcard's lineup that an Alchemist with Radiance, Blink, a Basher, ways to lock onto a hero like carry to carry, Alk and Kunkka. Alk's going to look quite nice throughout the game if you get the initiations. Same thing, if you jump onto top of an Invoker, like Alk plus Brew, Alk, Bane, the Evoker can die. So it makes sense for the mid game. You want pacing, you want aggression. Once again, Wildcard, can they get out of lanes? They picked Enigma, they lost lane, game felt really hard. They pick Alk into a Death Prophet.
Yeah.
If they survive the lane, sure, we can see this aggression coming to life, but if they don't get through lane, it's going to be an underfarmed Alk with 33 having everything he wants.
How about the other lanes? Looking for something positive here. Other lanes for Wildcard. How's the Queen of Pain going to do against an Evoker?
They should trade. Should be fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I don't know the matchup personally super well myself, but I know Invoker's not a super strong laner, but he has high regen, so I don't know if he gets owned either by Queen of Pain. He'll survive it. And as far as the bottom lane, we'll see. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. Let's see if Wildcard can push this series to a third game, or if Tundra will take it to we're heading over to Odie Pixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Eve. Yes, game 2 time. And yeah, so Kezu, what does it sort of say to you from what Wildcard want to get done this game with this draft? You know, what's sort of the plan for them?
I mean, they want to get some fat cores. You've got the Alchemist Tinker combo, so likely you want some stacks. You get the Alch big, you put the shield on him, he runs in. You've got the club. They do have the tempo. If, granted, their early game goes well. Because you need Alchemist to like go in, you got the split, you got the co-op on top to like make stuff happen. And the mid lane should be good for RCY. Maybe not like a big dumpstering, but co-op is slightly favored against the Invoker, so I expect him to have a good time. But this Death Prophet, sure, it was nerfed last night? But this hero is so good, and this, I would say this is a very good Death Prophet game.
Sure.
So I'm a little bit worried for Wildcard.
Yeah. And because Wildcard, obviously, with their cause this time, are they taking a bit of a page out of Tundra's book, and they're going to farm 2 Radiances on the both side lanes, or do you think we won't see Radiance from Fade on his Brew?
I would prefer a Vessel on the Brewmaster this time around, because to me, their draft looks more on the moment that they cannot move forward against Tundra's heroes. I think they lose out. Because you have the Tinker, you want heroes to go in for you, that's when you're strong. Same with the Alk, same with the Brew, so I mean, it also looks like he will do that as he's already rushing the urn on Fade. And I hope for his sake that he has a better game than last game.
Sure.
Because that Enigma in game 1, that was not the one.
Is this an easier Brew game? Or
compared to the Enigma, I would say so. Yeah, like Enigma against Kunkka, certainly not great. And there was probably also some individual diff coming through. But this time around, you've got a Bane, you're a Brew against a Kunkka. You should be chilling.
Well, let's have a look. Wildcard. We did it with this. We witnessed them having a tough one in game 1 against Tundra. But we know that they can pull out some solid showings, as we said. We've seen in the wins that they've had. Wildcard have come up with some good stuff. And here, definitely, a bit of a different approach with their lineup as opposed to what we've seen from other teams.
And we've got another X-Sword Invoker with quite a lot of setup, to be honest. You've got one side lane with the X-Torrent later, or even just a Torrent, so that's good enough. You've got a slow combo from Saxa, of course. I can also set it up. And BZM. He is a great Invoker. One of the best.
Well, looks like he's got some issues at the moment. It's just going to go for the quick reconnect. Watch out. So the Death Prophet nerfs, not enough, you reckon?
I mean, it's a good start, but is it enough? I don't really think so. Like, what? It was a base armor, I believe, was reduced, and your Aghanim's Ghost, like when you hit people or use spells on them, it doesn't slow. It's a good change, but the hero itself still feels very, very strong. You've got good base damage. They, in my opinion, overbuffed the Crypt Swarm. All of your spells are good. Your Facet is good, so yeah. Still in a great spot. Let's see.
Let's see.
BZM is ready. See if we get any early action. Oh, Nightmare.
They'll get the Nightmare set up. Should be a solid shot at the first blood here. It's a 4-man avalanche, but Saxa is going to get blocked up by Big Num, and RCY will get that first blood to go to the mid lane with.
Absolutely. Great start for him. Because RCY, generally from what I've seen, he is absolutely the tempo maker for this team. It is quite normal in this meta that this is what your mid is supposed to do. But yeah, especially in this draft, they need him to be explosive.
Wildcard setting up for the bounty down here. Maybe see if they can catch anyone else, but Tundra unlikely to step into this spot.
Well, let's see. You do have Alchemist, so it's even nicer if you can get some more bounty runes on the board. Let's see. Bignum, of course, with the sleep can be quite disruptive here. Ooh.
He's going to grab it. Easy bounty for Bignum. Will mean they get the 3 of them.
Blood grenade, okay.
Speed's going to try and chase Whitemon down. It's not going to be able to finish that kill off.
Looks like they do want to block the wave, help themselves out.
So yeah, 3 bounties and the first blood. Now RCY is the mid-quap. He's got everything he could wish for here entering into the lane. Bowl's going to be on the way out. Off the back of those different boosts of gold. See if he can cause any issues for BZM in the lane. Punish the Invoker whilst he's weak. He should definitely have the chance to. What do you sort of make of the bottom lane? Is Faye going to have an easy time down here, or is the Kunkka quite annoying?
Well, I would assume that he's cool here, especially with this early lane control already. And they do have some pressure onto Whitemon.
Yeah, Whitemon's in trouble.
That's not just pressure, that's a kill.
Yep. Can Chrysalis find Bignum in return?
Not quite.
He can't. Bignum's going to live. Not a bad start here at all from Wildcard.
No, it's great. That's the near earn for Fade as well. After these couple CS in the tower, he should have that. Does mean once Whitemon comes back, he does have the whoopee cushion. So he might be fine next time around. Nightmare, will they get him on the high ground?
Oh, no. Not quite. And he goes straight for the TP out afterwards.
That's a long TP. Well, still great little pressure. 300 HP down, another 100 gold also. So, very good start for Wildcard.
I'll see why he's got those couple of points in the screen, ready to hold that third one in case he needs to blink out.
Yep.
BZM, now with the Forge Spirits out, should have a better shot of staying even with the CS of RCY. We'll see bottom. Chrysalis
cannot afford to die here.
I think he's dying. He's gone. And you're indeed correct. He's going to be out for a little longer technically than that, 13 seconds or so, with the fact that there's no TP available for him on respawn.
This early game could not be any better for Wildcard. You get the first blood, you get some more bounty runes, you now kill the enemy carry with no TP available. We'll have to resort to the Walk of Shame. Or just wait 20 seconds and base, which seems to be what Chrysalis is opting for.
Yeah, he's just going to wait out the TP cooldown. Now mid. Now, considering the sort of start, I think BZM's going to be happy with this. He's not getting too far behind the co-op on the first few levels. So didn't really get punished too hard whilst he was at the weaker stages of the Invoker.
Yeah, he's basically trading with a Queen that had first blood.
Yeah, I think 15 for 5 against 14 for 5.
You call that a win in your book, for
absolutely
sure.
Here for BZM. Now bottom trying for Bignum. Took them pretty low. Look at the drag back with the Nightmare. It's hard for Tundra to fight this. Yeah, Whitemon's got to back off.
The Torrent.
Chrysalis will get the kill. They get away with it this time. Whitemon doesn't quite die. Top lane, Sunstrike. It's in, not enough. The Siphon.
The heals.
It's gonna. Oh, it's gonna get him. 33. Chasing Yamsum down there.
The double Wraith Band with the level 2 Siphons. Yeah, 3-3. He can just man up. Way too much armor against the... It's not like Tinker does a lot of damage. The Acid Spray also. BZM yet to miss.
Oh, bottom. Chrysalis.
Nice whip, but it's not enough.
They got him. They'll get some of the earn charges in here for Fade. It's going to start make that bottom lane even rougher. Not an easy one for Chrysalis. Having a very tough start here.
Uh-oh, he blinked in.
And there's the combo. Saxa in with the Avalanche toss. Sunstrike as well. Saxa quick to make sure that RCY's blink's punished.
Very quick execution here. Didn't quite catch the beginning of it, but yeah, RCY looks like he was getting a little aggressive. Saxa may have had his camera on mid, instantly went for the TP.
Sax is back up to top now. Ready to back up 33.
Got some more pauses running through.
Uh-oh.
Lag spikes.
Uh-oh.
We're going to have a look into that, of course.
Yep, fixing it right now. There we go. I fixed it. Let's go.
Well done.
Thank you.
As a Fade, yeah, I like what he has queued up on the Brewmaster, especially with the 2 kills, the more bounty runs they had at the start. He is more than halfway through a Vessel. And against Kunkka, Tiny, DP, this is very, very good for them.
Top. Yamsum and Speed are going to have to be careful again now that Sax has returned. Stepping up quite a bit. I mean, I guess they know that 33 doesn't have a huge amount of mana to play with. So even if the setup's there from Sax, 33 is not quite ready to fight. Bottom. Another attempt put to a stop this time by the X Mark to hold Fade back. Now, one definitely having to be careful. They're very low on the Ringmaster.
That doesn't mean they're out of earn charges now. So we'll have to see if they can get their hands on some more. Well, Saxa, he's pretty much freed up. This top lane is not going to pressure the Death Prophet. So you'll definitely have Saxa hovering around the mid lane and the enemy jungle.
I do have this ward catching his movements. 6-minute power in. It's going to be what the focus is drawn to one here now. He's already sending a Forge Spirit up there as well. Speed's not going to be able to hold it against a Tiny. As it is, it spawns bottom. RCY will be able to get the grab.
Well, let's see which early moves Wildcard can get their hands on. Combining the Brew and the Quaplator would be very, very powerful for them.
Starting to play pretty aggressive bottom. Fade taking a lot of heavy hits here from the two of them. Sunstrike's coming in, won't quite clip him. So they won't be able to finish off the kill, and now TPs are coming in. Torrent on point to hold Bignum back. They want to try and chase this, but it's a little too far now. They're going to blink again in a second on RCY.
They should be able to catch up to them.
And they go. He's got the Sonic Wave at the ready. Right click to follow up. That's the job done. So all things said and done across the map, it is Crystallis that continues to be punished here the most in this early game, putting a lot of attention onto him this time, Wildcard.
Yeah, very different game compared to the last time around for Crystallis. That is level 6 completed on 33. And this is not what you want to see when you play Tinker support. You want to keep your towers alive.
Has been having quite a free time here, and a lot of solo XP with the fact that Sax is not needed to stay by his side for the entirety of the laning stage.
Oh my.
They get the kill. BZM doesn't miss.
Oh, this is bad news. Top net worth DP against Alchemist, fresh exo popped. What do you do about this tier 1?
Can you hold this?
I don't think so. There's a lot of spirits onto this, like upgraded spirits on this exo.
Well, this tower looks like it's just gone. Like 8 minutes in.
This is generally the strength of Tinker and Alk as heroes. They hold their tier 1 very well. Speed at least did get some stacks out in the meantime for Yamsum to recover.
Now Bignum. Let's find Whitemon and Fade's heading over. This should be a dead Ringmaster.
BZM is somewhat close.
That's true. Might be able to turn this around. Gets the Tornado onto Fade.
A little bit off the mark.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to save Whitemon, though.
Yep.
They don't want to commit with the split for the support kill. As Whitemon gets out, they might look towards Crystallis.
That's a brew split.
And they'll certainly pop a split for Crystallis, as Crystallis might just be dead again. He's going to try and run, look for the neutral, deny.
Oh my god,
and he will find it. So, a little bit of something. Well, still more time he's off the map here.
At least they did get Vessel charges on Fade.
RCY's got the shield.
I want to go for more. They're still around.
And just have Sonic Wave.
Fade is behind, but he did just show in between the tower lines. Let's see if they can get more. I mean, it is nice that they did kill Crystallis and you did get Vessel charges on Fade. But you would also kind of like to speed up the game a bit, because now that Split is down, Crystallis can just TP back bottom. Won't be in too much pressure for now. They do want to bring some heroes.
It's got the 6 on Crystallis now. They'll look for the opening. Doesn't want to drop a boat on this, though. They don't quite have the damage between those two.
RCY's through. Good take on the Split.
I get the setup onto Whitemon. And with the jump, Vessel bringing him down. Fade gets another. Very good stuff from the Brew this game, having a much easier time. 3-0-3 on the Brew so far.
That's a new EXO available. Let's see, what do Tundra want to do here? Because you do have 10-minute siege creeps coming out. Might be the best if they can gather around the mid lane to make a move there. But perhaps they just want to put pressure away from BZM's face into the side lanes.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Uh-oh, RCY.
There's the setup. It's the full combo.
Sleep.
It's does buy him some time, but the avalanche is there from Saxa. RCY still goes down. And Fade in trouble as well, surrounded by the 4 of them. 33 ready to make these moves. You know, he's already done what he's done top, taken the tower early, bullied them out the lane. He's ready to head down to the other lanes and enforce the same sort of pressure. He's got the Exorcism available if they want to go up for the tier 1. We'll see where he heads. This Death Prophet definitely proving to be quite an issue.
You got to be careful if you're Wildcard. Just because they're not showing doesn't mean that they're not defending. They're just fogging, waiting for the right time to catch RCY with the Kunkka combo into the Sunstrike. They've got some big stacks over here. Let's see how's Speed doing. Looking to work on a Pavis, so not doing too well at the moment. He's got some smaller items, but nothing major.
Yamsen, yeah, very, very close to the relic. Maybe at least when that's there, he'll start to get ahead of the farm of 33's Death Prophet, but as you can see, as of now, 33's been keeping up fantastically with the farm. And not an easy one to go on now that he's got the Yules to protect himself. They are looking at him down bottom.
They've got the grip. Does Whitemon have TP? They do all have TPs on Tundra. They're going to have to be quick on those.
The Ghosts are out straight away.
Good silence.
Into the silence. The Siphon there to chase him down. No chance of setting up for a grip there.
Quick reaction. You do just trade your Bane for another TP and 2 ults, so Big Num won't be too sad about that one.
Now BZM that gets a fair bit of damage onto the tier 1 mid with the Forge Spirit pressure.
He is also closing in on an Atos, so Tundra getting some items that will help them close down the map. Put the potential Yules into the silence. Got the Atos set up. In the meantime, Saxa, he's just holding this top lane, working on his Blink. Love this map setup from Tundra. Gonna abuse the hard camp once more, make it a bit harder for Yamsen to get some gold.
I've got the Blade Mail now on RCY, so RCY is very ready to fight. Especially with the amplified damage rune in the bottle ready to go.
I like that they're going for a move here on Wildcard.
So they can get BZM. It's a quick tornado. Can they still get the jump? They can. He'll turn with the concept on RCY, but BZM will not be able to play his way out of that.
It's a good move, abusing the no TP on Whitemon, also the no ultimate on 33. Should give them the mid tower potentially with the Amplify.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That tower gone.
Tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So if they can maybe sweep around and catch Saxa here around the tower. I'll get a courier. Crystallis continuing to suffer this game. And BZM's courier as well. They get the both of them. Just chilling out of the secret shop.
Up some good money for them. Wisdom Shrine should just be a 1-for-1 trade up here. Which does put Wildcard into the lead. And this is the Radiance completed for the Alchemist. They probably want to flash farm this Blink Dagger on the Alk and then get him involved.
BZM back to the mid, and obviously we'll have to take the walk over to the secret shop himself if he wants to grab it, because he has got the ATOS gold online. Smoke immediately broken here top. They turn, they drop the wheel down, and they have got the exorcism. Sunstrike, the toss first, it's enough. Fade, not a chance there to get the split off with the lockdown that Tundra have.
Yeah, they had enough damage to kill him twice there before the split. As Exo is used, let's see where they want to go with this. BZM did get the mid tower in the meantime, just with the forges.
Has got the setup now with the ATOS. RCY's got to be careful. Any sort of ATOS into a toss combo from Saxa could result in his death.
Wildcard are currently giving a lot of space to speed. I mean, it's one of the strengths of the hero. Of course, he can be anywhere at nearly any time. And he did nearly finish up the Solar Crest, so Wildcard do have a lot of tankiness within the heroes now. Expect them to try to pace up the game with the blink on the Alchemist.
He's going to have it now. I'm pretty close towards him. Yeah, BZM and Whitemon in the area. Setting up onto him could be difficult. Bignum would be an easier target, and he'll get found. Full combo connects.
Easy kill.
Saxa. Maybe we can see if we can make a move with this Haste Rune. 33's not quite close enough to follow up. And as it is, RCY is actually able to get the blink off anyway. We'll take the ward down, Saxa. RCY is out of there. Very close to having his Yules.
They do spot him on this ward. Let's see if they want to try to do something together. He doesn't have the Yules yet.
Now, 33 can get close enough for a silence follow-up, then maybe, but it's still a pretty beefy co-op. 1600 HP at the moment. This Blade Mail.
Wildcard are smoking, but Saxa is currently right in between to potentially break the smoke.
He's going to catch the vision here onto Bignum. Bignum dropping down the wards.
Unfortunate for Wildcard there. Run into Saxa, who's on the high ground. He doesn't only break the smoke, he also sees the ward placed. Oh, does show himself.
I see why. Blink off to the side, though. It's going to give Saxa the chance to blink away, so they won't catch him. They're going to keep chasing. They want him. It's going to take some time. They're coming in with a TP from Speed. The Dukes, though, from Saxa very nicely along that mid line over towards where the Shrine of Wisdom stands. And they did not see him at all make that move between the towers.
Yeah, he's not even TPing out. He's just chilling. So shows a couple of heroes to his team. Breaks the smoke. Knows that there's a ward place in their own jungle also. Does now TP towards the mid.
Ready to back up 33 if he gets gone on. There's RCY. He's going to be the first to get jumped. They're in with the combo. He's got a little bit of a chance with the Yules, but the Sunstrike timing's perfect.
Wow.
Ready for him as he's on the come down from his own Yule Scepter. BZM, perfect timing.
Oh, nicely executed kill. And yeah, sure, you've got the Yules, but there's a Silence, Torrent, Sunstrike, and Bignum is dead.
And they could look for Roche. They have Exorcism.
Yeah, they're pinging it. They've got the Ags available. Level 2 Exo, like you said.
Oh, they just see Fade there. Oh, Fade's got to be careful. Stepping close up under those sentries in the mid lane.
Wildcard can... They cannot fight this.
They can't, no, not at the moment.
They've got some problems, because with their heroes, you don't have, like, a lot of static damage to kill this DP. I mean, you've got a co-op Sonic Wave, but who else is going to dish out the damage against 33? Then there's a Ringmaster save and a potential boat buff.
Yeah, their burst really is just the co-op's big 2 spells, and that's it. Everything else is going to go very slowly trying to bring him down, and that's sort of the situations that this Death Prophet just revels in.
Let's see if Wildcard can get their hands on a play, because yeah, you have the lead, but You're playing an Alk lineup, so this is not enough. Have not been able to involve the Alchemist as of now. He is finishing up the BKB, so he is very strong.
Yeah, I'm definitely starting to step out a bit more, but not with the rest of the team, however. It's bottom lane that they're getting the pressure in. BZM's out of there. Knows that they're bringing a lot down towards the bottom. Doesn't want to get caught.
Yeah, just good read. He knows that Wildcard are kind of more pressure to do something. Tundra absolutely happy with the state of the game. You've got your travels, Atos, Midas on the Invoker. You've got the better scale. Instant Torm. Let's see if it's going to be Whitemon or if they unluck out with the Saxa Shard.
Do they want to try and get any sort of catch down bottom? Chrysalis teasing around with Fade as the setup. Saxa and the rest of them coming through the twin gate. So Wildcard have to be careful with their angle of retreat. And yeah, Bignum's not going to risk it. He's out with the TP over towards the outpost just in time. Before Saxa may have just been able to get his hands on him. We'll see BZM continue to hover top.
They're going for their own smoke to hold the Wisdom Shrine. I kind of like that move from Wildcard. You know that Tundra are smoked up. At least you can assume so.
I mean, 33's got Exorcism again.
He's very strong.
So Fade, he's caught by the silence. The ghosts are out.
He's dead.
The wheels there, and indeed Fade not able to get the split off. Yamsa's in with the BKB. They have the escape active, trying to get him out. The Yules dodges the Sonic Wave. 33, can he actually survive this? The Siphon's coming in. He's healing up. Finally falls. Wildcard, they need to get more from this. Can they punish anything else from Tundra? Darcy White gets him with the jump to finish off Whitemon. Saxa, Toscomon and Bignum. It's more time for BZM to turn up. They'll be able to take out Bignum. Buyback coming in. They want to make sure that they do not allow BZM to clean up any kills against them. As Crystallis goes down the once, they'll set up for a second time. BZM ready to come in from the angle to try and save. He's got the Tornado. Concoction's still there on towards him. Jump ball from RCY looking for BZM, but BZM's got the cold snap. Saxa's got the combo. RCY's still very tanky on the quab. Crystallis on the run, but RCY blinks forward again. Another scream, and a Crystallis will fall. Wildcard able to force the fight.
Another maybe.
But the shields maybe even catch any. Another one. BZM's able to get out with the Ghost Walk. Dust doesn't quite clip him. Yamsen.
Oh, they're still looking.
He's going in under the tier 2. He's got no detection on himself, so won't be able to see BZM. Dust again off the mark, not going to catch onto the Invoker, so BZM will be fine. Now, Wildcard, knowing that they had to put everything into that fight, and it absolutely pays off for them, getting big kills.
Oh, very much so. Good hold, nice read to be available and to be ready with the smoke when Tundra were looking to run in. This Tinker is a little bit of a problem. And if Tundra are not together, Speed will continue to top up everybody with the defense matrix. He's got the Force, the Solar Crest as well.
And just good focus from the team as a whole to ensure they threw everything down onto 33.
Yeah, he's got to die first.
You know, it was close. The Siphons were starting to kick in, but they did manage to get it done. Let's see if Wildcard can give us more of that.
I think they can. This is about one of the strongest timings that they have for now. I mean, of course, Quap scaling is very good, but Yamsen would love to keep fighting. Same for the Tinker. We've got a shield rune on RCY. Cannot underestimate that, but they do have the Cataclysm available.
Yeah, we did see last time how difficult it is to kill the Quap at this moment. RCY very tanky. They'll back away for now. Tundra definitely going to respect Wildcard's team fight a little bit more now after what happened in that last engagement. Wildcard able to get the push on on the top lane. Tier 1's taken. BKB online for Chrysalis, ready for the next fight. As we're seeing though, unless they sort of get the full combo from the Invoker onto RCY, it's not easy for them to kill the Quap.
Yeah, it really is not. They need like a really big chain to happen, or to even be ready when he defensively uses himself. Because they do also have a Force Staff on speed. He can break like the X-Torrent combo, or maybe dodge the Cataclysm. Uh-oh, BZM.
Ooh, good time to get out of the combo speed. He's fine.
They can.
They've got the Yules. RCY is able to put a stop to BZM's TP out. He'll try and turn and hold them back, but Yamsum's in. He's ready with a concoction. BZM, he's gone. Wildcard ready for those sort of moves, showing BZM that he cannot try for those sort of plays. A little too risky from him.
Yeah. It's also important that RCY was the first one to TP over. It's the only one that could cancel the teleport that quickly with the Blink Yules. Let's see, Crystallis is farming under an Observer.
RCY's making his way over.
He could, of course, set it up with the Yules.
Does have the BKB, Crystallis. See if they can at least force that out of him. RCY's in. We'll definitely want to try and get that out of the Kunkka. They've got the grip.
Is around.
Do they have enough damage though? The wheel's in. Puts a stop to the grip. Escape packs there, but indeed Crystallis feels that he has to put the BKB. It's the BKB charge gone. Wildcard coming in with some hot moves here. Shaking Tundra up.
Sure, you save Crystallis, but you get a kill and his fresh BKB out of him. 33 did get to finish his own BKB.
And BZM's back in action. Is there any way they can sort of get in to try and find Yamsun? I mean, Yamsun's got RCY by his side.
I mean, they saw him run through that area. There's both an Ops and a Sentry, so they know that BZM is trying to be a sneaky little boy.
It's not easy for Tundra to fight into this area. Yeah, Yamsun now getting suitably ahead, as he'd hoped to be as the Alchemist, coming up to nearly 20k net worth here, 26 minutes in. Did have to wait a little bit because the courier that was sniped did have part of the AC on, but they've got through that period of the game fine. It's very close to being able to get that AC out to him and also ready to start building his Basher.
I mean, he's got it completed. Like, you have the AC plus the Tinker with the tanky Quap. It's starting to matter.
They're hard to kill.
Yeah. We're looking for a little catch onto Crystallis. They still see him, as of course Wildcard did get some good wards out on the map, but Crystallis is playing it very safe.
Game's definitely slowed down quite a bit for Tundra. Able to make those moves earlier, but now falling back themselves into a bit, more farm-heavy phase. Which, Wildcard don't mind either. They are indeed, of course, rocking these two Radiances between Fade and Yamsun, so they're also happy to hit the creeps. Looking at the setup in the mid, can they burst Fade? Oh, Saxa considered it.
Looking for a toss back, couldn't quite reach.
TP's coming in, yeah, Tundra, now that they've shown their hand there, they've got no further fight to have mid. They'll have to pull back.
Well, an absolute stalemate should be better for Tundra, at least in my mind, because I do feel that Wildcard they're stronger than them at the moment. Especially with that AC freshly finished now. Let's have a look. They're slightly favored. I will tend to agree with the state of the game.
They got any smokes coming out yet? Here's the smoke from Wildcard that we've been waiting for.
Here the concoction.
Oh, it's not going to get a target with that. He has to back off.
Ooh, good force.
Look at the avalanche on a Big Num. The shields are there, trying to keep the Bane safe. It's a lot of protection, but not enough. The torrent catches him. Big Num's dead. Yamsun will get the BKB off, but he's already taken a lot of damage. He's starting to heal up here with the Chemical Rage, but he'll still opt to back off. Doesn't want to try and force a fight into that whilst they've lost their Bane.
Wildcard should be losing a bit of map control here. Your Bane is dead and your Alk has no BKB.
And Tundra's ready to start running back at them, but the wards were down. So Wildcard will have pretty good knowledge of this. Maybe they can still get a catch outside of the base. Now Fade's already back up to the safety of the high ground.
They are nicely respecting this move. Would be nice if someone from Wildcard ends up going towards the bottom side to push it out all the way. I don't believe that they're looking for a fight just yet until the Alk BKB comes back up.
Yeah, grouped up. I mean, RCY is not afraid to jump in.
He certainly is not. I mean, they have a great ward in their own jungle.
They're going to try and burst him down. They get the toss back into the exorcism. The shield's coming out for speed. The primal splits out from Fade. RCY is able to easily get the blink off. He's still got half his HP ready to play with. They can look to get back in fact, on the 33 as 33's BKB comes to an end. Fade's got the control. The escape pack's there. Sonic Wave on the side will split the two of them. They've thrown the wheel down to RCY. They've caught the Quap. As RCY maybe jumping in a little too deep there onto the back lines, trying to make a play with the Sonic Wave, ends up dead. Now Chrysalis, he's got the BKB ready to pop. They'll look to speed. The whip comes in from Whitemon as 33 picks up the double. Fade surrounded by 33 and BZM. A triple kill for 33. A risky move there to try and fight into the Death Prophet, and it goes horribly, horribly wrong for Wildcard. Ultra kill for 33. A painful mistake there.
Maybe if you have the Alk BKB, you can try, but with all this backup, you've got the Whitemon who can just keep bailing him out, the escape act, you've got the defensive Yules, even throws him a Strongman Tonic for more heal and more strength. And yeah, the moment you don't burst 33, the fight is just over.
And the next fight certainly ain't going to be any easier. After that's happened, quite the team fight victory for Tundra. As we see here, you know, it starts with this. RCY gets out. And you could see why Wildcard wanted to go for this. Because they know 33's BKB is coming to an end. This is the time to try and get on top of him. But they couldn't quite finish him off. Escape Axe there. The Sonic Waves that came in on the back lines didn't come in onto 33. Even if it did, I think it still wouldn't have been quite enough to burst him, so 33 would have been fine anyway. And it's really at this point that sort of impending doom is realized by Wildcard. It's like, uh-oh, we didn't kill the Death Prophet. We're all gonna die.
I mean, that blink, it's just too much from RCY. I assume that he's maybe trying to like clutch out to blink on top of Whitemon with the silence.
Sure.
Not let him get out the escape act and Sonic Wave 33 to his death, but yeah, the moment that gamble doesn't pay off, your entire team is just going down. I mean, Speed has been doing a lot on the Tinker, but 33 off of that fight, he picks up a Nullifier. He's basically taking out all of his abilities.
Yeah,
no defense matrix, no force, no Solar Crest.
It's gonna be it's gonna be so tough to keep those sort of heroes alive, even RCY. And the next fight, if 33 is able to click the spells, click the abilities, click the items, and so far so good from him. He's getting the opportunities to do so. They can't really lock him down. He's ready with that BKB as we saw last time. He's gonna be ready again, closing in on level 20. Another rough team fight like that for Wildcard, and this game's going to start looking pretty impossible pretty quickly.
They still need to try to get a good start to the fight on Wildcard here. There's a chance that maybe you could find BZM on one of the side lanes and kill him twice. It's not easy. Not a free shard. It is only for the Tiny.
Wildcard, what's the plan now? After everything that's just gone down.
You kind of need to look for fights, I believe. It's best if either A, you burst the Death Prophet, which is kind of hard because there's a Ringmaster behind him. Or secondary, maybe they should just look for a smoke around. You need to kill Whitemon first. I don't see a world where you kill 33 from full to 0. 3k HP, Gale Guard, Yules, BKB, saves behind him.
See Fade. He's going to get caught in the combo here. It's not enough to burst him. We'll get the split off. Turns over towards Saxus. Sax up in the other Yules, gets quickly brought back down. Fade's going to try and continue to chase on. It's an awkward fight now, though, because the ghosts are out from 33. They'll turn with the combo, drop in the boat. And managed to kill him. Can they get more from this? They get Whitemon. This is turning into something not too bad at all for Wildcard. Sonic Wave pushback, can they get a bash? I can't.
It was a good torrent to make sure he doesn't get bashed out, but yeah, I guess...
This time they were able to fully burst the Death Prophet.
Well, I guess I cursed 33 there. It was a good fight from Wildcard. They got the separation going. They had to split out to kind of keep Whitemon away from 33. And then he gets... I'm pretty sure they fully gripped him. Uh-oh. Combo cat up. See ya.
Saxon should pay for this, though.
Oh, yeah.
And Fade, he won't mind too much about being dead. Wouldn't have had to split anyway, still on cooldown for a minute. So the rest of the team can still push on without him. And we see just a concoction.
Yeah, lots of damage.
Getting that opening jump there from Yamsen, that's a huge one.
Do have the Hex completed onto BZM.
And for the most part, if they can replicate that, if they can get the jump and kill off 33 at the start of the fight, that's a huge issue eliminated.
And Yansum is starting to be fully slotted, but of course you're an Alchemist. You can give away some Aghanim Scepters, which means you can inject some gold into RCY. He's finishing his own at the moment. Or at least working towards it. They will have to rely on the co-op scaling. For sure here on Wildcard, as Crystallis splits up his Radiance for another Nullifier.
There's the smoke from Tundra. 33 back in the game. Ghosts up in 5. Wants to make sure they take the team fight on their own accord and don't leave themselves the opportunity of being jumped first, as was the case last time. And they're going to get a good jump themselves on a Yamsen, but he does manage to find the BKB out in time. He's going to go for the TP out. They don't have enough damage to kill him through it, so good escape. The X-Mark, though, lasts long enough. Actually long enough there to get him with the drag back after the BKB ended. That must have been close.
It was really close.
That must have been so close. But that's a big one. That's the out dev for 70. With that X-Mark drag back coming in a play from Crystallis.
That's 1 minute without the ult.
Yeah.
Exo still running for a couple more seconds.
Yeah, your mid-racks are in trouble.
Let's see how you go about this.
Saxa.
Toss back.
They get the setup on a Fade.
He was X'd.
He's going to be fine here, Fade.
So Crystallis helping him out a little bit.
He's got the split of the ready. Drop the combo down. The Hex is there. The Aeon Disc kicks in. He just got it picked up. Fade's fine for now. They get the grip. Holding down Crystallis is put to a stop here. Saxa in with the toss on a Big Num. They'll drop the Nullifier on towards him. Big Num. He'll fall. Sonic Wave comes in. Burst Crystallis down low. They didn't quite finish up the barracks here. Wildcard, they're holding the melee racks alive as they kill Crystallis off.
Split is still doing work.
The drag back on 33 will put the BKB. Out for the TP out. They've got nothing to stop it themselves through that, so he'll get away. But the defense, as successful as and close to successful as it gets, as they keep the melee racks alive.
Yeah, not losing your melee racks and killing Crystallis. It's good hold. Huge W.
Yeah, because you're holding as well whilst you don't have your Alchemist up. So impressive stuff from Wildcard, able to pull together the pushback.
Well, need to not underestimate the RCY Queen of Pain with the fresh Aghanim Scepter. Will dish out a lot of damage throughout these fights. Yeah, 7,000.
That's
split also.
Quite a bit.
Let's see, you've got an Abyssal Blade on Yamsun.
Wildcard able to give a much better fight here in game 2. Is it going to be enough, though? Can they push this to a game 3 against Tundra?
It is possible. They've shown it to us in some of the last fights. If they're somehow able to maybe single out the Death Prophet with a split on top of Whitemon, could look to take out 33 once more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Wouldn't mind seeing a refresher on Fade. Perhaps with the double split or even a double A on disc. Just making more chaos in this fight.
I was seeing if they catch anyone up top, but a Wildcard staying on the bottom side of the map for now. And we'll have to be careful with the Pirate Cloak in play. Wildcard, what's the next sort of timing they're going for, do you think?
Let's see, they could be waiting for maybe even just buybacks on your cores. I'm intrigued to see if Yamson and RCY decide to buy out on their items or if they want to hold the buybacks for a Roche fight. Seems like nobody is waiting as both teams are smoking up. Tundra are on the high ground for now.
Up for the setup.
Yamson on the side.
And there's the jump. He's going to go straight for Whitemon. He's found him. Beautiful jump from Yamson. Now he turns over towards Chrysalis. 33 will get the ghost over. The grip's there, holding him in place. Sonic Wave Burst flying in. They've lost Fade. He wasn't able to get the split off in time. RCY popping the BKB. 33 pushing forward with the remainder of his. Trying to stay on top of Speed. See if they can chase down the Tinker. Speed trying to get into the tree line, but the Avalanche will find him. Speed goes down. BZM, BKB ready to press. Locks down on towards Bignum. Supports are gone. RCY and Yamson will survive. Tundra coming in with the Whitemon buyback there.
I mean, that looked good. They had a perfect jump from Yamson onto the Ringmaster, but looks like Fade didn't even get the split out at all, even with the Aeon Disc. Doesn't have the buyback available either. Which means they will lose one set of racks.
See how much more they can try and push out of them here, Tundra. Looks like they don't want to try for anything top. They want to bring in the bottom wave, get rid of that tier 2.
I got hexed by BZM. Silence came out later, then perhaps a secondary hex. Did actually start with 33 hexing him, so yeah, sure. You pop the Aeon Disc, you get him silenced, you hex him up again.
Yeah, it was just sort of a good start from both teams, right? You know, Wildcard, they did what they need to. They jumped the Ringmaster, but Tundra, they did what they needed to and made sure that Fade didn't get anything off.
Yeah, they didn't overreact to the Ringmaster. Used the freshly picked up hex by 33 as well.
Can they jump this Roche in time? It's going down quickly. Tundra, they've got him. He's taking the refresher. BZM for now.
Level 24, about to be 25 Invoker with a refresher shard. This is
the combo's going to be crazy. Wildcard, they have to take these team fights perfectly. And sort of the order they go for heroes and how they prioritize one another.
They do have an okay window now with Whitemon not having buyback available. If you kill him, he's out for quite a while. I mean, this is every Invoker's dream. 40-minute plus, you're fully slotted, you're level 25. You're ready to play.
There's the blink on Whitemon as well, so even though he doesn't have the buyback, he'll be able to play the fights in a much safer position. It'll be very, very difficult to try and get the catch on him.
Yeah, he'll make sure to stay the hell out of the fight. He's got the lens, he's got the blink. Doesn't really need to be close at all until the very, very end. .25 talent also picked up by Crystallis. It's a big one. 120% Tidebringer cleave damage. Yeah, if they alacrity up Crystallis and he rolls a crit on his Tidebringer, he is hurting.
Oh yeah.
That split could be in trouble.
Yeah, at this point indeed, even if Fade gets it off, it's not going to be an easy team fight for Wildcard. Wildcard might just have to wait for the high ground defense. Finding out on the map right now into this Aegis seems almost impossible.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As the push starts to come in. Eyes on Crystallis, but not something they want to be jumping outside of the base. Wildcard might just have to wait this Aegis out, but Tundra, they're almost certainly not going to let them have the space to do that. They want to get together this push.
Let's see what Tundra want to end up getting with this Aegis. You do have 2 minutes left. I mean, it's not the easiest to go high ground because the only real tower damage you have is with 33 pops this Exo, Scouting Cataclysm. Just making sure there's no smoky smoke coming out from Wildcard.
Always pushed in against Wildcard. Just having to sit in their base. Just hope for the best whilst they wait out Crystallis' Aegis. Tundra. They're ready to go now. BZM joins them here for the siege. Not easy, of course, as you say, into sort of the high ground potential Wildcard do have. Even with this Aegis, they've got to be pretty certain of when they want to try and go all in here, Tundra.
Both teams have a ward. Oh, that's a good toss back.
They get the toss back. They've got the catch on to Fade. The Eon Disc, it's not going to save him. He does have buyback.
Smooth kill.
Try and push them back in with a Sonic Wave, but they've got a lot of sustain here to push forward through it. Crystallis starting to drop low, but still 40 seconds on Aegis. Oh, Saxa looking for another setup. Gets the toss back on Yamsen, but Yamsen's able to get the BKB off, and now Saxa's caught. The grip's there, the box comes into play, the escape pack saving Saxa, getting him out of the combo. 33 pushes up to the high ground with the BKB, the buyback's coming from Fade. He'll get the split off immediately. Turns towards Saxa, catches him with the stun, the Sonic Wave pushing both him and Crystallis back, as Saxa will fall.
Dying a second time.
He's gonna get taken out, 100 seconds dead on him. Saxa's brought back. Does Crystallis want to buy back as well for this fight? They turn, full combo, blows up the Quap. RCY has got buyback available and he'll use it. Crystallis in return, he'll pop his as well. Fade, focus down here from 33 and BCM. They get the nullifier on him, but he's able to back away. 33 pushes on. Whitemon tries for the whip, but RCY jumps in. A beautiful Sonic Wave onto the two of them. They both fuels up, but Yamsen, he'll throw the concoction, get a three-man stun on the back lines. He closes in on 33, but the Hex is there. Still pushing forward. The Yamsen in on the death profit. The bash comes in. 33's in trouble. He goes down. As now Whitemon dead as well. The escape pack buying him limited time. Wildcard, they come in with the buybacks themselves. Not afraid to put everything into holding their own and taking that fight.
Good hold.
Now, in a position where they're all up. And Tundra, they got 2 heroes down, Whitemon and 33 out of the game for a long time.
Well, you can see in that prolonged fight, this Queen of Pain is dishing out a lot of damage.
Yeah, multiple Sonic Waves hitting hard there from RCY.
Sonic Waves, AoE daggers, speed continuously coming in and out with the shields and the heals. Let's see. We've got another 2 round of spells next fight from BZM with his own refresher.
And we're going to have even more Sonic Waves in the next fight. Yamsen, he'll get the first tags to the Quap, so a lot of money to spend gets freed up. And yeah, it's a straight up refresher that the RCY is able to purchase there thanks to Yamsen.
Absolutely needs that. They need to make sure that RCY stays alive. I mean, same with Fade. He has no buyback this time around.
Wildcard.
Trying to fish for something.
And Tundra don't want to use these buybacks. BKB on speed, so it's much harder for Tundra to try and just go straight for the Tinker. Crystallis shows.
Groove Split is used. There's a glyph available.
Saxa is going to get the toss back on Yamsen. Immediate BKB has to come out. Look at the tier 3. They'll back off now with the respawns coming in from Tundra.
Well, one toss just stopped the entire push. But wisely so for Wildcard. Cannot linger around without his BKB.
Bit of breathing room for both teams. We might see them both calm it down a bit whilst each side has got these 2 buybacks on cooldown each for 5 minutes or so. Roshan to be potentially up soon.
It's gonna be a big one, especially with the cores who don't have a second life with their buybacks being on cooldown. Double Daedalus on Crystallis. I hope he will eventually not forget about the shard. It's still a very good one. You've got a lot of these supports in the backline that you would love to bring in if you're the Kunkka here.
Yeah, it could be pretty disruptive, especially with the BKBs all down to the low duration.
Let's see Wildcard for now with big respect.
Smoke coming in from Tundra. Now Wildcard fully prepared for this sort of play. That's all pretty much down to if Saxa can get one of these tossbacks, and he has been getting quite a few good ones. That's the sort of best way to try and start the fight.
Might be looking for a base ward.
Saxa, does he find an angle for a tossback?
Wildcard know about this ward, they see it.
They're smoked up as well. They're going to see Saxa now, and they make the jump straight away onto him. Get the daggers out of the bow for the Yamson. He's onto the backlines again, makes the jump straight over to Whitemon. Whitemon's gone. They'll look to 33, but 33 gets the ghost out. The BKB's coming to an end for Yamson as speed, as Wildcard back up. Quick kill on a Whitemon. They force out that buyback. I mean, a few times now, they keep finding the backlines. I mean, Yamson's been doing a great job with these jumps. If Whitemon's got to be even more careful.
Yeah, he cannot get caught like that. I really like that play from Wildcard, because they saw the ward being placed under the gate. They baited the TP in with the Tinker, knowing that Saxa would be right on top, and then they just get a quick little kill. See, BZM trying to be annoying. It's half the racks down, my friends, so make sure you kill the Forges.
And they'll be able to clean it up. What sort of big stuff have we got coming next? We've got Swift Blink on the shopping list for Yamson before he starts buying some more Agdams for the rest of the team. 7k gold here on BZM, so very close to being able to eat that Ags himself. Treat himself to the next item.
I wouldn't mind if you even pop over an Aghanim Scepter to speed soon. Like, you could allow your Tinker to kind of turn into a core.
Sure.
Like, he's got a BKB, sure. Like,
yeah,
Tinker Ags and late game.
He's going to get the spells off.
Yeah. Level 25 talent with the laser, too.
Well, BZM is dancing around with them, but the grip's there. I mean,
he's dead. Just see you later.
He was sort of poking around in this area for quite some time. They weren't going to have any of that. That's a dead BZM.
Yeah, that's a Blink Aetherlens with the magnifying monocle on Bignum, so very easy catch for him.
Yeah, being a little too cheeky there, BZM.
Yeah,
Gets punished.
I like what they're doing. A lot of the maybe hidden scaling from the Tinker. Can buy his own Ags, then of course get the money back once more from Yamson.
Yeah, I imagine will be the play. Yeah, is that what the Swift Link coming out a point booster on him, or? Oh no, yeah, he's just actually getting them that Ag straight up. Okay.
So let's see, because Roche is out and about. Might just be free.
I think so, right? But BZM, I don't think he wants to buy back to contest the Roche.
He might want to. I mean, maybe it depends on what Tundra can show him.
Sure, I guess if the fight starts to look good, he will look to join. See who's going to get in first. 33 throws in the silence, clips onto the 3 of them.
They are poking.
No buyback yet from BZM.
Half duration on the Chemical Rage.
Chrysalis will throw in a torrent, doesn't clip onto anyone. Yamson not finding a chance to go with the concoction. They get the setup on a Fade. RCY comes in with the side, pushes back Chrysalis with the Sonic Wave, gives Fade the chance to get the BKB off. 33, that's the ghost out from him. Yamson trying to finish the Roche. Fade, he'll pop the Primal Split, look at control 33.
Oh,
the wheel gets dropped down, they're looking for the steal. Whitemon jumps in, the Aegis hits the deck. RCY still able to get the pickup on it though. Whitemon tries to get out with the escape pack, but he's trapped in the pit. Whitemon will fall. 33, he'll get the BKB off. Refresher shard still on the floor, as well as the cheese, but the grip's there from Bignum. They're locking down 33. Will finally get put to a stop, but another beautiful angle from RCY with the Sonic Wave. Knocks back Chrysalis and 33. RCY jumps in, finishes off the Death Prophet. They're going to be able to kill BZM as well. Triple kill for RCY.
That's 2 diebacks. They've got a lot of time on their menu. That was okay, if Whitemon makes space and picks up the Aegis, incredibly clutch play.
It was close to a clutch one.
That was super high risk, high reward because he has no buyback. Nor does Crystallis. Wildcard just absolutely destroying.
I mean, the Aegis did sort of sit on the deck for a second or so. I guess just with so much going on in the midst of the Roche pit, couldn't quite get the pickup after making that move.
Hey, the co-op, RCY and Speed, they're just starting to absolutely carry this game.
Absolutely. RCY is just getting so much damage out in these fights. Ridiculous numbers being hit here by the co-op.
Speed has got 7k gold now too, after being gifted another axe by Yamsun. Well, Tundra are farming Roshan's banners, somehow. They have 3 of them. Not like they're gonna do much. Speed is forcing some creeps forward.
And I imagine, well, Yamsun, okay, he's going to go back for the Swift Link, but eventually some of these other ags are going to be pretty nice as well. We're already seeing, Bignum's getting some pretty good grips off.
Okay, so you have buyback on all the 3 heroes.
Let's see how much they can force out. Saxa,
toss back.
Look at the toss back. Splits there. The buybacks have to start coming out. There's Crystallises. Yamsun finishes off the first tier 4. There's the second buyback. BZM.
There's still
now with those 2 coming out, Wildcard will respect it. They start to back off.
BZM, my friend. Careful.
So, of course, didn't get any progress when it comes to barracks, but going straight for the tier 4s, they get 1 of them, and they do force out 2 major buybacks.
Yeah, big wins here for Wildcard.
Refresher Shard still in the pit, by the way.
Apparently, nobody cares about it.
Nobody cares.
Wildcard have very good control of this area. The triangle is warded, and also they did get a good high ground ward towards their left side.
Or Saxa. You get the toss back. Into the Hex. Into the Torrent. It's a lot of lockdown.
Nightmare, not a Hex.
He's going to go down the once. That's the Aegis out of it. Then jump onto the backline. Yamsun, he is straight away on the Chrysalis, but Chrysalis able to get the BKB off. RCY BKB as well. Sonic Wave pushing back the 3 of them. Saxa will get another toss off, but he surely will fall. No, the escape pack comes in. Saxa will be saved. He'll live. Tundra lose no one.
Speed.
33. He's going to try and finish Speed off, but RCY is here ready to help out. Speed. He will survive. The shields are there. He gets out. 33 now has got a little too deep. Yamsun's back in. 33's gone. Now.
Oh my goodness.
That was very nearly catching it over there.
Does BZM maybe want to be cheeky? Could he want to look?
Oh, Spaghetti-O.
This is bad news. Okay, we're back.
Well, that lagged so hard. We lagged back into the game after it being paused.
Okay, some breathing room for both teams.
Good job that didn't happen in that team fight just then.
Oh, that would have been real bad.
No, that's
well, I do have my eyes on the mid lane because it's getting hard for Tundra to fight. They do have a triple wave, and of course BZM.
He might just TP in and win the game.
You've got
probably not, but you know,
probably not. But you might be. You might want to think about it.
He might be thinking about putting some pressure on.
Because team fighting is not easy. You could also do some X mark, you TP in, you drop some forges. You need to start being creative here if you're Tundra. Because these team fights, they seem very difficult.
Yeah, they do right now. Wildcard, some of the sort of jumps. I mean, honestly, Yams, he's playing these fights so good on the AUK.
Yeah, he's getting some really big stuns off.
Here we go.
Okay.
Again.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So we got cooking. Speed gonna go defend.
Let's try him with the wave clear.
Lots of damage.
And look at the tornado setup here on a fade. BZM has to put the BKB there. Gets terrified as soon as he sees the quad. Fades in with a push.
Okay, we've got the split. Crystallis, not easy to get off a Tidebringer hit.
Saxa, toss back. Get the toss back. 33 still holding off on the buyback for now.
There's no BKB yet.
The racks are full and Cataclysm's there. They're going to cut out to the side. The Sleep's able to dodge a lot of that damage here for Yamsun. Sonic Wave on a Crystallis. They've got the Tornado, EMP down on the Alchemist, the Hex as well. Toss back into the Meteor Deafening Blast. That's Yamsun gone. They will manage to maintain half of the racks here on the top lane. See if they can get more. There's going to be the buyback from Yamsun. Tiny TPing over. Wildcard. Not going to get the catch on a BZM. Turns with the Tornado on a fade. BZM is fine. And Crystallis, he'll TP out. Minimal HP. Does survive.
What cancelled the grip there?
Let's have a look at the replay.
Did I miss a tornado that clipped him? A torrent on the ground? Did he do it himself?
Find out in the next episode.
Yeah, because that was a grip on
what happened?
Invoker without a buyback.
Yeah?
Something must have stopped him.
We'll check into
was
it.
Was it a silence from the DP flying in, or?
I don't think so.
Well.
I don't know. He either did it himself, or I'm blind. Well, let's see. Fate.
Fate.
Careful, my brother.
Oh! He's not got split for 15 seconds.
He
has got BKB. And he has got friends. The backups arrived. RCY straight in. And with the Sonic Wave on Asaxa.
Okay.
Well, they're throwing the Nullifier back the way of RCY. He's in again. Of a tornado, throws him up in the air. Self-Yule's trying to buy himself timing on the tiny attacks. He's able to get the Yules in to blink away. He escapes. Jump forward from RCY. He wants to keep this going. Gets the dagger out on the BHC 33. The Sonic Wave back onto the 2, and the BCM's gone for 2 minutes. 33 gets the BKB and the Exorcism off, but he's so low. RCY continues to throw out the dagger spam. 33's trying to heal up, but RCY's hot in the chase. Stays on top of him. Will get thrown up in the air for now, but 33 surrounded, controlled. He'll go down. 2 cores dead without buyback on Tundra.
That's huge. Okay, they do have to go back and defend, but this is a 3v5 push that they can go for at just any time.
They should be able to get so much done here, surely. 5 versus 3. Christmas and Sax are trying to stop. They get in with the setup. Yamsum ready to go if he sees a target. Won't quite get it. I mean, they're just trying to do their best here, the 3 of them, to slow this down. RCY ready to start bullying them back into the fountain here with the Sonic Waves. It's got to be careful and toss back to Saxa. And RCY just pressuring them, getting the space for the rest of the team to close this one up. The fortification will come out. But as it comes to an end, Wildcard, they'll be ready to push this to a game 3. GG's called. Wildcard take game 2.
Really nice performance with a great comeback. I have to say, even myself, I underestimated the Alchemists giving away the Aghanim Scepters. RCY, Speed, honestly, everyone with super clutch games.
Yeah, the way they took these team fights was pretty incredible against Tundra as well. You know, as team, the coordination from Wildcard, absolutely fantastic with the way that they took those fights. It just sort of set up the playing field for RCY to pop off in every single one of them, and ends up doing a ridiculous 87,000 hero damage here on the Quap. Well, we're getting a game 3. Can't wait. 1-1 now between Wildcard and Tundra.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Kazu. This was quite the game. I can't wait to break it down because there's a lot of things that happen in this game. And to be honest, I thought we were going to sit here, after my panel was talking about that draft, I thought we were going to sit here praising Tundra for the clean draft and the clean execution, but nothing is further away from the truth. Guys, we read this wrong, or they just played it very differently from what we were expecting.
Don't blame us.
I blame you.
Tundra shit the bed, all right?
Okay.
The draft was good. Everything was good. You know, they're 16,000 gold up or whatever. They've taken mid racks, they've taken half the top racks, and you know, I'm already thinking about a later portion of the game. But yeah, Tundra, they felt desperate to win the game. You know, that's exactly Fear's word in the green room. But it's for Wildcard, they identified that and they did punish Tundra very well. So again, incredible props to Wildcard for the comeback. But a Tundra that's slightly more disciplined probably shouldn't win this game. Probably should win this game, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did some good stuff on Wildcard, though. I think the bot lane in particular went a lot better than I expected. You had a terrible time for Crystallis on a hero that generally doesn't lose lane, and they made him die twice in lane. The team fights, yeah, these earlier fights were a little bit more difficult, but eventually when Tundra did go to the high ground, they utilized the buybacks, and RCY with this Quap was absolutely amazing.
And like, look at the clips here, for example. This is why I think Tundra should be very confident, is like critical half an hour, 30-minute fight. The Alchemist is not really entering it. At this point, Tundra, they've overcome the early net worth advantage that Alchemist brings. They've prevented him from entering the fight. They're kiting everyone out. They're killing off the Quap, the Bane, the Tinker. Like, the Tundra are fighting exactly how you expect kind of the mid portion of this game
they even kill the Alchemist,
and they even kill the Alchemist at the end. So at this point, it feels like Tundra, if they just play around every Exo, every Aegis on their pacing, it should be their game, and it was their game. It's just simply when they go for the bottom racks, it all comes crumbling down.
So what went wrong on that bottom racks? As we see them again killing off this Alchemist, I felt like Yamsen had a very tough game, especially with these moments shown here.
I mean, I think bottom lane, they went for a push. It didn't work, which is fine. You're allowed that, but they were buying back heroes and TPing from their base to run to the fight. And those buybacks became critical as the game went on. Like, they didn't have them anymore, and that's ultimately why they ended up losing the game. It's just they're wasting resources, buybacks, because they felt like, I don't know, we could just win the game right here, right now. But the reality is they forced 2 buybacks, and that's a costly defense for Wildcard. So you take that, you lose 2 heroes, which is fine. They have 2 buybacks, not a bad trade. But when you do buyback multiple heroes into that on your side, and you don't win that fight, now you're just setting yourself up to just be in awkward positions as far as buybacks go.
Yeah, and also to summarize on that once more, it's the bottom tier through Siege. Again, we're not watching it here, but it's the fact that they are fighting in a choke point where they kill Brewmaster at the start, and then Brewmaster, he buyback himself, and the value of his buyback is I'm in the middle of the fight and I split and I kill you. So if Tundra just killed the Brewmaster, reset, wait a second, they're probably going to take that bottom racks much easier. But again, for Tundra, they were really desperate for the win. They felt like they'd already won the game, and Wildcard, they got given a lifeline. And some teams, when they get given that chance, they don't take it. But Wildcard, they took that opportunity and they made sure they re-entered the game. Like, again, the KDAs from Wildcard aren't too impressive, right? It's like a 9-5 Alchemist, sure, 6-7 Brewmaster, but it doesn't really matter. They got the right kills at the right time, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, and MVP must be RCY.
Yeah.
He had a fantastic game.
Yeah, no, he's an up-and-coming player from NA. I've had high hopes for him once I saw him. So I think these performances are what I've been needing to see from him if he wants to really break out into the pro scene. And it was great. I mean, look at his itemization. Like, he is completely farmed. We saw every single fight. He was almost solo killing the Invoker. I mean, that neutral item is insanely good on Quap too. So yeah, good build, good hero, and good scaling.
Yeah, and are we saying then for Tundra that they were just impatient in this game, thinking, hey, we won, we should be going high ground now, so let's just force it?
Yeah, I think impatience is probably the best way of wording it. And then after that, then Wildcard came in clutch because there was a Roshan fight, and I think Bignum on the Bane really stepped up in this fight to also ensure that Wildcard, when they had a moment to start winning the game, it really became their game. And we do have the highlight here. And the reason why I praise Bignum is because Whitemon, he'd already used his buyback, so this is a dieback fight for him if he is to go down. He scouts out the Roshan pit, and he identifies the fact that he might be able to steal the Aegis himself, but Bignum, in his positioning on the top side, sleeps the Ringmaster very quickly to stop him from stealing the Aegis, and RCY then takes the Aegis. Because this is another point in the game where Wildcard, they overcome the aggression at the tier 3 from Tundra. They kind of stall out Tundra's ability to get the Mega Creeps, and they get the Aegis themselves. Like, these are all of the motions that enable Wildcard to get back in the game. But if Bignum doesn't get that sleep, if the Aegis goes the way of Tundra, sure, onto a Ringmaster, but just stopping a core of Wildcard getting it, we could have seen Tundra kind of clean up their act, regroup, and go back down a lane. So yeah, really good stuff there from Bignum on the Bane.
Yeah, and this fight wasn't even the final fight because the lanes were not in the right position for Wildcard to push. That means that Tundra still had a couple of chances to fight back, but at that point I felt like Fear Wildcard were they just at that point extra strong? Obviously they have the Roche in their hands as well, that helps.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at their draft as a whole, this Kunkka not really scaling very hard in this game, and it got to the point where you can just stand in the front with this Brewmaster, and then RCY was the real carry, I think, at some point in this game. But of course, Alchemist was very farmed. They just got outscaled at that particular moment, and then it was just a bit too hard to fight. You had to hit like some crazy cataclysm, but we didn't really see it.
We did not see it. Wonder if we're going to see Invoker again in this series. There's one more game remaining, a deciding game between Wildcard and Tundra coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Roll Rumble. I'm here with Tundra. We've got BZM, we have got Chrysalis. You guys are going to be helping me find the best position 5 of the tournament. Chrysalis, you have strong positions on the skill of position 5s at this event.
I already know who's going to be the top 1 for sure. There's like no doubt in my mind.
I also know.
We all know.
Okay, all right.
It's not gonna be close.
We may be on rails here. All right, let's.
But can our voices? If I disagree with him, what happens?
You can disagree. At the end, you'll both have 1 player left from each side, and then you'll have to decide whose player is the better player at the end. All right. So let's start off. BZM, who is better between Polosun and Whitemon? So starting off with your boy, Whitemon.
Is he gonna do it?
He looks like. Don't take him out round 1, bro. Come on.
Whitemon.
Whitemon, okay. I'm worried for Whitemon, dude. He's off to a tough start already.
It was a close one.
All right. Speed and Panto. Who are you choosing between these two?
I'm a big Speed fan.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Probably Pant guy.
All right, we're going Pant, guys. Sorry, Speed, you're out in round 1. Chrysalis.
Yeah.
Mr. King Youngles or Maldi?
Dude, King Jungles, when he looks in the camera, it gets kind of scary.
Are you?
I mean, I'm gonna have to say Melody anyway. He's gonna flame me if I don't, so it's like I don't want to get flamed, so I have to choose him.
Yeah. Do you want mental flame or do you want physical flame? Which one? That's your choice.
I mean, I'm more afraid of the Melody flame. He's on a roll right now. It's too scary. I cannot.
Okay.
For sure, Melody.
All right. Katomi or Puppy?
The goat Puppy. This is the physical one.
This is the metal one.
Yeah, this is for sure Puppy. For sure Puppy.
Let's jump to the other side of the bracket. Back to BZM. Naposhka or Kadaro? Newcomer Kadaro?
I mean,
your previous team or Naposhka?
Thing is, Alliance Kidaro was a different beast. Miposhka is Miposhka though. But if it was Alliance Kidaro, maybe I would think. But right now, Miposhka.
Okay, going for Miposhka. That's fair enough. Let's have a look at the next one. It's going to be Innocence or Rain. Rain is the VP position 5, Innocence.
I would honestly put Speed. If I could change it, give Speed instead of Pant guy.
Okay, we're going back and replacing Pant guy. Okay.
I want Speed in.
Retroactively removed.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to the current matchup, Innocence or Rain.
Can I just get nobody?
Well, you want to give Miposhka a bye through round 2?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, sure, why not? I'll let it.
Why do you let it happen?
I don't know. It was taking too long.
You gotta keep this guy in control. He's out of it right now.
That's okay.
He's taking over your whole content piece.
Oh, you choose. Innocence or...
I don't know. I don't know if I should say, but I don't know either.
What, you don't know Innocence?
I mean, I'll choose Y because yeah, it's less letters, you know. It's like 1 letter and like an apostrophe. It's kind of hype.
Scary, isn't it? Yeah, it's intimidating. Yeah. All right, GH or Fly?
Fly played standing with us. I'm gonna say GH instead of 4 player in my heart. So I'm gonna say Fly.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, but he wouldn't. Thick light.
Also, GH is so nice that like he's not gonna hold it against you for.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't have to be scared like all the other options. But now the last one, that's a famous. Toby or Corey? It is by far Toby. He actually already won. We already all know. The only reason that we are not being sent home already from this tournament is because Toby is leaving after group stage.
Yeah,
so
mercy.
Yeah, at that point, like whatever. But right now, if he stayed the whole tournament, I would go home right now. I think it would be over.
Okay, Toby into round 2.
Yeah, for sure.
The stand-in currently for Liquid. All right, BZM, Whitemon or Speed?
Speed.
Jesus.
Yeah.
No hesitation. All right. Why?
Because he's actual tryhard.
He's actual, and Whitemon's not?
No.
This one's on BZM, not on me.
Okay, Miposhka or Miposhka, yeah, previous TI winner.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, that's some tough picks for you.
No, for sure, Puppy. I have these two, you know. I'm not even gonna say why. It's very obvious. And then the bottom one again, Fly or Toby. I mean, it's obviously gonna be Toby. He already won. I mean, Toby is the winner.
All right, back to you, BZM.
Speed.
Speed is your grand finalist, better than Miposhka?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that'll be your side.
I mean, it's Toby.
You cannot beat Speed, I'm pretty confident.
You cannot beat Toby.
So now we have the finals, the grand finals, the best of the position 5 role. It is Speed versus Toby.
I mean, I don't think we should argue even. It's obviously Toby.
It's obviously Speed.
It's obviously Toby. You're insane.
Toby In my team, no. Toby in enemy team, maybe. But
Speed
in my
has no
team,
chance against Toby. Like, there's
what are you
there's
talking
no
about?
way.
Speed is the best jungle Venom.
When Toby enters a team, it's instantly tier 1.
Yeah, but he's the
Every
best
time he
jungle
stands
Venom.
in,
Can
like,
Toby
they win.
play jungle? No, he cannot.
But Toby can play jungle for sure.
No, he cannot. I haven't seen
What, do you think he's gonna play lane? He's a jungle legend.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Toby
But
wins.
he's not good
Toby
at it.
wins.
Who's the better jungler?
Speed!
Toby.
Speed!
Toby wins. Toby wins.
Okay, how do I decide
Listen,
this?
the
I'm
only-
not gonna back
yeah,
up.
Yeah, no, neither of you are backing down. This is
The only
not.
reason I'm playing carry is because Toby isn't playing carry yet. If he was, my career would be in danger. But he's not, so lucky me, he's playing 5. Toby should win.
Okay, you want to play like proof. Speed is the most improved player, not 5. Player in the West.
Yeah, but that's unfair, because Toby cannot improve. He's already the best. You can't beat, he can't improve anymore.
How?
Toby is winning, for sure.
Okay, his arguments are shit.
Who made it to TI, Speed or Toby, this year?
Speed!
Toby's getting stand-in for sure, so he's coming. I already know. He's gonna be there.
He might be there. He might be
Yeah,
there.
he's
If
gonna
we
be there.
will-
I am
If
sure.
he's at TI, we'll
Okay,
come
that's-
back, we'll change it, but we're putting...
Toby will be there.
Does Toby have a whole website teaching?
I will make one.
Over the world?
You and Toby?
I will make one.
The new game jump together?
Yeah, I will make one. He deserves
Alrighty.
one. He should have.
I am based on his teaching prowess and qualifying to the international and the excellent arguments made by BZM most importantly.
Popularity
Speed
contest.
will be our winner. He will be the best position 5 of Wallachia. So well done to our champion Speed. And well done BZM as well for vouching for him very nicely as well. But can we get a fist bump between the two of you? to
No,
show
I'm
that it's,
not fist bumping
no?
him. He chose Speed over Toby. No.
Come on, bro.
No, no chance.
I gave you the best arguments I could.
All right.
Yeah, that sucked. He's not getting a fist bump.
Okay, we may have broken apart Tundra, but we do know who the best position 5 is of the tournament. It is Speed, and that'll do it for Roll Rumble.
That was quite the back and forth battle there between BZM and Crystallis. And in the end, it is Speed that gets voted that best position 5. And that happens to be the player that they're up against right now. And they lost against just now. And they have to hope to beat them in a game 3. This game is on one side elimination, on the other side advancement to the playoffs. So there is a lot on the line. T-Gov, can they do that against the best position 5 in the world?
Oh, it's a big one, right? Because Crystallis doesn't respect Speed, and BZM has too much respect for Speed. So this is a really complicated series for them.
I mean, I think the biggest problem I saw there was, I hope that's not their communication when they're going high ground, you know? Because they did not seem on the same page, and that kind of showed in that last game.
And they did not budge.
No, they did
There
not.
was no compromise.
Not a good sign, not a good sign. But hopefully they squash that beef there going into this next game. And yeah, I don't know. It feels like Tundra just seems like you see glimpses of hope and brilliance in their gameplay, but then you see like these facepalm moments too. And that last game, it probably should have been theirs. However, like these decisions need to be improved upon.
Yeah, not to make any assumptions, but it does feel like Tundra are a team that maybe haven't scrimmed and done as much prep compared to other teams. Like maybe they've had a break.
Yeah.
To me, it feels like we're watching some of their scrims as if, you know.
Like live, yeah.
Yeah, live, exactly. But that aside, we do enter the next draft, and Tundra already, they respect RCY. They take rid, get rid of the clock straight away.
I wonder
They
if
respect Speed as well.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Tinker.
Yeah, I wonder if that man right there, 33, felt the DP nerfs there, because they kind of got kited a lot, and I think maybe with the absence of the slow on the Aghanims makes DP one of those heroes that in the late game lose a lot of value, because like we saw this DP look really good for so long, but didn't really feel his presence in the late game. Feel like you could just run away from him now.
Yeah. You know, I rate the Tinker ban to move on. It's we didn't really talk about Speed too much in the previous, like the kind of the post game, but he only had 2 deaths the entire game, and often on Tinker, you get that one bad TP. You often kind of get yourselves in that bad positions, but no, he consistently was always buffing up his team and kind of bringing more life to the fight. So yeah, a lot of respect. The fact that you enter your game 3 and 2 of your bans are just very reactionary.
Yeah, and the other ban is already reactionary from previous games, right? That Chen ban that Tundra goes for again.
Which means the Abaddon and the Terrorblade, which they banned in the previous game, is now available.
And the Death Prophet as well, if they wanted to go for that again.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. Is did 33, because I would guarantee you he did not play a DP game in his pubs yet, right? So that was his first time feeling out the hero.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that this time around, it is wildcard with the second pick, and that means that if they wanted to, and if there's no Kunkka right now, they could pick themselves a Enigma and ban out accordingly as well. So they set themselves up for maybe a better Enigma game than game number 1 that they had. And we do see the Death Prophet again coming out for Tundra.
Yeah, they'll go back with it. It did its job last game. It won its lane. It snowballed pretty hard. Going to go back for Bignum's Bane. You know, not particularly like a DP counter by any means, but it does. After his laning stage performance, they're probably like, yeah, we need to do that one again, because we struggled game 1 as far as lanes go, and this hero really helped him out in there.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Let's see. The Terrorblade still gets removed together with the Brewmaster. We've seen Brewmaster in both games so far, with both wins under his belt. Strong ban.
Yeah, it looks really good so far in the games we've seen. And TB is like your classic Death Prophet counter, natural Scotty builder, tons of physical damage. Tough matchup for her.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to know if Wildcard's going to respect Tusk in any way, either with the ban or their own pick. It does feel like it's kind of an easy entry for Tundra in the draft if they get access to the hero. Snowball save against the Fiend's Grip, tag team and pressure from Saxo to play with the Death Prophet. Very, very high value hero, but I wouldn't mind it on Wildcard themselves. It's always a nice little combination. Again, one of the concerns I had in the previous draft was having Bane and Tinker just being reactionary supports in the previous game. This time around, if you have Bane Tusk, it gives a lot more life for the Bane to play with.
Yeah, and I'd prefer that much more than that Ringmaster we saw. It didn't look good. Like, especially in the lane. Like, normally we see Whitemon just be a solid laner, but he was really struggling that game to find impact not only in the lane. Some team fights looked okay, I'll give him that, but like the save didn't seem very reliable for the DP either. I think a Tusk would make much more sense. Great lane too. And that's going to be your anti-DP hero. More minus armor, physical damage, laning. She comes in to siphon you, whether it's mid or carry. You just eat 3 raises and hard to deal with.
Is there a world where you put DP and support?
There is a world where you can. People have done it before. Is it good? I don't know.
I'm not too much of a fan of it myself.
Okay.
I know players do it, but it's like, it's just there. It exists.
Yeah.
There has to be a good trade-off, right?
Yeah.
So you have to get a really good core.
Somewhere else, yeah. Naga Siren will be the pick for Tundra.
Okay.
Just being able to control what fight they want to take. Not opposed to that. Much better laning than the Ringmaster. That's already one thing that we've critiqued about the Tundra lineup.
Is this a good enough answer to the Bane, or do you still want the Tusk?
I would still like to see the Tusk.
Yeah.
It's like Wildcard, they got through the lanes last time really nicely, right? And that kind of gave them life. It forced Tundra then to think about going for early Roshans, and like it was kind of like a early game comeback from Tundra into then Wildcard clutching up the late game, right? So if Tundra win the lanes with a Death Prophet, towers and Roshan, everything falls into place, and they do go for the Tusk.
Now you have double save for the DP, which is nice. Song will easily get you out of a bad situation with a little more regen. Snowball too.
Is it enough to also save from the Bane? You happy with that?
Oh yeah, this is plenty.
Okay.
You've got a lot, right? You've got like DP Silence, Snowball, Song of the Siren.
What decides whether something gets saved by Snowball or not? If Bat Rider Lasso doesn't get saved by Snowball, why does Fiend's Grip?
It's just, Lasso's kind of weird. It's like a repositioning, dragging. It's very unique. I think that's one of the only things you can't really Snowball.
Got Snowball Chrono?
I mean, I'm not sure. That's really hard to do.
No, you can't. Like,
I don't. Yeah, you might maybe Black Hole too.
What?
I guess Black Hole, Chrono are kind of like unique ones. Lasso's like the weird one because you can dispel it in other ways, but just not with Snowball.
Okay. We got the Jakiro and the Pango pickup. Now, Pango was one of the heroes that got some nerfs on the board.
2 damage.
2 damage.
Nerf.
Hey, nerf. I mean, it's 2 damage. 1, 2 nerfs.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, sure.
I will say I do like the synergy coming out from Jakiro Bane.
Yeah, it's just a lot of control and fight, and then around that, Shadowfiend will stand in the middle, assuming it is, of course, the carry, because Pangolier could be offlane or mid, Shadowfiend could be mid or carry, but let's assume it's Shadowfiend carry, Pangolier mid or offlane. It is Bane gripping one guy, Jakiro ice pathing, Pangolier rolling. Meanwhile, Shadowfiend's like, okay, let me get 3 clicks onto you, get a Daedalus, 1 click onto you, you're dead. You know, it's very chaos with Shadowfiend in the middle of it. So, yeah, I like it. Nice draft so far. But of course, 2 more picks for Tundra. And with Pangolier being flexed, Tundra can't be too reactive to it.
Yeah.
Was that a positive or a negative?
It's a positive for Tundra and a negative for Wildcard.
Okay, explain.
Okay, well, as much as I like the chaos and the fight Wildcard have, it unfortunately is very much like they lock down that one guy really well, but they don't have cheap stuns to help kill off like a super elusive hero like Storm Spirit. So a Storm, he'll hunt the Bane at every fight, so assume Bane can never grip now. And now Pangolier's off on the front line, rolling around. So yeah, Storm just really punishes the fact that chaotic lineups, when they're not really together, Storm will always kill off someone.
Yeah,
so it's nice.
They're just going to ban Puck Ember, right? And now your control for this hero is going to be difficult. I mean, there is a world where you could go Yules on Shadowfiend mid and kind of like be catched for Storm there. Not sure if I like that though, because I think your options for carries don't get much better than Shadowfiend currently.
10 seconds remaining.
But then again, you might have to be a little careful here on this Enigma hero, right? It could just be last pick for Wildcard if you don't have the right hero against it.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be very devastating. They ban out the Razor, though, which... I mean, it's a Crystallis classic, I suppose. I don't see right now what it's particularly good against, but...
I mean, Wildcard can't be too reactive with their bans, because if they ban in a way which says, hey, we think about
obvious,
Enigma right now, then suddenly Enigma gets banned, right?
Trying to be sneaky, maybe?
Yeah, along those lines. Like, you want to ban out heroes that can kind of deal with it, but not...
But there's no way that Tundra's, like, not talking about Enigma.
No, of course. But then the debate is, like, do they value Ember higher, right? And Ember jumping onto the backlines and...
Another Crystallis classic with the Monkey King band. For Tundra, they can always go for the Kunkka again.
They could.
I'm down not to see it.
Yeah?
Yeah, me too. I mean, 3 times in a row.
You have to pick like some Gyro or Kunkka just because that Enigma can happen.
But if you ban out Enigma now, or is that too scary because you have to ban the Ember instead?
I think you ban Ember and you just take like a Gyro or something here. It's like pretty good for the game. Don't care too much about getting gripped. You can frontline with the DP.
You can twin gate and then try and kill Shadowfiend a couple times.
Solid carry. TB's out of the pool.
Yeah, don't mind it at all.
Tundra Esports.
But they ban the Ember anyways.
Just
so they don't. Okay, either they don't care about Enigma.
They do. I hope. I mean, we've seen like Toronto Tokyo play, for example, right? Like, if this hero has a good game, it's really on the Enigma to mess it up, essentially.
Of course, yeah.
And that doesn't feel like a good spot to be in. So, I think whatever they pick here has to be anti-Enigma. Otherwise,
no, I agree.
It's a problem.
And they do it. Okay, good. Yeah, nice.
So now they don't care about Enigma.
If this was Tundra yesterday, for some reason, I'd have expected a Sven. Even though we've spoke about Enigma for so long, we spoke about Gyrocopter, like, we know that this is what we feel like should be it. For some reason, it's like, oh no, don't do it, Tundra, don't do it.
And that's why I thought Kunkka, just,
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Prepare.
Gyro's also a hero that really can't be punished as well as a carry. There's not a single hero I can think in the offlane that's like, oh, I just don't want to play Gyro into that. He's just a strong laner. So it makes potentially getting that last pick offlane not really viable.
But that's where, like, in hindsight, potentially for Wildcard, is if they really wanted Ember or Enigma, then they would have had to ban, rather than banning Monkey King, they would ban, let's say,
the Gyro.
Yeah, they ban the Gyro there to then force the Enigma ban. If Tundra do take Monkey King, it's a carry roll, so you don't care about it because you still pick Ember for mid lane. It's not the mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
So, like, there is a way in which you could have forced one of the high value heroes to your side without giving Tundra the best pick and banning the Ember to prevent the Enigma. But they opted
in
to go for a
hindsight,
different route.
yes. Well,
Exactly.
They were trying to be sneaky, though.
They were trying to.
Unfortunately, Tundra didn't fall for it.
No,
No.
exactly. But if they did fall for it, it would have been a good Enigma game. Alas.
Well, let's see what Wildcard comes up with instead, because they can still, when they put that Pango on the offlane, they can go for a whole new one. If
I mean, I would personally just slam in Morph again for me. But
How about a Tiny?
meh.
Meh.
24 pick Tiny has always been like meh. It's the control that they wanted, I guess, right? So
It continues down this path of there is so much control and now repositioning built into Wildcard's lineup that it's all on Yamsen, right? His Alchemist game was a little bit lackluster, right? He kind of had some moments, had some others, but this time, like, he needs to have a good lane, have the itemization, because at some point when he has Daedalus and all the right-click Hurricane Pike, Tiny's gonna be throwing people in, there's gonna be grips and control. Like, he can kill anyone in the game, but he has to have the farm to ensure that when his team's controlling people, he can actually kill them.
One of the criticisms we had on Wildcard in Game 1 was that we wanted them to have something that was a little easier to execute. How is this lineup? Is this an easy to execute lineup? Like, how would you scale it?
So much pick-off potential and so much like aggression early on that it kind of fits that kind of archetype that you're mentioning.
yeah, I mean, it's a very solid draft, right?
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't like impressed with the last pick or anything as far as counter pick wise, but it completed what they needed for their draft, which is good. And I think on the opposite side, you also have a really well-designed draft. I think both these drafts are pretty even. It's going to come down to mainly initiation and execution.
I mean, the safe lanes for both teams are really strong. Like a Gyrocopter with an Argus Iron, extremely strong. Shadow Fiend with Jakiro should be getting kills. So I think now it's on BZM and RCY in the mid lane. Who gets the active runes, who's more active. Like, that can really decide a lot. Because I'm expecting both safe lanes for both teams to kind of have a good entry to the game.
Do you have a favorite?
No, Shiva, I do not.
I prefer.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant on the teams winning. I didn't think you meant draft. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I prefer Wildcard.
I was like, no, I don't care who wins. I want to see good Dota.
We all want to see good Dota. I know 2 people want to see good Dota as well. It's Odie Pixel and Kazu for Game 3.
Thank you very much, CVS. Game 3 time, the deciding match here between Tundra and Wildcard. Kezu, what do you make of these lineups?
I kind of like both of them, not gonna lie. I think this is gonna come down to execution more than anything. Don't really prefer one draft that much over the other. Maybe a slight edge towards Tundra. Not fully sure, but Wildcard have good tools. You've got minus armor, you've got some good team fighting with the roll, you've got the Requiem. Bignum gets his hands on the Bane once more. So, yeah, I'm just expecting a good game with lots of brawling. That's what I want.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And both teams here with these sort of lineups, they're definitely going to be down to bring in the action. Now, one thing for sure, this is not going to be a game where we've got 2 heroes on the same team farming a Radiance, right? No, none of the Radiance
none
stuff.
of that.
All about the beating each other up instead.
There's 0 Radiances in this game.
Yeah.
Unless we see some
We've had enough of those
crazy
today.
stuff. Oh. Let's see. Bignum fishing for a sleep one more time.
The battle begins.
Looks like just a good old-fashioned... Is it the 2 for 2? No,
Oh,
a
they got the 3 of them. They got down on the bottom one there.
Easy for USA.
Yeah. 3 for 1. Let's see what we get for the mid, because obviously last game RCY on the Quap had a fantastic one. I was heard the panel a little bit mixed on sort of the vibe of coming in with the Tiny last pick. Do you sort of agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a very explosive last pick, but as they said, it gives them what they want, or what they need rather. Chrysalis taking quite a bit of pressure pre-laning stage here. You don't really have the same pop of potential as a Queen of Pain.
No.
And I will say, these heroes like the Quap, the Storm, and the Puck with 1 or 2 added layers of protection, which BZM does have in the Snowball and the Song, they have looked like very scary heroes.
BZM should have a pretty decent time here in the lane. Very unlikely to die, at least against a Tiny, unless we get some support rotations coming in, but even then I think BZM's going to be fine. And on the side lanes, 33 on the DP again. Do you think that any sort of difference on the outlook of this game as the Death Prophet?
Maybe a slightly slower game for 33. Wildcard's dual lane is quite strong with the SF and Jakiro. If they do step out of position, of course there is pressure. Tusk can always make some stuff happen. I would expect both of them to be happy. Both Yamsun and 33 to get what they want. We'll see if Saxa can be the X Vector.
And at the moment, do you sort of enjoy the SF more in the safe lane compared to the mid? You know, where do you think this era does sit better at the moment?
It's quite game dependent, but this is a pretty good game to like just sit on the range, get out the right clicks. You're good against the gyro, you're very good against the DP. So in this game, I definitely preferred within the safe lane, especially with a Pango to also buff it up with the minus armor later down the road.
So far on the bottom lane, Fade 10 and 4, Crystal 8 and 0. I'll just get those few extra denies in early on whilst the gyro's right click ain't too crazy.
Well, looks like the type of early game where every core will kind of get what they want. Should lead into a pretty aggressive early game if everyone kind of gets the tools that they need and want. Because bottom, Naga Gyro, just lots of harass. But if you're the Pango, you're going to work on a Bracer, just ferry yourself some more tangles. You should be okay.
And where do you reckon we're going to see the kills first?
Huh. I'm going to say top.
I feel top, right?
Yeah.
Top. Something's going to happen top. They're either going to, we're going to have Tundra right going in for the kill. Yeah. They don't get it. Then bam, 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 the raises come in.
Because bottom, it's just a bit of pressure back and forth, like some flag cannon. You take some deluge. Who cares? But top, yeah. You've got the raise combo or Saxa going in with the tag team shards. So this is where I'm going to be keeping my eyes.
I've got level 3 on 33. It's not quite hit there by...
They did get the Lotus, and this is quite a big deal. The Hardcam pull will give them a pretty good position. Something you desperately want when you do play a lane with Tusk.
Yeah, so now it's got the level 2 raises. We're good to go now.
Nice dodge by Saxa on the dual breath there.
And 33 was able to snipe the large neutral creep. And Bignum ready to sort of stop BZM getting the water rune, but BZM was able to get the pickup before the Nightmare was there. So Bignum not able to stop that.
I like the idea. You're just like 1 or 2 seconds late, so that costs you a little bit. BZM still gets the rune and you waste your TP into the mid. Tundra are getting away with some very good CS in both the mid and top lane. BZM couple hundred net worth ahead in the mid. 33 couple hundred ahead of Yamsun on the SF.
Now making sure not to give any chances for Yamsun to get any early action with the raises. Tundra playing it safe top.
Let's see what Saxa wants to go for here. He did just hit level 3 and he is salving up, so they could be aiming to gear up for a bigger play.
And they are looking at speed. And speed knows. Stays close to the tower. Not going to give them the chance to roll in on him. Bottom lane. Just a missile being thrown out. Chrysalis has to still turn his attention over towards the creeps coming in under the tower. Do get the double courier snipe there though, Fade. Taking out the both of them up top. Rolling on a speed. They'll get the first blood. They'll lose Saxa in return, but 33 got what he wanted there. Gets the first blood.
It's a good turn play from Wildcard, but I will say that Tundra did a very nice job, like really setting up that play.
Now bottom Bignum might be in trouble. There's a missile heading his way. Chrysalis closing in. He's got the level 2 barrage. He's going to try for the TP out. It's fine. It's enough here. Not quite a level where the damage will overwhelm him. Back over in the mid. Rotation's coming in. Saxa's coming in with the backup though. BZM's going to be fine, and BZM's now just going to be able to turn and take out both of them. Saxa coming in clutch there to allow BZM to come out on top of that one big time.
I mean, this guy is just a crazy good position for. He first sets up the first blood top, whittles them down, has the stick, fairy fire, everything, gets level 3, sets up the play, respawns, goes mid. Double kill for BZM. And that's an active rune as well. Cannot underestimate all of these things coming out for BZM. Amplify damage with the Soul Ring.
Now Bignum is ready in case BZM gets greedy with this. With the avalanche, but just enough mana to break out of the cast range of Bignum before he can get in with the Nightmare.
Whitemon is here also, trying to force away Yamsun from the tower.
And Saxon's just going to still try and be annoying here, just chasing Yamsum down.
Oh, they kept the siege creep alive on 1 HP. Even Crystallis is here.
I mean, they know that Yamson's not going to be in any sort of shape to try and farm or push back this wave, so Tundra's going to get away with almost certainly just taking the entire tower here.
Yeah, a tier 1 without Exorcism being used. It is quite a big deal. Could even open up for 33 to maybe like walk towards mid for the 8-minute rune with his first Exorcism. Of course, this is a lot of space for Fade down in the bottom lane.
I'm not able to get anywhere close, though, to matching the tower pressure. Tier 1 still stands very strong on Tundra's side.
They did talk about the importance of the active runes, and I absolutely agree. On the 8-minute mark, might want to see both 33 and Fade walk in towards the mid to help out their mid laners.
Yeah, you don't want to let BZM keep getting these.
Absolutely not.
Now looking towards Crystallis bottom. It's for the Nightmare, seeing if they get any sort of TP reaction. Nothing's coming in, though.
They don't quite want to pop the roll here, as just kidding, they didn't even skill it. Oh, there's the Exo.
The speed trapped in the shards, nowhere to run.
That's a good move. Mid lane is pushed in. There's a shield rune at the bottom. Looks like Whitemon is on top of that for now.
I mean, they're getting a lot done with this early game. Fortification will come out from Wildcard. Another power rune for BZM.
Yeah, and one thing snowballing into the other. The fact that you get the top tier 1 without the Exo just allows you to go mid now.
Now this is quick.
This is really bad for the
Two towers taken out, 8 minutes in. Very fast gameplay here from Tundra.
Losing your mid tier 1 this early also means it's so hard for RCY to contest any of these next runes. Wildcard trying to get some pressure down in the bottom lane. I'm surprised you don't have roll skilled here on Pango. I don't know if this is some new meta that I've missed out on, but just wants to get some more pressure in his own lane for now. This map state is annoying for Wildcard, because now in the top lane, Tundra are abusing the hard camp to pull it back, and they're just holding their own safe lane tower with the Gyro and the Naga Siren.
It's so difficult for Wildcard to get any sort of push going themselves.
Definitely have to look towards Fade here on the Pango to bring it back at least a little bit with maybe one of the early rolls. See if they can use that to good success.
It just doesn't seem like they're able to really do much with the 3 of them down here. And they can't really set up onto Tundra.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to look to stack up a little bit, look to get the ultimates on your 2 supports, because they are definitely very needed. Whitemon doing a good job at least breaking the hard camp stack.
Smoke time from Speed and Big Num. Still not easy for them to get a kill. Maybe they can find Saxa, but
it's not
BZM's by his side.
Yeah, it's not the easiest smoke yet. Saxa a little bit of a body. 33 seems to be the target for now.
That would be a good catch.
You have to remember, Tundra is seeing very little on the map. Let's see if 33 can read this one.
I know he's in the trees. Get the setup, and they're not going to mess around. They use the Requiem to make sure he's locked down by the fears.
Good combo. That's the best kill on the map they can get, because I don't really see how you kill Storm. Speed does run into Saxa and will probably die.
Now, Tundra not going empty-handed. They might even get the catch on RCY. BZM has only got a little mana left to play with. They'll get the toss back. BZM,
okay,
it's caught in the combo. He'll get out with the last bit of mana. Will live, but at the least, of course, Yamsum there being in the area. It's enough to stop RCY from getting taken out.
That's so close to being a kill. Maybe if you're super clutch and you like get off the medium raise while he's mid-air in the toss, but either way, some good pressure onto BZM.
RCY still hovering around, but closing the gap on BZM seems pretty much impossible. So BZM will be able to reset, get back to base. He's got the Kaya done.
They are slowly getting towards their ultimates on the Wildcard support side.
Looking at the mid, they've got both supports, this Saxer and White Mob. Now look at the catch on Big Num. Bringing him back over towards 33. It's a dead bait.
That's a completed Aghanim Scepter on 33 at minute 12.
That's yeah, you don't normally see them this fast.
Nope. It's not something you see every day. Good aggressive wards from Tundra at the moment. One bottom, one mid, and one at the top.
Just straight for Roche here, Tundra. They want to keep playing it super fast this game.
Yeah, why not? Your early exorcisms already gave you the tier 1s. It's not like you can take a tier 2. You've got the Ags and the tag team.
Very, very fast moves from Tundra in this early game so far. Wildcard not falling too far behind on gold. Still able to keep 3 cores in a solid spot, and it is Crystallis that's slightly behind those.
Well, Wildcard, at least they're certainly not stressing, because they are keeping up in the net worth, like you said. Doesn't feel like the easiest game at the moment, but it's not like they forced any unnecessary moves. They are closing in on the blink on RCY, and they're getting the defusal on Fade, so some timing's coming out for them.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm going to try for a smoke here with the ults. Fiend's Grip and the Rolling Thunder here. Blink Dagger is done on RCY, so also can look to get over. Let's be being cheeky, seeing if he can hang around.
Him.
They know he's it. Oh.
Well, speed sees them, but they don't see
yeah.
speed.
Now
him.
they see him, yep. They'll have him. Not going to get away with trying for the 14-minute wisdom this time round. Outside of the map, Fade. Oh, actually, Whitemont is able to get the Shrine of Wisdom. He won't get out. Does die, but at least takes the Shrine away from them.
Yeah, Whitemont does get the steal. Status is very low.
Oh, they saw him jungling though, right? I mean, Bignum...
He's trying, but...
It's worth a shot.
It is daytime,
Maybe,
so it's not easy.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. He's sneaking around the trees. So, yeah, no, it's not happening. No. Crystallis is back to base.
One of the next moves, let's see for Wildcard what they're going to be aiming for here. You've got the defusal, you've got the blink, so you're not weak. BZM.
Trying to set him on a Fade, but Fade's got backup. RCY's in with the Avalanche. BZM, he'll zip to the side. Aegis will get taken out of his hands. They're reaching with the punch up onto RCY, but Speed lays down the back repair, making it a bit awkward for them to chase. BZM still wants to get in there, closes the gap with the zip, but RCY's able to get the toss back into the grip. They've got the kill. They take BZM down. RCY's going to have Avalanche up in a second, but the rocket barrage from Crystallis will kill him off before he gets the second round of the spells out. Also able to find Bignum, and by the looks of his speed as they dive in under the tier 1 tower. Another kill to be found. So that nice little moves there from Wildcard to get the Storm kill, but they do lose the 3 of them afterwards. And now Tundra, they can push on, take the 3rd and final tier 1 tower 15 minutes in.
Yeah, like you said, look good initially, but they do pay the price. A couple of kills plus the tier 1 tower. At least Yemsen did get quite a bit done in the top lane. Some more farm for him. Need to see if they can connect some of these Rolling Thunders into the next fights. 4K lead as they catch Saxa in the mid.
Now, RCY will probably go for this. Toss back. Fades here with the extra damage. Saxa can't run from this. Same time up top, though. Oh, that was close. Yeah, Whitemon was trying to get the setup and help out there as BZM wants to hunt down Yamsen, but that TP just out in time.
Blink completed on 33 as well. So that's a 2k HP DP with Aghanims plus a Blink Dagger. And well, if stuff goes wrong, you've got the Snowball save and the Song to bail you out also. Oh, we've got the roll on BZM.
Super low mana. So any help coming in? There is Saxa trying to step up, but he gets caught by the Nightmare. Whitemon's here as well, though, so BZM's fine. He's able to actually just turn and get a kill himself. Could not punish the Storm in time, despite him having minimal mana.
Let's see, Fade should be okay.
Tundra. We've got 33 with the Exorcism back online. Level 2 Exorcism as well.
Wildcard still have this ward for a little bit more. Let's see if they want to try to do something. They do bring Big Num back here. Does Tundra go for a smoke of their own?
Saxa. That's the catch. Silence comes in on towards Big Number in turn. They're ready to jump back in. They get the setup into the grip. They've caught 33. He's surrounded. He's healing up, though. Not healing up enough, though. 33 does die. Zip forward. BZM wants to clean up. He's going to be able to get Fade. Turns his attention over towards Speed, but respects RCY. Doesn't want to try and fight on whilst the Tiny's there. Wildcard getting that good grab and able to take down 33 through the Exorcism.
A very big kill for them. That's the top net worth hero in the game. And you get his big cooldown out of him also. Still very quiet game for Yamsen, but his net worth keeps shooting up.
He's keeping up. RCY is going to be everywhere now. The bot's online for the Tiny. Just doing everything they can to be present on the map and ensure that the CSF continues to get space.
Really good spell usage from Speed here. Double Ice Path into the ult. Still, this damage from 33 nearly takes down Fade with it.
It was close.
Crazy.
Yeah. That Pango, of course, did end up dying at the end, but indeed nearly died before 33 went down himself.
They are racking up a lot of deaths on their supports. BZM with 12 charges on the Galvanize.
And Chrysalis is certainly climbing back into the ranks now. But the space that he's managed to find down bottom, very close down the Ags on top of the Chrysalis. And then his farm's going to increase just that much more.
They do see Fade on the ward. Oh, they got BZM.
Yeah, gets caught, and now under the tower, they still get the jump on a Fade. So Tundra, the finder trade.
Good kills, I guess. What, toss back into... Yeah, toss back Requiem, maybe some Ice Path in between.
That's bottom tier 2, though. Tundra, not going to be phased by the fact they've lost their mid. They're on with the push. Still coming in here fast. It's pre-20 minutes. It's a tier 2 gone. It's continuing to take over so much of the map here.
See where Wildcard can go from here. Roche is still dead for a bit. They might be looking at this BKB on Yamsen to then start getting him involved in the game. Tormentor up in a couple of seconds.
Doesn't look like Wildcard are going to fight this. Tundra, Tormentor's all theirs.
Very nice shard, some extra healing.
7k lead now. Getting close as well to the timing where they could look for that next Roshan. And imagine, honestly, Wildcard, they're probably at a point where they look to fight the Rosh when they, I mean, especially if Yamsen's got the BKB.
Definitely should be able to.
Like, they're going to want to bring the team fight when this BKB is online for Yamsen.
Tundra did see the smoke. I mean, at least they pinged them out before the smoke came out, so wouldn't be surprised if Saxa gets to clip this one and blink out.
Let's have a look. Big number on RCY. Can they get the jump on? They can. Straight in. Avalanche setup. Saxa will get the snowball off. And with that, he's able to get the blink off. They got anything else to chase him with?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
They're ready for the fight here, Tundra. They go straight in for Big Num's ready to zip over towards RCY. BZM has got him caught. Double kill for 33 there as Tundra more than happy to fight back as Wildcard try and poke at them. Fade will clean up Whitemon on the other side here with Speed as he was looking to try and play around the Shrine of Wisdom. But that team fight, sort of attempted a team fight top, gets completely fallen apart, and Tundra off the back of it, they're able to take themselves yet another tier 2 tower.
Yeah, a bit of an overplay. They do nearly get Saxa, but then definitely overstep their welcome. As Whitemon went for the classic. The Whitemon classic where you try to steal. He will pay with his life. He's got the Ags completed on Pango, so Fade, he is very strong. He's not really been in too many of the team plays just yet. I think that will have to change for them soon if they want to strike back in this game.
Yeah, almost certainly him and Yamsen are going to get dragged into the action soon. With how much of the map Tundra's taking.
I mean, they do have a lot of minus armor between the two of them. If the lucky shot procs with the SF aura in the vicinity. Heroes certainly can fall very quickly.
Here we go, Wildcard. Gonna hit out with the smoke. Same time though, Tundra. Also ready to fight.
Smoke on smoke.
And Chrysalis is sort of the bait right now. The scan has been hit though, so Wildcard know that there's backup behind him. They're gonna be scouted out here by the illusions. And they'll know that Fade won't be alone.
Well, in the meantime, 33 is getting a bit of space in mid, and he's finishing up his BKB. Yeah, he is so scary.
Yeah, this does seem like a difficult game to kill him through a BKB.
Yeah, you'd need the whole roll on him and SF right clicks. But need to remember, there's a song to start healing him up. Potential snowball save as well.
Right, through the twin gate they go. At the moment, just BZM playing on the top side.
Wildcard could look for a couple of tossbacks again. Of course, you always have the tossback Requiem combo.
See how much
tossback into a grip.
I mean, is BZM going to sense this? It's a hard catch to find for Wildcard, and one that looks to not be happening. Yeah, BZM's already back over to the mid.
I mean, the fight is going to be around Roshan. I hope that Wildcard are aware. Because it does die fairly fast.
It really does. I mean, maybe they feel like with the sort of the song from Whitemon, that sort of strong ability to set up fights around the Roshan, it's just not an area that Wildcard want to go.
Maybe, but the Storm Aegis is really troublesome. Uh-oh.
He's gonna get jumped.
He's gone. This ward has really paid off big time in this game.
Yep, pretty much full duration coming in, and they're gonna get this tier 2 as well. So 24 minutes in, all tier 2s taken away from Wildcard. Definitely one of the earlier timings you'll see from a team. Tundra is completely ruling the map. And now into the Roshan with no Pango up for 25 seconds. They don't have the full team. They're just going to sit back, keep farming. They don't want any part of this wild card. Tundra, they're going to get this Aegis.
BZM closing in on the top net worth. Will get themselves a BKB plus Aegis.
Yeah, Wildcard very much just trying to play it cool and wait until they're super sure that they can turn up and present themselves as 5. And Yamsen, he's got the Hurricane Pike on top of the BKB done, so the defensive items are secured here for the SF. BZM showing top. He's going to zip into the trees, see what he finds.
Okay.
He's able to clear out the 2 supports, able to dodge the avalanche as well. Gets the pull in, but the Fiend Script's there. Immediately cancelled over the snowball, crossing over the 2 of them. Speed will fall. Bigdom's in trouble as a missile's going to be heading his way. Cooldown as well. They've got the song ready to surround more. They're trying to clip Yamsen. They'll settle for RCY. As Whitemon's going to move forward, see if he can get any sort of control onto the SF, and he can. Whitemon pushes forward to make sure that they don't just kill off RCY. They have a chance of getting Yamsen, and they will succeed with that chance that Whitemon grants them.
Oh, big fight for them as BZM, he just charges in with the illusion runes, some zips, dodges some spells. His entire team comes and backs him up. It's a 4-for-0 trade.
It's starting to look like a very difficult game 3 here for Wildcard.
I'm surprised Yamsen didn't just straight up pop the BKB and get the hell out of there as Fade. He might just keep up the feeding spree.
Yep, it's called by the silence, can't survive here. Feeling pretty good about this one right now, Tundra.
Quick TP over on the outpost. Wildcard need to come up with a better plan if they want to hold this one.
I mean, good start for BZM, right?
Yeah,
Scouts
really
out the trees, sees what's going on. They can't catch him. He's zip-zapping all over the place.
It's like the type of play where you're up so far, the enemy team doesn't really want to fight you. You go for something crazy, but BZM creates a couple more seconds of space.
And as we saw here again, but just Whitemon, just great moves from him. He knows the rest can deal with RCY. He just wants to make sure they get both of the big kills. Heads over towards the SF, gets him with the song and the drag back of the net. Massive kills for Tundra that start to push them incredibly hard and far ahead.
Song also so good with Storm. You top up his mana as well. Oh, let's see Yamsun. Feel like you probably have to go for like a Crystallis into Daedalus on him to try and shoot back. BZM in again.
He's in. He's got the catch on a speed. Glimmers are coming in as well as defensive nightmares, but the shards are down. Speed's trapped. So 2 minutes with the Aegis. Tundra could get a lot done. Exorcism up in 5 seconds. Song, Siren back online. They've got the ultimates ready to go with Tundra. This next step towards the high ground could be very, very difficult for Wildcard to put a stop to.
They definitely need some bigger plays. Maybe they're starting to rely on some tossback Requiem or a huge roll from Fade. It doesn't have the blink yet on the Pango. It's been a little bit quiet from him. They do spot Yamsun and Bignum walking through.
Oh, look at the sleep setup. They do have the grip.
Okay.
All right,
not the Requiem.
It's not enough damage though. And Yamsun, can he stand his ground against the two of them? He's trying to.
Nope.
He cannot. Has to run. Will survive. BZM and Crystallis don't overchase here, knowing that the backup was coming in for Yamsun. So Yamsun will at least survive. BZM actually is ready to go back in. Yamsun's still so low. He might just tick out. He'll survive on a tiny bit of HP. BZM will try for speed, but the glimmers up. Fades. He's in with the Rolling Thunder, but has to quickly get out of there with the Rolling Thunder as RCY is dead to Crystallis. I mean, they were lucky that Yamsun didn't die there.
Yeah, that was a strange decision to turn. They still had the Aegis onto BZM.
Easy courier snipe for speed.
Luckily, they will only lose RCY. And then they get the EXO out, so maybe a little bit of breathing space, but you don't really have the best map to play with.
And next fight, as we see, 33 is pretty much going to have the AC. What speed? Surprising BZM here.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, not gonna. Well, okay, he is able to take the Aegis out of his hands. Was shortly coming to an end anyway, so BZM won't care too much about that.
Well, does get a bonus charge on the mana region. Sure, why not? Full AC completed on 33. And this is a big deal. Like all this minus armor we talked about earlier. A lot of counterplay here now in the AC. Full satanic.
It's killing Crystallis is going to be pretty much impossible if he gets to press his buttons.
I think they're already having issues killing these heroes as there's a sleep.
And Fade's got to roll away from this. Unless they want to try for the fight, they're going to try and fight off the back of this. They're in with the Avalanche, but Sax is able to get the snowball off. Whitemon, he's got the song. He's going to catch pretty much the 5 of them. We'll put a stop to it. They're ready to push on for the kills now. Jump over to Bignum. Now look at RCY. BZM pushing on forward with the BKB. But the BKB comes to an end. They get the toss. The Requiem out. BZM has to play a bit careful. He's ready to try and push the hero to the limits, though, as he goes back in. Helps to kill off Fade. Yamsun's caught in the shards. Crystallis takes him out, gets the double. The tower, though, with the fortification will allow them to strike back at least the gyro. But 4 are dead on Wildcard. Only RCY survives.
Oh, BZM with his region rune just cruises through the fight.
And they've still got the ghosts.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't even need those for that last fight. They're ready with the push.
You have to give up this Rax. You need at least your Pango, 20 seconds for Fade.
I mean, it might even be more than 1 Rax.
It could be.
See how much Tundra can get here.
They should start threatening the mid-Rax also.
$33 straight over to it. 20 seconds still without Yamsun.
Uh-oh, Bignum in trouble.
He's going to find him. BZM.
He's dead.
You can't hide from this storm. As the mid-Rax Tier 3's gone. They're going to swing over kills. They're going to look for Fade. He's able to roll up in time. Sax is in with a punch, though. Onto RCY. The Shard's kind of tripping up Fade as well. Fade, he's kind of caught in them again. Trying to use them to his benefit to knock on a Saxa, but the snowball's up. Saxa, is he getting out of this?
No way. He will die out. He makes it work for it.
I mean, they've got the Yules here.
Okay.
Can they do anything with this? BKB's up. I'll just go straight for the BKB TP out. Fade, seeing if he can catch anyone else behind him, but the rest of Tundra at a safe enough distance, they'll back off. So they do manage to hold at least the second set of racks mid.
It's a decent hold, but be careful. BZM is around and they have full vision all around. Uh-oh.
And they're just straight on Janssen. Walking down the mid lane, he'll get the BKB off, but he's already dead. He did not expect them to make that sort of quick play back over towards him. He was just walking straight down mid.
I mean, look at all the vision that Tundra have outside of the Wildcard base. Even with 33 not being in the fight.
Yeah, that's a painful death there on Janssen.
Absolutely. I mean, they have full control. Like, where are you going to go? Sure, you want to walk out the bottom lane, they'll just walk at you there. It's a 28k lead now.
It certainly is. Wildcard. I mean, look at this. BZM's just straight in towards Fade. Fade's able to get the roll-up off. He'll be fine, and that was BZM committing in with the BKB. So a bit of breathing room for Wildcard, whilst they don't have to worry about the BKB on BZM.
Let's see, can they turn this into anything? I don't know. It means they would have to leave the base, and even then they need some big moves to get a kill through the snowball save and the song.
Now, all three cores of Tundra are just so massive right now. 20k net worth, you know, all clear, like a 5k advantage each ahead of that of Wildcards. And they're getting very close to Whitemon even catching up to the cores of Wildcard. It's a tough spot for Wildcard to be in, to say the least.
They're going for a play.
What can they find? If this doesn't go great, this might be their last move.
They're looking on the mid wave. Won't find anyone.
Down nearly 30k. Can they do something miraculous here?
Saxa sees everyone and breaks the smoke.
They're going to look to him first. Janssen gets clipped by the sun. He's got the BKB. He'll Hurricane Pike himself back. He's trying to beat into 33, but 33's too tanky. The BKB's out. Janssen will get the Requiem off. They've got the grip on the 33, but they just don't have the damage to kill this Death Prophet. RCY falls. That's Janssen gone. Tundra, they're going to get the cleanup. They're going to get the game. They'll get the series. They're moving on. As this was a this is just... This game 3, it was a painful one. That was a painful one for Wildcard. We saw excellent stuff from them in game 2 and from a lot of other games that they've had here at this tournament, but this game 3, it was not close, Kezi.
No, this one was a beatdown. And Tundra looking very... This Death Prophet still looking way too good for my liking.
Yeah, getting it 2 times in a row and doing it a bit different this time as well with a build. 33 works out excellently. 11, 2, and 11. A rough one here for Wildcard to drop as Tundra will take this series 2-1.
Congratulations to them. They will be going to the playoffs starting tomorrow. And this game number 3 definitely was the nail in the coffin for Wildcard. This was very dominant compared to the other 2 games where, yes, Tundra was still very strong as well, but maybe not as clean. I did feel fair that this one was maybe not the cleanest we've ever seen Tundra, but definitely a lot better than the first 2.
Yeah, this is what we would expect from the team. They did really well in the lanes. They didn't really drop the ball very much in this particular game. Their high grounds were more organized. But yeah, I really like how they played the map as a whole. Like time and time again, this Storm pick really showing why it's so good. Sox is on the map, hunting as well. So really well played by them.
Yeah, it just helps for Tundra. They took this mid-tier 1 tower so early that it forced Tiny to be already playing deep by his tier 2 to his own jungle. BZM had free access to a lot of the map. So yeah, just Tundra, really strong draft, really good map play. And they never really allowed Wildcard to feel like they could bring all their heroes together. Like they were always like kind of chasing the next item, whilst, you know, Death Prophet, look at the net worth in this highlight, top net worth, right? Into a Jakiro and a Shadow Fiend lane, you could argue could be a lane that Death Prophet could struggle in, but because of the Tusk and how efficient 33 is in his laning, had no problems at all farming.
Yeah, definitely not. And it just felt like Wildcard, there's so many small little fights where they just felt like they didn't bring enough heroes to the fights, right? Like they tried to set up, for example, like on the DP ones with like some sleep combination, Requiem and grip, but like the team was just behind them right away, and it just happened time and time again. And it's like BZM, his access to the runes that he got in this game just allowed him to continuously be playing this map. So if they're able to shut down maybe the runes from the Storm, that could have helped out a little bit, but BZM was just absolutely everywhere this entire game, killing this Bane and this backline, making sure they had no game.
Is it safe to say that we're putting Death Prophet back on first place ban?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, like, his laning, the one armor isn't going to be felt a lot. So in some situations, it might be weaker, but that's kind of this patch in a nutshell for me. It's like everything is similar in the same, it's just a little bit weaker. You know, you're going to definitely feel that slow not being there in some late game fights, but it's still going to get to that stage where it's strong in the lane, it's going to scale.
The Aghanims, didn't even mention it today, but you still hit buildings without having to use Exorcism. Yeah. You still can threaten people without having to use Exorcism, right? The fact that you get spirits outside of your ultimate is really high value. So yeah, once again, the leather patch, we're not expecting it to be big. We're not expecting it to be groundbreaking where the drafts and identity of teams will shift. But yeah, for Death Prophet, that was a question. Is the Ags truly nerfed? And clearly, how 33 played it in both games. Laning's good, game's good. Not nerfed.
Not nerfed. We saw it maybe here and there in the previous game, but there's also so many other things we could nitpick that didn't go the way of Tundra in that game. That could also be the reason why the Death Prophet didn't win that game around. We have for our standout player at Saxa's Tusk. It was a very smooth game from the whole squad. Why this player in particular, Fear?
Yeah, I think in general, just Saxa, the way he plays the lane of 33 is really good. And if it was any hero but Tusk, I feel like that lane could have been hard, right? But that small repositioning, Shadow Fiend out of place, you get that Siphon on you, now you're in trouble. So he really enabled all of that. And I think in the mid game too, he disrupted a lot of these roles from the Pango just by throwing some shards into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, and we also have one fight that we really felt you guys should see again. It was the deciding fight. I feel like kind of maybe Fear, this game was already kind of over at this point.
Well, this definitely didn't help.
Mentally.
As you can see, the Shadow Fiend's still in the running in the net worth, so there's always a chance there. It's just the Tiny that's struggling. But you just look at this game, right? And like they instantly cancel the grip right away, which is amazing. If you kill BZM, maybe this fight's different. And then they set up with a song after that. It's just these small things, right? It felt like happening time and time again where they'd make this go, but they didn't account for the rest of Tundra and where they're at on the map, and they got punished hard for it.
I mean, the fight started with just a couple Tundra heroes, but the time it took to even progress the fight, they were able to come in. So yeah, impressive fighting from Tundra.
Impressive fighting from Tundra. Impressive fighting from their carry player who's joining us right now. Hey, Chrysalis, how you doing?
Hi. I'm doing good, I guess. I mean, we won, so that's good. I almost made us not win, but we won, so that's good.
No, congratulations on making it to the playoffs. My question to you first is, you guys had a little bit of a break. What did you do to make sure you would hit the ground running coming into this Wallachia?
I played a bunch of Night Rain, I think, and that was kind of about it.
Yeah, and that really helps your DOTA capabilities. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you could see that in the second game for sure.
Yeah.
It helped me a lot.
Nice.
Chrysalis, I'll be honest, I'm really upset with you.
Same.
That's okay. Coming into this tournament, I saw you playing Carry Undying and really fun heroes, but then you've come to Wallachia and you played Sven, and obviously some new heroes today. So what happened? Creativity in pubs, Tundra, not so? Like, come on, what's happening?
We played the heroes in like scrims, and we were sort of like kind of warming up, and like we just ended up losing like every scrim when we were warming up. So I think we kind of just grieved the idea of like the heroes like mostly altogether now because we just lost every game on it. And then now I'm just like, okay, well, we won on Sven every game, we'll pick Sven. Win this hero every game, we'll pick this hero and just keep it going.
Okay, and I guess outside of course, your Night Rain memes, have you been able to scrim much? Or have you been on like has the team just been on like a break recently? Or have you kind of been in full working mode trying to get to top form?
I think we're kind of like in working mode. I think still this tournament as well, a bit, again, catching up to the other teams that I've kept playing. And I feel like we've scrimmed before as well, like a week or two prior to Wallachia, and I did like pubs and stuff as well. So we did just like come in with like normal preparation, I would say.
Okay, cool.
All right. My question is, did you know there was a patch last night?
Nope.
No. All right. Good. That's all to know. About the new patch, what do you think is going to change about competitive Dota after glancing over it? Unless you actually haven't read it, who knows?
I mean, like I read it, but I feel like it changes again very little. There's some like stuff that's interesting, and I think there's some like things that will slightly change, like a winner of a hero. But I feel like overall, it's kind of a nothing patch, to be honest.
Do you wish that a letter patch had more sway towards competitive Dota? Like for example, Axe or Death Prophet. Do you wish like a letter patch would go, you know what, this hero's had a couple of weeks of fun being in the limelight. would you like to see it get nerfed to the point where it wouldn't be picked instantly in competitive, or do you think it's too reactionary for a letter patch?
I don't think you have to do that. I feel like it would be fun if there's like something more interesting other than just like ±1 armor, or, you know, Razor's Facet getting plus 0.25% on the spell amp. Just feels like it's kind of meh when there's like not really anything special or anything fun to use from it. It just feels like why is it there? To me, at least.
Fair enough. Making it to the playoffs, obviously great. You say you did scrim a little bit before this, 2 weeks of boot camp, or at least, you know, getting back into the groove of things. Did you, as a team, or maybe you personally, set any goals for yourself for this Wallachia in terms of where you want to end up?
I mean, you can never like not say that you're like trying to win, right? Obviously.
Sure.
So obviously it's trying to win. But I also think like it also realistically like expect the next big tournaments that are like coming up, that like you shouldn't get too
like it's a marathon, not a sprint type of thing.
Yeah, you shouldn't just completely like mess your brain up by like this tournament. I feel like it's very important, especially to get yourself like ready and feeling good for the next tournaments. But obviously we're also here to win.
With that in mind, how do you reflect back on the group stage you have had?
I mean, after that second game today, I don't know, man. Still some work to be done, I guess.
Why didn't you pick Sven that game? That's my last question.
Good point.
I mean, it's kind of annoying when you're playing like a Bay and he just grips you and just sits there like, wow, you're so good, and then you just die. It's just kind of meh. It doesn't feel that great.
All right.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see some Sven tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know. I feel like we're done with those two heroes now. Kuka is out, Sven is out. They're just going to find something else to play tomorrow.
Maybe the Undying carry coming.
Gyrocopter. It's what Chris said.
Okay.
When they win, they pick it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably going to be like 2 more gyro games tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, well, looking forward to it. Congratulations on playoff Chrysalis, and I'm sure we'll talk again soon, and good luck in the playoffs.
All right, see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Tundra moving forward was, I think, the expected outcome if you asked us a couple of days ago, but after the group stage, it was a little rocky. Happy to see them pulling it together and moving forward. I do want to close the book a little bit on Wildcard that take their leave here. I think they've made a pretty good impression on us, though, Fear.
Yeah, they played well this tournament for what we used to see from them, right? They made it to the last day, which is something. This team isn't done. They still have to go to the international as well, which is great. So I'm glad they got an experience and they can apply it towards another tournament instead of another, oh, we got into this tournament, we bombed out, time to disband, right? So we're going to see more of them.
Yeah.
No.
Use the time wisely. That's it.
That's it. Use that time wisely. There's 2 teams that have used their time wisely since yesterday. They're going to play for either elimination or advancement as well. It's Xtreme Gaming versus Heroic coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight. I'm here with Panto from Aurora, Analog from Heroic. I'm here with Yuragi from NAVI. Yuragi, how much of Pro Dota do you watch when you're not playing?
I usually watch big tournaments. The tournaments that I don't compete in, I have to, watch the replays and all the stuff, but it's a bit of pain in my heart, not playing a tournament.
Okay, so you're not in the chat like fanboy over certain teams.
Yeah, I always watching not only tournaments but also qualifiers, because it's interesting. You can watch something unique.
Interesting. Okay, all right. Well, let's see if that helps you out here then. We're going to throw up a clip and we're going to see if you can tell who is playing the hero in question. And the hero in question here is the Shadow Demon.
hope I was not playing this game because I don't remember.
No, this wasn't you. It wasn't you. Do you get any like vibes off this game? You know, whose kind of style is this? Would you say from the Radiant team?
Man, can we change the game? The game is hard.
I think it's Ari.
You think it's Ari?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it's not Ari.
Oh, I think I remember. I think there's Spirit on right side, I think.
Okay.
We're playing, but who was on the left side? Right, it's previous Wallachia, right? Or
yes,
no?
yeah, it's a previous Wallachia.
So, okay, if it's best of 5, it's grand final.
Yep.
BO5, 2-2, very hype game, 60 minutes. I should know, yes, I know.
It was a while ago though.
I should know as a viewer,
yeah.
But as a pro player, I have no clue.
Spirit versus Xtreme.
That's correct.
And that's Jinkyu?
It's not Jinkyu, no, other side.
Mira?
Absolutely correct, yeah, it is Mira playing the Shadow Demon.
I think it's Team Spirit, yeah.
Okay, and then who's the POS4 player on Team Spirit for the Shadow Demon?
It's Miposhka, yes.
Miposhka, team for POS4?
Well, the Shadow Demon is not POS5? He's POS4.
No, he's POS4. Yeah,
okay,
it's a weird draft.
My bad. So it's Mira, right?
Big save on the disruption, refresher, big catch on the Marcy as well to keep himself alive.
This guy is good.
Oh yeah. But who is it? Who is that Shadow Demon?
Ryu.
It's not Ryu. No, it's from longer back than that.
It's Mira?
Absolutely right. Yeah, it's your own teammate Mira.
Yeah, this guy played too good.
Too good to be Mira?
Yeah, too good to
That's
be
kind of rude. What the hell?
I remember Spirit were in this game, but I thought they on right side. Yeah, and they won this game, right?
They did, yeah. This was the grand finals, and they took the victory over Xtreme in a
it was first
very
season?
exciting. First season for Wallachia, yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Almost exactly a year ago now.
That's why I play with this guy.
That's why you got him on your team.
Yeah, you can watch on screen.
Xingqiu still killing couriers. Team Y. Wait, missiles? Chrono! It's out, but this is the Aegis. Can they kill him a second time, though? That's going to be the question. Can they even kill him once? Yadro turns, says, I'm going to fight. Ame now out mana. You got to be careful, but Xingqiu, the real carry, is here. Mira wants to get into range. Try and help him out. Demonic Cleanse. Do they have enough? Xingqiu jumps onto Mira instead. Oh, there's the Scepter, keeping him alive. Now goes Scepter out. Yadro backs out. Ame's in trouble. They get the big mana void. The connection is there. They don't have enough. DY, the last one in this fight right here. Actually,
all right, friends, we've got one series down in the last day of our group stage. Now only 2 remain. 4 teams left to find out their fate, if they will make it to the top 8 of PGL Wallachia Season 5 and out of the group stage, or if they will face elimination here today. My name's Tsunami, and I am joined by Lizard and Iñaki Godoy.
Good to be here. Is this attached to... Oh, you have one of the shirt.
No,
the sleeve is attached.
It comes off.
It comes off. Okay, you got one of the new sleeveless.
Yeah. And the sleeveless thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of surprising results, I would say, for this Wallachia. You know, Aurora not just like 2-0 stomping everyone, for example. Like you would kind of expect that. NAVI doing extremely well. I feel like also Wildcard put up a good fight. People were not expecting. And I think today, on this very next segment, there's going to be more surprises, Neil.
That's true, because at the minimum, both of the teams that are competing here, which is Heroic and Xtreme, they are both going to be competing at TI. And so really, I think the only non-TI surprising result has been Navi. Everyone else who has made it through will be at TI. So we'll see.
Well, Navi will actually be at TI, just won't be this roster.
That is actually technically correct. That is true. But it won't be, the name will be there. The players will not.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be either Xtreme or Heroic making it through here. You have any strong inclination one way or the other, Lizard? Because we talked about it yesterday. Some teams on an upwards trajectory, some teams downwards. Heroic was able to get their win against Edge yesterday, which seemed like a very reinvigorating win for them.
Yeah, I feel like that's the huge monkey off their back going into this tournament, just making sure that they can win against the carry that quote-unquote carried them to the finals and to the victory of grand finals in season 2, I believe, of Wallachia. So I feel like they are unchained a little bit. The same style that NAVI was playing, being unchained and being free. That's something that Ari was talking about. I feel like we could kind of sort of apply it to Heroic as well.
I think
there
so
was a
too.
lot of drama regarding the player and the team.
And it powered them up. They won yesterday, but they didn't just win. They won with style. There's a clip that I wanted to look at from Whisper where, this is why people call him Whisper God, and he was in the conversation for top 3 offlaners in the world. This is a 1 versus 5 gank. Every single thing is being used on him. 5-man vacuum into a 4-man centaur stomp. And now look at the Phoenix. This is still 1v5. Literally nobody's helping. He survives the gank and he kills Phoenix. This is insane. Of course, his entire team tipped him after this because there is no way in hell that this is supposed to happen. And by the way, that's not just any Phoenix. That was Puppy.
Yeah.
He just killed Puppy 1 versus 5.
When you look at the score, before killing Puppy, it was 5-1, then it was 6-1 after he was having a really good time. And I feel like that team actually does shine when Whisper is having a good game on the offlane. We might not see him playing Darkseer again. We might, but I feel like the hero did suffer in the small patch. He suffered one of, I would say, the biggest nerfs.
Yeah,
like the wall got exactly. The wall got nerfed.
The wall is
shard.
The wall is definitely the big one because I really feel like the slow has been something that Darkseer players, good Darkseer players, have been absolutely abusing. Is like putting it along a path where you have to walk through it and you just die.
I feel like the shard as well. Like the shard it became a core pickup after your first item. 90% of the Darkseers would buy like a pipe or crimson, whatever is needed as that first item. And then instantly into a shard.
Yeah,
the slow was obnoxious.
You just can't chase them.
You can't move.
Yeah,
it was stupid.
Between the 2 slows, it was pretty frustrating. But I mean, still one of the best buffing utility heroes in the game who can gain even stronger illusions of the enemy carry. So I'm sure. I mean, Darkseer always has a place, but I agree the stock in it probably has gone down.
Darkseer is just one of the components because they are going to be going up against Xtreme Gaming. And between the 2 teams, I'm curious to see how many of their Season 5 heroes have gotten touched in the C-Patch. It does seem like the C-Patch was a very gentle nerf. We saw 33 already doing work on the Death Prophet, which got nerfed. And so
he even rushed the Ags. Like it's still the same old build on Death Prophet. It was not a huge patch. In terms of like completely nerfing things. I'm really happy when Valve does these patches, by the way, because some of the heroes are so broken. But the thing with Xtreme and Heroic is that they're the #1 and #2 in terms of heroes played in the patch. Or in the tournament. So in terms of like teams that have suffered from the certain heroes being nerfed, these probably aren't 2 of them because they have such diverse hero pools that it kind of feels like they can play anything as, of course, we look at the hero pools that they have played.
I feel like for Heroic, it might even be kind of cool because some of the heroes that aren't really meta, they have been playing. And those heroes that aren't meta either get overlooked and they're not patched at all, or they get some small buffs. So that's nice. Like Nenge got a buff.
Yeah, these heroes are the reasons that I think that they have such wide hero pool for the team is because some of their players will play heroes that are not really picked that much. Schofield has been playing Spearpicker. The only 2 games of Spearpicker have been him. Ogre, King Jungles, he'll take that. He'll play Chen as well. You have both mids playing Sniper. XM will do Primal Beast mid, cutting creep waves. I was very surprised at the start of the tournament when we were watching Xtreme play. XM was playing very normal mids. It's like, what is this shit? This is not why I watch Xtreme Gaming. I want to see XM cut the creep wave. I want to see him playing Sniper Viper, just absolutely pissing people off by not actually playing the game. And it's good to see him kind of going back to that style.
At what point, though, maybe he retired it because it did become so expected of him. Everyone was like, XM is not going to play traditionally in terms of style or in terms of heroes.
You have to swing the pendulum the other way first and then swing it back.
Yeah.
So we're on the backswing now, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, and then so come TI, he'll have perfected his off-kilter mid style.
Yeah.
I feel like so far in this tournament, you have to respect everything from him. Like you have to respect these mid lane dominators that will just annoy you and you can't play Dota. And you also have to respect an honest Puck, an honest Storm Spirit, these classic heroes. But it's really cool as well from these two Chinese teams that are left in the tournament, Xtreme and Tidebound. Like you can see the co-op. They both have like individual very strong heroes that need to be banned out in the first phase because you don't know where they're going to roll them. Queen of Pain very flexible on Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, no team has been willing to give Ame Queen of Pain. I think he got it a single game, and then since then it's been banned. So it makes me wonder what the hell is happening in these scrims where teams don't want to let it through. And then I think Fear had a really good take on that co-op game where basically he was playing into the most horrible co-op game possible. He was against Puck, he was against Abaddon, he actually laned against Abaddon.
He laned against Abaddon and he maxed the poison.
And he
strike,
went, and he still went
strike.
dagger, and and it worked. So it's like, if that game is not one where co-op gets countered, then let's just not play against Ame co-op.
Yeah, there are some heroes definitely that you'd rather just ban out. Of course. Yesterday with Ari and his interview, he said the same thing that we all kind of know more or less. If you ban out one of these individual-esque heroes for teams, you are leaving something that is globally considered amazing.
Right.
And Axe is, right? So they pick it up. They get the Axe because they have the first blood the first pick, but
they're going to get
script revealed.
So.
But Doom on the other side.
I'm a little bit surprised that the first phases have not changed at all after the patch. I'm curious if the teams that are currently off right now because they've already qualified to the playoffs are the ones that are being able to do more research on the C patch implications, and the teams that are here now are just like, dude, we had like 12 hours to read this patch. I can't reconfigure my entire draft around that.
I think you're probably right about that. They've done prep for all of their openings, and I think you'd rather have the openings be like 10% worse because of the patch than like 50% worse because you're redoing
experimenting
it.
and innovating.
Throwing it all out the window.
Exactly, because like for instance, you know, Axe is still a pretty universally good hero. Whisper played it extremely well yesterday. And then on the flip side, Doom is one of the better answers to Axe. Like any hero that you want the enemies to just completely hard commit to you. Like Doom loves it when a good Doom target just goes in front of him and presents itself. And Axe is an excellent hero to Doom because then he's not getting multiple dunks off in the fight. He's also a hero that can hit like multiple calls in a single fight, and it can be very devastating. It's one of the highest win rate heroes versus Axe. So it's a good answer still.
Blink Breakers overall were considered the best counters to Axe, to Earthshaker, but these heroes, we don't necessarily see them too often. I believe we have seen one Venomancer game on the mid lane from Larl.
That I was thinking of also, yeah.
They are extremely annoying as well to play when you're playing Axe, but besides that, we've seen some Ursas, right? Like the casual lane dominators into him, which force the Axe to maybe rotate into a position 4 or 5. For now, from Heroic, we see the Doom and Shadow Shaman. Honest opening. Sorry, from Xtreme Gaming. Nothing crazy.
It's all heroes that got nerfed in the C patch, though. So I think the targets were right for the nerfs.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And I think still Axe against Shaman is it's pretty good for Axe. You can dunk through the chicken. That's something which is pretty nice when you're playing against this hero.
I think you can always make sure that he doesn't get away. It's just annoying. Usually Shadow Shaman doesn't even get away, but it's very annoying to chase that one extra chicken for
yeah, then his team gets away because you're chasing a chicken.
Exactly. In the lane itself, I don't mind playing Shadow Shaman into him. Like you have a lot of the shackles and the healing is really nice. You hit really damn hard. Plus the finger chicken, if it goes for that chicken fingers, it's pretty cool.
How flexible should I be considering this Axe? Because I know, obviously, Whisper has made this hero look fantastic, but we've seen Axe be moved around to 4 and 5 position.
I could see King Jungles playing it if they can get some ranged hero for Yuma to play. Like Axe Lina, something like that might be decent.
You're down for more Lina after yesterday.
I'm down for more Lina. I feel like that was... pure having a rough day and being being figured out.
Yeah.
I do think the way that he plays is a big part of that. I think Yuma is a lot safer, a lot less cocky, and like when you're playing one of these ranged glass cannons, it can look really good if you're playing aggressive and cocky, but
it can backfire.
It can backfire
so quickly. Yeah. By the way, so far from Heroic, they have some really good combos. This is a very straightforward draft. Clockwork, I love playing it into the Shadow Shaman. It's super annoying. Once you get hooked, you can't get out of cogs. You have 2 heroes now to work with, Ancient Apparition as well. The Ice Blast into the cogs or into Axe Call always feels nice. But it does make the Axe offlane. Right now,
it does.
This is almost set in stone that it will be Clock plus Axe offlane.
Yeah.
And it makes things way easier for Xtreme Gaming when it comes to drafting the position 1 and the respective position 5 that will support you.
I feel like the Ancient Apparition is also a bit of a block pick because Pelosin is, I think he's the only person that has played AA in the tournament.
Aurora had played it.
Aurora also played. Okay, there's very few picks of the hero.
There are very few.
And they've run Shaman plus Ancient Apparition before, and it looks good also with Clockwork. Like between Clock and AA, that's a solo kill on pretty much anyone. Like even Doom can die to this support duo. But on the flip side, if they give the AA, Shadow Shaman plus AA is also a solo kill. So it's such a nice support duo.
It's always nice to have these combos that you can work with through the game. And right now they have plenty. However, what they do not have on Heroic is easy catch. Like when it comes to Storm Spirit, at least. You have Hookshot, you have Axe, but all of these spells, if you're a Storm, you're hunting these heroes. Usually, they're not hunting you. So, of course, Heroic pick it up. It's a pretty good hero for XM. And we get ourselves a Nature Prophet, which should most likely be a 5. It could also be Ame hero, by the way, but they're leaving it a little bit flexible for now.
I agree with what you're saying about catch. They need to like Tiny here or something to answer the fact that they don't have a lot of catch. I mean, you could also go the other direction where you just play to like completely shit stomp the Storm in lane. Maybe Analog is feeling like playing Monkey King.
Yeah, we've seen some Monkey do well against Storm, and he is a Monkey King player as well, so wouldn't be that terrible.
Whoa!
I love it.
Yuma finally getting to stretch his wings.
Holy shit, this is a good Meepo game.
Dude, remember when Blitz asked about it in the green room? Like, I'm telling you, this hero right now, if played properly, there's a certain item build that you can go for with codependent that makes him absolutely unkillable. Like, this Meepo, to me right now, is flying under the radar, but I feel like he's really close to the power level that he was on in like 2015.
Oh, that's a...
If you remember.
Yeah, he was strong.
And the item build is more or less... I remember it. I spammed the hell out of it.
I know you did.
The item build is very similar as well for what I'm rolling. But we might see something completely different from you.
What is the build that you're rooting for?
I feel like you just go stats. Once again, codependent plus stats. You might get a Shard Aghanim's, but stats meaning Skadi. It got buffed
right, because wasn't the 2015 build like 5 Dragon Lances or something like that?
Yeah,
I think you still can go D-Lance.
Okay.
Disperser is also pretty good. I've seen a lot of Disperser.
Not bad at all. And you have Aghanims against Doom, right? So
the Ags is so stupid. You just cannot do Meepo. I mean, this is an insane Meepo game, to be honest. I feel like there needs to be some very hard counter coming out, like swap the Nature's Prophet to be a support, and then go like troll. Like you need something insanely hard countering the Meepo.
Carry Elder Titan.
Honestly, like because I know that teams consider Meepo to be like the best answer in the game to Storm. He cannot do anything in this matchup. It's really good against Natures too.
You need a BKB basically.
Yeah.
You're not afraid of any of these heroes hunting you. Prophet cannot do his Prophet thing because there's always a Meepo lurking.
Yep.
If Yuma plays it correctly into the Prophet, you can always hunt him down. So overall, yeah, like you can rotate through the Twin Gate. One thing that really interests me will be the facet choice from him. Like if he goes for the more Meepo facet, I feel like the hero isn't nearly as strong, but it's still a really good game for him. So it might not matter.
He will be able to get away with he doesn't need to be as aggressively capable because he has so much global help. AA Ice Blasts from far distance, Clockwork can join pretty much any fight, so he doesn't need to be as reliant on all 5 of my meepos poof in.
Yeah, there's sometimes sometimes it's a good thing and sometimes it's not as good that your team is that active because it usually means that they're missing something.
Yeah.
Right now, what I see from Heroic that they're missing is utility. Like, Meepo can be aggressive, he can play the map if you bring him the mechs, the pipes and all that stuff. Axe doesn't build it, and I feel like that might be a small issue, but it's easily overcome with proper gameplay.
Analog played DK if you want something that's just low-key on the mid lane.
Yep, DK, maybe Ember is banned out, Void Spirit is still left in the pool if you want to go that route.
I was thinking Void. Yeah.
If you're not afraid of the Shadow Shaman Doom combo, of course.
I feel like Heroic is feeling confident. DK is not a I'm confident last pick. You know, I mean, maybe they pick it because it's
still
stable and it makes up for the Meepo. Monkey's maybe doubling down a little too hard on like the cheese. I agree they need something a little more stable.
Beastmaster, if you want to go
First
for...
phase banned, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, they're actually just going to double down on our players are high skill, and we believe in them to play their core heroes.
I feel like Monkey is maybe a bit better than the other calls because of the laning stage itself. You come out on top and you can play the map.
But who's building the auras?
No one. Literally no one. Like
Fuck auras.
Basically, you need your supports to do some heavy lifting when it comes to utility.
I feel like Troll looks very good in the game against Monkey and Meepo. It's not the greatest against Axe. I mean, I know that can go both ways because you're a Sanjin Yasha buyer and you can also like lifesteal through Axe's call if you can get the ult off.
I know it's not that great into Monkey, but if you went for the good old Underlord carry as well with a cleave, it's not half bad.
I'm just trying to think Ame heroes because I was also thinking like obscure like that, but I feel like Sven Troll. I mean, ET would be sick, but I don't think Ame is playing a lot of ET.
Oh, it's a Prophet then, right? Or
Doom carry.
Or Doom carry.
Oh, Doom carry, okay.
So they're basically playing the tempo here instead. Honestly, if I'm a Meepo, I literally don't care about anything.
No, this is an insane game.
But he's clicked on more Meepo right now, Lizard, not codependent.
I feel like you still don't care.
Okay.
Like, looking at Xtreme, they need to outplay them, they need to play the tempo, they need to win the map, and I feel like that's why the Doom pick. But in general, Meepo into Doom is hella good for Meepo. Like, this is a very nice matchup for you.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they opt to pivot Ame to Doom carry as opposed to getting a last pick carry. Because also, what makes Darkseer so special in this that they opted for a 24th pick Darkseer?
I truly do not see anything that much better for the Darkseer than for the Doom. Like when you
Crimson Pipe buyer, I guess, against like, all this damage.
Your illusion is not that great this game. You are bringing, of course, a lot of utility, and I feel like you hit that power spike at level 7 when Doom can rotate in, you Iron Shell him, and then you can take control of the whole map. Maybe that's the idea.
Jenkins, you want me to bring in the rest of your Straw Hat crew?
Yeah, bring in my crew. I want to get some opinions on the draft.
Okay, what's Beak Up in the crew?
He's definitely the guy. Usopp. He's definitely Usopp.
Okay.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah.
I actually knew that was the answer.
And Lacoste, what's Lacoste?
Wait, what? What's that?
Lacoste? You can be Nami. You can be Nami.
He'd be more of a Sanji.
Wait,
No,
what are we talking
quite well.
about? I am not from this world. We're not from the same world, guys.
He's the critically acclaimed anime that Jenkins is not currently cosplaying right now.
I can be Nami and he's gonna be 2?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. We're 2 Nami. Got it?
All right.
Which means that my services are no longer needed around here. Gentlemen, take it away for game number 1.
Thank you, Tsunami. We are here into game number 1. We've seen this matchup before. The Yuma Meepo into Ame. It won. It was a long time ago. It was February of 2024 when he did it, but he wasn't playing with Heroic that time. It was the Nouns Extreme matchup.
You want to know the win rate of Yuma's Meepo?
I know the answer. I was just looking, but I'll let you
It is
the win
very nice. He's sitting at 69% win rate on the hero. Last time he played it, he did lose actually last 3 times he played it, but he also played it 4 months ago. So we'll see how that's going to affect Meepo, because some of the Meepo changes that did happen, it is nothing too crazy. Maybe I'll need to shut up because they are holding the high ground right now.
No, you can keep going.
So yeah, in the end, he did go for more Meepo facet. We did have prime attributes for clones factor from 0.85 to 0.9, so a little bit of a buff. His base armor has been decreased in 739. Ame is very dead here. Let's see who gets it. KJ, not sure if they wanted to give last hit to KJ, but they did somehow.
Probably wasn't intended, but this is how it went back in that February matchup that I recall with Ame and Yuma, where they really just beat up Ame to a pulp. I mean, it was a game in which Ame went 0-11-1. And that was, I think, Jug.
This is a good way to replicate it. Good start for Ame.
What, to replicate it? It's a good start for Ame?
Yeah, he started early.
I guess so.
I love the build on Axe. Love this Sauron build with triple Ring of Protection into Mango. So he wants to have extra bit of regen. Axe doesn't use that much mana. Battle Hunger is only 50 mana.
We've seen the 1-2 build from Axe.
Oh, no, his courier is going to die. Okay. I was worried there because Schofield did have Boots of Speed on the courier. I assume they want to be pulling this bottom wave closer to the tower, seeing that they are playing 2 melee heroes into Nature's Prophet. There's going to be a good amount of harassment. It is still a very good lane for Doom. There's going to be quite a lot of harassment, and Doom is a super strong laner. I'm just thinking this last pick overall for Xtreme Gaming, why did they decide to go for Darkseer? It is a lot of damage over time. If you combine that with Radiance, that might be it, where you have this Giga guy, you have this Giga Doom that does have insane amount of damage. You're building into Radiance, something that Meepo doesn't like to play into. He's definitely not a Bloodthorn. Maybe later he can buy into the item, but definitely doesn't build an MKB or anything alike. He wants to build the stat items.
And usually it's a significantly quick Radiance, right? You go into that Midas, then you sell Midas, get Radiance. It's a decent timing. And I think as long as you have that, you should feel pretty good. But this is the combo that is a little bit worrisome. With the Surge, XXS is able to escape. But Cold Feet coming in with the Earthbind of the Meepo can make things pretty rough. And Schofield dying to Ame. So now he's changed what happened since that February matchup where he went 0-11. He has a kill in this game. Always good to get on the board as Doom, but not something you really want to do if you're heroic, giving him quicker gold. We'll see how Yuma plays this Meepo. Like you said, 69% win rate with this Meepo is something to be very concerned about if you are Xtreme.
It is a very good Meepo game. Like, Panel talked about the interaction with the Doom, which is always going to be nice. And also against all of these heroes, against Nature's Prophet, Shadow Shaman, you keep them in place. Very bad matchup for Storm Spirit. Very bad matchup for Darkseer as well. You're not going to be getting the value out of Surge. Creating Meepo clone is also not like the most insane thing to do. Poloson looks like he's in trouble. Ooh, those cogs actually puts him in. Very nicely done by Schofield.
Some body blocks into a call, and Whisper doesn't have a lot of health, but the battery assault and the body blocks with the call all locking up Ame while he's got the battle hunger on him, and Whisper's got a double kill. I don't think that they were really expecting that when they pushed it up, and Poloson comes back into the lane, but Whisper's gone south. This is
like
Whisper
he wants to deny himself.
Sacking to the tower, but KJ, meanwhile, getting a kill onto XXS. Ame actually gets credit for the Whisper kill. And again, Cold Feet with the Earthbind. You try to run, but you do freeze over. It's almost guaranteed. And when you've got the second net, you have to get Surge, but this is just a devastating lane for the side of Xtreme.
Yeah, not an easy lane by any means. And also some of these heroes did get countered because you're playing Shadow Shaman against Axe. You can just dunk him. His foul play is not going to trigger. even Ancient Apparition ulti, like you're still gotta shatter. So there's a lot of things that people, I would say, try to theory craft how to deal with this Shadow Shaman, because the hero has been highly contested in the last couple of months.
Shadow Shaman very strong when given the chance to kind of just get those long duration shackles off. We've seen Nature's Prophet be annoying as well, a hero that can
Top lane
scale.
again.
But top lane, Meepo working on getting this kill in XXS, but again, they've got the Surge, and it's a pretty long cooldown in 24 seconds. If they can catch him without that Surge, they certainly will get a kill. KJ not going into the Ice Vortex for now, just Cold Feet and the Chilling Touch. Just Arcane Boots for him. Everything considered, it's a good start for Heroic. Mid lane, pretty even overall. Analog's doing a good job here up against XM. XM's going to have to be a big part of really opening up the map. Maybe they get a little bit of control advantage when he ball lightnings and vortexes over, maybe to help Ame over bottom, but they have set up with KJ coming towards mid. It's a bit early for that 6-minute power rune. Losin's even going to rotate on this and block KJ from leaving with that Sprout. Cold Feet, he'll freeze over, and Analog just won't dive the lane, and Schofield's here too, but there's not much they could do to this Storm Spirit.
Heroic wanted to play a bit more aggressive, try to utilize this pre-level 6 on Storm Spirit to try to grab the kill. We saw this matchup yesterday, Monkey King against Storm Spirit. It is still favored for Monkey King, but speaking of rotations, they did make one in the bottom lane. Don't get anything out of it. Doom is super tanky. Doom did get nerfed. His strength gain did get nerfed in the previous patch, which was definitely necessary. A lot of these heroes that are currently played do have like 4.0 strength gain for whatever reason.
Well, midnight patch for us. Popping up, coming into today. Polison's gonna die to Whisper. That's actually by the tier 2 tower. XM caught within the cogs, but he's got that ball lightning. Boundless strike still under the tower. 3 heroes here for Heroic. Not much that the Shadow Shaman can do, but that was a solo kill for Whisper. A little bit of a surprise there, but he's playing behind the enemy lines, and he's by that tier 2 tower, gets that catch, and now they're going to smoke up. They're going to go towards top. They want to try and kill off XXS. Maybe they find Jinku within this triangle, but they're also just trying to contest mostly this Wisdom Shrine, and so they'll see XXS, and we'll see if there's any rotations that come from the side of Xtreme, because there are 3 heroes.
And they're also using the scan on the other side, knowing that there is somebody there, most likely Whisper. Nature's Prophet was thinking about TPing there, but in the end, they will get the XP rune. 2 supports were still not high level pre-XP rune. Now Clockwork is level 4, and so is Ancient Apparition. On the other side, they actually have more XP, especially Shadow Shaman, who's very close to level 5. Whisper playing a bit aggressive, thinking maybe he can get the dunk off.
Now they'll have the Sprout. They throw the Blood Grenade, but they just don't have the Shadow Shaman to catch up to this Axe. The rotation and maybe a chance at a kill kind of passes by Xtreme in the bottom lane. Not exactly the cleanest DOTA from Xtreme so far. Kind of relying on Doom, get into that Radiance, use that Midas eventually. He did lose those Gloves of Haste inside the Courier that was killed by Axe, but they still might get Whisper. He gets away from Jinku again, and it's just too speedy. Oh, one more right click?
He has a lot of armor.
Not enough for that damage. Pretty deep here.
Let's see, this is Whisper. He wants to go in. He wants to dunk him. But if he gets the shackle off, this might be the problem. Whisper, he knows.
He's got a lot of health now, and under the tower, the Boundless Strike.
Dunk him.
And that will be a kill for Heroic. This Shadow Shaman in way too deep. Again, just a over-aggressive, overzealous play from Xtreme. Bit of a surprise. Both these teams at 2-2, so there's been some struggles on the road here. They're gonna go for Yuma. They drop down this wall, and Yuma caught. They've got the Vortex. They have the extra control to take out this Meepo, and something they desperately need to do. Meepo, one of those heroes that can farm very quickly, very early.
Yep, nicely done. Getting a kill, slowing Meepo down. Every single time you can kill Meepo, he is suffering more than other heroes. This is not like the most insane late game hero by any means. It's all about the tempo, taking your objectives, having Roshan be the one that is controlling the tempo of the game with the Aegis. XM doesn't have much mana to work with. Does have Soul Ring though. King Jungle's only level 4 here.
Analog looking for the Wukong's Boundless Strike onto 2. They will find XM and get a kill there onto the Storm Spirit with Yuma coming back into the mix. Heroic, they'll get one right back, and it's more gold for the Meepo. Ooh, finding another. They do not get the cogs around the Shadow Shaman. Analog still here, has the help from Yuma. They'll have Chilling Touch, and everybody in to get this kill. They'll take a second, and it's KJ getting another kill under his belt.
This is the big timing for Heroic. Meepo just got his Diffusal Blade. Once he gets that third Meepo, it's going to be a lot of farming happening for him, but also he should be able to get some extra ganks going on the map. We saw him trying to be aggressive, go through the Twin Gates, try to gank Doom relatively early on. The one who is struggling slightly more is, I would say, Whisper, because he's at the bottom, but there's a big stack that he's about to farm. That's going to give him a good chunk of gold, unless Monkey King decides to steal some of the creeps.
A lot of stacks made by Heroic, doubling the stack number of Xtreme. Things have been going well. You'll have this Midas now, though, for Ame. He'll be working towards that Radiance. It's timing he's definitely going to need to try and have to keep, because this is a Meepo that can get really out of control quickly. Even with that kill over top, where they slowed him down for a moment, he got it right back. He's top of the net worth only by 200, but Yuma is definitely one of the most proficient Meepos. And he really knows how to effectively farm.
Yeah, they'll probably wait until Monkey King gets to his first item, which is going to be Mage Slayer, great against Storm, great against Darkseer, Radiance. There's a good amount of magic damage on their side, but also wait until Axe gets his Blink Dagger, which Whisper is trying to farm up in the jungle. Still needs a good amount of time. He needs another 2-3 minutes.
3 minutes faster on that Blade Mail. Phase Blade Mail going Blink. Ice Blast, and that's set up with the cogs. This is an easy one on XXS. That's the combo. That Ice Blast gonna make these kills much easier.
They have very good setup for Ice Blast. They are Meepo, Monkey with the Boundless Strike, Clockwork Hookshot with the cogs, Axe Call. Very easy and simple. Yuma thinking about going into the mid lane. Gonna defend the tower. This hero is very good against Shadow Shaman wards. Can easily clean them up.
Would you have rathered Giga Ward instead, or is this a good game for Chicken Fingers?
I guess they wanted to put slightly more pressure in the lane, thinking that the lane is going to be easier. But I guess when you don't play against Meepo for quite some time, you do forget how strong the hero is.
Finally picks up those Arcane Boots, and now everybody for Xtreme has hit that level 6 mark. Experience favoring Heroic by about 2 levels worth. But the net worth sitting pretty close right now, and I'm taking a look at the win probability. It's 50-50. Definitely feels like a toss-up.
Yeah, because we don't know. We haven't seen Meepo in such a long time that Gaimin decided to be like, you know what, we're just going to say 50-50 at this moment. Meepo is going to get pretty much a solo kill. Rocket did hit him, scout him out.
And they've smoked towards bottom. They show Yuma, they kind of make you feel comfortable over on the other side of the map, but at the same time, Ame now getting chased, pops that Scorched Earth, Balance Strike connects, that means Hookshot and Ice Blast are ready to go, and that's how easy it is for Heroic. Nothing has really been put together well for the side of Xtreme, and this is Heroic putting everything that they have to throw at these heroes on Xtreme and making it work and making it look easy.
Meepo's farming on the other side of the map, controlling one Meepo, making sure that he is also getting stuff done around the map, getting those kills. This is going to be a very good timing onto that Aghanim Scepter. We probably won't even have any stats whatsoever how fast that Aghanim Scepter is on Meepo, because there are no stats available.
I'll tell you one thing, it will be the fastest record breaker for the patch. I think that Diffusal might have been the quickest too. XM, we really haven't felt his presence. He's bottom of the cores in net worth. It's been a tough struggle for him. Monkey King happy to just go for this Mage Slayer, wanting that shard afterwards. Definitely doesn't have to be the carry for this game, where it's definitely going to be Yuma on the Meepo taking care of business in this one. They've got the blink for Axe, so you have that long-range initiation if you want it with the hook shot. You have blink initiation from the Axe. Monkey King can start with a balance strike. He's getting that shard, so he can jump into the fight as well if need be. There's so many ways to get into the fight for Heroic, and the pickoffs are just so easy when you've got Ice Blast that just makes sure that these targets...
If they lock onto a target, the target should die.
The question just becomes if they have anything after that. If there's a way for Xtreme to kind of back away and reset and then come back in, will Heroic have anything if they have no Ice Blast, no hook shot, and they've already blink called?
Oh, they got a big one.
Again, Ame is going to get caught. Balance strike, they don't even use the Ice Blast, and Doom's dead again.
Xtreme Gaming will try to make something happen on different sides of the map. Maybe lose one hero, but also try to get to the next items. Because I see Darkseer, he is having his pipe being delivered. They also want to sell this Midas, get to the Radiance as soon as possible. Try to delay the game pretty much, knowing that Doom is such an insane hero in the late game, and so is Storm Spirit, and these are the type of kills that they need to get.
Whisper's dead. Cold Feet on Pelosin. Ice Blast comes through, misses on XM. But they got a 2 for 2 so far if you include Ame. And this is, you know, without the initial jumps, a way that Xtreme can come back into the game. They get 3 kills. They finish off with KJ.
Ooh,
good gold for XM.
Finds a really nice spot to TP out.
Really like what Xtreme wanted there. After the initiation was used by Heroic, they're willing to still fight, knowing that they just cannot sit back and farm while Meepo takes over the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ame's now got this Radiance, and he's going to go BKB. Sometimes we see the Midas re-picked up, but it's BKB now for the Doom.
It does feel like he needs it straight away, even though there is good amount of spells that go through debuff immunity. Ancient Apparition ulti, Clockwork, Call. Quite a lot of things, actually. But still wants to have extra magic resistance, and also wants to be able to maybe move slightly more, find the right target. Go for Doom on this Monkey King, maybe Doom Axe as well, because I don't think he's going to be dooming Meepo, especially with the Mega Meepo now available. And what level is he? Level 13 on Meepo. Doom is also pretty much the same level, level 12 at the moment. You want to stay the highest level as Doom because of your innate ability, Level Pain, where you deal 25% bonus damage to the heroes whose level is lower than Doom.
Currently everybody but Meepo. And actually Axe about to be level 13. Whisper getting ahead, finding XM, bring over the rest of the Meepos. Just needs to be able to leave, trying to survive to get the ball. Lightning gets that distance, just surviving there. Like 5 health.
Ooh, Essence Ring making the difference there. Oh, Rocket also missed. Oh my god, he was so close. Missed by an inch, basically.
GQ caught. XXS is here. Not really much you can do unless they want to fight, but Whisper's also shown up. Cold Feet. GQ not exactly going to die that quick, so they do have an opportunity to kind of come back in. They already got the kill to Schofield, the blink into the call. XXS is in trouble with that Ice Blast landing, and Pelosin's also dead, so they stayed. They chose to fight, and they lose 3-4 on the side of Xtreme.
Xtreme were missing 2 key heroes. These heroes basically deal damage. Oh no, XM again, Yuma. Let's see this time if he's going to be able to get out. Getting his mana burn. Another Earthbind was not available.
No Ice Blast that time either. All looking good still for the Meepo. Let's take a look at the fight one more time. Balance strike, and Xingqiu doesn't die immediately. He actually survives for a little while.
Analog will commit with Wukong's command. This is also such an easy setup. Whoever gets caught inside of it is pretty much gonna die. Very cheap ways of dealing with it, and then XXS just disappears. Gets focused by multiple heroes. That's why we're saying that it's a very good Meepo game, but if Xtreme Gaming can survive, this is pretty much the toughest stage of the game for them. Until they get to another round of items, until Doom gets to his BKB, Storm gets to his BKB. Problem is, XM will have to use BKB a lot of the times when he gets jumped by Meepo once, because he knows that if he doesn't use it, it's going to be a real issue. Let's say you get the one jump with Earthbind, the second one's going to follow, so not really ideal way of getting out of the fight. And look at Yuma. Full disperser. The fastest disperser, probably.
Keep it up. That's the stat. We'll see what he gets next. How fast that will be. Analog also looking for the BKB. Looking at Storm going Kaya Sanj, but XM now has this BKB. And I do wonder, because we haven't felt much from really anybody but XM kind of making some space here, 3-1 and 2. But like XXS's presence hasn't really been felt. He's got a pipe. He also wants a Crimson Guard. He's trying to give those auras, but there's been no real big vacuum wall. There has not been a Doom used, I think, to this point.
No,
I
not
don't
really.
remember it if there was. Do have the memory of a goldfish, but I'm pretty certain there's not been one, and they need to think about making a move, and that's what they're going to do here with a smoke. Schofield's not exactly the best target to get. There's also Whisper who's nearby, but Pelosin's going to start with a TP, and they've got the Cogs, but they've got the Vortex and the Sprout. Schofield will die here to the Nature's Prophet.
As long as they can keep getting these pickoffs, this is very good for Xtreme Gaming. A little surprised that with... I mean, it's not a lot of advantage, but with the heroes that they do have, it does feel like it's more. Heroic, I think they should be pushing the fight slightly more and trying to get the hands on that Aegis on Meepo. Try to smoke up, get a kill in the bottom part of the map, and turn that into Roche. Because with Meepo, you're always going to be having enough damage.
This preemptive Ice Blast onto these heroes. Top, or at least looked for it. But it didn't land. I think maybe delaying, potentially, them going for Tormentor. It is 21 minutes. They could go for it if they want. But they would need some help. Not exactly the best objective-taking team for Xtreme. BKB almost there for Analog. BKB picked up for Doom. At this point, you could still go back for Midas, right?
You can,
You're
yes. Ame loves Shadowblade on Doom.
Yeah, he does.
What I noticed every single time he plays the hero, wants to be able to get that extra movement speed. Doesn't even turn off the Radiance. Oh. This should be a quick and easy one.
And it is. They get Whisper, though. That's a good trade for Xtreme. At the cost of a Nature's Prophet. Serpent Wards were committed. They don't end up going near the tower, but it's a kill on Whisper. I agree with you. I really want to see Heroic pushing the envelope more. Yes, they get a kill there on Nature's Prophet by the tier 2 tower.
But the trade is not really worth it for them. It also buys time for Xtreme Gaming. 2 auras are available on Darkseer. Crimson Guard, good against Meepo, good against Monkey King as well. And then you have Pipe. You're not buying Guardian Greaves. You are playing against Ancient Apparition. So good amount of magic damage that they do have. Poof. You have Clockwork, you have Ancient Apparition ulti, so you want to be staying alive. And also, supports are building pretty defensively, especially Jinkyu, going for Glimmer Cape as his first item. But this is the item that you want to buy whenever you play against Ancient Apparition.
What I really like is Pelosi. He's going for the Axe. So he's got Spirit Vessel going Axe. He's looking to entangle all these Meepos, and the fight gets easier. If Meepo can't jump you, you can react to him if you see him, and then make that counterplay. I really like this potential pickup here for Pelosi on how quickly he gets it. Very curious to see how that works out and how quickly he can get to this item. Blink now picked up for Ame. Another way into the fight for them. But it is kind of giving those vibes that maybe Heroic should have anticipated going for more, throwing some of these Earthbinds out there and not really finding a target.
Q now thinking about turning around. They've got the Hex, the Wrath of Nature, but the Balance Strike with the Shard. He'll jump out of the Shadow Shaman, who sprouted himself. They've got the call. They lose 2. Schofield's dead to start, but the Ice Blast lands on XXS. They go to the Wukong's command. They'll get themselves another. KJ dies to XXS, and the BKB's been popped by Ame. Infernal Blade onto Whisper doing some decent damage. He's got the Lotus Orb, but the chase is on. They'll look for this kill onto the Axe. They get it. Infernal Blade. Yuma in trouble. They hit the Hex. That's from the Shadow Shaman and bought back into the fight. They'll get that kill onto the Meepo. Pelosin also bought back here for Xtreme, but the price of admission was worth it to get the kill onto the Meepo.
That's how you outnumbered them. Like, sure, they have more heroes with Meepos, but 2 supports on Xtreme Gaming immediately using the buyback, coming back into the fight. There is tier 1 tower available top, so they come to the fight relatively quickly, and they get the big kill. Killing Meepo there, getting a good chunk of gold. Ame is the one who got it. 700 gold for him.
Meepo also kind of gives those same vibes that Shadow Fiend gives, where your game is pretty fragile. You die a couple times, and it does feel like that advantage that you've got fades away, and your effectiveness almost halves very quickly.
Yeah, because you farm so quickly, and this is the first Doom that we are seeing being used. Finally, it looked like the fight is going to be really good. Axe gets the dunk. Everybody's sitting inside Wukong's command, so Monkey has armor. With the dunk, they all get the extra armor, extra move speed as well. And that also benefits Meepo quite a lot, where they can choose where to take the fight, but also with the buybacks, it was a bit too much. They didn't get what they wanted from the Wukong's command. They didn't kill enough heroes. And outside of Xtreme Gaming also, they kept the BKBs for a relatively long time, knowing that there aren't, like, sure, you can layer the stuns with Monkey King, Axe, Clockwork, but also if you don't die, if somebody else is soaking up some of these abilities, that also means that you can hold on to your BKB and then enter the fight slightly later.
They enter that fight a little bit later. They won't have the advantage of having those buybacks again if they do fight like that one more time. They've got the amplified damage on one of the Meepos, and they're still, again, not going for Roshan. They sit 3,000 net worth behind. Xtreme finding themselves in a pretty position. And it's going to get harder. I've said it already a handful of times, but when Nature's Prophet does get this Axe, I think this is going to be a big item for their team fight, because you want so many heroes that want to jump in and initiate, and if you don't have that for Heroic and they're rooted up, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's the big item. Again, Meepo is not the one who does have Aegis 26 minutes into the game. That fight could have been completely different. For example, if he had the Aegis. Meepo, when he respawns, especially at this high level, he does have 4 Meepos at the moment. It is an insane amount of damage.
There's 4 Meepos. He wasn't handed experience on the Doom.
Oh my God,
the
they waited for them.
Oh boy. KJ, Whisper, Schofield, Yuma all fall by the wayside for Ame. Xtreme.
Knock, knock. Who's there? It's XG with the perfect setup.
That was an ambush.
They opened the gates of hell. Their Doom immediately dropping it down, and if they take this Aegis, and they will because they just killed 4 heroes, this game flips completely.
Let's watch this again as they all show up. Yeah, Ame gets frozen. He's hit with the Ice Blast, and he's going to end up dying, but man, this is a big fight here for Xtreme.
With the big ulti. Like, that was some insane damage that came out. This is also pre-Axe. Now he does have Axe ready to go after they finish off Roche.
Oh, a faster Axe than average by 3.5 minutes. Also going to swipe a Wisdom Shrine. Thank you, may I have another. And there is a shrine available on their side of the map. Pelosin, though, he's caught via the call, and he's going to be dead for a while. Did have that buyback used, and he'll throw a Wrath of Nature out right before he dies, but he's dead for 70 seconds, so by the time he's back up, he'll have Wrath of Nature back up again, and maybe they can fight with this Aegis. They have 4 minutes to work with it. Meepo's still sitting top of the net worth. Is now again ahead in levels over Ame.
Yep. And also something to point out, Nature's Prophet does deal insane amount of damage with this Aghanim Scepter. He did have Searing Signet, and now he removed it because Searing Signet, the patch that did drop yesterday, you don't deal damage if you're more than 2k range away. Big
vacuum into the wall. They got Whisper, and they're going to get Schofield. Looked like it was going to be worth a little bit more to them, but the Mega Meepo and the leave from Yuma and KJ nowhere close.
Seems like XXS doesn't want to even micro the illusions. Like, this is the third time I'm seeing him. The illusions are just stuck in the wall. That's it. Like, damage has been done. We don't need it to push or anything.
Not really.
There. He moved them and they died instantly. Maybe his illusions cannot be moved. Too fragile.
He's just forgetting.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Got Analog. Has that Nullifier shipping out with the Helm of the Iron Will. It'll be Ags for XM again. And the name of the game with these Ags, control, control, control. The entanglement, the blue hole of the AoE electric vortex. You've got vacuum as well. I mean, this can really set up into being quite the painful experience for Heroic if they're really grouped together too much. XM gonna back away, and they have smoked up on Heroic. They have Ags on Schofield to try and figure out if they can find somebody. They do see Pelosin. Constantly getting slowed by these rocket flares. Hook shot also connects and
finds the angle
here. Pelosin is looking like he might die one more time, and he's gonna be dead for 50 as it's dominating for Analog. It's a big kill to find, especially when they want to use this Wrath of Nature. Blink call. This could be another one. Yuma jumps in, and they got the Aegis. Doom is TPing in, but the reaction time is not quick enough for Xtreme.
I'm just wondering how you even itemize against this, because you don't have SNY. This item also has been heavily nerfed. Maybe some Aeon Disc that you can get, but there's also Nullifier available on Monkey King, which is good against Crimson Guard, great against Darkseer, great against Glimmer Cape as well, that they do have. Gale Guard, all of these things are going to be dispellable now. And something to point out, something that Storm does have as his neutral item is Jitty Pollen Bag. I'm not sure who Jitty is, but this is the big item that gives you like health restoration reduction. Great against Monkey, great against Meepo as well.
Vortex, Schofield. Use that hook shot, but he's caught. Have to ask the lore master about who Jitty is. 3,000 gold needed for that Ags. It'll be some time, but they are catching up, and Ame again now ahead in levels over this Meepo. KJ looking for a Force Staff, then a Blink Dagger for that Ancient Apparition.
Once the fall, I really like the Blink Dagger on Ancient Apparition in some of these scenarios where you need to get on top of the target and get that blast instantly, so he can play with Clockwork. Most importantly, he's going to be playing with Axe, and once Meepo gets that Blink Dagger plus Hex Initiation, this is going to be where they want to kill the target. But we've seen Xtreme Gaming, if they keep the buybacks and then they heavily commit with Heroic on their side, using Wukong's command, using their BKB's Ancient Apparition ulti, they can still win off the fights by bringing in extra numbers.
Definitely game plan for that.
I've been pretty impressed by XM. He died only one time in this game, playing into multiple ways of dealing with the BKB, playing into Meepo. Technically twice, because he did lose that Aegis, but that one doesn't count.
And it was close too, right? Like that almost kill over bottom where he had 17 health, survives, Ball Lightning, avoids the Rocket Flare. Like that could have been very game-changing. Infernal Blade, the chase for Yuma is on, but the setup is there. The vacuum into the wall once more with Cogs down. They'll go to the BKB, they'll use the Doom. It's onto the Ancient Apparition, and now they've got themselves a Sprout. They'll find themselves KJ. They'll look over at Analog. Whispers in with the blink as well as the call. Jin-Q in trouble. He gets dunked. That's a 1-for-1 so far. The damage on Ame. Another dunk comes in. The Wukong's command. Heroic kind of pulling away with it as they take out Pelosi, and XM needs to leave, but XXS with the BKB of his own is now on the run. The chase is there, and he needs to find a way out. Cogs from Schofield, XM back. He doesn't have a lot of mana, but they go and throw the Nullifier onto him from Analog, and they get the kill to the Storm Spirit.
Oh, I'm not sure about this Doom. Doom has been used on Ancient Apparition, who already used ulti. I'm not sure if Ame saw that one going out already, but this is a very wasted ulti. And then you see the power of Meepo. If he's not contested, dealing 6,000 damage in the previous fight.
Heroic pull it back with a good fight. And Yuma showing off the Meepo skills. Really putting the damage on to these heroes on Xtreme. And XM committing to going back in on that fight.
Yeah, that was also a bit questionable. Look at Ame here. Ancient Apparition, ulti did go out, and he still decides to Doom AA. He's like, I see a target, I Doom a target. Could have definitely used it on somebody else. Meepo also did use Mega Meepo, I believe, in this point. Infernal Blade deals insane amount of damage to Meepo with level 20 talent. That is, just do a quick math, 6.5, and he was sitting at almost 5,000 damage, sorry, 5,000 HP. So that's an insane amount of damage that you're dealing with Infernal Blade if you can get it multiple times. And Whisper, something Panel talked about is they don't build into auras, but Whisper this time around, realizing that he might need to tank up slightly more. Playing it for the team, having Lotus Orb for his Monkey King most of the time so that he can't get doomed, but Ame also showed in the previous fight that he will doom whatever is needed. Also, speaking of auras, another aura on XXS. He wants to slow that attack speed. Also wants to give some extra magic damage. Plus, also deal with it. And this is the item that I talked about that Meepo might get at the later stages of the game. It is Bloodthorn. Doesn't give him that much stats, which is something that Meepo wants, but it gives him good amount of control. It gives him True Strike, and it also gives him that extra bit of a damage onto Bloodthorn. So whoever he decides to focus with that one, Storm's not going to have a good time. If he doesn't get much done, if Meepo doesn't die during his BKB, he doesn't feel comfortable coming back into the fight.
In a situation in which XM then gets onto the Ags, I think that fight definitely goes a little bit better where you've got that AoE control. But for right now, Heroic, if they can find XM again, slow down this Ags, make sure that AoE Vortex is just not a problem for them. Can see them continue to pull the lead back, if not be favorable. For right now, Xtreme doing their best to just try and avoid Heroic, who have smoked as 5 and are searching through the Twin Gate.
There's also another big item on Monkey King, your Refresher. This is something that you do buy when you are getting closer to your level 25. That extra Wukong's ring makes you, it allows you to siege the high ground, allows you to take very easy fights. I think he needs to do Monkey King, and there's no other option for Doom.
Nearby, XXS going in. Blink Call already going to stop them. They got this call on XXS, but they killed Yuma so quickly, it's not even going to matter. They'll try to TP out. The rest of these heroes will leave, but immediately onto Yuma.
Right, they saw the opportunity. They got the jump. They did have Observer Ward. Heroic also try to play sneaky and place Observer Ward on that hill to maybe get that first jump. Roshan is about to respawn right now, and they just got out of the pit.
And that was a very quick kill onto Yuma. Hit with that Infernal Blade, hexed up. Wrath of Nature came through, chicken fingered. He took 1,600 damage from Doom, but 1,200 from the Nature's Prophet in that death.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. It also, this is the new mechanic that it's an old mechanic, something that is disarm and root at the same time, so it is called Bound nowadays. Crystal Maiden also does have it on her bite. Allows you, like, it's very good against all of the Meepos, because they're gonna be stuck, they can't attack, they can't move. And also Poloson did scout things out with the Treant, allowing them to get Roche. XM will pick it up. Nice try from Schofield, but they were ready for this angle.
Good block, though. XXS on a mega kill streak. He is in a bit of a saving grace for Xtreme with some of these vacuums.
Yeah, I like the way they itemize as well and choose the facets, choose the pretty much talents as well. It's all about Meepo, knowing that this guy is going to carry the game. So Storm picks up the shard of his own just now and also takes the overloaded attack bounce. So that's going to be a lot of damage between everybody. Also has Crossbow to reduce the healing coming out. They do have Shiva's Guard, they do have Doom, and Doom is also getting closer to his level 25.
Back to a 10,000 net worth lead. Ame closing in on level 25. He's got that harpoon, but just became disjointable as of yesterday.
I love this build on Doom. Whoever pioneered this, it allows you to deal insane amount of damage with Alpha Wolf, basically giving full Vlads to the team. And also with the Harpoon build, you don't necessarily need to keep a neutral creep that can proc the Lincoln, so at least you have something with that as well. And also with the double hit, like you being the highest level or higher level than them, allows you to deal extra 25% of the damage. Jinkyu.
Oh, look at his 4-man vortex into the vacuum.
He basically solo killed him.
Oh my god! XM, no fear, straight up. Gets 3. Oh dear, it fell apart for Heroic quickly. And all off the back of XM with the ball lightning AoE vortex.
That just might be it. Like he blinked in, overload bounce with the shard, attacked them a couple of times, Parasma as well, pulled them in. 8,000 damage. This was basically 8,000 damage out of 10,000 damage in 2 seconds.
Wow, XM. Have yourself a game. 42,000 damage. And really a big part of why Xtreme is in the lead at the moment. Meepo ended up getting away from that, but they are going to lose 2 sets. Maybe even more. They are willing to commit. That was prime
That
time.
might just be it. 30 seconds, no Monkey King, no buy. He did invest all of his gold into this refresher some time ago. And they have more than enough damage. Alpha Wolf, Aura.
The jump in from Yuma. Ice Blast thinking about it. XM though, he's on the back end and they'll throw that Doom out. They've got the Vortex. Yuma's gonna die, has buyback, gonna be forced to use it. They'll go to the blink as well as the call. They've got the gold feed into the hook shot. XM, he's got an Aegis though. You kill him once, now you gotta kill him twice. They'll look for XXS. The wall is down. They'll take out the darts here, but XM, he's gonna have this BKB. He's got the Vortex on everybody again. He'll look over as Whisper dies. AJ's gone. Yuma's in the Mega Meepo. But what do you have? What is left? Analog with the Wukong's command, the balance strike that lands on Ame, but Ame is not who you have to worry about. It does feel like it's XM, and with these Serpent Wards, they'll secure the Mega Creeps. As Xtreme Gaming, they'll lose Pelosin, but the rest are on the run.
We've seen teams get some really good Mega Creep comebacks. It doesn't matter. We saw NAVI struggling a couple of times. Team Spirit as well. It doesn't matter. When they are against Mega Creeps, they need to run it down mid lane. Doom doesn't have buyback. He invested all of his gold, and he definitely doesn't have enough gold for buyback. His buyback is almost 3,000 gold. Heavily committing.
Fight.
Like, he dies so quickly on Meepo. Like, they find the right one, he gets doomed. That's the first life. And again, Storm Spirit, with his Aghanim Scepter, with his shard, with his level 25 talent, deals insane amount of damage. Sure, they gotta get him once, but also this double Wukong's command, well, it was actually one Wukong's because he didn't even refresh, allows them to take a big fight, and Monkey just got level 25 out of that fight.
Kind of sounds like you're saying there is a surefire
There is always a chance, exactly.
Killing Ame dead for a minute 35 with no buy.
Oh, big item. Not something you see every day on Storm Spirit. Refresher Orb is delivered. Actually, it got delivered on XM. So he could potentially have double BKB and double pull with talent that's 4.4 seconds.
It's a lot of lockdown. That's kind of disgusting. You've got Refresher for Nature's Prophet too, so he's got the double Wrath of Nature with the Ags upgrade when that Refresher's off cooldown.
Yeah, so he could also disarm them for another 6 seconds as well. And speaking of Refresher, there is one available on Darkseer as well.
Man, Refresher Orb becoming that very popular item again.
It's still good.
They've tried their hardest to nerf this item.
Then we nerfed the Refresher Shard as well, so that you couldn't use Refresher or Refresher Shard. Have 3 ultis.
What do you gotta do?
Smoking around. Trying to wrap. If they can find Meepo, any of these heroes who don't have buyback available, they are inside of the base.
They jump in and jetpack attempt. They'll Earthbind Ame, but no clockwork for 70 seconds. The Wukongs, the Doom comes through onto Analog. And Ame's going to be able to get out of the circle. The ball lightning over, looking over at Whisper with the BKB as well as the Blade Mail. Doom will eventually take out Analog with the help of Jinkyu. And the Vortex, it'll pull Whisper in. They'll buy back on Analog. They'll buy back on him. But they'll go and refresh. They've got themselves the Vortex. He gets into the Mega Meepo, and nobody dead on the side of Xtreme Gaming. But Jinkyu's standing there. Call hits. They've got the taunt onto both XM as well as Jinkyu. They've got the poofs hitting. They'll try for the Culling Blade, but Jinkyu's going to survive, but XM won't. They take him out now. They'll finally finish off the Shadow Shaman, but down goes KJ. And the game is just over as the throne explodes, and Xtreme Gaming take game number 1.
Yeah, they didn't even see that Throne was dying. XM, he's like, I'm trying to TP onto something, but I don't have bots, so he buys bots, and suddenly the game just ends. What a game from him. I just want to see the damage that he dealt at the end of the game, because this was pretty insane. Love the way they itemized as well.
Yeah, they itemized really well, and they kept it close despite the fact that there's a Yuma Meepo in the game who is farming really well, but they definitely were able to maintain a decent net worth evenness, and Xtreme Gaming take game number 1. We'll throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Tsunami, take it away.
I'll admit I had my skepticisms on how Xtreme Gaming were choosing to pick some of their roles and some of their final picks. Darkseer was the 24th pick for Xtreme, and then they turned their carry into a Doom, and I was like, but why? Why? And Jenkins, I'll be honest, I still don't entirely know why, but they won.
Yeah, it worked out. I don't have high hopes for Heroic, I guess. I'll just put it honestly after watching that game.
Yeah.
Not in terms of the gameplay. They did fine. It's just that I think that was a really hard, a really difficult game for Xtreme Gaming to win, given the draft that they were dealing with. Like, they were required to be really, like, crisp with their execution. And they were. Like, they did not take any really bad fights until they had their BKBs. There was that one time where we saw XM survive on Storm against the Meepo gang because he had saved like 21 charges. He had Essence Ring. Just these little tiny clutch plays where like you're not letting Yuma completely pop off in 1v5 the game, because this is like the best Meepo game you can possibly imagine, and they dealt with it.
Yeah, Lizard, don't mince words. Tell us what you really think.
I want to hide some things, but okay, yeah, sure. I'm here too. I really think that this is the kind of a Meepo that should have been played 2 years ago or 3 years ago, when this kind of itemization and the facet was meta. I feel that players still don't get what's really strong about him right now, and they're not utilizing him properly. I feel like when you're playing this hero, you should never be 100-0 anymore without being able to micro one of the Meepos or two out. And that's it. Like,
even against a Doom.
Even against the Doom. For me, it's that straightforward. You shouldn't be 100-0 with a vacuum, a shackles, or anything like that. As long as you have a team, and he definitely did, they were doing some really good things across the map. I think that eventually you should be the one ultimate boss of a carry that cannot be dealt with. When you're going for the pick-off itemization and you're running across the map and you're finding kills, that's all neat, but it's gonna stop eventually, and once it stops, you're doomed. No pun intended with this Doom being in the game. I feel like they just hit their timings very nicely. They got the double BKB, the Ags on Storm, and the game just was over at that point.
But in your original vision of whenever the Meepo was picked, you were ideally supplementing it with a utility-based hero as the final pick for Heroic, and they opted to not go for that. They went for the Monkey King instead, which was a much more selfish, greedy approach. And so even in your vision of Meepo being a raid boss, he still has auras as backup.
Maybe it's not really the problem of Monkey, but the full lineup, right, Jenkins? It's not only the Monkey, but no one buys any auras here, right?
Yeah, you got a Clockwork as your support and Axe as your off lane. You know, they kind of tried, like Schofield went for Lotus Orb, Glimmer, you know. These are like pseudo aura items. They're not really good with a Meepo. And I gotta say, like, shout outs to Ame. He was hitting the Doom. Other than in that one fight against Ancient Apparition where he used the Doom, that looked very silly. Other than that, like, he was hitting Doom on the main Meepo, so he couldn't get the Ags off. That was insane. And definitely MVP, absolute MVP of this game, XM.
3 deaths against a Meepo, and he only had 1 death early on for that long, which is ridiculous for what should have been a a hard counter matchup.
Absolutely. Like, through the game, he was finding all the right instances to join the fight, to leave the fight. There was that one bad fight from Xtreme Gaming where I was worried.
A little bit early.
When Doom dooms the AA and then Storm joins a little bit too late. Oh, he leaves a bit too early and then he joins a bit too late. That fight was a blunder. Everything else from Xtreme Gaming, not only from the Storm Spirit, I feel like was top notch. Even the Darks here with the itemization, just full auras. That's it. Like Crimson Pipe. Later on, Refresher, sure, Shivas, but he was really bringing the utility. Something that on the other side, Heroic had none of.
Yeah, they definitely ran into some damage issues because of XXS. It's a little hard to like feel the impact of that in the game, but I can tell you, like, if you're playing against Meepo with no Crimson Guard, people's HP will drop to 0 before you can blink your eye. So that was definitely required for XM to have like the pop-off game that he had, was that XXS was just that stable, like, aura giving offlaner.
And we can also maybe look at some of his timings on how he was able to make that Storm Spirit look so capable given the circumstances. You have to get a BKB.
Yeah, this is completely necessary. And I was thinking, okay, like maybe the build is the Soul Ring Kaya BKB, but Witchblade is the alternative. And I think this one actually makes a lot of sense. You don't want to completely rush the BKB. It feels weird to do that. As a first item, you want a small item beforehand, and the Witchblade is going to give you a little bit of armor. So we saw with the Essence Ring how he was able to survive in some fights in the build-up for the Witchblade. So that helps him sustain in the early game, and then you get the BKB, and then that's when they can actually take their fights. And this was the first timing with the BKB. Of course, there's BKBs on both sides, but against Meepo with Storm, like, it's much more important that you have the BKB. They're playing outside the Monkey King ult, and he's not actually having to use the BKB. So he's basically waiting until Meepo focuses him, and then all of a sudden he uses the BKB, and it's not so easy. Ame at the same timing also had his BKB, so they did such a good job at basically just evading Heroic Snowball until they had the 2 BKB timing, because Meepo does not do anything to the double BKB. As long as you haven't fed him to the point where you BKB and he just kills you. But they didn't. They were dodging.
But in my mind, I would have thought that having an Axe on your team would mitigate some of that. But Whisper did not have a particularly standout performance in this game. Axe is a hero that we've been seeing brought to success. And in this game, I'm kind of underwhelmed with what I was seeing out of Whisper's Axe.
Yeah, the lane didn't really go that poorly. He had good performance in the lane. It was decent. He had good supporting cast as well when it comes to the heroes that are around him. Good kill potential with AA. I'm not really sure what went wrong for him. Some of these calls just didn't work, and I feel like he died in a couple of fights in an unexpected way. He just goes in and he's gone as collateral.
Yeah.
It felt that they weren't even aiming at him. He just dies.
He was like, oh no, I'm in the vortex. Oh no, I've been overloaded to death. What do I do now?
I think there's a couple of things that really worked against him. The Prophet and the Shadow Shaman and their itemization, plus the fact that you have Vessel, plus the Curse of the Overgrowth, plus the Aghanims on Prophet. If you're in Vision and you get clipped by any of these, suddenly you can't blink in and Blade, Mail Call, or whatever you want to do.
I think we need to think about like why Axe in general is strong in this meta, and it's because he's really good against a lot of the ranged carries. It's just not good against the lineup that Xtreme had. Like Doom, you're going to call him, all of his damage is still going. He literally will right-click you and still Infernal Blade you. And you're not returning that much damage to him like Alina, you know, if you blink call her. Storm, same thing. It's like lots of magic damage to kill you through your armor. Darkseer, magic damage to kill you through your armor. He's also protecting people with heals, with auras. So it's like, who are you going to blink call? It's Jin-Q and Pelosin. And yeah, they died a lot, don't get me wrong. But it's the supports. And then you're leaving the cores to just kill your whole team.
And one of those supports as well, like he wasn't shying away at all from buying back. That last clip, Shadow Shaman buys back first. He makes sure that they get the initial kill. And then Prophet also buys back TPs in the back, sprouts. Like they were really sacrificial on the 2 supports, but they still found so much farm that it's exemplary.
Yeah, he had Greaves on Jin-Q. Like he was protecting from the Axe calls as well. If he didn't get called, he saved somebody with the Greaves. If he gets called, he's like giga tanky.
Which is yet another aura that Xtreme had in their pocket, and Heroic, on the other hand, had a Clockwork with an Aghanim Scepter. So
it looked giga chad at the moment.
It did, yeah.
And I was like, hell yeah, let's see it. And then I saw it, and it did not work.
Everyone tried to be the hero that game. Just let Meepo be the main guy.
That was my takeaway.
Yeah.
Ultimately. And we kind of had the same apprehensions when it came to the draft, which means that Heroic whipped out one of their best tricks here on the last day of group stage. Let's hope they have one more up their sleeve. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated against Xtreme, but we'll find that out after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Heroic are staring down the barrel of elimination right now as Xtreme Gaming have managed to figure out one of Yuma's signature strats. What do you do against a Meepo? And they had an idea. They may have overcomplicated things though, because whenever Yuma's playing Meepo, I think you just let him Meepo it up. Don't do all this everyone trying to be the hero kind of thing, you know? Enable him. Make him be the golden god that he is meant to be.
Yeah, I feel like the game was good for him, but they needed a different, well, all four other heroes on their team.
Or even the itemization on some of their heroes.
Like, the itemization was natural for the heroes, I would say.
For the heroes normally, yeah.
That's what you usually want to buy, but I feel like they definitely needed to adjust or pick a little bit differently. Maybe an actual offlane that brings some utility would have done better.
Yeah. And in terms of Xtreme's way to figure out a strategy when being thrown such an extreme curveball, I'm very impressed.
It was definitely impressive.
The Storm Spirit was already on the board, and Meepo gets picked, and somehow XM still ends up being the MVP for game number 1.
Yeah, it's a really good sign for them, to be honest, that they didn't like over adjust, over complicate it, because sometimes you're thrown a Meepo and then you feel like you have to pick Earthshaker or Troll, like we were suggesting, and then you pick a hero that you're not exactly comfortable with, that you have no practice on in scrims. You don't really know what it's like to have, you know, let's say you do some like Earthshaker carry, like crazy over adjustment, and your timings are just all off from.
They just picked a hero that's really good for a team fight, and they won all the important.
Yeah, they probably already wanted to play Darkseer. It was like on the, it was in the cards, and then they're like, well, he builds auras. He builds good auras against Meepo, so let's just go Darkseer.
Pick it anyway. Yeah, and it worked out for them. So I feel like it's much easier to be Xtreme right now, not only because they're 1-0, but because they won against a pocket pick.
Yeah.
When you win against a pocket pick, when you're a team that lost with it, it feels extra bad. And when you're a team that won against it, it feels extra good. Like there's a little bit of a gamble there when you're picking these Meepos and Tinkers.
And they beat it with traditional Dota, because one of the things that we were talking about before Game 1 draft even started is that XM plays strange in the mid lane oftentimes, but he can also play very traditional in the mid lane. So instead of doing the primal beast that you were alluding to earlier, Jenkins, it was just a vanilla Storm Spirit. And he went for an itemization that acclimated to the environment, which is I'm against a Meepo, and he made it look good.
See, what happens The thing with the Queen of Pain ban is like Ame played so well in a Queen of Pain game where he was completely hard countered, so teams don't want to give it to him.
Yep.
What just happened is that XM played extremely well in a game where he was completely hard countered on Storm Spirit. So teams are first phase banning it. Now every single overpowered hero is now available. Yep. You can Undying here.
And Doom, by the way, as well. They banned out the Doom, they banned out the Storm and the Quap. So Heroics bans are all about respect. Meanwhile, Xtreme Gaming's bans are all about the meta, right? So they get their hands on the Naga Siren.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, I feel like part of what makes Naga so damn strong is that SF and Lina both feel incredible with the hero. Like there's combos that feel really overpowered if you can get the Naga. And there's only 2 bans right now for Heroic. So they're going to get something that is good with Naga. Like you're going to utilize the sleep, the net, the reel in for sure.
Yeah, surprised that Heroic let it go through. And by the way, we can go back to the Shadow Shaman. Maybe that was a respect pick as well, because you're taking it away from Xtreme Gaming. So 3 bans and the first pick are all denying the enemy team. Shadow Shaman still good, of course, even with the nerfs, but...
Which means now Heroic are like, we solved the issue, it's Meepo time again. You had your solutions, and I'm taking them all away.
Which would be a ballsy move. Like, imagine if they did that. I'd actually love it, just to see. I love when a team just doubles down on the same strat and just fixes it a little bit, and it looks much better. The problem is, that first game, it looked good for them at the beginning, and then it all fell apart. So it was more down to execution than anything else.
Yeah, they 100% had a chance in that game. 5 seconds remaining. If I had to change one thing based off of game 1, I would like to see Whisper have more of a game. I don't know what steps are necessary to make that happen, because I feel like Whisper generally finds a way into the game no matter what.
I feel like a Shadow Shaman will help a lot more than a Clockwork.
Sure.
In terms of having Whisper have a game. Because the way Schofield plays Clock is that we saw him going Ags, right? Like he just does his own thing.
Quite a selfish Clockwork.
Yeah, he's a selfish Clockwork, and he just does his own thing. And a lot of the time, it wins games, but it does mean that Whisper is not getting the support that he necessarily needs. Shadow Shaman, a much different hero. Like he will support Whisper.
We get another Shadow on the other side.
Which means that support duo for Xtreme Gaming may be locked up. Shadow Demon plus Naga Siren.
A lot of illusions from them, and a lot of stacking possible, by the way. Naga is insane. Like I had some doubts when it comes to her stacking, even though historically she was good as a support because of the way that you use illusions more aggressively now. But if your lane goes well, you just go hit that jungle, stack like 4 camps at the same time. Meanwhile, Shadow Demon can do the same on the other side.
We saw this exact thing in a series a few days ago. I don't remember exactly who was playing, but the pick of Monkey King into Shadow Demon looked miserable.
First thing that I thought as well.
It's not good. You instantly get the Jingu purged by SD ult. It's really easy to focus and kill a Monkey King with Shadow Demon.
It looks like a really rough matchup because as Monkey King, you generally want to move around the fight, one way or another. I guess you still have the changing of the guard, and you have your shard to work with, but overall, you will not have the Jingu to heal you. And I want to see if there is some other reason for the Shadow Demon. Of course, he is a save against the Shadow Shaman on the other side, but maybe they have something extra planned out.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Is just that, like, I know people have answered Shadow Shaman with Tusk. You snowball save from like the ward trap and all of the single target focus that's likely to come out with the Shadow Shaman. And maybe SD is just what Xtreme feels like is more comfortable.
I think I found the game that you were... Whoa, Elder Titan.
That's going to be the position 5 most likely.
The game that you may have been thinking of, Jenkins, was Tundra had picked Shadow Demon, and then Xtreme, after seeing the Shadow Demon, picked Darkseer and Monkey King, and then they proceeded to lose the game. Those are 2 heroes that I would think don't deal well with a Demonic Purge.
No, they do not. They do not. And neither does Elder Titan, right?
Well,
yeah.
It doesn't if you're a core, if you care about your spirit being right purged and stuff.
You're right, though. It is 90% just going to be the position 5.
If you're a 5, I feel like it's not that bad because you actually have a reactionary spell against disruption. If he disrupts, you have Echo Stomp, you have your ulti, and it's also really good into Naga for the same reasons. Sleep is never as easy versus ET, who can stay a mile away and just use his spirit to mess up your combo. They have some really nice combos, by the way. Now, the Shadow Fiend makes these two heroes look even better.
Oh, yeah. So this can be XM playing Shadow Fiend. I remember an interview, I don't remember what tournament it was, but XM basically said, if teams give us Shadow Fiend, we'll take it, and they'll lose, and then they'll ban it, something along those lines. So they're very confident with this hero, but of course, also Ame can play it in the safe lane. Yeah. Naga SF reel in plus SF raises is insane. It is such an easy combo, and then outside of the laning stage, Song into Requiem, this is devastating.
Yeah, I think it's most likely going to be the position 1 on the Shadow Fiend. Just the sheer right-click damage with Naga is insane. If you want to play it with Shadow Demon, if you feel that's the better lane, that's also doable. I'd rather have the Naga as a 5 though, so yeah. That's what I'm imagining. But yeah, like SF, banned out versus both the remaining Chinese teams. Like Shiro loves to play it, Ami loves to play it. Position 1 SF right now looks a very tempo-esque, tempo-based hero that stomps you. Minute 15, he's already taking tier 2s if the lane goes well.
Do you think it's a off-lane Pango? Because Monkey is likely mid, and I feel like Monkey versus Pango should be Monkey favored, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think Pango should be offlane as well.
I guess that's one reason that I thought, like, I like that they're leaving it open right now, that you don't know exactly where the SF is going, because Heroic is thinking about potentially the SF going mid and like dealing with the Monkey.
How is that matchup, by the way? Like,
I'm pretty sure it's like SF favored until if a support rotates where Monkey can actually kill the SF. But volatile, very volatile.
Okay, we get ourselves most likely the Whisper hero here with the mag.
Oh, that's a Whisper classic.
Yeah.
This is what he was grinding in NA/SA. I'll just say US East when he was coming into competitive.
Should be on paper a very, I'll use your word, volatile lane. If this is the lane mag plus Shadow Shaman, which I think it is.
Against
SF
Naga.
SF Naga or SF Shadow Demon, because SF hates when you can easily get on top of him. And now you can get on top of him if you have chicken fingers. It's also really nice, and you can keep him in spot with shackles. While these two, they actually hurt. The damage output is probably one of the highest in the game when it comes to right clicks, Shadow Shaman and Mag. So SF Glass Cannon, called that way for a reason. They have options of shutting him down in the laning stage.
And Heroic still has to ban TA just out of fear that it's a SF mid. So that's kind of the benefit here of leaving that open. I think also TA speaks to what you were saying, where you could survive the skewer back with refraction for long enough that Naga could come around and help you.
Funny enough, I have seen teams actually when they're playing SF banning out TA because they don't want to deal with her, but for now, like you said, TA on the other side banned out. And we're probably looking at an XM hero for Xtreme Gaming, right? And on the other side, it should be the carry Yuma as the last pick, I think.
With Analog playing the Monkey King mid again?
Yep, Monkey mid, Mag offlane. But like Jenkins mentioned, if they're worried about the SF mid, if they think SF is the mid lane, maybe they will put the Monkey on the safe lane instead.
I would like some. I think you had mentioned the idea of like light committal team fighters yesterday, Lizard. I feel like Heroic they're very all in. I'm gonna drop my Wukongs. I'm gonna drop my RP, Earth Splitter, all of it.
And
like,
the wards, you just run away from that, right? Like that's
right. So who's getting like the first hit? Who's the first point of contact?
They don't have it right now.
Yeah.
It's on Monkey's back to create chaos. I feel like if he's the mid laner, he needs to be the one doing it. You can't really go Ursa here as well. Actually, you could. They ban it. Yeah.
So you want a point of first contact. That to me screams Abaddon as the carry.
Oh man, that would be really good.
Into Shadow Demon, the only problem.
Yeah, that can be quite devastating.
Illusions plus Purge. But it's same with Ursa though, right? Like I was thinking maybe they'll go Ursa because you get this first hero that just goes ham.
Yeah, I'm here. What are you going to do about it?
You just jump DSF with BKB. Or maybe you go for this, for the complete opposite.
Glass Cannon?
Glass Cannon on Glass Cannon. It's not that bad. I feel like Lina more or less has similar item spikes and item progression as SF, so... What do they have? They have the Pango to get on top of her, which is pretty good. And they have Song maybe with the Blink.
I mean, this is pretty close to what Navi were using as their anti-Lina strategy.
What was the carry when they didn't have Ursa, though? Usually Ursa was the one that created all of it.
That's true.
I guess they need, with an SF, if he's the carry, they need another backline catch from the...
That's what I was thinking. Like, I could honestly see the Primal, and I know it's not good against Monkey in lane, but you're going to creep cut anyway, and it's XM. I feel like sometimes he just doesn't care.
Tiny was their carry?
Tiny would be... Also struggles against Monkey in lane, but you cannot creep cut. I mean, I guess you can just Ava toss the wave. I know people have been doing that.
Slardar. That's a cool pick with the Shadow Fiend. Mid Slardar, Shadow Fiend.
A lot of minus armor.
A lot of minus armor.
Mid Slardar into Monkey? That seems that's bold.
I feel like... Let's wait and see the matchup. I feel like Slardar is maybe a bit underrated even into these crazy matchups because he can just dish out a ton of damage as well.
He just
can
hangs
creep
out in
skip
the
as
river.
well, by the way. Yeah.
And he has the leg day facet right now selected, so he's unslowable in the first few seconds of his sprint.
And Analog does end up taking the Monkey King mid. Yuma will be the safe lane Lina.
I mean, these two drafts, when you look at Xtreme Gaming, they're all about poking, resetting, going in and out. Meanwhile, Heroic are heavy committing with the draft that they've got. So it's a very volatile
That's
game.
the exact thing I'm thinking, is like this could go either way in such an extreme fashion, not the team, but the actual word, because Glass Cannon versus Glass Cannon and a bunch of hard commit on one side. It's like either you're killing their Glass Cannon or they're killing yours.
And you know, when we mentioned Ursa, is there any other hero that goes ham as he does? Well, there's the Slardar. And it kind of bashes the same way, right?
Yeah.
Like you get the Slithering Crush, then he hits you a couple of times, bashes you again, then another Slithering Crush. It's really annoying to play Lina against a fed Slardar. He can solo you.
So
Yeah, it is.
The approach of Xtreme to win fights is I'm going to find someone and then I'm going to slowly eat you to death with my Slardar and SFs. And Heroic's approach is
slowly.
Everyone gather around and I'm going to crumple you into
as many people as we can all at once.
Yep.
Yeah, they have skewer backs as well. You can always play around skewer backs with Meg.
There are like layers on both sides, which is what I like. If you want to just initiate instantly and get a pick off, you can. If you want to slow the fights down, you can on both sides. On one side, you have ET, who's one of the best reactionary heroes in the game. And for Xtreme, you have Naga that does exactly the same thing. So it's a cool game waiting for us.
I'm encouraged to see that at least Heroic haven't fallen to pieces after a rough game one. We even saw some smiles on their webcam, so let's see if they can continue that same energy as we get into game number 2 with Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Tsunami. Coming into game 2, Xtreme looking to book a ticket to the playoffs while Heroic are trying to stay alive for a game 3. This game does have quite a bit of layers, like Wizard was saying. It feels like an onion, maybe a parfait. But we'll see what happens in this game as we start to peel back the layers and one by one start to see how this game progresses. Lacoste, we've got Slardar as the last pick here. And another Lina game.
Another Lina game that might not have the greatest time, considering all the minus armor. This is the hero that doesn't build into armor items, so maybe the supports will need to take care of it. This is going to be Whisper from the off lane. It's a very good Crimson Guard game. You're playing into so much physical. Supports definitely need to start looking into getting the Solar Crest. This is not the item that you buy on Shadow Shaman, however, but it's all 3 cores, all physical. But if we also look at how slow the lineup is from Xtreme Gaming, if we go back, let's say a year, it does feel that this is extreme. Look at when they were picking Shadow Demon plus Phoenix, not having too many stuns, losing the laning stage pretty heavily, and then making a comeback. I could see the same thing happening here because this is a very explosive lineup. You take one good fight, you can easily take Roshan, you can take any objective on the map. You have more than enough tower damage coming out from Shadowfiend. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that 15 talent that the presence aura affects buildings anymore, but you should be able to bring the numbers and kill the towers, especially if you take a really good fight.
We'll see how quickly it takes to get both teams kind of started, where the kills will come from, because it does kind of feel like every lane has a chance at a kill. Maybe less so for Xtreme, but that being said, you could still ensnare, reel in, land a couple of raises, and you might get a kill there up top for Xtreme as well. But Shadow Shaman with Magnus, Shackle into Shockwave Skewer could definitely turn into something.
Especially if the laning is in a bad position. We've seen multiple times Shadow Fiend being paired up with Naga Siren. It is a good setup for your raises, and they're playing instantly aggressive onto Ame. Schofield does have Ether Shock. Ame, another Shockwave soon, but he's going to be fine. All that extra stats that he did bring. 3 branches, Magic Wand, allows him to survive.
Whisper looking for another shot at getting this
Schofield needs to be careful here. If they hit level 2... Oh, Paulson doesn't have much XP. He gave some of the XP to Shadowfin. I saw Shadowfin being 1 creep away from level 2. If you get the net on him.
Yeah. Not going to be the case, at least for the moment. And then there's a salve, so he's back up towards full. Gives them another chance to kind of have Schofield feel very confident in moving up on an Ame. But he gets shared a Tango, and he'll start to heal as well. Definitely dangerous for Ame, and we have seen games where he kind of gets heavily focused by the other team, and it requires XXS and XM to pick up the pace. And on Slardar and Pangolier, it's definitely 2 heroes that, come level 6, can open up the map a bit for Ame.
They definitely can. This mid matchup is a bit interesting because they knew what they were playing into, and I see that Monkey King is doing much better. Slardar is one of the few heroes who can like trade okay-ish with Bash of the Deep. I want to see what he gets on level 4. Guardian Sprint to try to run away. You do have also Leg Day, so you move pretty quickly. And you can also maybe pick up both of the Water Runes.
Ame is under the tower and
Ame's
looking
dead.
very dead, but Whisper, he needs another shot. He'll hit the Shockwave, and that'll be first blood for this Magnus. Must have ended up under the tower with that Shockwave Skewer. And Pelosin not going to be able to pick up this Lotus either. Slane is very much advantage heroic.
Difficult start. If your lane is close to the enemy tower, you have no real stuns, nothing to stop the shackles from going off, so this is always a bad lane. Or if you want to look at it from a different perspective, it's always a good Shadow Shaman lane, because you get the free cast in a lane like this, 2 points in Shackle, it heals you for 140, deals 140 damage at level 2. Whisper, let's see if he can get the Skewer back.
He wants it, and he hits both heroes. Blood Grenade, Ame might just be dead again. Whisper chasing, but do they have the raises to turn around onto Whisper? They do.
Nice
That is confidence from this Shadow Shaman, or from this Shadow Fiend.
His
Just
short
go in.
raise was coming off cooldown, and I think Whisper realized that he needs to try to go back, but his long raise was also ready.
Double raise, and that's raised up Ame in this lane, at least with a kill. Doesn't have a lot of CS, but he's got more than Magnus now, and also has a kill as well. Gotta be careful about going for this Shadow Fiend with the raises there. Mid lane is very much analog, dominating the CS numbers.
Already has 500 extra net worth, and it's not going to get any easier. They need to land those raises. As soon as they start to play aggressive, like one raise needs to hit instantly.
Schofield looks like he's just going to wrap around and shackle. That's exactly what he's going to do. And then they try to set up, but instead now you could just focus this Naga Siren, who almost walks forward to say, hey, look at me. Don't look at my Shadow Fiend. That's exactly how it goes down. Pelosin ends up dying, but is that a sacrifice in which, you know, Shadow Fiend gets to stay in lane a little bit and works out in the later parts of the lane to benefit them?
Shadow Fiend also doesn't have much mana to work with. Basically has 2 raises, which is not enough. And this is a very difficult lane for them. Again, not having any kind of a silence, any kind of a stun to stop Shadow Shaman from getting his spells off. Good thing is Shadow Shaman also doesn't have much mana to work with. He is bringing some on the Courier, Sage Mask, and Clarity. This is going to give Shadow Fiend good 20 seconds to last hit as free as he wants.
Whisper still not ahead of Ame, but they have racked up a couple kills. Happy with what they're getting in the moment. XXS bottom. He's 32 and 13, most CS hero on Xtreme. See how it is for the supports. We'll see what Pelosin does with the Naga Siren. This is a hero that can really stack quite a bit. But I'm not sure we've seen any stacking from Naga Siren just yet.
XM just placed Observer Ward and it's going to get killed immediately. But yeah, Naga Siren does stack a lot. They have okay-ish heroes to kill the stacks with. Pango with 2 of his abilities, Shadow Fiend with raises can definitely do it. CXM doesn't find rune there, and this was a very good move from Schofield. He did stack the big camp, did secure the rune for Analog, playing with the catapult. Even King Jungles is going to come to the mid lane. Pelosin will try to drag the creep wave away. This is a nice move.
This is going to time out with the 7-minute shrine.
They're definitely coming. Whenever you play against Monkey King from the mid lane, there's always a chance that there is going to be Monkey King going for your rune.
Wukong's...
Well, Jinkyu is going to pick it up anyway.
He'll get it.
He's fine with that
Disrupt and walk away. Schofield trying to move forward and get a shackle onto this Shadow Demon. Gets the Hex from a distance. That means Shadow Demon isn't going to be able to survive the gank from Analog.
It's more important that he gets that XP rune. That Wukong's command wasn't really good enough to be able to remove him from picking up the XP rune. Maybe if he wanted to, because he doesn't have a point in jump. Maybe that's why. No point in tree dance at this point.
A little bit surprising. Well, they were still able to get in on the kill. Maybe they should have had one more over, though, from Xtreme, knowing that these heroes were coming in. Nobody really rotating to that. Whisper's level 6. They go to the RP. Gonna need some help from Jinkyu, who is not able to do enough to save XM. 4 heroes have shown up over mid. They land the sweep of the Shadow Demon, and this is a dead Shadow Demon again.
Very good moves from Heroic. Trying to go for enemy XP rune, they get a kill. Even Whisper decides to make a move to the mid lane. They try to play aggressive. I can see what Xtreme wants to do. Try to force a rotation, relieve some of the pressure from the side lane so that Shadow Fiend can farm, so that Pango can get his level 6, but they get heavily punished. And again, this tower is very, very low at the moment.
Naga Siren's just sitting mid, and again, I'm just wondering, like, no stacks.
I had to do something else. Let's see if he's going to be able to make some stacks right now, because he needed to drag that creep wave away from the mid lane when they were playing 3 with the catapult. Yuma.
Gonna Blade Boundless Strike, LSA. Shield crashing though, and the Rolling Thunder now needs to turn around and get out of here. And that's all happening while they do finally make some stacks on the map. I know Ame's made a couple for himself in the moments that he had alone. But they need to get some more farm available on the map. They're down 2,000 net worth, and Monkey King and Lina are leading the charge for Heroic. It's really good from Heroic so far, and they're going to move and look for more. They've moved around the map really well. That 4-man gank, and now this gank over in the top lane looking for Pelosin. They've got the skewer, and they don't even need Yuma. It's dominating for Analog, who's played real well off a mid-lane victory.
Definitely making all the right moves, going into these cheaper items from Monkey King. We saw the Diffusal Blade yesterday from Mid Monkey working out really well, and this is going to be another tower for them. Mid tower didn't die, but basically it's dead, sitting at 250 HP. They did make a move already. We said that Xtreme Gaming's lineup is a bit on the slower side. They don't have many stuns. Sure, you have Slaughter, but you also need a Billing Dagger. This is a good rune. Maybe they can get something out of this one. haste. And Jinkyu is also level 4, 10 minutes in. Supports also don't deal any kind of a damage, so that's why I'm saying that this lineup from Xtreme Gaming is very slow. They're very good at stacking, they're very good defensive supports to try to reset the fight with the song, with the disruption maybe, but overall, if Heroic are going to be keeping the pressure onto the enemies, I feel like they need to put slightly more pressure, try to get something out of the lead that they do have, not allowing them to get much done, not allow them to clear those stacks. XXS, Rolling Thunder, not an easy kill to get.
No, and they're going to have another one coming in. They don't get this Shadow Shaman. They also sleep too, but the LSA does not connect. Disrupt onto the Monkey King. Schofield still alive. They use another Rolling Thunder, and it doesn't turn into anything for the side of Xtreme, as more heroes rotated for Heroic, and again, moving around the map really well. Shadow Shaman placing down the Serpent Wards, looking to get another tower, as they'll force the Glyph. And Xtreme, you said it, it's a slow draft. Is it... what's the timing? They want Blink Dagger on Slardar first. Are you looking to fight off that Blink Dagger, or do you really want to, like, really get it to a crawl here?
Pick off. I don't think they're going to be able to team fight anytime soon. The Fusel Blade on XXS is coming out. The supports are still very low level, especially Jinkyu, about to crack level 5. At least Poloson in the mid lane was getting some of the XP. They can't delay the game, because these heroes, like especially Naga Siren, we saw it so many times throughout the tournament, where Naga Siren goes behind enemy lines, kills 2 creep waves, and then delays the game. The problem is if they're going to be getting caught, because I see Blink Dagger on Magnus ready. This also means that they can go for these pickoffs, get a one-man RP, get whatever you can. Just try to put slightly more pressure, get those pickoffs. And it also gives them, because we've seen 3 games yesterday when BetBoom Team played Lina, he lost the laning stage pretty heavily. This Lina is staying close to the top of the network, and she's not pressured at all. You know that Xtreme Gaming will not get any kind of aggressive moves, not until Slaughter gets the Blink Dagger, so she's pretty safe.
What's the, if we have it available, the stack number differences between these teams? I've seen both teams taking
I'd say like 15 maybe on Xtreme Gaming. 10.
10-9.
I was expecting slightly more.
I was actually, you know, now they've started to stack a little bit more. Ame got himself one, but yeah, I saw this happening with the Empower. Coming over, taking those stacks too for the side of Heroic. Pretty even overall. Despite this slow start, he's not too bad.
No,
in
he's
terms
doing
of
okay.
net worth.
Did die only that one time. Poloson did sacrifice himself a couple of times so that Ame doesn't die.
Definitely the big problem, though, is the other 2 cores. They are... Well, Pango's not too far behind, but Slardar is struggling. XM, he needs, when he gets this Blink Dagger, to find some gold around the map and potentially doing so with pickoffs, like you said. Smoke from Schofield, Monkey King there. He's a smoked Clarity at the moment. There's that Diffusal Blade for Pango, so they'll have the Diffusal Blade and the Blink Dagger for Slardar show up at around the same time. Right now, XM's backing away with...
Could be an okay fight.
Getting himself more health and mana.
Ame would definitely love to be level 12 in this engagement.
Next, RP and Serpent Ward stacked up, but Song immediately out.
I don't think he's going to be able to get the Requiem off of that Song. It's a bit too late, but the Rolling Thunder
Maybe
is
off
there.
The side. They go to the Rolling Thunder, and it's a focus and attention on Analog. Their Splitter comes in. There's the Requiem. They get the Fear on it, too. Analog and Schofield are dead. They look for the Magnus, who gets into the trees, and that's a good fight. Very thankful for Poloson if you're an Xtreme fan. And, well, Xtreme themselves are thankful that he was there to have the song ready to go.
This is exactly why Naga Siren is such a good hero. Like, she's strong laner, has a setup, but this time using the song, allowing the rest of the team to get the good Rolling Thunder. Requiem also does clip them. We've seen teams getting better at using this combo, especially in the lane, if it allows Shadowfiend to snowball out of control. It's a setup for your raises. It didn't happen in this game, but it does also allow you to get the combo off of your song. Like, use the song to wake them up and also use Requiem. We saw, I believe it was Liquid who used this combo a couple of times.
Whisper, Blink, Force Staff, Ags.
I was expecting an Aura. I think it's a still very good Crimson Guard game. And seeing how Whisper has been playing with all of these auras, especially in the previous game where he wanted to go for a pipe, did buy into early Lotus Orb. So playing a bit more for the team rather than for himself.
Nigma had this early advantage and early start. He's got Falcon Blade, Boots of Travel, and the Maelstrom. He's in a real good spot. So is Analog. He had dipped down under the Ame Shadow Fiend for a moment. Ame looking for that Hurricane Pike to get some distance. But XM, Blink BKB is what he's calling for. They'll have another Blink soon when XXS grabs his. Very quick Boots of Travel for Yuma. At least according to the average.
Ooh, this is big. With Shadow Shaman, you always have ability to take Roshan. Maybe Xtreme Gaming were thinking they could have sneaked in Roshan with their heroes. It is mid-Slardar. Unfortunately, he's not level 12 yet, so minus armor would be 10. With Pango, who doesn't have more than 1 point in Lucky Shot. Second Roshan, they could definitely sneak it in with all the minus armor that they do have. And now Yuma's going to be the one that's going to be holding the Aegis. Still yet to be involved in any kind of a kill, sitting at 0-0-0. But with the Boots of Travel, things are going to be easier.
See what they do with this Aegis, how they set up. And maybe they wait for Schofield, because he's close to this Blink Dagger. Him initiating is going to be pretty big. These Shackles, Chicken Fingers in the Hex. But Xtreme, they've started to hit this point where they are getting some net worth under their belt. Yep. They feel strong.
Managed to stabilize real nicely in the last couple of minutes. That big fight near the XP Shrine allowed them to regain 2k net worth.
Yuma.
And you can tell that they want to play a bit of a farm game.
Yeah.
Seeing that XM picked up a shard of his own, so he wants to farm rather than going for a BKB. Wants to hit those creeps.
And the pace of the game is fine for Xtreme as long as they're not losing access to their map. I mean, yeah, they've lost their tier 1 towers, but it's not like they're exactly being pushed behind the river. Like, you still have Shadow Demon and XXS pushing past the river line and feeling confident enough to do so because Heroic aren't punishing them. The one time they went on that 14-minute shrine, they lost that fight. Pelosin was there, ready with the song.
And they see stuff. With Naga Siren illusions, you're always going to have a good time. Like, even Shadow Demon can create illusions out of the heroes, and now they're waiting for the jump. XXS did pick up his Blink Dagger. Hurricane Pike is ready on Shadow Fiend. If they find Whisper here, if she shows, he's 100% dead.
Electing not to go to the Force Staff and is just building that Ags now. Pavis will help the survivability for this team. That's
Problem is
by Pelosin.
They don't have the entrances. They didn't kill
Crush.
The towers yet.
And the Rolling Thunder finding Whisper, who will use that skewer, but he's netted up and dead. They'll channel the Shackle, but the Laguna Blade comes out, and they've just not got the follow-up. Balance Strike, though, I say they don't have the follow-up.
They want
immediately stop, sleep on sleep. They've been given some melatonin. They're tired, but now, as they've been woken up, XM, he's dead. Ame's on the run. He's inside the Wukong's command. The Blink into the RP. They should have the Shadow Fiend and will. XXS needs to run with a swashbuckle, but the Balance Strike short off the mark. He's able to blink away. And it ends up being a bit of a close trade, as this should be Shadow Demon just getting out.
Nice one. Manages to get out of trouble. They got buyback out of Whisper. I just said that they need to kill these towers. That's the problem. They have tier 1 tower in the mid lane, tier 1 tower in the top. They smoked into the enemy triangle. Even if they get a kill with some buybacks, they can easily come back to a fight. Not too bad of a fight for Xtreme Gaming, but also they definitely don't want to be losing Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and they lost cores compared to just the off in the 4 of Heroic.
So you're saying off lane, not a core?
No, I said the off and the 4, you know. But both were cores dead on Xtreme, and now they've lost Pelosin on the Naga Siren. They've gained the more gold, even though they bought back the most gold.
ETLT did a lot. Like, he was really keeping the distance, which he didn't get clipped by the song, and it did set up pretty nicely. This Boundless Strike.
Man, that's sleep too. Yeah,
You have sleep. We also have sleep.
We have ways to take you out and put you to bed.
That's also the battle of the shadows. Shadow Shaman, Shadow Demon,
Shadow
Fiend.
It's a lot of shadows. And now, a Tormentor for Heroic. Immediate smoke. Oh, Pelosin. Uh-oh. He was dead the second they started coming through that twin gate. Unfortunate position. He wanted the ward to maybe see that gank. Unfortunately ran into it. And it's put Heroic in an okay spot again, up 3,000, but top of the net worth is Monkey King. Analog having a really good game. He has done a lot to keep Heroic ahead.
Definitely did. He's been heavily involved in these early rotations. We'll take that shrine. They wanted to take it 7 minutes into the game as well. It does seem like they need a lot of items on Xtreme Gaming, but we also saw that yesterday, second game, BetBoom, when they had Naga Siren, they did win the game when Naga Siren got a lot of farm. Yeah. We're talking about like 3 big items, basically mana boots, Blink Dagger, and Refresher. So he did have double song, and let's see if he's going to be able to maybe replicate that, try to get the good amount of farm. Because usually this is the position 4/5, whichever role you want to play it, that does get a lot of farm, because you always want to be pushing out the waves.
Blink Slithering Crush coming through on a KJ. Quick kill onto the Elder Titan. And on TPing back to pick up that BKB. That's what we were talking about Xtreme Gaming. That pick-off potential with the Slardar and that Blink Dagger. See what else they can get. They are staying across the river, deep into the Heroic side, and you can see the Dota plus win probability favoring Heroic at about 60%.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. It really depends how the next fight into Roche is going to be played out. Who's going to be controlling that Roshan? If it's going to be Ame on Shadow Fiend. Like, this is also, like, it's not the real transformation hero, but it does feel like Shadow Fiend with Aegis feels like that. Like, with Dragonite, DB, Sven as well. What he can do after he respawns isn't really as impactful as some other carries. Shadow Blade.
Another Shadow.
Yeah, we wanted to see Ame pick it up in the previous game on Doom, because he really adores the item. And we'll get it this time. We'll give him more maneuverability in a fight. Maybe he's going to be able to run away. We'll definitely save him in the previous fight.
Pelosin, ooh, balance strike. But RP, Ame, he's going to Requiem. That hits the 2 heroes going for Pelosin. Backup is coming for both teams. Blink, Crush, BKB. Is the damage for Ame enough? It is. They get that kill. The ult from the Shadow Demon helping out. And Analog was in confidently with BKB. Oh, Horn Toss in the middle of a shield crash. Now they've got the Shackle, but realizing they can't
is
commit to
chasing.
this.
Blink is ready.
Lina is not even
They want the big
They
one.
are not coming over for him, and they will find this Shadow Shaman. Schofield's going to die. They'll be able to farm some Serpent Wards, and they'll also be able to push the tower.
They wanted Magnus real bad there. They wanted to have extra death timer, because he did buy back in the previous fight. Tumbler's Toy, Skewer, he manages to run away. And now that's a freebie tower for them.
Yeah, Lina didn't have TP available and couldn't be into the fight, but the reinforcements showed up for Xtreme Gaming, and they made it really beneficial for themselves. RP on the Pelosin, onto the Naga Siren, felt like a bit of an overkill, and it didn't end up getting them the kill initially, and now he's on the run. There's Shadow Demon close, but everybody else is not really nearby, and they will finally get the Naga Siren that they originally came for.
That jump from Monkey King, extra 3 dance cast range on level 15, really making the difference there. Seems like they want to be having as much armor as possible, building into Dispel, building into Manta Style. I see Disperser as well. I said that Lina usually doesn't buy into armor items, but in this game, I see that he's going for AC, which is definitely necessary. Magnus is not the best AC buyer, so somebody will need to get it, and I think it's desperately needed, considering that they are playing against 3 physical cores.
Ame almost has his BKB ready. I mean, all they wanted was time, right?
He was thinking that maybe he can get away without buying a BKB.
What did he have in there before?
He had Daedalus.
That's risky. That's one of those moves that if you commit to Daedalus, die 2
You
times.
get hexed, you're dead.
Yeah, you regret.
Yes, and then you have Crystallis and no gold, and suddenly you need to farm up 4,000 gold.
Smoked is 5. Aether Lens for Magnus. Shown up. And Tier 1 tower. They'll glyph it. They're grouped up on Heroic, but they're not nearby. They're over towards the mid-tier 2. Who most likely setting up for a fight pre-Roche. You said Xtreme can do Roche pretty quickly. If they get like 1 pick off, they're in.
Roshan is about to
available.
We still haven't seen Lina do much. Like, she is staying close to Shadowfiend because he definitely took over in the last couple of minutes. But if you could check the damage, I feel like his damage is going to be like some like 3,000-4,000 maybe max. He's been heavily farming on this Lina.
Taking a look at the Gale Guards. A couple Brigand Blades, a Shiv. Now 2 Shivs. Taking the first 20 minutes to whittle into a Shiv. Now they've got a couple. Ags for the Pangolier. Manta style for Analog.
It's also Aghanims with Shard with Blink Dagger on Pango. So basically doing everything as mid Pango would do, but just slightly slower, and also your Rolling Thunder is not effective because you do have double jump facet. This next fight is going to tell us the story of this game, how it's going to go. Whoever manages to get a big fight, I mean, team fight from Heroic is pretty insane with Blink Dagger on Magnus, Ether Lens, ET Ulti, Shadow Shaman, and Wukong's command. But they can also reset. There are 2 BKBs available on Heroic, which are not going to be very good if we're talking about their song reset.
And Yuma just 0-0-2. They really want to see more from this Lina, second of the net worth. Has spent the time farming, has that BKB. There will definitely be position for them to make it happen in the next fight. But they, maybe not if they catch Yuma first.
They
smoke used, XM, Blink, Slither, Crush, it's onto the Shadow Shaman.
He has no buyback. He bought out on Ghost Scepter.
He is dead for 35. That could have been way worse. They grouped
that's
up.
A very quick Roche they got. All the spells are pretty much maxed out. Shadowfiend, Aura, Lucky Shot. Slardr's level 17, so that's extra minus 15 armor. Roshan dies basically in 5 seconds if everybody's hitting it.
Yeah, just leaving Ame in there.
Naga Siren, this is the power of the hero. Shadow Demon as well, with his innate ability. Oh, sorry, not innate, Shadow Servant facet. It does allow them to create the illusion, so he is scouting things out. They just killed off Shadow Shaman. A little surprised that they don't commit with like 1 extra hero.
Balance Strike BKB, but Analog, you're coming in now. The Wukong,
he got it.
Aegis, he got it. Surrounded by a couple of heroes inside the Wukong. XXS, he's stuck. Oh, XXS. RP used on the 2. LSA follows it up. Serpent Wards are there. Polosin is dead, and so is Jinkyu. It all falls apart for Xtreme as they were the ones going for Roche. But they didn't commit to everybody hitting Roshan. It was just Ame.
Everybody, but they could have hit with extra like 2 heroes, wait with Naga Siren to reset, and then Analog finds a really good opening, jumps onto the trees, and snatches that this is actually massive. We said that whoever wins this next fight, it's gonna tell us how the game's gonna go.
This is Analog, BKB, stunned for a second, waiting for his moment to jump.
Low.
And then just snatched it right here. Not cooking fast enough. And then XXS just bouncing around the pit. Dying to this Wukong's, and you don't have Rolling Thunder at that point. Might have even wanted to use Rolling Thunder earlier to sit on top of Roche.
Could have done that. Maybe 1 proc of Lucky Shot, that extra minus armor, extra 13 minus armor, could have made the difference. with all the right clicks from the Shadow Fiend. And now the game for Xtreme Gaming looks completely different.
It's another one of those moments that if you're Xtreme, you have to be a little bit more careful on, but Heroic, Analog specifically, again, just taking advantage of a little bit of indecision from Xtreme Gaming. Just having Ame on that Roche is kind of what cost them getting that Aegis.
Radiant are scanning.
Analog having a really good game. You saw Lena's only 1-0-3, but Analog 8-2-3 has been involved in 11 of the 14 kills for Heroic, and with a play like that, snatching the Aegis, involved in even more to really keep this game favorable.
The question is, how does Xtreme Gaming now go for the play? Do they have any smokes available? Naga Siren, no smokes whatsoever, so they're gonna need to try to outpush the waves. Wait until this Aegis expires. Maybe they can get a pick off, but this is the big item. This AC is going to tank them a lot. Everything is physical, as we said already. And another Tormentor. Whisper will get it this time.
Giving that upgraded skewer.
Not much. This is really not a good shard. It's an okay shard, but it's not S tier by any means. Like, it's very good. Let's say you're defending the base, so you're skewering them, especially with Ether Lens. The cliff damage, it's pretty much nothing.
Choo-Choo Tower top, finally starting to take some deeper towers, and this is the last outer tower that remains for Xtreme. Potential high ground push now. They took that mid tier 2, pressured tier 3 for a second, came over top, Tormentor into that, and now look for the Rolling Thunder. They'll jump into the backlines, but the BKB's been popped by Yuma. Ame with the BKB, but they've left XXS out
XXS
alone.
is dead again.
Her splitter landed, and Lena doing the damage. XXS has got no buyback.
They can't really... I mean, Slardar was not in. They were not on the same page. Not sure where XM was, but XXS decided to make the jump, go for that play.
Toss saw
immediately.
Ame.
And they release it. There is RP ready.
Requiem and looking for the Lena. That's a good kill for them on the side of Xtreme to get Yuma. But do they have enough? Sleep landing again on Ame. Whisper's already dead. They'll go for this Shadow Shaman.
His ground.
Schofield's got Analog on the run. He's got 2 lives, but they might be able to just take them both away. They looked for the sleep. They'll look over at Ame. KJ doing some decent damage, but gets ripped apart by the help of Pelosin with this Shadow Fiend. And now Analog, he's going to die again. It's
so
a full team wipe for the side of Xtreme.
This is basically 4 versus 5. And Whisper, he knows. He did tip Poloson immediately. After that skewer back, he blinks in, uses the song, and look at the amount of gold that Poloson does have. He's sitting on 4,000 gold, so he can go for that refresher. That item that we did mention yesterday when Kataomi played. It did win them the game, and he can actually buy it. Ame, let's see the damage. 7,000 damage coming out from him in the previous fight.
This all starts with the song. Pelosin just right in and showing off the reason you get this blink dagger for this Naga Siren, because he blinks in and they're all songed. It sets up perfectly for the Requiem.
Yeah, and also the disruption from Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
So that he can't get the RP onto 2 people. This was a really nice play from Jinkyu. And also getting all of these illusions, plus he also gets the illusion of Lena, so they get AC for free.
That feels pretty good. Pelosin, MVP of that fight.
Oh, definitely. Now Ame has Daedalus. Like, Ame, these heroes are scaling real nicely. Minus armor is always really, really good in the late game. Like, we're talking about Slardar also potentially getting his level 25, where Corrosive Haze is undispellable. Then your BKBs, your Manta Styles, Dispersers, they're not going to be doing anything. Now with Aghanim Scepter as well, he has that status resistance.
Heroic losing a big fight like that. It went from a 5,000 net worth lead on their end to a 6,000 net worth lead on the side of Xtreme, an 11,000 gold shift. And if you're Heroic, you've shown that the fights can be good, but you have to be the ones reacting first, because Pelosin has clearly shown that he's not afraid to just go with Song and blink in and stop your engagement or stop your progression.
You don't need much mana on Nagasaran to be able to pull off the combo. Your ulti is 250, refresher's 350, so that's 850 pretty much. And you do have enough mana pool with mana boots, so you can also use it once you refresh it.
Math checks out. Blink, Slither, and Crush, and Whisper is dispatched quickly.
No buyback on him.
Committed the TP. Yuma now needs to run, but Schofield comes in. He's got the Hex, and now they'll use this Song once more.
They're ready to go in.
The Lina, and that is
pull
the
it off
target.
again.
Requiem thrown out for the KB is going to be in time, at least for Yuma. They'll think about getting these bashes. They need to be careful about the right clicks coming through. The Air Splitter comes in and rips up Pelosi, who's going to end up dying, but Ame going for the kill. He's under the tier 4 tower, but this time it will work out. Tournament's not called the International, so diving the tier 4s is not so dangerous for Ame and the rest of the crew, as they'll go after XM. They'll finish off the Slardar. They'll buy back out of the Elder Titan and Analog.
Mate, Mike in 2 seconds.
XXS is here for some help. Jing2 also here. But do they want to go for this on Heroic? They bought back. They won't get anything on the retreat from Xtreme. But Xtreme also didn't commit and get these buildings at the moment.
Lina was very tanky. She did get Solar Crest from ET, sitting underneath the tier 4 towers, getting that extra armor. But still, she got shut down by Shadow Fiend. I'm not sure if she had Slardar ulti on top of her, but she's still dying. Like, she needs extra bit of survivability. I see that he wants to go for Satanic, but he also wants MKB, so he will need to decide which one of the two. Sure, you can still sell Maelstrom, which we seen yesterday.
Yeah.
When the BetBoom played, I think he sold his Maelstrom 2 times, opted to go for more damage.
Invis-Rune. Schofield Shadowblade with the Ghost Scepter. Ooh, the Hex.
Already paid off.
Now a strike, yeah, pays off immediately. Schofield immediately getting tipped by Yuma too. Hey, Shadowblade's a good item on supports as well.
It is. Whisper, also something to point out, he bought Hand of Midas. This is one of the latest one I've seen, especially on a core. Wants to scale, thinking that this game is going to go late, so he wants to get some extra items. He wants to get to his level 20, level 25.
Roshan soon. Timer is about 1 minute and 10 away.
Pelosin did refresh in the previous fight, but didn't get the second song off. Lina did kill him almost immediately.
Yeah, the Earth Splitter landed on Pelosin, and that's also took a big chunk of his life away. If they don't fight for the next 60, it doesn't exactly change too much. Getting towards level 18, looking for that song level 3. That'll work out better for them as they move towards this top Tormentor area to go through the Twin Gate. They might be able to wrap all the way out and around and surprise Xtreme. Pango's not going to be there. XM's not nearby immediately.
They know something is up. You see all of these illusions pushing out the mid lane, pushing out the bottom lane.
Smoke used, and now this is going to be a surprise fight, but
XXS is not
blink,
there.
Horn toss. Ooh, XM caught out and away from his team. The BKB, the Slither Crusher, thinking about the RP, but the Song from a distance. Pelosin, he actually saves XM another good sleep, but XM's going to miss the blink. Slither Crush trying to go back in. They go to the Wukong's command. They've got themselves the RP. Another Song coming through, sleeping up the side of Heroic. They buy back on Schofield immediately as Yuma's going to be inside this Wukong's, but it's not enough protection from him because they are hitting away. XM gets the kill into Yuma as well as KJ. They'll try to jump for some distance as Schofield and Whisper need to get away from XXS. He hits that swashbuckle, but Schofield's got that Shadow Blade. Invisibility at this point seems like invincibility, but Xtreme, they come out ahead.
Like, they try to initiate onto Slardar, but he does have that status resistance in the river, and then I guess it messes with Shadow Shaman because he wants to use his shackle. He wants to use all.
Buyback.
This is big. Look at the
Behind
range with the
tier
shard.
4s. There's a Laguna Blade, but he's
Panic.
got himself the Satanic trying to heal up, and the right click damage coming out from Yuma might be too much for him to handle. They've got the Guardian
full
Greaves, they
HP
have a little
almost.
bit of a heal.
Nice LSA.
LSA connects, disruption from Jinkyu, Whisper with the skewer, he's right on the money, and Ame's still alive,
He just
still
killed
trying
himself.
to fight. Bella strike out onto Ame, but this guy will finally die. It cost them analog, it cost them everything, but Ame is dead. I don't know if they can hold on with just the Magnus. Nobody has buyback.
Oh man, Ame did a lot. Like that nicely timed Satanic. He comes back into the fight one more time. Even skewered underneath the tier 4s. It doesn't feel like it's doing that much. And again, they do have AC Aura from the Lina illusion that the Jinkyu is creating. So having that extra minus armor, extra bit of attack speed of their own.
It's gonna be the safe play for Xtreme. They're gonna take the mid center axe. They're gonna take the bottom set. But there's still a tier 2 tower top, and now a skewer all the way in. Shockwave, still not enough. XM pops the BKB.
XM also has AC of his own. And he got level 25 out of the previous fight, so Corrosive Haze is now undispellable. Your BKBs, your Dispersers, Manta Styles, they're not going to be doing much. Two sides of barracks. Gone.
No tier 2 take in top, so they weren't able to get the mega creeps. But it's close for Xtreme to pass the finish line. Get out of this Swiss stage and in to the playoffs.
They hear the roar. Poloson will scout things out this time around. Seems like they want to be using more heroes to kill that Roshan quickly. Shadowfin can TP in a couple of seconds if they don't want to finish it, and then he can be the one picking it up. Ame, ready to TP in a second. Never mind, XM is going to be the new carry of the team. He also has the Zune with Quicken, so that's going to be extra 15 evasion, plus also the bigger AoE of his spells, which is really nice.
We've got 5 minutes with an Aegis to make it happen. Ame wants this Swift Blink, but they're up a lot. Can they close this one out? It was 67% to 33%. Now 82 in favor of Xtreme. But Schofield, he'll take the Shrine and then he'll bail with some extra time.
This is the dream for the support. Shadow Demon does have Ether Lens, finds Magnifying Tier 4 neutral item plus Mystical as well. So it doesn't necessarily need to be close to the fight. Also has Aeon Disc, which did just get procced.
BKB now for Whisper. That should help him survive a little bit more. It's been tough for him to engage in these fights.
Xtreme, they also have Refresher on Shadow Fiend and Refresher on Nagasaran. So potentially double Requiem combo, double BKB, double Satanic.
Take the buildings pretty quick. Take the tier 2. Sentry spotting XM, looking for the horn toss, but way off the mark. And actually getting griefed. He got his power. Oh, Whisper, you griefed Analog. RP, can he survive? They go to the song, and that's going to lock up Analog as well as Yuma.
Oh man, with friends like this, you don't need enemies.
No, you really
Requiem.
don't. Requiem, Rolling Thunder. They'll try to get the Shadow Shaman, who's actually still alive. They found themselves on top of Yuma, but nobody dead yet. Finally, Schofield dies, but it's surprisingly Analog is the one who escapes.
They do have Sentry and Obs on the hill. They see the high ground. Ame is sieging, even without Aegis. He did pop that Refresher in, making sure that he has another BKB. No need for treads, and nice dodge with the Pike.
This should be Megas. Ooh, and a Courier. But Megas, just tier 4s stand in front of them, and chance of the playoffs. But who will be the hero for Heroic? It's the horn toss into the skewer, but again, the balance strike, it connects XM, he'll lose that Aegis. Can they get him again? Song, onto
right here on Lina. Courier is delivering it. Let's see.
Naga TP'd away. Boundless Strike comes in. Lina's gonna have a chance. XM's gonna die a second time. Naga Siren left. Naga Siren went back home. And then XM and Jinkyu are dead for it. And they have to bail.
We've seen this way too many times. Schofield got it with that Shadow Blade. Ame has buyback available. XXS trying to help.
Thunder though. Ethereal healing up. Ame trying to fight Yuma. Analog Zero for some help.
Refreshers
the
in the
Divine
backpack.
Rapier is not helping as they'll finally get some help from Whisper as well as KJ. They'll take out Ame. They lose Whisper Schofield, and this is going to at least be a little bit of a victory right now for Heroic. XXS on the run, maybe trying to pick up an illusion rune. He'll do so, but I don't know how much that's going to help him get out of this one. You look at the damage, and it's overwhelming. Xtreme, they lose 4.
Oh, Ame didn't swap in his refresher. Maybe he could have changed things with the double BKB, another Requiem available. But this Divine Rapier that he did purchase did quite a lot. 6,000 damage in the previous fight. And now we've seen this story again so far at Wallachia, where teams are unable to close out the games when they get Mega Creeps. Polison's doing a very good job. Illusion in every single wave.
Are Mega Creeps the curse?
These are Omega LOL creeps, apparently, because they don't do anything.
Like, cause you to have less of a chance of winning the game somehow. Amplified damage is sitting top, by the way. If anybody
They managed to stabilize. It's all about having the buybacks. Monkey doesn't have his buyback available, needs a good chunk of money.
Gold, yeah. ET. Right over to the Lotus Pool. Some renovations, not as much water to feed the Lotuses, but they do spawn and heal you up. Take back their outposts. And we're only at 47 minutes. But you never know with the Mega Creeps. How long can they hold? Can they get to tier 5s? Can they start to make Xtreme feel like maybe this game is slipping? A lot of magnifying monocles. So many monocles, you can make a couple of glasses.
I mean, sieging the tier 4 towers with this shard on Magnus, I said that it's not that good of a shard. In this situation where you're defending the base, it's actually goated. Like, also in Whisper's defense, because he cut down the tree from Monkey.
Yep.
Like, look at how big this is. It's not that easy to use. You need to, like, zoom out to see the full scale of it. And if you're blinking in, then you also need to move your camera to the side. It's really not that easy to execute if you want to go for the max range.
Actually makes skewering maybe a little bit harder. As observers, we can zoom out. But the things have quieted down. And Heroic are holding on, even with Mega Creeps pushing in. They deal all right with them. But you're not really able to commit too heavily unless you really wipe them. And they're starting to get the gold back for these buybacks, but they're short still on 4 heroes. Short 1,400 on the Lina, short 400 on the Monkey King.
And this game's definitely winnable. You have Magnus, you have Wukong's command, you have Lina with the Divine Rapier, ET as well. I don't think you can ask for like better defense overall. Maybe you could throw in Tiny, but with the whole composition of the team where you have zoning tools, you have a Divine Rapier carrier, and you have BKB piercing abilities, plus you have good amount of control as well. ET picked up the Vlads, wants to amplify the damage of his teammates.
Also up against Mega Creeps, gives you some more percentage. They'll get a shard for the Shadow Demon, and that will give them that demonic cleanse. Almost has the Ags. We'll see if Jinkyu wants to commit to this.
Ags is pretty good. Like, you can break Lina if something you don't think about because it doesn't happen too often. Breaking Fiery Soul takes out a lot of her right-click damage. Monkey King as well could be pretty good. If they can lock onto a target with ET and Lina, because she's dealing like physical and magical, now she's pretty much mostly physical, seeing that there's Divine Rapier, AC, Laguna Blade, not that big of a threat at this stage of the game in terms of the magic damage. But if they can just get ET, and they definitely could with his shard available, heroes are gonna melt.
Xtreme hoping to wait for Roche. Honestly, if there's an opportunity where Roche is up and the creeps are out far enough where Heroic feel confident to defend.
I don't think they can allow themselves to leave the base. They might need to go as 5. That's like the big one. But you could also see what Poloson has been doing for the last 25, 30 minutes. He's just been pushing out the waves constantly. This is why this hero is highly contested. And on top of that, the song, double song as well. Not allowing them to get close.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because you do have a good deterrent on Roche normally with the sleep, RP, Wukongs, but up against Megas, obviously being out of the base too long is potentially devastating. Farming up a lot, getting that gold. Monkey King has got a lot, and they found this Naga Siren. Poloson,
can he blink out? No, lost the gem.
Uh-oh, and now that is your opportunity maybe to... I mean, Roche is soon. Any little piece that is dropped onto the ground, Heroic will eat up. Yeah. It's like when you're making some food and your dog's hoping for something to drop on the floor.
Begging.
Always begging. And then something drops, and before you can even look...
The key is to never stop begging from dogs' perspective. Eventually, they will give you food.
Exactly.
It's the eyes, Chico.
Shrine of Wisdom for Whisper. He's almost level 25. And they are thinking about it. They're giving it a thought. Can we take Roche? They're gonna try.
They don't know what's going on inside the pit.
Xtreme.
XM, he's ready to jump.
Smoke breaks, they're out. He's onto the tree.
Full wraparound. But Roshan's gonna die. Like Roshan's dying to pretty much snakes at this time.
Yeah. They take 3 hits. Boundless strike that lands on XM. He pops that BKB immediately. He gets the bash out. It's going to be on a Whisper. The Rolling Thunder. They get the cut of the Magnus. He'll buy back. So their Kush comes in.
Yuma got it.
Aegis on Yuma. BKB. Thinking about the Wukongs. Now look for Yuma. Heroic, they have a chance. Creeps aren't pushing into the base just yet. Wukongs is used. They get under the circle on the side of Xtreme. They'll start to pick up the rest of these items. Schofield gets himself the cheese, but they may have cost him his life. They'll song up Poloson. They'll look for the Earth Splitter. RP! RP from Whisper! The balance strike! Oh, Ame's dead! He's got 99. He's got buyback. Creeps are into the base. They take the tier 4. You need to be careful. You need to look for your base. You've got a glyph, guys. You've got a glyph. Yuma trying to hit away at XXS. They need to retreat back to the base, and that's exactly where Monkey King is going.
XM's
as they
also
take
down.
out XM.
Oh man, what a fight from Heroic.
Schofield's still here. He's shadow bladed. He wants a chance to get somebody else. The throne now exposed. They took a long fight. It cost the tier 4s, but they have an Aegis on Yuma.
They have the opportunity now. If he dies on Shadow Fiend, this game is pretty much over. These big Wukongs, definitely harder to fight into, and Whisper with the buyback, landing a 2-man RP. You could see immediately King Jungle's using that ETLT on top of the Lina to try to stop them from getting the damage, and he's still holding the Aegis. Lina, she has quite a lot of gold as well. 5,000 gold on her.
A lot of gold, looking to build a Daedalus. Man, Whisper's RP right on point. Blinks in, gets the 2-man RP. He's right in your ear and he says, gotcha.
You really got them there.
Just whispers it right to him. And then Xtreme. I mean, that was now forced buyback on Shadow Fiend. And he's got the refresher on Whisper. They caught him the first time, but he's got a refresher. If you don't catch him the same way, he's got RPs. We have seen the Mega Creeps curse just really
they have the
true.
banner. They have double Shadow Shaman wards, and they want to end this game. I think they go for tier 3 tower here and immediately onto the tier 4s.
Rolling Thunder.
He blinked in. Schofield, he got
Schofield
caught.
Went deep. He wanted for...
No buy.
What? He wanted to drop down the Serpent Wards onto the tier 4 towers. Maybe they were just going to go through the base. Once you lose Schofield, it's time to pull that ripcord and get out of
he also
there.
used Refresher as well. Didn't Ghost Scepter. Maybe with the Ghost Scepter. Uh-oh, a bit of a mistake there. Let's see how they approach it. At this point of the game, it's hard to say whether he does or he doesn't have buyback. He's also not the most farm hero in the game. Creeps are approaching. They still have Refresher available on Magnus. Skewer as well with Lens. With Monocle. I don't know if they can go.
They might want to wait. Shadowfiend doesn't have buyback. Like, they know that they have an Aegis on the Lina. You don't have to force it. It's 5 minutes before he's got buyback available, and like you said, you lose Shadowfiend.
Ooh, they saw Monkey.
It might be the game.
Analog. I believe they saw him.
Take the outpost. The rest of the team not nearby, retreating. Pelosin in the area. We've seen him multiple times going with the Blink song if he can find the opening.
You can definitely feel the nerves. The plan was there from Heroic. Kill the tier 3 tower, immediately double wards, ET ulti, Wukong's command, and try to kill the buildings.
Didn't work out.
Ame, his buyback coming off cooldown in a really long time. 4.5 minutes.
Minute left on this Aegis. Buybacks. You can see no mag buyback, but everybody else could have it. Shadow Shaman doesn't have the money for it. Neither does the Shadow Demon. But you can see Shadowfiend, Ame's nowhere nearby.
Oh boy, maybe he should be, considering that if he dies, he needs to stick close to his Naga Siren. If he dies, let's see how they're going to approach this one. Oh, they smoked underneath the vision. King Jungles, he does have Observer Ward, so they know.
They need to get Whisper. He's the one that this
Schofield,
side of
smoke
Xtreme
broke.
need to go for. But Whisper, Yuma, showing with the Aegis.
20
He's not
seconds
the one
of
you
that
want to
Aegis.
go. You want to wait for the timing if you can. Whisper over to the side. Can he find an RP target? He's got Refresher as well. He'll need to try and get out, but this Aegis will expire in
They're
Heroic.
drawing on a minimap. They want to push out the top lane. Polison's like, somebody take care of that. I could also be taking care of that. Mega creeps. And now Aegis expired. Whisper, he's doing the same thing. He knows they need to fix the lanes.
We were at Mega Creeps at 43-ish minutes.
Doesn't matter. Buff Mega Creeps. They're not doing anything.
And I was like, surely we don't see your tier 5s again this tournament, in this game. But
it's a curse.
Here we are. It's another tortoise in the hare situation. You've gotten quickly to Mega Creeps. We'll take our time. We'll beat you once or twice in a fight. And then we'll do a little shimmy, take out the throne, force a game 3. Don't say a word. Yeah, that was really close. Oof. 10, 5, and 13. And 12, 5, and 11 now for Ame. That was XM's kill line before. I mean, what is missing from Xtreme? Other than Shadowfiend buyback, what is missing from them just being able to finish this one out?
Like, this game could go on for another 20 minutes. As long as Whisperer is alive, they do have a way to come back into the game. He doesn't have buyback, though. He is on cooldown for another minute and 30 seconds.
Stress is certainly there, especially when you're on your last leg in this Swiss stage. But they'll continue to farm. Monkey King has 4,300 surplus. XM
can still,
Swift
like,
Blink.
Monkey needs another 15,000 gold to complete his item build. Aghanim Scepter Shard, Refresher, Buyback, and Moon Shard, so probably more.
6 slotted is not the stopping point for Monkey King. You could fill that Ags, like you said. Get 7, 8, 9, 10 slotted.
Level 30 Shadowfiend now.
Schofield, such big impact in this game. 0, 11, and 15, though, that you wouldn't know it by the KDA. But he has made some big plays happen, especially
the last one.
And oh, Analog caught. broken, chased, and dead. 100 seconds, he's got buyback, they'll probably be able to force it.
Slardar in the late game is an insane hero. He has insane amount of status resistance with SNY, with his Aghanim Scepter. He can also still grow pretty heavily. He can eat that Axe.
Or toss, skewer, XM away from his team, and the damage is overwhelming, but they hit the Song. Can they get the kill here out of the lead? The LSA is going to land. The Song's still into Schofield. He's going for the Requiem. That lands. RP comes through, but it's not going to be the perfect spot.
It was a nice
Whisper
fight.
now thinking about another RP. On the other side, they've got the Wukongs. Again, the circle just not connecting with these extreme heroes.
He bashed Magnus.
Nullifier, Schofield is in trouble, dead without buyback, and Whisper needs to leave, but another Song. Polosin, he's got to charge a mission. He's into the second set of this concert, looking to lock him up.
Lena,
But
she's fighting on the high ground from the low
Can they
ground.
take this opportunity to finish the game? They've got some creeps inside the base. Yuma from the low ground. LSA, XM right into the face of this Lena. RP comes out from Whisper. Again, they've got the refresher from Schofield.
Ame's
They
buying
kill
back.
off Ame. He's got the buyback, but Yuma ends up dying. The Divine Rapier's on the deck to kill off Whisper. A TP out from the Elder Titan as they focus their attention on XXS. They've
They
got
have the glyph.
the swashbuckle, they have the glyph, they'll survive. The disruption just keeps XXS
Yuma's
alive.
dead.
Yuma's dead another time. 2 minutes gone. Analog trying to hold on. There's a Divine Rapier on XM. Analog running away from this Xtreme Gaming side, but the creeps are inside
the
the base.
bash.
It's just the Elder Titan. Analog is dead, and it's all come apart here for Heroic as Xtreme. The creeps will probably do the job for them, but they've got everybody up.
They're ready to close it out. They have no glyph, and they're gonna call it.
GG called Xtreme. 61 minutes in. Almost let it fall through their fingers, but they take the 2-0 over Heroic.
Ahmed did a lot. That Hurricane Pike onto Magnus so that he doesn't get RP'd. There were some really clutch plays in this game. Unfortunately, Heroic, they are out. They showed a great performance in this game too, but it was not good enough.
Yeah, they fall just a bit short of getting out of the Swiss stage. Xtreme move on to the playoffs. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Guys, take it away.
I thought the curse of the mega creeps would continue to persist based on our last 2 days, but those series involved team spirit, and team spirits are 1 in a million, and Heroic did their best job of trying to emulate that in a mega creep defense, but unfortunately Xtreme Gaming proved to be a little bit too much, and now Heroic are unfortunately eliminated.
It was a crazy game, man. I don't know what it is with Wallachias. Every season I feel like we have these crazy mega creep comebacks, crazy series, crazy games. This one, yeah, like what it would be like third time that the team comes back from
Yes, 3 times in 3 days.
That is so unbelievably unlikely. I like this patch a lot. I'm just gonna say that. And the funny thing about Magnus as a hero is when you're going for this build that Whisper went for, which by the way is the OG mag build, if you're going for anything else, you're not a Giga Chad. You gotta go for the skewers. The closer you get to your fountain, the closer you get to having mega creeps against you, the happier that you are. Because this all started with the skewer back into the fountain, the double skewer after that, because the Song had to come out to save him. But Xtreme, I mean, it's also a very difficult position to be in when you're playing against a Rapier Lena and a, snowballing Magnus lineup.
There's just so many layers on both sides, right? Like, it's so hard, like, trying to emulate the way these guys played, or just try to imagine how it is being this Magnus jumping in. You know that there's a Song, you know that there's a Pango with Rolling Thunder, that there's a Slardar that can jump you with BKB. It's very difficult to play out on both sides. I feel like Heroic, they're out, but absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. They played their hearts out. It was crazy.
That's why these losses, like, if you simulate all these mega creep comebacks, maybe Spirit has like a 51-49% advantage, but otherwise, like, one different initiation, one different banishment, one different skewer, and it's a completely different outcome, and we're going to game 3 otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. You have to be on point in the team fights, like the Hurricane Pike that Lacoste was talking about to prevent the RP and the skewer back. There's, Clutch Ghost Scepters getting up by XXS just at the last second when he's getting pummeled by Alina with a Rapier. Like, he's ethereal, debuff immune at the same time. If he doesn't get that, he doesn't survive. And then turn around and kill Analog after that. It's this is just the beauty of Dota when you have a very balanced patch where there are no like ungodly S tier heroes and then a huge split where the A tier is empty and then it's all B tier like shit tier heroes. Like we have enough good heroes, enough counters exist. There's always a way to play the game if you are creative enough that you end up having a lot of games like this, and it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I would say out of both these drafts, maybe Naga and Pango on Xtreme are like the ones that we're seeing a lot. And then on Heroic, it's like Shaman and Monkey King. The other ones are kind of specific flavors.
Yep. Even though you might have expected Lina to be more contested as a glass cannon, she's still highly contested, but she's not like... She's beatable. It's not like a hero. It's not like Lina a couple of patches ago when if you get her, you get Boots of Travel, Maelstrom, you're already basically completed 9 out of 10 of your problems. But in this game, I feel like Heroic, they had too many problems that they were running into when trying to RP, when trying to set up fights. First, Wukong command, they would usually just run away from it. It wasn't super impactful from Analog, even though he had a lot of impact in different ways through the game. But these support duo, the support duo of Xingqiu and Paulison, Shadow Demon and Naga, like two best saving and resetting heroes in the game, hands down. You go in with RP, there's a song. You go in with RP or anything else, there's a disruption from SD.
Yeah, I'm gonna say for me, I feel like Pelosin is the MVP. Ame had an amazing game, and I know a lot of people are going to look at Pelosin and see the TP out in the fountain as like griefing his team, but it was so late into the game, and he had done so much up until that point. Like, let's remind everybody, like, Heroic was ahead in this game. Yeah. Like, Pelosin had to come in with some really clutch songs in the early game, and then when he did grief the game, he cut the wave. So he made up for it by counter griefing.
You immediately can repair any mistakes that might be made. And now to take this opportunity to get some thoughts from the man himself, we've got Nomad standing by with Paulson.
Thanks, Tsunami. Yeah, Pelosin. So how do you feel about being Jenkins's personal MVP from that game? Do you agree with it?
I guess in the early game and to mid game, I did pretty well. But towards the late game, I did a couple of mistakes. So I have no idea.
Well, I don't think you're alone in that, but all the same, very, very fun game at the end there. What was the communication like? Was there any communication in those final fights where there's like songs, there's Magnus RPs coming down? Like, how do you filter that?
Basically, it was pretty chaotic at some point, and then we spoke about stopping. I mean, let them initiate first, and then I will song. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the songs this game were absolutely huge. I mean, do you like having that power as a support to just like stop the team fight?
Yeah, of course. Like, Naga is a very powerful hero right now, and it's also a hero that I play a lot. So yeah, I think this hero is amazing for me to play. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think teams will think twice about giving it to you in the future. And of course, the Refresher Orb as well. It's not something I've seen a lot of on Nagasiren. I mean, is this a popular build, or is this just really good for the game?
I think this build, I have built it like quite a while ago. Even back then, I think 6 months ago against Liquid in BetBoom Dacha, if I'm not wrong. Was it Liquid? No, not Liquid. I mean BetBoom Dacha. Yeah, I built it. I think having two songs makes the hero really very strong, and also the hero's ability to farm is really good.
I see, so you can get to that Refresher Orb pretty easily as well. Absolutely looking great in that one. And of course, game number 1, very convincing, even against the Yuma Meepo, which is usually so scary. I mean, did you have any fears of the Yuma Meepo?
No, I mean, we spoke about the Meepo before the game, and during the game, I don't think we were like scared of the Meepo or anything, even though he played well, but yeah.
All right, excellent stuff. And now, of course, you're through to the playoffs, so congratulations there. Do you think you've figured things out on Xtreme? Do you think you're going to be a bigger threat in the playoffs than you were in the groups?
I think the more we play, the more we will improve. So, yeah.
All right, a bit of confidence coming out from Pelosin. Thank you very much, Pelosin, and good luck in the playoffs.
You can see the improvement, at least in terms of their proficiency on all of these heroes. We've already mentioned how Ame's Queen of Pain is now getting first phase banned all the time. XM Storm Spirit is now being added to the list after game 1. And now maybe that Naga Siren is a higher priority ban for other teams moving forward. But it's encouraging to see because for pretty much the entirety of this year, Jenkins, I've been seeing, 2 Chinese teams showed up to an event. Tidebound's the only one that can beat anyone internationally. The other ones, they can only beat each within China.
Yeah, I mean, Xtreme came here on a hot streak, so it's nice to see them make it to playoffs. It did take them until, pretty late in the Swiss groups to get there, but a lot of their series were good series, It's like if they lose a game, it's never like Xtreme's just getting completely shit stomped or something like that. I think the way that they draft also, especially after this series, they definitely have the highest hero diversity in the entire tournament. So they're very difficult to draft against as a team as well. Very creative.
Yeah, you could see the bans that they had on the other side from Heroic. Like all 3 bans, you understand them. You know why they were banned against Xtreme Gaming, but they still find so many good heroes to pick from. And also heroes that, as Paul Lawson said, he's very comfortable on. Like this Naga, he's been playing it. He's been playing the hero for the last couple of months at least, and they aren't even straying that hard away from their previous success in the in the closed qualifier for TI. Like they played very similarly, in a similar fashion. So yeah, teams need to find the right ingredients to deal with these guys.
And unfortunately, that does mean that we're going to be closing the book on Heroic at PGL Wallachia Season 5. But South American fans will have plenty to look forward to for the next few months as we get ramped up for TI. And now one more team needs to join our current top 7 in the playoffs for Wallachia, and one more team has to be eliminated. Will it be Tidebound or will it be BetBoom Team? We'll find out after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Only one more series of our group stage remains. It's between Tidebound and BetBoom Team. One of them will be eliminated and the journey will end here. And now I feel like Xtreme Gaming have already set the pace for what Chinese Dota is able to do. We saw it on day one. Both these teams did fantastic. We saw Xtreme and Tidebound win their series, and we're like, oh man, it's looking great for China. And then, as you can see, both of them had to go until the very last day to actually punch their ticket to the playoffs or potentially elimination. Xtreme Gaming were able to do it. I don't know. Do you find that Tidebound is going to be in that same camp, or is BetBoom Team going to fight back?
I thought Tidebound was the best Chinese team in the world, to be honest. So Xtreme coming into this tournament was more of a surprise for me, even how they competed in the qualifiers, just because I felt like internationally, China has always had this curse where the team that's like dominating the region does not dominate internationally. It's the second best team that's actually dominating internationally. So it was nice to see Xtreme doing well. And my hopes are actually very high for Tidebound, and especially because BetBoom has looked inconsistent. It really depends on who's going to show up that day in terms of the BetBoom players. Pure has been looking inconsistent, and he's very important for their team. When he does well, they do well.
Yeah, in one series yesterday that they played, I think he had around 28 that count.
Yeah.
So
uncharacteristic.
Very uncharacteristic for a guy that usually just carries teams on his own, right? Like if you give him the right carry in the right circumstance, he gets you to that finish line. But I feel like they got absolutely figured out when it comes to these glass cannon-esque lineups in a way that NAVI dealt with, I feel like, the best, with these Ursas that jump the backlines, Pangoliers from the mid lane. So I hope that if they continue down that road, that I know you enjoy, right? Like they are looking good with glass cannon heroes. I hope that they adjust a little bit more, because it's always, you always have to build up on it, because people are catching you and figuring you out.
Yeah, it's not completely free anymore. It's not like when the Lina Naga combo or the SF Naga combo started to get picked, and then all of a sudden people are like, okay, we need to start valuing Axe. Like Axe becomes first pick. Ursa, comes into the conversation. It's like, you can still pick the glass cannons, and I still think BetBoom looks great on them. They just need answers, like you said, to the counters to the glass cannons, as opposed to just picking them willy-nilly.
Because now we are in day 5 of this group stage. All these teams that have remained still have played 4 series prior, and whatever data that BetBoom have been giving definitely seems to imply that they have not refined their glass cannon strategies. Maybe Navi was just exceptional at picking it apart, but I'm also sharing the sentiment with you that even whenever Pure does get counterpicked or counter-strategized, he will still win many, many games, and he has not made that be the case for the past 3 days. So hopefully today is a different BetBoom team, otherwise they will be facing elimination. On the flip side though, Shiro has been doing some work on Tidebound. The whole team has been doing work, not enough to get them into playoffs automatically, but it's a encouraging showing from them.
Yeah, people very often say, are these the new wings when it comes to random Chinese teams? Well,
they do have 3 of them.
These I was talking about different teams, but these guys are actually the old wings, right? With a couple of extra players, even the coach, I believe, right?
Correct.
So overall, from Tidebound, you kind of expect excellence. And so far in the tournament, they have shown signs of brilliance. It hasn't always been that way, but I feel like they have multiple strengths within them. One of them is the way that they take team fights. Shiro, look at his inventory, by the way. He's about to buy Rapier. He goes in ham with the Rapier. He's the first one breaking the smoke, buys it. Like, he is the one breaking the smoke, by the way, even though he's buying the...
His courier had just died, and he was like, screw it, I'm gonna buy it anyway.
Exactly, he buys it, and then after that, they take a team fight. How many carries would go in and break the smokes themselves? Like, the rest of his team is hiding, by the way, just behind him. He gets that Rapier, and then they go in. This is like one of those fantastic games that they did manage to clutch out in the end. And this is another one of those teams that even versus Megas can actually take it, can win it. You can never...
Was that against Megas?
It wasn't against Megas.
Okay.
It was against Liquid, I believe. They lost the series in the end, but they did win that game. Another strength that I feel like Tidebound have got, I'm sure that you've scouted it out as well, Jenkins, is like the versatility between the players. Like even more so than anyone else when it comes to the heroes that they play. You see a Bat Rider, you see a Beast Master.
A Bach Rider.
A Tiny as well, a Bach Rider, exactly. You have to ban those out.
That's always been their strength, honestly. And they also have some weird cheese picks you have to look out for too. Like, Nothing to Say will take a last pick Leshrac and just destroy your face with the hero. He'll take a last pick Tinker. Shiro's playing Clinks. We don't see any other team playing Clinks. Muerta is actually Shiro's most played hero. Like, they don't play Muerta as a 4 like everyone else. They play Muerta as a carry. So it's just not a normal team to draft against. One of the teams that definitely benefited the most from the Dota 2 Pro Tracker changes.
You know what? If I see a Muerta carry on Tidebound, I'd like to see a Grimstroke on the other side. Get that Aghanims against her. Like, you can't...
I did read that Reddit post.
Right? Like, you can't kill her.
Yeah.
Can't kill the clone. So
because it's debuff immune, because that's what just Dark Portrait does, and then it's ethereal because
then it's Ghost because of
the transformation.
Pretty cool, I have to say. Reddit sometimes has pretty cool ideas. Sometimes. Not
You
often.
see, you can solo the Tormentor with Visage Birds now.
I saw that as well.
Saw that one.
I'm
There's-
hyped. I played
There's
a
all
lot of
these
Visage.
abuses. That's why I love the Dota community. Things get figured out so quickly. These sorts of little strats.
Yeah, we don't have the pro tracker anymore, but at least we can.
But
We got a
independent
million
research.
people trying these things.
We're crowdsourcing it now.
We are crowdsourcing. That's what we've always done.
Let's see if BetBoom Team have sourced some new strats or if they're going with the Lina. They haven't. In fact, they steal away that Bach Rider, Bat Rider flex from Tidebound after banning out the Shadow Fiend, the Abaddon, and the Axe. Tidebound, they take out the Death Prophet, the Naga, the Undying, and the Templar Assassin.
So BetBoom is one of the few teams that will put Bat Rider mid. I say few teams. Lots of teams do it, but GBK really likes Bat Rider as a hero right now. He got a Rampage with it in the one game that we saw him play it. So this is flexible, but of course the Queen of Pain coming out, this is a classic counter to Bat Rider in lane. He just cannot do anything against you. You'll out-harass him. You can blink away from his napalm. So
most likely support that.
it gets, it gets flex to support here.
And at one point, Bat Rider was my favorite save hero. Every single time save was in the flex position, I was like, give him Bat Rider. He will win
I
the
feel
game.
like most Eastern European players, when Bat was super popular as a 4, played it and did exceptionally well, just creep skipping constantly, finding all the farm. The hero has fallen off of being favored as a best position 4 in the game, but he still kind of does well. You have to protect him with a couple of save bans, and not speaking of the player, but the heroes that save. And Oracle is exactly the kind that you need to worry about.
And the Abaddon.
And the Abaddon, yeah.
You know, one interesting thing with Queen of Pain right now is, okay, number one, with the bondage facet, this is definitely a really good matchup into Bat Rider, even outside of the laning stage, because he does so much overwhelming magical damage. Blade Mail, return that damage, lifesteal that, that's got to be very strong. And then also, I'm sure Tidebound is more than willing to run this as a carry quap.
That's true.
So you can actually follow the Bat Rider lane to lane, depending on where he goes.
Yeah,
And then if we really wanted to make Bat Rider's life hell, we don't see it often, but it used to be very common. Nyx Assassin got buffed in the C patch.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he will finally be viable yet, but...
Probably not.
Probably not.
There's a couple of players that pick it up here and there, but Hero still feels like he's missing something extra that was taken away from him, a way to kill creeps and get that easy gold for himself. But when it comes to co-op, I feel like, yeah, it can be played on safe lane. You talked about Shiro Clinks. I remember, I think it was Ame that actually started the whole trend in the Chinese region.
Of co-op carry?
Of Clinks carry.
Oh, Clinks carry,
And then
yeah.
everyone else kind of followed. And same can be with co-op. We'll see.
And I feel like all players, especially all Chinese players, respect Ame so much. Like, I am sure that Shiro is looking at what Ame's doing. He's like, okay, co-op carry is definitely good.
Yeah, they like their disruptor as well. Another hero that got nerfed a bit, by the way. His facet, where you push people away from...
Plus 1 second cooldown, right?
Yeah, it's a bit worse.
Electromagnetic repulsion, which isn't just for the facet, it's for himself also.
Yep. Nice little Kunkka versus the co-op. You have that X marks the spot. You also have X marks the spot versus glimpse, which comes in handy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a clutch play you can make, yeah.
You can save your allies while they're being glimpsed, so it's not that difficult as well, right? Like if you can time it properly. On the other side, though, whenever I see a disruptor, I want to see a team that plays with aggression. You get the damage from co-op, you get the glimpses from disruptor. Let's see how they continue this.
I do like the idea of Kunkka Natures. It's 2 potential Blade Mail buyers. Well, 1 definite Blade Mail buyer, which is the Kunkka, but another potential Blade Mail buyer in the Nature's Prophet against Queen of Pain, who's doing a lot of ground-targeted, unavoidable damage.
Man, they love their bristle. Like, this is a hero that's been banned against them quite a lot, and they get it in the 2nd stage now.
And they flex that one also. Could be Bach or Shiro.
I feel like the last time they played it as a carry, it didn't really go that great.
They lost. It was against Liquid.
2 times they played it as carry. Both times it didn't go that great. I just remember the last one. And I do feel that the hero is maybe better on the offlane, but whenever I see Bristle, like these 3 heroes, what are they missing? They're missing stuns. I'd like to see that either if the Bristle is safe lane, I'd like to see it from the offlane. If he's offlane,
What about like a Pango for Bach? throw the Bristle as a carry? Is it too revealing to show that Bristle's your carry and that therefore like the Pango will be the offlaner?
Well, you wouldn't really be showing it, right? Because Quap, Bristle, and Pango, all three support.
They can go to they can go to whatever lane. That's true.
So maybe it wouldn't be that bad.
Based off of what Bach's archetype has been throughout this tournament, he's very utility based. He's doing like Beastmasters and Darkseers and Pangos.
Just get him a stun. That's all you got to do, and I think you're good.
They played the Bristle and Quap before, and it was Bristle 1 and Quap 2. So Bristle carry, Queen of Pain mid. That's the game where they had Bach Rider on the offlane.
I just feel like some debuff immunity looks so good right now into... They're going to go for Tiny. Could still be a position 4 Tiny, technically.
An insta-pick Lifestealer into...
Yeah, who are you saying debuff immunity looks really good for? Because
I was saying for Tidebound.
Oh, okay. Well, BetBoom Team got some.
I mean, it does go both ways because you can, like, let's say, you can Lifestealer Rage and walk into the silence and you don't really care. You can Lifestealer Rage, walk into the Avalanche. You can use it also during the Avalanche in between the ticks.
It's a really good Lifestealer pick.
He's gonna free farm this game against either a Bristle lane or like Tiny +1. If they do rotate the Tiny to be a support, I feel like Lifestealer will still do well in that lane, almost no matter what the core is.
They won't shy away from putting Tiny on 4, and I feel like that's maybe a good idea. Planet plays a mean position for Tiny.
Yeah, they banned the Enigma. They're thinking the same thing. This would be one hero that would dumpster the Lifestealer.
There's like an old school counter in the lane, and that's Lardar. I'm not really sure if it's that good anymore. I've heard a lot of people kind of being all right playing Lifestealer into Lardar right now, but...
Yeah, I think you just go like Chainmail, Phase Boots. Your support gives you regen. You got like the 3 gauntlets to start, and it's actually not so bad because Slardar's damage numbers got nerfed early game.
And then you would be like Slardar and Tiny into Prophet and Lifestealer, probably not the best lane.
All right, here's an idea. I actually think offlane Quap shits on Lifestealer.
Okay.
I unironically think that it's good. You can go Dagger, and you can like Rage is too long of a cooldown to just casually use it to dispel Dagger, and you can just go Scream and CS. But I think you can actually dumpster him with going Dagger.
If there is someone that would play it.
Yeah, I'll keep the possibility open. Bach.
Because it's like they ban Enigma, right? They think it's going to be a ranged offlaner to beat Lifestealer. What if they already have the ranged offlaner with the Tiny? Like,
where are the good old Razor days, by the way, on the offlane?
They ban another ranged offlaner that would do well against Lifestealer.
And it's another ranged offlaner that's really good into Bat, right? That they banned. There's also that.
And all of Kunkka spells as well, single target.
On the other hand, sorry, Tsunami, for BB, what are we waiting for here? It's just... Where's Kunkka going? That's the question.
I would assume it's GPK.
GPK Kunkka makes sense, so offlane for them as well, but because Pango and Ember, they're expecting, on the other hand, a mid from BetBoom. These two bans kind of threw me off from Tidebound.
Yeah, I wonder if they're like double bluffing. They're like, we want to send our Queen of Pain mid, wink wink, gonna ban out Ember Spirit and Pango.
Yeah, this is
It looks like their safe lane is decided. Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet. Bat Rider on the offlane would be the position 4 plus whatever. So Bat sent offlane, right?
Yeah.
And Kunkka is
Kunkka mid.
Yeah.
Okay, something feels abusable about the triple strength core from BB.
Some Timber Saw?
Yeah, something like that. Like, imagine you go Timber mid and then Quap offlane. How Giga Chad would that be?
Honestly, seeing how tanky they are on BetBoom, I feel like they might even need something like that, or at least some percentage-based damage. Because these three... Okay, or you can do this. Never mind, I take that back.
It's not as abusable as I was hoping for.
Yeah, you can always just go back to the good old Skadi building Medusa. Eventually, you do become a beast. Because when you look at BetBoom, they are tanky, they are strong, but their damage is all over time. Like, they don't insta-kill you.
That's true.
And later on in the game, Shiro just absolutely loves playing Medusa in these kind of lineups.
And Bristleback, too.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, these are going to be some long team fights. People do not die easily
No,
on
they don't.
either
They
of these
don't.
teams.
Nobody does a lot of damage either on
Yeah.
either side, to be honest.
I don't know. I feel like out of these two carries, like Shiro and Pure, I feel like Shiro is happier playing the game. Just when it looks, just when you look at the two carries, I think the pressure is on Pure to do more stuff through the game.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I guess on the other hand, you do have Crimson Guard, Buyer, and Centaur, and it's pretty good against Medusa. But if you're Shiro and you're playing a lot of Medusa, he's probably following the new meta build, which is Aghanim's Maelstrom. Maybe that's not so bad. But then in that case, he's also a Pipe Buyer. So it's a pretty good Centaur game for Miro.
Okay, well, 4 days ago, I asked B-Cup how he was feeling when China got 2 series wins. You don't need to be sad, B-Cup. It's happening again, potentially.
It is potentially happening again. I actually thought you were just going to go and ask me to analyze the game again. So I got really nervous because you did that 4 days ago as well. But I'm happy with China's performance. I mean, they won the last series. Now they'll potentially take this series and then ultimately play each other in the first round of the playoffs.
Okay, but why did they pick the Queen of Pain on nothing and then they decide to do the Bristleback in the offlane and then one Medusa to 24th pick?
Yeah, Lacoste.
It didn't throw this on me.
Yeah. Oh, how does this feel? Oh.
Yeah, it feels fine.
How does it feel to be off camera now?
Not
No, all
under
by
any
yourself.
pressure whatsoever. I just need to look at the drafts. No, it's a very good Medusa game overall. I think this time around we might be seeing a different Medusa than from what we've been seeing in the last couple of days.
Ooh.
With this butterfly. I'm leaning more towards the butterfly. This more physical.
What a great answer that is. All right, let's see if it happens that way in game number 1. Gentlemen, enjoy the game.
That was a good answer. That was a really solid. That's why I like you. That's why you're my analyst. Very good at explaining what peons like me maybe cannot.
Peons, work. Yeah, the panel had a pretty good read on that. The lineups are not going to be as easily killed. One thing I'm hyped about is always Disruptor with Kunkka. When they play against each other, Planet, we'll hold that thought. He's thinking whether he needs a toss back, whether he needs Avalanche. Tiny's toss has been buffed. Flight duration has been decreased in the recent patch from 1.4 seconds to 1.25. But to go back to my point, you can X somebody who is getting glimpse and then you pull them back. So that could be very handy in a lot of these situations.
Definitely. Could be handy if they pull it off. 2 bounty runes apiece. As Innocence picks up one, Shiro, Pure save the others. What lane out of these 3 is really going to be the one sticking out the most?
I could see Disruptor potentially dying in this lane. I don't think they're going to be able to put too much pressure with Medusa and Disruptor. Centaur doesn't like to play into double-ranged heroes, so there's going to be a good amount of harassment. I already see that Miro wants to pick up Vanguard, which he's going to turn into Crimson Guard later on. You are playing against Medusa, so this is the item that you want to have. I'd say the most interesting matchup is going to be the one in the mid lane, because it is Queen of Pain against Kunkka, against the melee hero. Kunkka does good against most of these range heroes with a good amount of harassment. Nothing to say, starting with Shadow Strike, usually you do see Scream of Pain just to secure into range creep and deal some of the extra damage. But he started with Shadow Strike, wanted to put slightly more pressure onto GPK.
Got quickly into level 2, so was able to pick up that Scream of Pain. See how much damage he's able to do on a GPK. When it comes to supports rotating towards mid to help out, it seems as though BetBoom have the better supports.
Yeah, Queen of Pain doesn't care too much about these supports rotating unless she misuses the blink. Sure, you can X her and then maybe try to go for a play, but you can blink out of the Sprout, you can blink away from the Batrider, so not the best. Like, this is why Queen of Pain is also super strong in the mid lane.
Shiro, he is getting really low. Does survive with that wand, but man, that is close for this Medusa.
Why gave him Mango as well. One thing I noticed when Miero plays Centaur, if he feels that this lane could get them kills, he's gonna put a point in Double Edge immediately, sometimes even a second point, and this should be the kill here.
Yeah. They just went right again, and maybe Y gets this kill on the save. But the Double Edges are coming, and so is the Nature's Prophet. Blood Grenade on the run, but eventually that Sprout will get the kill.
So he TPs in, gives Miero Tango at least, because he did get that kill. Very good start here for BetBoom Team.
Yeah, happy with the lanes, getting the kill on Ashiro, slow down the Medusa. Definitely feels like another one of those slower paced games from China, though.
Queen of Pain needs to be active. Medusa, you're pretty much playing 4v5 until she feels ready, depending whether that's like 2 items. We also need to see which item build he's going to be going for this time around. Planet, position for Tiny. Not the killer lane for them by any means. Maybe they can get tossed back under the tower, but some of the damage definitely is lacking. You're playing 2 melee into Lifestealer, even into Nature's Prophet. Let's see, toss, and he manages to actually get the Lotus. It's just enough time.
Good enough to get that Lotus, which is pretty nice. The Bristleback getting changed a little bit with the viscous nasal goo.
He got nerfed a couple of times in a row. Still feels like a strong hero.
And just lowering that duration by a second. And then the Snot Rocket Facet also taking a little bit of a nerf. Losing that armor loss per stack. But still thinks it's good enough.
Ooh. Man, I'm checking the win rate of Lifestealer. It's not great.
You don't have the sign.
What is it, like 15?
It's like 16%.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to be that close. X on another to say. And the Nature's Prophet comes over. Well, fainted coming over. Thought about making the full TP in. Bach constantly eating harassment right now from Pure. Not really a killer lane, like you said, for Tidebound. And Kataomi, he's going to be free to move around wherever he really wants to. But he gets tossed up into the air, and Bach's putting some damage on the Kataomi. They still have that avalanche, and these quills, they'll start to stack up, and they've got the right-click damage from Bach to take out the Nature's Prophet. So staying might have actually been more hurtful for the Nature's Prophet overall.
A bit out of position there. One downside of having position for Tiny is that he can't stack the triangle. He can't stack both of the camps, especially if you don't start with the tree grab, which most of the Tinies as a position 4s don't do. Kataomi making a move. Shiro
in trouble again.
No mana, no life.
Do anything for him, but Kataomi gets the kill with 3 heroes here. And Innocence now, he's on the run, but he is sticky and on fire. 12 stacks, Kataomi coming again to get that Sprout. And eventually, Y will die. And this is definitely a lane that can stay aggressive, especially with the help of this Nature's Prophet.
Centaur's fine in this lane. Like, he does have Vanguard at 5.5 minutes. Planet making a move. GPK, his ROM is procced.
Avalanche hit 3 heroes. Blood Grenade, GPK, Planet. He's taking a lot of damage here.
They deny
GPK,
him, maybe?
He'll end up dead. And nothing to say, burning, and one more right click from Kataomi. Now the look over at Planet. And he's under the tier 1 tower, but he's dead too.
Y's also dead.
Yeah,
Let's see, Kataomi, can they switch the aggro from the tower? Yes, they can.
Oh, he's gonna survive.
Y burning, but not enough.
Oh, so does Y.
He tried with the Sprout. Maybe he's gonna be there. Y plants an Observer Ward against the
kills
glimpse.
him with the glimpse.
Nice play.
What a play.
And immediately starts denying his Observer Ward. That's gonna take a while. 5 hits.
Clip it, because I don't know how Y survived getting dove by 2 of those heroes. And then not only does he survive both those heroes right on top of him, but he kills them both.
He's level 5. 6 minutes 40. Position 5 being level 5. This is pretty impressive. Let's see how Bristleback is doing. He does have slightly more XP than Y, so won't be getting that XP if they pick it up.
Cannot believe he survived, but this is giving Bach some space to be alone. And honestly, the Radiant side, though, all 3 at the top are top of the CS, and it's not really even that close of a margin. they're all leading their counterpart by about 10 CS. Pure's down here alone, 47 and 16. He's not really going to get bothered in this lane, and now they see a stack that they could potentially swipe. Why doesn't have a lot of health remaining, and they can bring Miero over to help.
I think
with
Save should probably drag the creep wave unless Miero wants to go for something different. He could drag the creep wave into the stack that they just made and get extra bit of a gold. But seems like they know something's cooking, and let's see how they're going to approach this. Disruptor's still level 5, but maybe with a rotation from Planet or Queen of Pain, who does have Sonic Wave, they could get something done.
GPK's coming through. Probably want to defend Miero. They got the stack.
They're stealing
elsewhere,
they're taking the XP. They're just leeching.
They'll steal the XP, but do they go for Miero at any point? He's pretty tanky. Save's also here. It's not the complete stack stolen, but it's enough for Miero to be happy with it, especially getting the creep wave.
Save's gonna give him healing salve even. Half of the value, but still, we'll put him almost to full HP. With these 3 heroes, they can't really kill him unless there's a 4th hero showing up. So Bristleback probably not gonna be that one because he doesn't have much mana to work with. This is the power of a Centaur when he's off to a really good start.
He's really hoping to get Chip Vest for the Centaur.
Yeah, if you get Chippy on Centaur with Blade Mail, with Retaliate, it is an insane amount of damage. Like you're playing against Quap, who does good amount of right clicks. Medusa is going to be the one, of course, dealing the most physical damage.
Only a 1,000 net worth lead. BetBoom, I will say, coming into this series, haven't played the cleanest Dota.
No, they looked very sloppy, especially in the series that they played yesterday. 3 games of Lina. Seems like they are staying away from Lina, at least in this one, because I want to see also Pure on something different. He didn't look too comfortable playing Lina.
No, not at all. Bot going after Katomi. And they've got the glimpse into the kinetic field. Avalanche lands on a 2, but here comes GPK. They'll even Stampede. They'll land the Torrent onto both these heroes. Ghost Ship flies in, and Planet's gonna die. Bot's now in trouble, but nothing to say is in with a Sonic Wave. Static Storm plays down, but Bot's still running away, trying to get away from this Kunkka. They'll have the Bat Rider to throw a Flame Break if he TP's in time, but it is a long
Hangover
TP.
is kicking in. Infest will need to save him. He needed 1 cleave, but why? Running in completely different direction.
Doesn't have Blink for 6 seconds. Nothing to say he's gonna die. Long time waiting for that Blink.
Only 1 point in Blink. This is what happens when you want to dominate the lane. 3 points in Shadow Strike. Then you also want to max out your Scream to have extra bit of a damage. And speaking of Chippy, he also did pick up the neutral item on Queen of Pain because he's going to be building into Blade Mail and will be life-stealing off of the pure damage. This is the slightly newer tech. I think we've seen it in the previous 2 tournaments that people are willing to instead skip the Masochist facet, skip the Dagon, and just go for Blade Mail, Kaya Sanj, BKB, start to scale in a different direction. But it gives you so much survivability in the fights, and we can see the timing on this Blade Mail on Centaur. Like, how do you kill this guy? Benjamin, if you had to kill this guy right now, how many do you bring?
7.
7.
You didn't ask me what. How many do I bring? 7.
Well, 7 what?
I don't have. I don't have that answer.
It is pretty difficult, especially if there's a Stampede. Sure, you have Glimpse, 2 points in Glimpse, you have Kinetic Field, so you can keep him inside, but things are going to become much more difficult. I love when Miero goes for like double aura, when he's going for Pipe Crimson, but this time around, seeing that they don't have ways to initiate a team fight, your Lifestealer is not doing much, save until he gets a Blink Dagger. It's going to take a little while, so can't really blame him that he wants to pick up a Blink Dagger of his own, basically as his 2nd/3rd item.
Another Static Storm, but it's not going to get anything. Do they just re-engage without it? That's the question. Thinking about wanting to go back in, but
I like
don't really think they'll have an opportunity.
What he's doing on Lifestealer, infesting this Ancient Black Dragon, and we saw that yesterday or 2 days ago, like most of the lifestealers did play with the Gore Storm facet. It does allow you to deal the damage. Like, he's stacking the creeps for himself in the bottom part. He's almost level 10 on lifestealer.
He's really, really farmed working on this Radiance. Just a free lane. They've tried to come down here bottom a couple times, and they haven't been able to do anything with success. He's super farmed, but so is Miero, who has got so much. He's got Blink just about, which will lead to Blink, Blade Mail, Vanguard 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, a bit too much. It's coming on the courier. Let's see if they're going to be able to find anything on the map with this Blink Dagger. They have Kunkka. GPK did a very good rotation to the bottom lane. Landed that 2-man Torrent, landed 2-man Ghost Ship. Miero, TP's to the mid.
TP, yeah. Who can they find? Might be Planet. Do you rely completely just on the Medusa to bring you back into the game? This glimpse may help. Kinetic field, Baketomi behind him, Sprout used, they've got the X. Glimpse not gonna do enough. Still smoked on the Batrider, now smoking up this Kunkka, looking for another +1, and if Planet shows, he might just get blinked on and killed too. It's exactly what they go for. Blink, Flame Break with the hoof stomp into a lasso. Nothing to say, can only watch on as they'll lose that Tiny. They'll even stampede GPK away from that tier 2 tower. They'll find themselves Bach, and Pure, he's ready to just whack away at this Bristleback. Ghost Ship comes in, they'll pull him back with the X. Sonic Wave doesn't do enough, and now they've got another on BetBoom. I mean, they are just running at these heroes on the side of Tidebound, and they don't really have much care for how deep they go.
This is the BetBoom, the aggressive team that we're used to seeing. So far, they haven't had the greatest tournament, and we can look at some of the stacks as well. 15 on one side, 14 on the other side. And this allows you to get to an earlier Radiance timing. This Gore Storm, you get out of it, you're still going to be dealing a good amount of damage. You deal 30% of the damage of the remaining HP, and you're slowing them down, I believe, as well. No slow, never mind. So just dealing that damage, which is going to give you a relatively good timing on Radiance. I think Lifestealer has the same issue as Carry Abaddon, where you're building into pretty much same items. A lot of the times you see Phase Boots, Magic Wand, try to maybe get an item in between. Abaddon needs Null Talisman, Lifestealer doesn't need that, but also Orb of Corrosion, and then you're having trouble farming the Radiance, but after you get the Radiance, your net worth does skyrocket.
Another kill for Tidebound, but it's just on the save. Finally being able to maintain and control a hero here. This is going to be an attempt to get the 2-1 tower. Bach feels, honestly, pretty squishy as a Bristleback.
Playing into double Blade Mail. I mean, this is not green. This is green Bristleback, so you're not dealing as much damage when you turn around. Instead of shooting quills, you are shooting minus armor, so that's not gonna kill you. But still, you gotta be careful. And they do have some really nice. I mean, you have Lifestealer first of all. There's Spirit Vessel now done on Kateomi. No Dispel yet. Centaur with a Blink Dagger can easily try to set things up.
13 picks, not many wins, only 4. Hasn't been the best of times for Bristleback.
He had his time, okay? This hero has been first picked for a good 6 months now.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind him kind of falling out of favor in terms of the meta. It's like when people say, where's PA? PA was just in the meta for like 2 years.
Yeah, where's Necrophos? Like, this guy is missing in action. Where's Skyrat Mage?
Let's have some other heroes have a chance at being in the forefront of everybody's eyes.
Where's Viper? Luna. We saw some Luna during Dream League, but it wasn't the most successful hero.
No.
Wizzarizzy. I missed that one.
One of their heroes. We're missing some. Yeah. Phantom Lancer hasn't been a hero for years.
Wizzarizzy might come back. There was a post on Reddit saying that you can kill Tormentor with level 2 ulti without even getting there, so just with the summons.
Huh.
Probably related to the change that did happen in the latest patch. That Tormentor Reflect no longer considers creep heroes for the damage reflected. We might have forgotten about that one.
Infest into the Black Dragon. Farm pretty well with this. And get that splash damage and have that fireball. But the more time that goes by, the more this Medusa gets a little bit scary. You know, Pure's had a great game.
They can't do anything to him. They can't glimpse him.
Right through the revolving door. They saw him going the other way, and they went right through. Well, that ends up being a bit of a miss. But this Medusa now top of the net worth. And that can be a big issue. It's 4,000 net worth lead, but does Medusa give you enough from this high on the net worth chart to bring you back into the game? Bach trying to just grab a tower, has Y nearby. Kathomi, he's gonna get glimpsed away. Static Storm goes ship, but it's just this Bristle does not feel survivable. They do get Kathomi though. Nothing to say, he's gonna get that kill, and that's an assist off the glimpse.
I guess they caught him when he was steeping out. Did use that Spirit Vessel. Still managed to get a good trade overall, but Medusa is farming. She is farming real nicely on pair with Lifestealer. And going into that build that we said that this time around, it's going to be overall a much better build for them.
Interesting. Nothing to say, has been caught. Lasso's there, and what happened to Planet? He like pressed Avalanche, looking like he was going to blink Avalanche, and just avalanched. I wonder if right as he was about to do it, got hit by that Radiance and maybe he couldn't blink.
Maybe. I was looking at the different screen, but I also saw very good execution from BetBoom Team. That Stampede getting saved close to the fight into the...
Oh, Planet.
Okay, he's just straight up gonna die. That Flame Break into Lasso combo. They don't have the most burst damage on BetBoom Team, so Medusa eventually will be able to use ulti, reset, choose where they want to take the fight, but they can kill the other heroes. Like this is Kunkka with SNY as his first/second item, if you consider Blade Mail to be one of those. And going into SNY, we saw different builds from mid Kunkka. By going for Radiance if necessary, sometimes double Radiance also feels good. But this time around, seems like he wants to have extra bit of a damage. Might upgrade that as well later on into Break. Might get Silver Edge against Bristleback. Could come in handy.
Definitely could come in handy. But go for the Tormentor. This is going to give them a shard, and, well, this is going to have Lifestealer at just a bit needed for that point booster, I believe, to get that Aghanim Scepter.
He was toying with the idea of going back for the Armlet, which is something that has been done before. Like, not a lot of people do choose to get Armlet. Oh, he blinked in aggressively. Nothing to say.
Very dead. BetBoom Team just playing it pretty calm, getting these kills. Up 8,000 net worth. They're looking for more. They didn't lasso. They have it available. They've got the Blink Dagger ready to go. They have multiple initiators on this side. How do you tighten up here for Tidebound? Planet might be dead again. He's all the way where he just died. He's so far in, and that observer word timing out in just a second. Just surprised at Planet playing so far and getting killed twice in the same spot.
They don't have many plays that they can make around the map. Everything is super tanky. And let's see how they're going to approach this one. They need Medusa. They need this Butterfly on Shiro. She's level 18, super high level.
They've got vision. They know where they're at. Infest, Miero looking for an opening. He's going to wrap all the way around. This might actually open them up for a fight. Courier comes in.
This is the tankiest
Delivers the
target.
Shiro. They'll go for the Kunkka. Sonic Wave lands, but now they've got the Stampede. Medusa trying to do anything, but now Shiro's going to run out of mana, and he is in trouble. They're in with the lasso. They've got the control. They got the kill on a Y, and they're going to take out Shiro. The Medusa is dead. The damage from the avalanche will take Miro's life, but does Bach have enough? Not really. Nothing to say. Not looking like he's going to have enough
nice
either. Ghost Ship comes in. That lands, and that's another kill for the side of BetBoom Team. Planet, it's going to be a full team wipe here for the Radiant.
A little surprised that they decided to go on Kunkka. Like, this is the tankiest hero that you have on the team. He gets the Blade Mail off, he has Poor Man's Shield, he has tough as his enchantments, so he has good amount of armor as well, and has SNY, so status resistance, plus he also has good amount of HP. Then he gets Crimson Guard from the Centaur, gets the Stampede out, and he's down to half HP, because they didn't proc his run before.
Making a move, the good wraparound from Miero. He was following that courier to make that jump. He starts in. They have the Stampede as well. And Medusa fighting that first fight, but doesn't really come out ahead. Toss and an avalanche.
Can always rage
and
TP out.
Immediately a TP out.
The only thing that can stop him if he misuses that, if he's TPing like relatively late, then Glimpse can catch him off guard, or if Medusa stands in front of him.
Tidebound down 11,000. Not much has gone right for them in this game. The only thing really looking like it's going right at all, and it's not really as efficient as it can be, is where the Medusa's at. A lot of farm for the Medusa, but it's just not enough alone. And they're too tanky on the side of BetBoom.
And speaking of tankiness, Save just picked up Solar Crest. This is not an item you see on the Batrider every day. It's more about the Force Staff, getting your BKB, maybe try to go for something more aggressive, get the Aghanim Scepter, something more greedy. But I really like this because you're playing against Medusa, so now there's Crimson, there's Solar Crest as well, there's Radiant, so all of these items are causing Medusa trouble for dealing the damage. Orchid on Nature's Prophet, also very, very good against Queen of Pain, who doesn't have BKB available. When he sees that Orchid, he might need to swap this Ogre Axe into a BKB. Planet?
He tried. Respect the effort, but just a little bit too early. At this point, feeling like you gotta go for it. Not sure if anybody else really wanted to be there with him for it, but it ends up that Tidebound, they lose another, and Pure still sitting top of the net worth. He'll go for the tier 2 tower over bottom. With all this being done so far by Tidebound, it's not as though, or being done by BetBoom, it's not as though they've pushed too far yet. Tidebound's map is small, but they have access to some part of the maps because BetBoom have kind of been in this bottom side of the map for a while.
Yeah, they've been controlling the majority of the area of the map. They do have Gem, so they have some ways of dealing with vision from Tidebound. And also to point out, Centaur, this is what I love about Miero. I'll hold that thought. Maybe they're going to be able to get initiation on Shiro. He does have backup from the rest of the team. Stampede's also available. Infested Batrider. Not going to find anything. This shard on Centaur, this is pretty big. It does allow you to get more damage block onto Crimson Guard. Let's say you get 2 double edges, it increases your strength by 12%, and then you get the Crimson.
Static Storm, Kinetic Field, kill on Aketomi for Planet, but Bach is going to get caught. He's not tanky enough. The Infest will pop, they'll pull him back with the X, and it ends up being a 2-for-1. GPK getting a double kill. Just not enough here for Tidebound. They give, but then they take and then they give. And they're giving more than they can take. Hoping that Medusa can kind of be this end-all, be-all carry, but they're already up on the high ground. They've already broken a tier 3. Planet looking for a blink initiation. They do not have Bach. They don't have this supposed tanky hero with them, but they do have Ags now for this Queen of Pain.
Maybe with some toss back Planet. He's ready to go in. Doesn't get it.
Avalanche. But Pure running down Planet The Infest into him. He'll pop out. And this Tiny's already dead. Shiro, do you even have the damage? Link in with the hoof stomp. Pure goes and turns around right back onto the Medusa. Sonic Wave hits on a 4. But is it enough? Shiro down with no mana, but they've turned to stone. Can he survive? Can they get these kills? Can anybody drop off BetBoom? They got the Aegis, but that just doesn't mean anything until they get more. They'll take out GPK, nothing to say in Innocence, trying to run the TP attempt from Pure right in the back of their base, and he leaves, but they got saved. They got Katomi, and they took out GPK. It cost them their center axe bottom.
Yeah, Medusa still got a good amount of gold from that previous fight. He's gonna push her closer to her next big item, which is gonna be Scotty. Little overextension there from BetBoom. Definitely not needed to play it out like that, but also they need to respect Queen of Pain. They need to respect once you start losing that Rum buff, boat buff as well, it's just that you lose so much HP, and now with Aghanim Scepter on Queen of Pain, that Shadow Strike, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Shiro just doesn't.
I thought he was
he's
going
doing
into
that
the
much
fountain,
damage.
but this Aghanim Scepter deals good amount of damage. It doesn't disarm anymore, so this is also a bit of a downside against some of these carry-to-carry matchups, especially ranged ones.
Planet again. He is in no man's land. Curious to understand what he's trying to accomplish, because he has died behind where the tier 2s are standing or stood.
Yeah, that
multiple times.
That was not a well-planned execution there. I guess he's just trying to plant vision. I believe that. No, it was actually planted by Y, the one in Radiant
Shiro
Triangle.
bottom. Was trying to TP out, got X back. Is anybody else here for BetBoom, though? They're on their way. Static Storm, BKB. This looks like a long, drawn-out death for Shiro. He has been caught, and that's all because of GPK. They've got this Orchid on Ketomi. Put that through on the Medusa, Flame Break, Hoof Stomp, and no more mana for you means no more life as well.
This Shadowblade allowing them to get this type of a pick-off, and we said it. He wanted to go for this item even before a BKB. Now with BKB available, I guess they just don't want to get clipped by Static Storm. Queen of Pain's also very annoying. So going for BKB and now into Shadowblade, into Silver Edge, being able to break Bristleback is going to be a big deal, even though Bristleback has not been causing them way too many issues in this one.
No, he hasn't really been causing them that many issues. He hasn't felt tanky.
No.
Heroes felt tanky. But I don't know about Bach. Might need to be working a bit more on the music. Kadomi thinking about TPing multiple times. And again, just behind Planet, potentially finding him, but he... Oh! They got it at the last second. GPK. I need a slowed down replay of where that TP was at, because that was near the end.
It was gone. Yeah, pretty much.
I thought he got him as he was disappearing. That was insane. I mean, there's no reason for BetBoom to back up. And there's what you were asking for, that Silver Edge.
They're so tanky. Like this, Cookie can build, that's the power of this hero. He can build pretty much into anything. It feels good. We saw a good amount of Divine Rapiers with the Blink Dagger, AC, BKB, whatever is necessary. Orchid, if you need some extra bit of a control early on.
Get that tier 2 mid. And they just continue to push. Yeah, these items, like you said, really stacking up, making life really difficult. And here's the replay on this TP. Thank you guys very much. And... What?
What? He was out.
Okay.
All right, play it again.
Go back. Wait a second.
Slow it down.
Rewind. Thank you. All right. And then...
He's gone.
Wait a second.
He's not even here. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's in a completely different spot.
That's... that one may not be on you, Planet. Just saying. That's wow. I don't know. that was cool.
I'm pretty sure Planet would not say that this was cool.
You think so? Maybe in retrospect, after the calm down.
Maybe the X mark clipped it. I didn't see Kunkka use X mark, but he was gone. I didn't see X mark at all.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Maybe he used invisible X mark to spot.
That could be the upgrade. Not that that would really...
It's the Shadow Blade. Yeah, it makes all your spells invisible.
Invisible? That's the upgrade from Silver Edge. But that would be very broken. If you couldn't see anything. Sometimes my games are bugged and I can't see it, but that's different.
Yeah, Planet is the only guy who was not subscribed to Dota Plus. That's why it didn't work. Didn't purchase the no bug DLC.
Save looking for a BKB. Still 74-26. Like, there is so much faith in a farmed Medusa. And also the fact that, like, there's already been so many games in this tournament already that have turned around from a heavy net.
Medusa's definitely that hero, but it does feel he needs, like, 2 items. He needs a Disperser or / Daedalus, and might need a Divine Rapier as well.
Yeah, and then you can do something. Anyway, 5-man smoke from Tidebound. As they're looking for their opening, their opportunity. Heaven's Halberd for Bristleback, but perfect positioning from Yarrow. Although Planet, where are they? Avalanche off the mark, and now he's bound for some damage and death, because they will go for Planet. And they've got that kill onto the Tiny quickly.
And Miero, he
buys
20%
back.
HP.
BKB, Miero. Uh-oh. He's fine. Kataomi gets out. Nothing to say is caught. Down goes the Queen of Pain. Doesn't have buyback. They finally get the Nature's Prophet. But the damage coming through from the Medusa is felt, but you just need to be able to survive. You need mana. They've got the Infest. Somebody gets some mangoes. Shiro needs mana to work with, and I don't think that they're going to find it, but they've got the toss. Pure, the damage on a save. Down goes save. Finally, they finish off Shiro. They will get why Pure is godlike. Looking at Bach. As they hit that Sprout, they've got the X. They put him on the other side of the trees. He is broken and trying to fight back, but just does not have enough.
Yeah, still showing that they can take these fights, but they're a bit too much behind. Like, Medusa is pretty much our only damage dealer. Queen of Pain died way too quickly, dealing... Like, this is not the type of a damage that you want to see from Queen of Pain in a fight, especially in a longer fight with Aghanim Scepter. You want her to live, you want her to get multiple Shadow Strike, then you want to spread Stream of Pain damage. Pure, having a blast of a game. This Diffusal Blade with MKB, countering what Medusa wants to do. Let's see how Bach is going to orchestrate this defense.
If you're BetBoom and you've seen how the tournament's gone, do you go for Mega Creeps?
If they've been paying attention, probably not. Just go for the end.
Instead, they back away for now.
These are the type of performances you would expect from Pure. I think he had pretty mediocre couple of last tournaments that he did play in, and so far BetBoom also didn't have the greatest tournament. Yesterday on Lina didn't really shine as well. Basically, I would say losing all 3 games, but this time around, not dying a single time. 9-0 and 12.
Everybody back up again for both teams. Buyback status is few. Nobody's got it actually on BEP. If this doesn't go perfectly for them, they could end up getting pushed a little bit. Ags for the Centaur War Runner to open up that workhorse. You could potentially hitch a ride.
There's so many saves that they can have in this game. First of all, you have tankiness coming out from Kunkka with the boat, and then you have Crimson Guard with Shard on Centaur, Aghanim Scepter, Infest as well. Crokers helping out, of course.
And now bound, Ethereal, Stampede, trying to get a kill on a Bach. They've got the Orchid, but now they hit the X. He's coming back, or is he? He's able to get that BKB off and stay inside the base. And you did still get Planet. Planet has been struggling a little bit, 3-13. 3-13-9, and if he continues to die, they might have to kick him out of the Planet Association, change his name to Pluto.
Yeah, that is the dwarf planet. Man, Pluto, I don't think he deserved this, to be honest. First, he was the real planet. Then they're like, you know what? We have this new definition. Now you're not a planet. Then they come up with the name that you're like, okay, you feel bad. You're a dwarf planet now. And suddenly Pluto's back to being planet again.
But doesn't get included in the 9 planets of the solar system.
He is. Pluto's back.
Back officially?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Let me just Google that, but I believe Pluto is...
Pluto is back.
Pluto back to being a planet. There we go.
Pluto last won their previous match.
No, wait, again, no. Has not been officially reclassified as a planet since 2006. Man, they did him dirty.
Static Storm committed, and that's to zone them out and get themselves that banner. Jumping lasso, Shiro's gonna be the first one to go. They go to the Avalanche, they've got themselves Sonic Wave off onto the side, but no more mana for Shiro, in trouble, needs some help, but not currently finding it. BKB as well as the Stone Gaze. Nothing to say, dies, but he's the one who had buyback. They'll hit the glimpse, but won't be able to pull him all the way in.
Right. Workhorse used on that glimpse. There are so many ways of stopping that glimpse from going off. He can infest, they can use the workhorse, they can also X-Mark, whoever is getting glimpse back. But this is also Nature's Prophet, who's starting to scale.
Yeah, we saw this with the previous Nature's Prophet game. Orchid was first, now the Ags going for the Hurricane Pike. They're able to rip through the mana of Medusa very quickly. It has not been fun for Shiro. And it's a 23,000 net worth lead. They were trying to get Mega Creeps. And that in itself is scary. But I won't tell you for who. Or for whom. 36-17, Tidebound just hoping Medusa can carry them to the finish line, drag their dead bodies across. But they have to hold on, they have to try and defend. X, Gorgon's Grasp, almost level 25 for the Lifestealer. They're gonna TP back, at least one. And that's the Nature's Prophet, who can come back into the fight immediately. They pick up the smoke.
I love this. They want to enter through the bottom lane, try to surprise them. Whoever is in the back lines might get jumped here. There's a big item. Y does have Aghanim Scepter Static Storm available, so if they catch him, this is your way of coming back into the game. They're going to see Y.
Yeah, they're going to see him. They get pushed back immediately. Can he even get a Static Storm off? No. Dead. No buyback. Out of the fight. Sonic Wave comes through pure. He's dead. It's just the Aegis, though. And they have a way back in with the lasso. The control is there. Medusa's in trouble. The ghost ship lands, and they'll get the kill. 90 seconds, no buyback. GG is called, and BetBoom take game number 1.
Pretty much a perfect game from them. It took them good 40 minutes to close this one out, but they were always in control. They completely shut down, nothing to say. Their only saving grace was this Medusa. But she also got answered. Like this Aghanim Scepter on Lifestealer, Diffusal Blade, MKB, he was staying so far ahead. Pure, having a perfect game, not dying a single time.
Yeah, not dying a single time. You're wondering to yourself, how much time is too much time to give Medusa? Well, 41 minutes is still not enough time for Medusa. BetBoom, take game number 1. We're going to throw it over to the panel, hear their thoughts. Tsunami, take it away.
Dramatic difference coming out of not just Pure, but all of BetBoom Team in this series after a very lukewarm day yesterday. 3 lead-up performances with a lot of deaths. But Lizard, this is the death count we usually expect to see from Pure. 0.
Yeah, this was an exceptional performance from him on the Lifestealer. I feel like he did a lot as the position 1. I also feel like he was absolutely set up by his teammates. They played out of their minds. Like Kataomi on the Prophet at the beginning of the game, just as I mentioned him, he gets a kill, right? Like, and he was getting these kills. He was scaling very nicely with his teammates, but it's of course not only him. He always had somewhere to rotate. He always had a place to go in to make a difference, and I think that was the biggest problem for Tidebound. The top lane, it got harassed a little bit too much. Medusa and the Disruptor just didn't have a game at all. Disruptor, even after getting 3 solo experience kills on the mid lane, was the same net worth more or less as the enemy supports, even lower. So it was a rough start for Tidebound. I feel like if they cleaned up the lanes a little bit, the game would have looked much better.
Yeah, they needed to have one of their cores with an item advantage here that wasn't the Medusa, because it really felt like Dusa was just running into some serious damage issues trying to attack into 3 tanky strength cores with a Solar Crest, with an Assault Cuirass, with a Crimson Guard coming out. Like, there was one fight that I saw him start hitting Miro into the Blade Mail, and his mana was actually going down, and Miro was not taking any damage because he has the Crimson Vanguard Blade Mail. So, yeah, they had insane damage issues, and Pure solved their damage issues for the Medusa by going for MKB, and then he was going for a late Disperser.
Yep.
And I mean, this effectively does like 150 damage a hit per hit to Medusa, effectively, given her mana shield. So even on a strength hero, very solid build from him.
Yeah, he had an early defusal, kept it until the end. The Aghanims as well, of course, very nice on him. And from BetBoom, itemization was nice, but also the way they fought. I feel like they found all the right angles most of the fights. And they kept the Medusa in check until her BKB. I feel like once she got the BKB, I was wondering, we were both wondering if that's the correct item because of the damage that you're missing, but it was desperately needed. It's all these small little things, like a stun from a Centaur, then a Torrent, then something else, Sprout keeping you a bit away perhaps. Like there was always something keeping him controlled from dishing out damage. But of course it wasn't only on Shiro, far from it. I feel like Nothing to Say in a couple of these fights did sub 1000 damage. And from a Queen of Pain, that's not something that you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, he had a tough time. He was playing against Kunkka mid, which is a technical, age-old counter between the Blade Mail and just sustaining through it in the mid lane. So, I mean, on one hand, GPK played an exceptional game. He was the most farmed hero in the game, so he did very, very well. It was a big problem. But on the other hand, I don't know. I feel like the mid lane co-op has not been going so well compared to, I mean, I guess the one time we saw the carry Queen of Pain. I still think that the build for Bondage Queen of Pain needs to be figured out, because in this game, Nothing to Say kind of just went for like Blade Mail into completely normal, like old co-op build.
Yeah.
You know, the Kaya plus Aghanim Scepter, but like you said, he was just dying in the fights. Yep. So where's that spell lifesteal? You know, I'm not suggesting he goes for some like crazy Eternal Shroud build or something like that, but maybe Dagon for some spell lifesteal, maybe go for try the other level 20 talent where you're playing around the Queen of Pain ult, because when we saw it, it did shred Pure. They killed him one time. Imagine if that's on like a 30-second cooldown instead of a minute cooldown.
It's possible he may have thought that there's no point trying to out-sustain, because as we can see from one of the team fights, Tidebound attempts to kill heroes like GPK, and the Kunkka, you're never going to out-sustain the Kunkka, even if you have a million lifesteal sources on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, they try to go on him first, and it's a pretty good go. I mean, they get him into the Disruptor ulti, they Queen of Pain ulti him. They feel like they have to go on him because he's just boating and surviving in every fight, but because they have all of the auras coming out from Miro, he legitimately just tanks through all of it. And then instead of doing some like sick ass play where BetBoom is focusing all of the other heroes of Tidebound because they don't have a Medusa answer, they just go on the Medusa. Like, they legitimately have such a high net worth lead and tank items, they can ignore all of the other damage, all of the other heroes, and go straight for the carry.
To be fair, they also smoked behind them. Like, this was a perfect angle for BetBoom. Kunkka is baiting in the river, and everyone else is wrapping around. Like, in the end, I really have to say that, in my opinion, this is sub-diff. Like, a big support difference between the two teams and what they did. Bat plus Kataomi's Nature Prophet were all over the map, creating all kinds of problems. Nature Prophet even buying an Orchid. Of course, the Queen of Pain isn't really having a good time when she has to worry about a blink on a Bat, X marks the spot, Stampede stun. and of course, nothing to say, he didn't have a lot of luck. He was blinking into some of these smokes as well, aggressively. So it was a really tough game, but carried hard by the two supports.
Versus my boy Pluto.
Yep. The Pluto,
planet.
not a planet.
Trying to do his
Wait,
best.
what was the final verdict on that? Is it a planet or not a planet?
I don't. He looked it up. I also don't think it's been reclassified. I think it's still a dwarf planet. I would know.
Planet is. That's fair. We'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. Tidebound, though, they're hoping to change things around. They are now one game away from elimination. Again, this is our final group stage series here at PGL Wallachia Season 5. So tune in and find out who's going to take the series after this.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlights, where we're taking a pro player, showing them a highlight from a previous Wallachia, and they are going to tell me if they can identify the hero in the clip. Who is playing that hero? I'm here with Miaro from BetBoom, and with Saxa from Tundra, and I've got Lal here from Team Spirit. I'm here with Kadaro from OG. Kadaro, do you watch a lot of Dota when you're not playing? Do you watch previous Wallachias a lot?
Yes, I do.
Sometimes yes, but no, not too much.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe even spend more time watching Dota than playing sometimes.
Last Wallachia not good for us, so I don't watch games.
Oh, I see. You just out of there.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
All right,
I'll try.
It's from all the Wallachias, so maybe we might be all right here. All right, let's take a look at our first clip and see if we can figure this one out. Do you know who this is?
I don't really know. Maybe some Shopify Rebellion game. I don't know.
Oh, they just suicide throne. Okay. And that is out by, but
It's pretty accurate. It wasn't a very successful attempt at going for the base. 3 rapiers as well. But,
yeah, I see. Maybe I remember some this game, but I don't know which teams play.
I want to say it's like a boxy build, but I don't remember him doing this.
On the Batrider?
Okay, I think Dire team is, judging by the draft, it's Falcons.
Interesting.
Yes. And Radiant, I don't know, who could it be? Maybe it's Heroic, like Schofield? I'm gonna go with Schofield.
Okay, not quite correct. So I'll tell you that the Radiant team is a Eastern European team. This is from Wallachia Season 1, very early on in the Wallachia cycle.
Something tells me this is a NAVI on the Radiant side. And I feel like this base race is not working well.
Can you think of an Eastern European team which hasn't changed support player but changed everybody else around?
Oh, I don't. Wait. Like it's this team, right? Like it's like this team left.
It's Radiant. Yeah, it's Batrider. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe some Zayats. I don't know. Who's this?
Wait. I think it's one of the Team Spirit supports. Who was it? Miposhka or Ru?
I'm afraid that's not correct.
Okay, we just go by the name. There is a Pari, there is a BB. It's not them.
Nope.
They're too disciplined to do that. Definitely not Spirit.
All right.
They would never do that.
No, absolutely not. One more hint. They are playing at this event.
That's not Navi. Could it be VP?
It is in fact VP, which means the Batrider is... Which player?
Who was there back then?
It's still the same player now as it was back then.
It's Antares?
Absolutely correct. Yes, indeed. That is Antares playing on the Batrider versus Team Secret in this game from Wallachia Season 1.
He actually has a lot of unique item builds. Antares, he's trying to be hipster every game. Like, just look at him. It's like so many different things he's doing. You just try to not be like everyone else.
I'm done. I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know? Okay. Well, I can tell you the team, and then you can tell me the player. So it's Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro.
Playing in this clip. Yep. So who do you think the bat is?
Antares?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Antares playing on the Batrider. Well done.
FNG? I don't know. I don't remember.
No, still the same as it is now. It's Antares.
Oh, Antares. Okay.
Yes, yeah. It is, of course, Antares on the Batrider here, playing for Virtus.pro in their series versus Team Secret at Wallachia Season 1. So, yeah.
I'm done. You cannot answer.
You don't know it?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know it? All right, I'll give it to you then. It is Antares playing on the Batrider here, Virtus.pro. Yeah.
Okay, okay. It's a good try for me, but I don't remember this game.
Yeah, no, it's a hard one.
Some crazy game.
Wait, is this actually the play they're going for? Antares.
Well, he's got so many rapiers.
Oh my god, he's gonna go for it. They're keeping it, they just went out of the game! Virtus.pro! Coming in for the finish, do they have enough? The lassos are there, they try and take him down, they get the disarm, it's not gonna matter! It's not gonna matter, no! Squadix goes down! They didn't have enough! Oh, Virtus.pro, you went for it all and you came up short. How?
See, now if that play had happened in Season 5, then VP would have made the comeback because they were against Mega Creeps.
Did they nerf Throne or something?
That must have been
what happened to us? How come that was not possible back then? It seems to happen every other game here.
It's just like, yeah, they buffed the Throne. Actually.
That must have been it.
I think you're right. I think
that's what happened. Yeah.
Or they nerfed Creeps.
Yeah. If it drops below 100 HP, it gains Sister Shroud.
Oh my god, imagine you could give items to your Throne.
That's what Navi are hoping was the case in that other game.
Imagine if you could
Spirit.
upgrade your Throne. Like, you can buy an item or you can upgrade.
I think you've been playing too much Warcraft 3. Listen.
You've got custom games on the brain. This man wants to tower defense more than he wants to hero defense.
A bit, for sure. There are some cool ideas that I think could be recreated in Heroes in the future for Dota as well, but we'll see. They'll need some cool ideas as well on Tidebound, because this, what they've been picking, did not work at all. And for BetBoom, I feel like they just need to stick to their strengths, because they're doing really well versus Chinese teams. Like, they've already defeated Xtreme Gaming 2-0, and if they just recreate the same playstyle from game number 1, I feel like they could breeze through the series.
Yeah, this is now Pure's 3rd win on Lifestealer, 100% win rate. Really enjoying the Gore Storm facet. Seems to be the one melee hero that BetBoom can win with. So I feel like this is going to be a pretty high value hero that Tidebound either needs to deal with or ban it out.
Do you think that it's like a pick no matter what, or is it still situational?
I feel like for BetBoom, that is how they've been operating, at least for the past few days. Like, we saw them jam Lina 3 times in a row last series. They don't care. They just think something is good. Maybe they feel like they're figuring out their identity on this patch, and so when they think that they found something, they stick to it. Maybe they're limit testing. I don't know what you want to call it, but this is certainly what it looks like.
Yeah, right now we do have a different ban, right? Like with the Bristleback being banned out, but they leave the bat through. This
they also
time
left the Abaddon, and so now it's a whole bunch of dispels on the table.
Yeah, Insta Oracle picked up by BetBoom. So yeah, Tidebound does get to play their bat, which is a snatch as well from BetBoom, of course, but they are huge enjoyers. On the other side, Oracle Insta picked. So I suppose with the Oracle being picked, this is instantly a support bat, right? Like, do you want to play it as a core, maybe from the mid lane or something with the right click?
I don't think so, because you're also going to hypothetically lose the rune fights as well, and bat really wants runes because, of course, Oracle just knows where the rune is and what it's going to be, which is also why I think BetBoom now is angling towards you know, Storm Spirit, Puck, these heroes that do really well if they're pretty much guaranteed power runes. Also decent heroes to save with the Oracle ulti.
Yeah, with Oracle, you always want to have one of these. No, it's not like super necessary, but it's always nice. Huskar comes to my mind as well. But if you're looking at normal heroes, DP is banned. All these Terror Blades, Monkey King as well, right?
It is GPK, so that is definitely on your mind over other teams. Like he will take a Huskar if you're going to give it to him last pick, and they do have absolute last pick actually.
They go with the Monkey instead. This is another one, right? Like we just mentioned. He's not necessarily a transformation hero, but he does benefit from your ulti quite a lot because you can always get those Jingu stacks off and you're basically full HP if you do that. So age-old combo.
Yeah, you want the cores that can get down to critical HP, but then also get back up to full HP without Oracle pumping 10,000 heals into them.
Yeah. And this hero has looked good to me. Like even in the losing games, like the last one where Analog was playing Monkey, in both games that they lost, I feel like Analog did well on the Monkey King. Copy yesterday as well did some good stuff from the mid lane, so I'd like to see it mid.
It blocks so many heroes out mid. Like you can no longer feel super comfortable about Kunkka, Tiny, like any melee hero. All of the spirits pretty much feel bad.
And some of the range ones like Puck as well.
Yeah, Storm doesn't like playing into Monkey either.
I do like that Tidebound have snatched Prophet. This hero to me still looks incredibly strong in certain games. And they actually snatched the same exact two heroes, right? Like they took the Prophet and they took the Bat. When I said sub-diff last game, I guess they took it to heart.
Yeah, and it is a support diff only because Kunkka's out, so they can't just copy the rest of the draft. That's not possible.
The MP rotations aren't going to be as potent, though, with an Oracle on the other side, because you will be able to dispel his teleportation barrier.
Yeah, more or less. He's not a hero that gets away easily, though, and Sprout still does wonders against an Oracle. So there are definitely pros and cons of playing Oracle into the Prophet.
And now, even your heals aren't going to be that reliable against a Doom.
I feel like you can just run back a Centaur game if you're Miro. All of these heroes are good to press Centaur ulti and just run away from. Natures can't really do shit if you do that. Doom, you can run away from Doom, disengage from that. Even Batrider, he lassos you in, you just ult to get somebody out.
Or just turn on the Blade Mill and walk through it all.
Sure. Pango is, I suppose, like a similar idea, except on the aggressive side of things, where he doesn't care if he gets doomed. He doesn't really care if he gets lassoed. Nature's Prophet can't do anything to stop a Pango with the Sprout, so he can just like roll into the fights and be disruptive, and all of the Tidebound mechanics won't help.
One extra difference between them is if you're picking Centaur, that's your offlane. Bottom line.
No flex.
No flex.
True.
But with the Pangolier, you still have some leeway to decide where Monkey is going, where Pango is going if necessary.
So get the 4 here, and then that way you can decide eventually where the Pango is going to go. I like that idea. And they've absolute last pick.
Good old Wind Ranger. This hero fell off a little bit.
Yeah, and what role is she these days now?
She's still a support most of the time. I feel like the shard nerf is pretty significant, but I have seen teams try to just play around the power shot, the kill shot that is. Like play around the kill shot plus get a hero that really benefits from it. Like some Axe on offlane or Legion Commander. Axe, of course, banned out. We'll see what they combo it up with.
I guess this is a support that does not really get scared of Nature's Prophet or Batrider.
Yep.
She can deal with either of them.
Yeah, both of these heroes like right-click you in the laning stage too, so you can trade with them pretty effectively.
It's probably the main reason why it's picked up as well. With Gale Force, of course, you can play around the Wukong's command, which is nice. Can keep them in.
What do they nerf about the shard for her?
Cast range? Or was it...
Is it cast range or is it like movement speed that isn't as big?
I will research.
I just remember it being like, okay, this is a nerf, but hero still playable.
In 7.39, not the C patch, but the original patch, cast range got reduced from 1500 to 1200. Radius got reduced from 1900.
Okay.
So still definitely good with Monkey King.
And I would say that she may have actually gotten a buff in the C patch because her left talent, which used to be her innate move speed, got turned into +4 all
Yeah, that was not an enjoyable talent to select. People would just go skills.
You don't feel it.
Yeah, but on a universal hero, getting stats is always excellent.
Is this a monkey safe lane now from BetBoom? That's what I'm.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Maybe, yeah.
Because Queen of Pain comes out, it counters both the Pango and the monkey in lane.
So you just put them in 2 lanes.
Put them in
where
the side
Co-op
lanes.
isn't, yeah.
Yeah, and then pick a hero that's countering co-op mid.
They are banning those out though. Puck already banned out, Kunkka banned out. They were prepared for the co-op pick. Tidebound that is. So they have 1 extra ban to protect the Queen of Pain with.
Maybe get rid of Void Spirit.
Yeah, that's an option. What else is there? Like an Ember, maybe?
Yeah, Ember's very good. I feel like that's got to be an insta-ban coming out next.
And what are we thinking about Tidebound's Doom? Is this an offlane Doom or a carry Doom?
I feel like if you put it on offlane, you are playing it into the Monkey King, but it's still a decent lane, I think, even though you're playing into Monkey. Actually, never mind. Doom plus Bat into Monkey on his own sounds scary for Monkey, but there's an Oracle as well. And I feel like maybe this switches it up to Monkey's favor. The only question is, do you still not care if you're Tidebound because you have the Joker, the Prophet that can join fights? So maybe you can still just put the Doom plus Bat offlane, put the Nature's Prophet, and pick your last pick carry, which is what BetBoom are assuming with the Terrorblade ban at least.
You would need a carry that's okay being left alone then, if Nature's Prophet's going to go rotating.
Yep. He will rotate a lot for sure. If you can stay alone or if you cannot, you need to figure it out yourself, man. Whenever you're playing with these Prophets, they're all over the map.
Yeah. I don't mind the idea of a Doom carry because of that as well, because Nature's Prophet
can himself.
Yeah, he can stay by himself and Nature's can leave and rotate freely. And I feel like the times we've seen Nature's Prophet 5s pop off, it's when they can go to the other lanes without really caring about what is happening in their safe lane.
So what would you pick for the offlane then? What would be the Bach hero?
Last pick Bach against a Monkey King. Let's think.
Against a Monkey King, but also against an Oracle.
Exactly, that's annoying. Most heroes that are really good against Monkey aren't that great against Oracle.
Yeah.
And they could also, like, technically, you're not 100% guaranteed that it's the Monkey King. There's the Ember ban.
There's the Ember. Maybe Enigma? Is that a play? I feel like there's nothing to break the black hole.
I could see that. Yeah, that's definitely good. It's good against Pango as well. Yep. All pure damage for his role.
If you want your Doom to be the carry, I guess that's an option. Or you just put Doom on the offlane and pick some Shiro Gyrocopter or something like that he loves playing.
Or Clinks to kill the backline Oracle.
Can Clinks stay alone in the lane though? If Nature's Prophet goes...
He's actually surprisingly tanky.
If it's a Pango offlane, definitely.
Yeah.
That is true. That is what we're gearing up towards, is Pango offlane. And safe lane Monkey King.
Venge. So it is a Doom carry most likely, right? Most likely with the Venge.
Yeah, I think so. So now this means either Monkey is going safe lane, and I think even with an Oracle, it feels pretty bad playing into Avenge, or he's going mid and he's alone and he's playing against Queen of Pain, and that also feels bad. So I feel like if you're BetBoom, you probably just have to sack the Monkey, not in terms of like, I'm sure he'll do fine. Maybe you rotate Windrunner to the lane to deal with that, but you just throw him carry and pick a mid here. Like what's a GPK hero? Okay, they go for the Huskar.
We called it in the first minute. Yeah.
Even against Doom, I think because you have Oracle, it's fine. And this destroys Queen of Pain mid.
Yeah.
It is not even close.
Yeah, I feel like it destroys most heroes. Luckily for... actually, Planet will be playing the Doom, so it's the carry Prophet instead.
Oh, wow.
So Glass Cannon, Shiro, yeah. So Doom with the offlane Venge does make sense. You still have this kind of a tanky boy with a Vengeful to protect her a little bit. So Doom cannot leave that lane, but Shiro maybe can rotate mid every now and then if things go really badly for the Queen of Pain to help out. Also, Bat Rider maybe, like the way I've seen teams deal with Bat Rider in general is you go and you, sorry, not Batrider, Huskar in general, is you go mid and you camp him with support.
You
literally
dual lane him, yeah.
But how do you dual lane when you have a Prophet and a Venge?
I was thinking the exact same thing. Like the way that you would do it is this is what Paravision does. They put a sentry in the tier 2 tower top to aggro the creeps. So that way DM has a free lane because the creep wave will push out. Doom is not going to go mid and be useful. And
Absolutely
you cannot do that from the safe lane, so you could not send Batrider mid either.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do worry for Tidebound that this is a pretty good last pick Huskar.
Batrider's not that incentivized to go mid, though, because now the Oracle isn't in his lane anymore. So he can bully the off lane because you're not going to get your napalm dispelled.
No one is incentivized to go mid because you cannot leave your safe lane or off lane. That's the problem. Like, they're not heroes that are capable of just caring for themselves and not being babysat. If you're playing Avenge off, feels really bad. And same goes for the Prophet. Like, they can dive you, they can kill you. It's a Windrunner and the Pangolier. So for me, I feel like nothing to say. He needs to figure it out on his own. He needs to find a way to play against this Huskar.
He had to have known it was a possibility. We saw the Oracle, and we know GPK will seize the opportunity to husk him. Let's see if that gets a BetBoom Team a 2-0 with a game number 2. Let's take it to B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and the rest of the panel. You guys are amazing. And we're coming into a Huskar game where GPK, his last Huskar game was 24 days ago. Not too long ago, only 13 games professionally with a 46% win rate. The last one was not so great against Paravision at Dream League, where he went 3-5-4.
There are some counters to Huskar in this game. Panel already discussed the Oracle, them having save behind them, but there's also relatively earned Spirit Vessel. Sure, can be dispelled by Oracle again. You are playing into Doom. You're going to be playing into these maneuverable heroes. Nature's Prophet with the Hurricane Pike, Batrider. You have ability that goes through debuff immunity. So there's a lot of things that T doesn't like to play into in terms of stopping the region, especially Doom. Spirit Vessel on Nature's Prophet, we saw how good this can be from position 4. I want to see what Planet is going to be making on this position for Doom. Maybe like a Spirit Vessel is a great item against Huskar in general. It's a great item, period. It's just, is somebody gonna be getting this? Because I don't know if Batrider can get it. Maybe from position 4 Doom you can. It's a relatively expensive item, but you might also need it. The problem is it is dispellable. Like sometimes you need to think whether this is gonna be getting you the value. Can't tell me.
Flame Break. Decent spot. Miero comes in with pretty big shield crash. Boundless Strike on 3. Shiro's dead. Kathaomi gets first blood. And it looks like they might even get Bach. The Blood Grenade landed, and Miero, he's moving forward, but the stun was on a Pure. Save gets the kill. And that's 2 already for BetBoom.
Pretty massive. Him going there and then using Fortune's End immediately, dispelling the Flame Break. And getting, I think there was a like 4-man shield crash.
Yeah, I think it was too. I mean, that was pretty much making
No, it was actually 5-man shield crash because he had, at one point when I clicked him, 230 barrier, which can only mean if you got it on 5 heroes. It's 50 per hero at level 1.
Damn. So big 5-man shield crash level 1 to do a lot to keep him survivable and run at these heroes, and
nothing to say.
This is already looking like it's not going to be fun for nothing to say.
He's dead.
Oh my god.
Fairy Fire, let's see.
Oh gosh.
Does he use it? Not gonna need it.
Yeah, this
lane's gonna push though. So at least that's something. Let's see if he's gonna be bringing any extra region on the courier.
He's gonna need
just tangos. So Boots of Speed actually as his first item.
Is that what you need? GPK gonna push this all the way under tower. See if he can get any other denies. He'll get hit a couple times by that tower, but nothing to say. Grabbing a couple CS. So not the worst thing in the world, but GPK is 4-4. working on his own creeps and working on making Nothing to Say's life very difficult in this lane.
If you can survive through these first couple of levels, this is the most difficult part. Still gonna be a difficult matchup, because Huskar does have silence compared to the old school Huskar, who did have Disarm, which was also good against some of the matchups. Nothing to Say, blinking on top of him pretty much in the mid lane.
We'll see if Shiro maybe rotates if there's a kill opportunity.
Yeah, there's definitely a potential. Panel also talked about maybe something that Paravision does is bring one of the supports. Problem is they got a first blood, they got a second blood as well. And if you leave Shiro alone, for example, if Y decides to make a move to the mid lane, it's not going to be an easy one for Shiro. So you have to take an L in this one. It just might be Nothing to Say who's going to be doing that. And he's doing a good job blinking over, dragging the creep wave with this Boots of Speed. So we'll be getting the XP no matter what.
Good job by Nothing to Say to at least get something out of the lane when things initially looked pretty devastating. Gotta always worry about Oracle. He is no joke when it comes to potentially putting some damage on with level 2, especially in the Purifying Flames, when he gets to that point. But bottom lane, this doesn't exactly feel like the most killer lane for Tidebound.
Definitely not. It's a bit more of a sustain lane. Maybe they can get a trade kill, but playing against Bango from the offlane that has a good start, that is sitting on 16 CS, makes it super difficult. You get that level 3, 2 points in shield crash with double jump, makes it impossible for you to play aggressive on him. Windranger is also not the easiest hero to kill.
Really not at all, and if you get a little bit too low, you might just get sniped out with that kill shot. And Y, one shot from dead, save. Can he line it up? Does he even need to line it up? Doesn't look like it. Nero going under the tower and chasing all the way over to shield crash on top of Y and get that kill. Makes it a 2,000 net worth lead already for BetBoom Team. And they are up 3-0. Every lane going really immaculate for them.
Top lane is the big one. 23-10. On Monkey King, Vengeful Spirit sitting at 14. We saw a good amount of Vengeful Spirit from the offlane. Also in the previous couple of tournaments, this hero became more popular.
Boundless Strike, Planet. Purifying Flames. And now it's time to heal. Okay. So took all that damage, but then gets to go back all the way up towards 100%. Especially with that heal active ability. And he's picked up.
It is costly, 60 mana. He does have Clarity running, Infused Raindrop.
Yeah, not the cheapest of spells, but definitely showing there's potential for pressure from this BetBoom lineup. And that's really no surprise. Oracle, when he was more popular within the meta, feels like a very aggressive support, especially at level 3.
One thing they're not going to be like getting the usage of is having Oracle with Prognosticate, which can't tell you which rune and on which side it's going to be, and having a mid laner that doesn't buy into bottle, so you're not getting like the full value out of it. Let's say you have a Storm Spirit or any of the spirits pretty much that utilize that bottle real nicely. That's when you can make the aggressive play as well, knowing exactly where it's going to spawn. Nothing to Say. Still doing okay-ish considering what he's playing into.
Yeah, if there was a time for this lane to kind of get devastating, it was within that first 2 levels. But the surviving early ends up being all right, but Pure, he's come to bottom. They want the power shot and the kill on a Shiro. They've got it. There was a TP in from Planet, but it's just well too late.
That was a very aggressive move. These, like, I would say that there are only 2 players in this tournament that would have done this. It is Parker and Pure. They love to play these super aggressive carries that get involved relatively early on. Like, he's on top of the CS. He's 34-11 and still makes a move like this.
4 kills to nothing, and GPK putting the damage in with the power shot, but that's not going to be enough to get through it when it is all said and done back into the base. But it does send Queen of Pain out of the lane, and GPK will have some free farm. 2 of these heroes on the side of BetBoom already have about 40 CS and really are not being deterred at all from continuing to stay in their lane and play aggressively. I'm kind of wondering whether or not Pure's going to come back and do that again. TP over just to go through the twin gate. He's not holding onto a TP, so he won't do it in the moment. But Balance Strike on a 3. Kataomi's here. They're going to TP in some more. Primal Spring, they'll land. They'll get the kill in a Bach. They'll look over, maybe getting Planet and or Shiro.
Shiro has no
Shiro
boots.
came over, and he is so slow. But Fortune's End being charged up, and GPK is here. This is really so bad for Tidebound, and BetBoom are just making their presence felt with a foot on the throat of Tidebound immediately.
Shiro wanted to give him the taste of his own medicine, what he just received in the bottom lane. They try to outnumber him. He manages to get out of trouble. Has infused Raindrop because he was involved in 5 out of 6 kills. He does have Orb of Corrosion, slows everybody down with Boundless Strike. They're in again. Nothing to say, has Sonic Wave.
Pure's not even taking any damage. They've got the Shackle shot, and Bach, he's dead. Do they finally get one on the board? No.
I think they should try to gank Monkey King one more time.
3rd time's a charm.
Yeah.
I've heard that a lot.
It's a difficult one for them. Like, first of all, he needs to make a move because he can't play against GPK in the mid lane. Planet.
So now even the neutrals have more kills than Tidebound.
Planet again in no man's land. Gets a deny.
He plays aggressive. Planet plays so far forward. He is no fear. Life break on enough to say.
A little surprised that he doesn't have 1 point in silence against Queen of Pain. This could have maybe gotten him the kill. It's not the longest duration of the silences, but still 1 point could make the difference. 1.5 second.
Couple bounty runes picked up by Nothing to Say to fill up that bottle. Where do you stabilize for Tidebound? You're so far behind.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I have the answer. This is the type of a lineup that needs a lot of items. Revenge, she needs Aghanim Scepter. Queen of Pain again having a really rough start. Scan did connect there for a second. 3-man rotation
Shiro
through the twin gates.
He's by the Boglets.
Wait,
and somehow not spot. Oh, well,
that Observer Ward's gonna scout him. Shackle is ready.
Shackle needed to lock him down. No, they've got everything else.
Bat is also dead.
They've got a
No
Rolling Thunder and a
Firefly.
Boundless Strike. There's the Shackle. It connects. Now 9-0.
They placed double Observer Ward, one by Save and the other one by Kataomi in the bottom. Thinking the same thing. We need to see him because the smoke just broke.
This is... Oh, Planet. Ooh.
Good juke.
Now Nothing to Say, though. Are they going to continue to just dive in? GPK not afraid. Shiro comes in. How many ganks does it take? The swap. Can they finally get on the board? Put it on the board. Tidebound get a kill at 10 minutes in. 9-1 for BetBoom. But up 4,000 net worth still. I mean, this is all BetBoom. I was going to ask you, it feels like 3 games in a row, Tidebound have chosen to go with these slower lineups. And they've just been found out. Like, BetBoom has played fast pressure the last 2 games.
It's not necessarily slow in terms of what the heroes wanted to do. If they didn't have to swap the lanes, have this Doom, let's say, being played as a carry, they just needed to respond to what was last picked overall. And that's Huskar. So your Queen of Pain gets shut down in the lane, which means that she needs a little bit more time to recover. And then your Nature's Prophet gets ganked 2 times. Suddenly you're in a lot of trouble. Kataomi here, good swap.
Gave him the swap out of the circle, but Bach still in trouble. And Purifying Flames again, Pure diving. Sometimes your biggest enemy is your own success if you dive under this tower, but the power shot doesn't get the kill shot. And BetBoom will stay patient and not dive past this tower, make things a little bit more difficult for them. Respecting what could have come from Tidebound in terms of TPs and damage under the tier 1, but they'll still go. They'll throw the Doom out, and Huskar's dead, so GPK dead another time, and all of a sudden, Tidebound maybe they're starting to fight back a little bit.
A little bit too aggressive. Doom was one creep away in that top fight to get level 6, finally gets it. But this should also be most likely a tower, bringing in 3 heroes. Oracle is level 5, but with the Focus Fire and Catapult, Orbital Corrosion, they should have enough damage.
And tower is taken. Pure. Getting credit for the tower take. They do not have Doom, however, they got Magic Missile. They've got the lasso with the Infernal Blade, and all of a sudden, Tidebound, they're inching their way back.
Slowly, they need to keep doing this. Allow Shiro to get some farm. Relieve some pressure off him. He did die 4 times in 12 minutes.
And he needs some some real recovery time. All these cores down about 2,000. 1,000 to 2,000 on their counterparts. And they're losing a lot of objectives, and the map is shrinking for Tidebound, but they are taking what they can get with some of these kills. Blade Mail finish for nothing to say.
It might be Roche time. Him having Shield Rune. Oracle is level 6, so they can just go in and take it. The earlier you take it, the better. The sooner the second Roche is going to respawn.
GPK. Never have to worry. Nice Miero just right in front of the Roshan. They should be able to get an Aegis. Nobody even nearby for the side of Tidebound. Oh.
It is always scary.
The bashes, you never know. If the timing is right, you could pay your price with your life. But they've got an early Aegis, 13.5 minutes into the game. They've got a lot to work with a lead here for everybody on their team. Miro especially, top of the net worth. All that being said, only 63% to 37%. Y is deep here. Very deep. Still being greedy, trying to farm it, and make sure that Save doesn't see him. Okay. Flame break, but eventually, yeah, this is not going to last much longer. Nobody else is here. Save gets a kill on a Y.
Save Wind Ranger, always a 3 to watch. Involved in every single kill. 5, 0, and 6. A lot of blade mails being built. You are playing against Huskar. I see Doom, position 4, also thinking about getting one.
Reflect as much as you can. If they're so strong, maybe them hitting themselves is enough to knock themselves out. Windrunner without a death. Pango and Oracle the same. You've got False Promise you can rely on. Amplify damage for the next few seconds. And a lot of Atos pretty early from Save. So even more control for the side of BetBoom Team. Tidebound just taking their time to continue to farm. And for the most part, it's slowed down the progression that BetBoom were getting out of this game. They're only up 4,000-ish net worth, but it's been that way for a little while.
Yeah.
And you kind of see that they've put some gauze on the wound and have slowed it down. They've slowed the bleeding down a little.
Y needs to play this type of a game. Allow his cores to try to get some levels, get to the next items. Raindrop, keeping him alive there. Power shot would definitely kill him.
Does he?
He still might die in the end. Pure is going to chase him. Let's see, power shot. Oh, that's a bit off the mark.
Turn back into him and gives that kill to Pure. He'll pick up 286 gold. He wants that Radiance.
It's not Ame Radiance build with 1 Null Talisman, 1 Sage Mask, no boots, straight into Radiance type of a build. It's like I also want to be dealing some of the damage early on, get relatively involved, and then I can start to scale with Radiance.
Trying to scale with Radiance. GPK working with this Aegis for 2 more minutes and putting damage onto the tier 2 tower. They're going to get an even deeper tower pre-20 minutes. BetBoom squeezing tight on the map.
Pango on top of the network. Offlane Pango, not what you see every day. Maybe you're going to see Amar being top net worth on this hero, but it also, like, the reason why they're so far ahead is that they managed to kill multiple towers. There are, how many? 4 towers missing, plus Roshan. They are controlling bounty runes as well. Controlling all the runes, all the active runes with Oracle. Nothing to say. Needs to be careful here.
What's to stop them from going for this mid-tier 2? Tidebound's so unwilling to take a fight, and for the right reasons. They really can't take one too well. 5v5. Radabatos Rolling Thunder coming in and the Shackle connecting. That means Planet, nowhere for him to go. Fortune's End never got a chance to move, and Save is now unstoppable. Continues the trend of being involved. I believe, yes, still involved in every single kill. Why again? Spotted. Save is here. He has been everywhere. And he has got another kill. He's wicked sick.
It might be time to start scaling with this hero. I mean, he's scaling already. Level 9, has Rod of Atos, now purchased Mana Boots. Has Blink and Shard in his quick buy, but we'll see if he commits to it. Spark of Courage is the big one. It gives you 10 damage with Focus Fire. It definitely adds up. This is also the big item on Tidebound. Aghanim Scepter on Vengeful Spirit immediately. They're gonna try to look for something. He's not afraid to die.
They've also got Mjolnir on Nature's Prophet. Swap in, away for Kataomi. With a jump forward from Pure and Miero, they'll go and throw down the Wukong's command. The Sonic Wave trying to push him out. They'll go to the Doom, and now they'll look to get the kill, but the False Promise is there. Bach dead for the first time, shackled on the second life. He dies immediately, and just holding onto the threshold, no. GPK will die to nothing to say.
That False Promise ended slightly earlier, even with status assistance on SNY, but that was a nice play. As soon as they got Aghanim Scepter, he TPs in, gets the swap, they kill him one time. Rest of the team, they were ready to back him up, but not getting much out of it. Trading 1 for 1.
They will look towards top because nothing to say is there. But how do you get the complete control onto this Quap? Goes to the bridge. Boundless Strike not going to be in range. But Miero is here. They'll blink, but nothing to say needs some help. Pops that Blade Mail, trying to get bounced to the low ground. It is not working. Not going to matter, though. Blinks back towards the tier 3 tower because there still is no tier 2. Because it's been taken at 16 minutes into the game.
As long as they can keep doing this, they're going to be in the game. And look at why. Going through the Twin Gate, wants to cut the top creep wave, potentially.
Go through the Twin Gate and see maybe they get Shiro. Uh-oh. Mjolnir Armor has that with Treads, trying to go for Hurricane Pike. He is out of there. They had that OBS by the Twin Gate. He gets to escape. Just continues to move around. Just continues to try and farm anything that he can. He wants to get himself a Hurricane Pike. There's nowhere for them to really set up to go for a kill for the side of Team Tidebound. It's really on them to maybe farm. I don't think this smoke was spotted. Ooh, Shackle shot 7 of 7? Some pretty high accuracy.
This is the only time you could say that you can play better. Like, literally cannot be playing Dota game better than this. Nice move from Tidebound, going for Tormentor on the enemy side, considering that they lost the tower, and they might get potentially a tower out of this one. Let's see how BetBoom approaches it.
Ooh. Why? He dies, and I think that will end the 100% kill participation for Save as he's over mid. Now just 7-0-8 to the 16 kills of BetBoom. Planet is gonna spot Miero, who has that inhibited. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, Fortune's End, nothing to say. Hiding in the trees, nothing doing for them to jump in and look.
Sees Ghost Scepter immediately, does not want to commit. Pango is all about that physical damage. Needs some kind of a follow-up. Thinking about maybe stealing the XP Shrine. Miero will get it.
Nobody tries to stop that. They knew he was there, they knew he was staying close, but they just don't want to risk it. They'll just continue to farm. Flame Break, Pure, Wukong's And the swap stops that
out of
circle
it.
immediately. And Pure is in trouble. He'll try to TP out, but the damage from Shiro is overwhelming enough to get that kill into the Monkey King.
Maybe with Treads on strength, he would have been able to TP out. Nice try though, but this is not the old Monkey King's facet, which does allow you to get, like you could have walked out for 4 seconds. Even if you die, you would still have Wukongs. But this swap has been a problem for him. Even for Huskar, repositioning him away from Oracle. And the gold lead is starting to creep up on BetBoom. Only 2k gold lead right now.
I'm surprised. But also, I guess somewhat inflated by the Doom. That being said, Save's been having such a good game. They're keeping up with said Doom. Venge doesn't really have much, but Ags is really, I guess, everything you need to really be effective. A lot of the farm priority could just be put on the Queen of Pain and the Nature's Prophet. Save. Fortune's End, Gale Force, keeping them back. And they're searching, and they are cutting into the net worth lead. It's now just about even. BKB
Roshan
for GPK.
Is respawning shortly. Needs 30 seconds, so they can go inside a Roche pit, try to force a fight.
Are you a little surprised that BetBoom Team have been quiet the last few minutes?
There's still respect, like there's global presence from Nature's Prophet. Queen of Pain is relatively slippery. They don't have that much control. You could see them trying to kill Queen of Pain, trying to kill this Batrider multiple times. Y has been doing a good job cutting the creep waves, playing behind enemy lines. He does have Greedy Enchantment, and also he does have Stoked as his facet. One of the reasons why he's killing the creep so quickly.
He's working on a Blink Dagger, but we've seen Y get caught pretty far out. A good amount. To the tune of 6 deaths. Smoke from BetBoom. Who can they find? They are grouped up on Tidebound. But who's first in their line of sight? Nothing to say is close to them. So is the Venge. He throws the Wave of Terror onto this Roche. Realizes that it's back up. Blink in, nothing to say. Very aggressive Gleamail pop, but they've got the swap. This is Pure going in very deep. Nothing to say. Throws out the Sonic Wave. Needs to blink out of the Wukong's command.
Pure is dying.
Thunder's still going, and now Pure is going to be dead again. Bach ends up dying, but it has that second life. BKB's been popped on the Magic Missile. Life break onto the Doom. Miero is in. They hit the Shackle. It's
Got
on
the Doom
nothing to say. They get that kill on a planet. The look over is now GPK outputting so much right click. But will it be enough? He is surviving for now, but he needs to toggle. He needs to keep living, and unfortunately, with Shiro and his damage, won't be able to continue on. As Team Tidebound, even that fight at 3 apiece.
Not too bad of a fight. Oracle doesn't get the ulti. Monkey King is pretty much in no man's land. Having a hard time, rest of the team connecting with them, but they also have an insane amount of damage, like amplifying the damage. Doom has Alpha Wolf, Pack Leader's Aura, 30% extra damage. Vengeful Spirit Aura is maxed out, so that's extra 25. Doom with drums, now full Boots of Bearing as well. A lot of blade mails, like he almost kills himself instantly. Sure, he wants to be on the lower HP to have that extra attack speed, but look where Pure is. Got caught. I think he had a pretty nice read where he's gonna go with the change of the guard.
Had a good read and isolated from the rest of his team. And like you said, they kind of lack the lockdown. Or like Boundless Strike, the Shackle Shot, and Rolling Thunder is kind of what they're working with. But when Rolling Thunder is on the top part of the fight and they've got Monkey King on the bottom side of the fight isolated, there's nothing to really help him out. GPK will try to go for Roche. This is risky. They've got swap. You need to be ready for whatever Roche throws at you.
They have options in Sentry, but GPK is relatively low. There is no Doom for 30 seconds. If they're keeping an eye on that one, they should know.
Oh,
Swap, they got him.
Oh my god, they blew him up in a heartbeat.
Roshan killed Kataomi.
Why He's the first one to die on Tidebound. Changing the guard, Pure. He will kill Bach, but Bach has that second life ready to go. Shackle doesn't connect.
Swapped
They'll
again.
get the swap. They'll take him out Pure, and now they'll look for Save, who will try to TP away, and the damage is not enough as Save gets back into the base, and now they go for Roche. Tidebound have
They're back.
control in the game.
They're definitely back in this game. The execution of this team fight was beautiful. Swap into the Sonic Wave immediately, seeing that Huskar is on relatively low HP, so they managed to burst him down. And now you have both Blink Daggers on your position 4 and 5, which is going to make the fight so much easier for you. NP will be holding on to that Aegis.
GPK,
Look at how low he is.
Watch this swap into the Sonic Wave.
Right on top of him. Nothing to say. Beautifully executed. And also nothing to say. He's sitting inside of a Roche pit. Sure, you have Blink, but you also are not taking the damage. And every single time Pure connects onto the target, he dies immediately afterwards. Sure, you killed Bach, but he's going to respawn, and he doesn't care too much about it. Vango, where's the follow-up? NP is here.
TP, the damage is enough. Shiro is online. He has a 4,000 net worth lead himself over anybody on the side of BetBoom. They thought about dropping in that Doom, but they may not even need it. Save. Now going to try with the damage. Sonic Wave and Shiro in. He is everywhere right now. And now Pure as well as Kataomi are in trouble. He has this Blink Dagger. He already used the False Promise on himself, but Planet is here. Pure, if he jumps in, he might be asking for trouble because there is Doom available on Planet, so there's no way for him to really help out.
Tidebound, they just started to accelerate. You could see them knowing that BetBoom Team, they don't have much right now to punch back. Even with the next round of items, I see Huskar trying to go for Satanic. Sure, it's going to give you some tankiness, but there is Doom on the other side with the Blink Dagger now, and I like what I see from Planet in his quick buy. Going for Vlad's, this is going to be insane amount of damage. Venge, Pack Leader Aura, plus Vlad's, if you can get to that, your Nature's Prophet, right-click, is pretty much going to double.
It's pretty high number. They'll finally take the top tier 1. 30 minutes into the game. They see Shiro. They got this ward just up top. Another Blade Mail for now Bach. He's making that out. Ooh, actually, never mind. Just buys out on the Asha.
Everybody except Batrider was toying with the idea of picking up Blade Mail on their side.
Why not? Why not? Especially being in the Wukongs or dealing with Huskar's damage. Blade Mail feels very good this game. 5-man smoke from Team Tidebound. They are in a position where a fight won across the river might even give them enough to push up into the high ground. BKB in the life break. They've got the silence. It's on the Queen of Pain. The balance strike lands. Nothing to say needs help. Sonic Wave used. False Promise is there. Nothing to say ends up dead, but Catoma is going to fall afterwards. Miero's stuck on this cliff, bouncing around like a pinball. But they get GPK. Bach's going to survive, killed off by the kill shot of this Windrunner. And now they hit the Doom. It's on a Miero. The right clicks from Shiro. He's in a good spot to get this kill. 3 heroes down the side of BetBoom. Flame break used. Pure on the run. He's in some trouble as the Force Staff's up onto the high ground into the buyback from GPK. They really wanted this, but Shiro's now up onto the high ground by the tier 3 tower of BetBoom. They hit the silence. He's got an Aegis, but he needs some help.
That's double buyback. That's buyback from GPK.
Where are his allies? Where is your team? They are nowhere to be found, and they will kill off Shiro a second time.
We had his team off screen, walking away, going for the Arcane Rune. They're like, peace. You went in too deep. This one's on you. Still dealing insane amount of damage. Fighting in the middle of the fight, like just standing there with Leipnir, but he also needs rest of the team to be ready to back him up. Fights are more and more difficult. There are multiple ways of dealing with these BKBs that they do have, especially the one on Huskar, who didn't get doomed this time around, but you kill Venge. Bach, he's not afraid to die. So he gets the swap again onto a Doom target, and they kill it off immediately.
GPK did a lot of damage in that fight, but at the end of it all, BetBoom They're the ones who come out behind and are forced to buy back on a couple heroes. Shiro committing to get that kill on a GPK as the false promise ran out. There's nothing to say who got credit for it, but you could see Doom used there on Miero, who didn't have that great of a rolling thunder with it bouncing up on the cliff. And it cost them pretty hard. They will get the Tormentor while this replay is going on. GPK gets the Shard.
Yeah,
he gets that upgraded inner fire.
They had nothing left, though. Doom had no abilities. Batrider was no mana whatsoever. You can see that Pure immediately started to maybe look for another kill, but they couldn't find anything. At least they got Tormentor. It's got Taomi who got it, I believe. No.
It was
GPK.
GPK. And no Shard for the Oracle, no Reign of Destiny. And with no Shard and no Reign of Destiny, they're still able to kill Ketomi pretty quickly. Not really a Shard you buy out on.
No, definitely not. There are always better items to buy.
Keeping your team alive, but eventually maybe you get the Shard from the next Tormentor and you can bless the Reigns on top of your team. Life is tough, though. If they'll even get to that next Tormentor.
NP, if he's going to be sitting next to Vengeful Spirit, he almost has 600 damage. It depends also with his innate ability how many trees are around it. But with Vlad, now finished on Doom, back leader Aura.
There goes that tower. One tower remains on the outer side of the map for BetBoom. Shiro still very ahead of this Monkey King. But both games in a winnable spot, right? For both teams?
Yeah, BetBoom, I would give them like 25% chance to win this game. This Nullifier is pretty big, knowing how many annoying things they do have. There is Ghost Scepter on Queen of Pain, Nature's Prophet. This is the big one as well. Hurricane Pike is now dispellable. So what happens before, you could still push others away, but now if you use it on enemies, you push them away and you move for just a little bit. Like you move for like maybe 30 to 50 units.
See if that comes into play. Illusion Rune spawning top. Nothing to say, still has that bottle. Can fill it up and will. Pure Radiance BKB Manta looking for a basher. Has his Shard to jump in. But they need a really good fight from BetBoom to take this game back to even. It did feel as though BetBoom, when they had that huge advantage, 5K, what, 12 minutes into the game, that they kind of went a bit slower than maybe they could have.
Couldn't find any openings. Like, it's a bit difficult. Save was popping off. Save did die only one time in this game. But you don't have that Blink Initiator or anything like that. Pango's building into Diffusal, so finding the kills is a bit harder, and Tidebound did a good job. Creep skipping, especially on Batrider. He was always playing the top part of the map, getting the creep wave. And Shiro now, off to the high ground.
Gale Force staff out. They were smoked. They were maybe looking to get the wraparound, but they've backed out. And Roshan is up. Third Rosh, 35 minutes into the game. And BetBoom are going that direction, potentially expecting Tidebound to make their way over. But at the same time, if they see that this Rosh is up, maybe they could sneak in. Although that being said, Bach and Planet are in the triangle area.
Bach immediately after getting hit by Power Shot scouts things out with his illusions. They know exactly where both of the teams are.
Seems like the deciding fight.
This Nullifier, Miero, is, I would say, super farmed for this stage of the game as offlane Pango. there's a lot of things to nullify. We already said Hurricane Pike, Boots of Bearing, Ghost Scepters, Gale Guard, pretty much anything. Again, the Force Staff on Batrider, Solar Crest, if they can lock onto a target with him, that's going to be pretty big.
That 35-minute double catapult, by the way, is looking to take the bottom tier 3. They actually glyphed on BetBoom to defend that tier 3 tower from the double catapult wave. Roche still sits inside his cave, and now they smoke to wrap all the way out and around. Can they find Shiro first? Can they maybe go for Planet? Stop these big spells and big damage to
Yours trying to bait with
coming their way.
They know.
There's the Rolling Thunder, Nullifier. Shackle connects, Boundless Strike, and they'll throw down the Wukong's command.
GPK got Doom.
Doom's lasso on the GPK as well as the lasso. He's controlled, but the false promise is there. Sonic Wave hit. Kenthomi's in some trouble with Bach right on his tail, but the blink forward for nothing to say to get the kill into the Oracle. They'll at least get that, but GPK is back to going after Shiro hits that silence. The right clicks are in. The Nature's Prophet is in trouble and dead. They get that kill, but they lose save. Bach, nothing to say. They'll combine to get the kill on a GPK as they'll look for Pure, who will Primal Spring and TP attempt. Nobody there.
Oh, he got him down.
Firefly to cut the tree and taking Pure's life with it.
Oh, these are some really difficult fights for BetBoom, because the way it starts, again, GPK getting multiple of those abilities, like they understand that if they do manage to deal with him, the rest of the fight is going to be easy. And this time around, Bach doesn't even die, so you would still have to go through his full illusion. He dropped down to like 15, maybe even 10% HP. Still not good enough. Good swap from Bach onto the Doom, who got initiated on, understanding that they need that Doom for the fight.
Definitely do. Planet in Gale Force, but Miero, he's left behind. That ain't great. Save lucky enough to get an Invis rune to kind of avoid nothing to say, who's blinking around patrolling. I don't know how you bring this game back with the lead that Tidebound have. I asked you earlier how Tidebound could bring it back, and it was slowly but surely that they got pickoffs around the map. They were singular, pretty infrequent, but they also got farmed for Shiro, which, when it came down to the big team fight, ended up working out in their favor to bring this game back. But now you're in a post-timing world for Huskar.
Yeah, there isn't that much of a team fight on their side. Oracle, Windranger, it's not that big of a team fight. And let's say you swap Monkey King out of the Wukongs, we've seen that so many times. That's also gone immediately. So you have Rolling Thunder, and it seems like you need to do a lot. That's why he's going for the refresher, wants to make sure that he might get another round of a spell to control them after the BKBs are down. Now Shiro, holding on to the Aegis, about to crack level 25.
Oh boy. He really farmed his way back in. Him having the Mjolnir early enough where he could help win these fights for Tidebound. He'll take the 3 times Treant HP and damage, despite that greater Treant being removed from the game. That's still the more popular talent.
Yeah, now you have multiple of those with 117 damage.
They push pretty effectively. Next neutral's coming through. Giant Maul, Timeless Outworld staff for save. A couple monocles, a lot of staffs. 4 staffs, 2 monocles.
What about 4 staffs?
It's a good item.
OD staff is really good for dodging things, especially on Monkey. He's in.
Lasso connects, but they're in with the Sonic Wave. Pure trying to fight back, Boundless Strike to get the kill on Innocence. They'll look over Kenthomi. They'll use that refresher. They'll get the Doom. They'll take out Kenthomi, who does a buyback, but Pure is in, and he is in this Wukong's command, but trying to survive. He'll change the guard, go up onto the high ground, and get away from the side of Tidebound.
So they used Refresher on Doom, which is really big item for the next fight. Lost tier 3 tower and used buyback on Katomi. So overall, not too bad for BetBoom Team.
No, not bad at all. And still a lot of time with the Aegis, so you don't have to force it again for Tidebound. They can wait 20 seconds till Wrath of Nature, 80 seconds till they've got Doom back up. But BetBoom know that timing, and they know that they want to fight. Balance Strike comes through, but nothing to say. They need to jump them. Life Break, Sonic Wave, Infernal Blade, GPK trying to fight. The blink forward, Pure's dead. Shiro got the kill, GPK is gone. No Pure for 90 seconds.
And just like that,
Kataomi stood still. He's dead for 70, and he's going to be gone with no buyback either.
I think this game might be over, actually. Kataomi has no buyback. Monkey also bought out on his MKB, decided to get in and jump, and now you're playing against Aegis for another 1 minute and 50 seconds. They should just poke for the tier 4s here if he has buyback available, because look at the damage. This is before Doom comes with Boots of Bearing and with Alpha Volt. Yeah, they're just gone. There's just not much they can do. 60 seconds, 3 versus 5. Or 3 versus 7, if you want to call it, with
Cheese and Aegis.
Cheese and Vengeful Spirit Ags.
Oh, true.
That's one buyback. That's the only one.
They're not going to let this Mega Creeps curse go their way, so they are just going to push in. Miero's finally coming back, but Doom's off cooldown. That's going to be used on a GPK. They hit the last of the Sonic Wave as well as the Throne going down, and we're going to a game 3. Tidebound take game number 2.
Oh, what a comeback. Like, they were down 5k, but still managed to make a really good recovery. BetBoom Team, not the cleanest game again. This is the BetBoom that we've seen so far in the group stage, with being hot and cold at the same time.
Yeah, they were hot and cold. They were yes, they were no. And, well, when you thought Tidebound were out, they were in. And they end up taking the game. We're going to throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Guys, take it away.
Live by the Huskar and die by the Huskar. BetBoom Team that they thought they had something pretty slick when they got that first phase Oracle, because really the main intention is just, okay, I've dealt with the Batrider. But then you just sprinkle on a little Huskar and you'd think that would be a recipe for success, but as the BetBoom Team found out, it won't be much of a success past maybe 12 minutes.
They needed 2 Oracles, not 1. I feel like both of these cores needed to be saved. Monkey and the Huskar, 90% of these fights, one needs an ulti. If he gets it, the other one dies. And that's just the nature of what Tidebound had in their pocket. This Vengeful Spirit, I feel like, was a really good pick in hindsight.
He was a mess.
But honestly, let's go back to the start. What happened to that mid lane, Jenkins? Like, that was amazing from Flop.
Yeah, this just looks like to me a guy who has played against a shitload of Huskar and knows exactly what to do. He had that beautiful creep drag where he Scream of Pained and then like blinked away so that GPK couldn't get any like decent damage trade on him for that, but because of the ward, and I think also he tried to stay in the tower vision, the creep still pulled aggro, and he just used that to constantly like chain pull creeps and get levels. I was unbelievably impressed by Nothing to Say. This is one of the worst matchups in the entire game for Queen of Pain, and GPK did not have the sort of game because of that you would expect from a last pick gotcha Huskar, especially playing into Doom, which was a big problem.
Yeah, he still won the lane, by the way. Of course he did. He's a Huskar. But it wasn't that Huskar game that you cannot deal with him 15 minutes in. Their advantage was never over 5k. It was hovering around 4k, sometimes 5k, but overall the lanes, even the other lanes, didn't go that terribly for Tidebound, I have to say. Like, they made a couple of rotations. The one that did suffer the most probably was Shiro. I feel like the Nature's Prophet got found a couple of times, killed off. First the rotation from Pure, and then they hunt him down as well with save, but overall, a really good performance from Tidebound. They're just proving to be extremely resilient. Like, even when they're completely down and you think they're out, they come back.
I think something I'm realizing about these, you know, hot and cold Pure deaths is that when he dies, it's also, they're like extremely devastating deaths like this one, right? Like, just TPing on a tree right in front where you can clearly see the TP animation and fly over with Batrider. You know, like, maybe he could have just kept jumping and gotten away, and that kind of snowballed until the end of the game from that death. There was another death in the enemy jungle by the tier 2 mid where he was just completely on his own, pops the Wukong's command right before he dies, and it's like, well, shit, now they don't have Wukong's for the next fight. He's just very out of position. I don't know what's going on with him. It seems like there's some mental thing going on the team. It's really hard to say. It's BetBoom. I mean, it's not Aurora, you know, so we can't make the absolute call that there's something mental going on, but
yeah, this guy Queen of Pain was mental, like going absolutely nuts in the last game. Dominated. I feel like he's my standout player, but the standout pick should also be the Vengeful Spirit. Like, through the game, like you were mentioning Pure and how he was out of position. He was out of position most of the time because of the swaps.
Yeah.
You can't even stay in the Wukong's in the arena, right? Because you just get swapped out.
And Batrider Lasso, I guess.
And
Bat Lasso, Swap, Quapple, like they actually have all of these like repositioning or semi-repositioning abilities.
It was kind of, it was really interesting and enjoyable to watch them play these fights because they initiate on one side and then Bat is moving the Oracle away, you know, just so he can't use the ulti.
That was really nice.
Venge is swapping on the other side. They're just trying to spread them out as much as possible just to make sure that they can get these pickoffs before False Promise.
And this is all with trying to avoid having to deal with Planet's Doom, because this was the biggest concern for my Oracle Huskar strategy is how do I make sure that Doom doesn't make my life hell?
Yeah, this was a very interesting game from Planet. At this point, he had drums in his inventory, and they were behind. The next two fights that they took, they went kind of even in one, and then they devastated in the next one. And he was saving the upgraded drums, the bongo boots, so that way he could use the drums and then combine the recipe and then reuse it again. And it's like these little details that really matter, especially when you're playing from behind, especially when you're playing into a lineup that like kind of teeters on that edge, like a Huskar lineup, where if you can just get one fight in the early game that you have some advantage for whatever reason, and then you win that, and then all of a sudden you stop the snowball, and then the Huskar pick just looks bad, like that feels really, really good. So you got to take those little advantages where you can.
Yeah, like when you're playing versus a team that has an absolute advantage in the laning stage, like Jenkins said, you have to min-max.
Yeah.
And he was doing it.
Another form of the min-max execution also came in the form of their team fighting. A lot of faith in Bach, nothing to say. Sonic waving preemptively whenever he knew that Bach had the swap target on Huskar. He's clearly in Sonic Wave damage range, but not actual cast range. They just swap him in.
Right, and once again, he needs to be positioned away from the Oracle in some way, and they need to do this fast, because otherwise Oracle is going to go for the save. So not for the save, actually. He's going to save the Huskar, but
for the false promise.
For the false promise, naturally. And this was the fight that turned the entire game, right? Like, after this, Tidebound had complete control over the game. You know, Save did end up getting away right at the end, but you lose all of your cores in a single fight. Like, Shiro, that entire game, was slowly but surely, every fight, has 1 level advantage on the enemy carry. 2 level advantage, 3 level advantage. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, he's 25 with a Treant talent already. Holy shit, he's huge.
And something that Lacoste and Bcop mentioned during the cast as well was very apparent. You have Vengeful with her aura, then you have the pack leader from the Devoured Creep.
Plus Lads.
Then on top of that, you have Lads, then the minus armor from Venge.
And bongo boots as well.
Bongo boots as well.
Next to trees.
Shiro was hitting like a truck on that. That's like not necessarily the glass cannon. That's just a cannon at some point. He was destroying everyone.
Yeah, as I was watching the end of the draft, I was like, why make all these decisions on the Venge becoming the offlane, the Nature's Prophet becoming the core, and the Doom becoming a support? But by golly, did Tidebound justify it. And this last day of our Swiss group stage is going the distance. All these teams that are 2-2 seem to be quite evenly matched. Let's see which one's going to come out on top in game number 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight. I'm here with RCY from Wildcard. I'm here with Whitemond. I'm here with Mickey from Liquid. I've got Rue here from Team Spirit. Rue, do you do a lot of watching of Dota, or do you just play?
It's so-so. Just I watching and I'm playing half.
Yeah, like half the time I'm watching it.
Half the time?
Instead of playing.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, all right, that's a good start. Do you think you'll be able to identify a player from just seeing the hero build and the play?
Maybe. We'll see.
Somewhat. Yeah, I guess I do watch a lot. Maybe not the other regions because the time zone difference, but Europe usually, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Let's take a look at this clip then from a previous Wallachia and see if you can recognize who is playing in this one. Yeah, with the clutch double disruption.
Okay. Yatora. Yatora Void.
Straight away, Yatora Void. Okay. So who do you think the Shadow Demon is then in this clip? Who's about to come in from the side? There he is. Shadow Demon is the hero we're asking about.
Think you?
The only SD player, no, like Mira, the only plays it.
Mira?
Yeah.
Damn, that was quick. All right, yeah, that was indeed Mira playing the Shadow Demon on Team Spirit. Did you even know this was the grand finals of First Wallachia?
I forgot.
I think it's Miposhka.
Ooh, it's a really good guess, but I'm afraid you're not quite correct. It's not Miposhka. Try again. Who do you think it is then if it's not Miposhka?
Then it might be Rue.
Oh, no.
No?
No, I'm afraid not, Whitemon. I'm sorry to do this to you, buddy.
It's Grand Finals, Game 5.
Yep.
It's Mira.
No, absolutely right. That is indeed Mira from Team Spirit playing against Team Xtreme Gaming, as you said, in the Grand Finals, Game 5. Very hype, very exciting, very sick refresher play.
Maybe it's Yatora anti-mage. Yeah, it's... you need to think, where is Team Spirit, on the left or on the right?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's...
We know that...
it's Army Void, maybe?
Army Void,
yeah,
okay.
Maybe, yeah. Team Spirit,
Sounds like you know what this is.
Team Spirit on the left.
Yeah.
Miposhka Batrider, Mira Shadow Demon.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, well worked out there. What gave it away?
Just, I feel like I've seen this, and I know, like I see some sets on the heroes, like I see it before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How did you manage to guess that that was Mira?
It's like a level 30 AM. It's like Itoro, like 70% of the time. And
Okay.
Mira's the only one playing SD.
From one of the early Wallachias, yeah. Which means who was playing position 4 before Root?
Oh, it's Mira.
Yay, there it is. Yes, indeed, it is Mira Whitemon.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's very well done.
Listen, you went straight in with the team. Took a little bit longer to get there with the player, but we did get there in the end. So
Yeah, because I know the only one who can play anti-mage, just like some few players.
Mhm. Yeah, a bit of a specialist pick, which gives it away. Grand finals as well.
Yeah.
And they're playing against Xtreme.
Xtreme. Yeah.
Yeah. But well done. You know, well done. Some aspects did very, very well. You know, team perfect player took a little longer, but still, good job, Whitemon. And yeah, thanks for playing.
Okay.
Zinq still killing couriers. Why? Wait,
Oh, he
missiles?
goes in.
Chrono! It's out, but there's the Aegis. Can they kill him a second time, though? That's going to be the question. Can they even kill him once? Yadro turns, says, I'm going to fight. Ame now out mana. You gotta be careful, but Zinq, the real carry, is here. Mira wants to get into range. Try and help him out. Demonic Cleanse. Do they have enough? Zinq jumps onto Mira instead. Oh, there's the pressure, keeping him alive. Now Ghost Scepter out. Yadro backs out. Ame's in trouble. They get the big mana void. The connection is there. They don't have enough. TY, the last one in this fight right here. Actually.
Now, Xtreme Gaming were already able to claim their spot into the playoffs. Now let's see if they can do the same with their countrymates in Tidebound, or if BetBoom Team will get the upper hand. It's time for the final game of our group stage. Game number 3 between these two competitors. Let's go in the distance, friends.
Yeah, it is. I feel like game number 1 and game number 2, where when it comes to drafts, it was all revolved around Batrider. And I feel like if it's going to be the same here, if it will be banned out or picked, because if you think about it, game number 1, Bat posed a big issue because Bach can play it, right? So BetBoom took it. In the other game, because of that Bat being picked up, they pick Oracle, and then they get baited down the line into
the Huskar.
Into the Huskars.
Yeah.
So let's see. Hero is definitely strong, but in most other series, he's not the one dictating the full pace of the draft. And
No, I mean, in a lot of the other series, he's just like, it's a casual ban. You know, we just don't see it because maybe sometimes it is first phase ban, but it's just not in the actual game. But I suppose after watching both of those games, I'm understanding now why it's such a high value hero for so many teams. I agree. I think it's not worth trying to counter. If the Oracle didn't work, I mean, I guess you can just go for the Oracle and then not the Huskar, but then on the flip side, they run it as a Batrider position 5, and it's still dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah.
And also, we have to mention maybe the position 4 Doom as well. Planet, he's like, this is the strength of Tidebound. Like, every team here is flexible. Anyone can pick a Pango and a Beastmaster and then switch them between offlane and mid. But I feel like more than any other team, they're willing to give Planet these completely off picks, or not super completely. Like, Doom was a meta on a position 4. Tiny at some point was a meta on a position 4, of course, but these heroes are more likely cores right now. But okay, never mind. We're gonna see a Bat once again. Queen of Pain response maybe from BB, and here we go again.
Yeah. The ban swap up though, Beastmaster ends up making it to first round bans, and Shadow Fiend, I believe, slips through now.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend slips through, Queen of Pain as well, right? Like, these are the heroes that we usually see against Bat, and they just first phase her. Like, it just makes your life easier. If she's laning into the Bat, like we talked about, the good matchup, but I feel like it just makes the draft a lot simpler for you, because you know, okay, we have a Quap, Bat it will not be mid lane, 99%.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not like slamming a Queen of Pain first pick means that you have to run it absolutely as a mid laner. We have seen that it is possible to run it in side lanes with the bondage facet, so even though XG has really been the only team that I've seen that's done that so far. I think like one other team did it. It might have been Liquid. It's still in the cards. So you can't like draft an entire draft with 100% certainty that it's going to be mid.
Yep. And the Shadow Demon follow.
This is a really good response. They're not letting this Batrider be a problem in this game.
Yeah, they're making sure that they have different avenues, like one for the laning stage, another for the saves down the line.
And I think it's right call to not go all in on an Oracle, because that would have been the alternative.
Honestly, we have seen a couple of teams ban Oracle when they pick up Bat, but I like this way more.
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing now is the mirror of game 1, where BetBoom Team got first pick Batrider, Tidebound responded with Queen of Pain, and then BetBoom proceeded to ban Oracle in phase 2, and they had already banned Abaddon in phase 1.
Yep.
So they were very eager to protect their Batrider.
It's basically a mirror, but Oracle is let through, right? Yeah. Like, they didn't ban it out. Instead, BetBoom, they pick up the Shadow Demon.
Oh. And SD is the more aggressive approach to solve the problem too, because of course you can save from Lasso, but you can also turn around and kill the Batrider with the SD ult. So you're not just saving from the lasso, you're also killing Batrider. So if he ever does have a game where he's really popping off, his 4 staffs, Yule Scepters, whatever, even if he's mid and gets a BKB, it's going to be useless.
It's just in general a higher value hero for me. Like the Shadow Shaman, the Shadow Demon, that is.
You compromise the laning defensive capabilities that the Purge gives you from Oracle, though.
Yeah, you do.
But mid and late game, Shadow Demon, I agree, far higher value, especially against an Ember Spirit, who Tidebound actually pick into the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they pick it into the SD, but if they didn't, it would be banned. They picked it into the QoP. That's the main reason. And now there is this small chance that Jenkins was talking of where QoP actually doesn't go mid, goes to a side lane, and then you crush the Ember with some of those counters on the mid lane. What's out there? Like a Monkey King and Slardar, right? Like those are the common ones.
Huskar.
Yeah. Run it back, boys.
Yeah, here's what they do. Shadow Demon for Oracle Huskar right now.
Yeah, what was it in the last series? We had Shadow Demon and Naga. Of course, Naga banned out here, so we will not see that certain hero. But Shadow Fiend is left in the pool, by the way. Not too terrible as a combo with the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, maybe go for the SF, plus you could also get like a melee bruiser sort of support. I mean, a lot of those heroes do suffer against Batrider.
Does that give away your flex, or can SF and QoP both go safe lane or mid lane?
I think they can both go safe lane or mid lane, and it's okay.
If you do get the SF, then you can be hit by a Centaur bat or a Magnus bat, and that lane, even with the Shadow Demon next to you, might be really difficult, like Jenkins said. So there are perhaps easier options, like the built-in debuff immunity or BKB, whatever, is an option, perhaps.
Pretty good Bane game. I mean, aside from the fact that Warlock ulti can cancel grip, but if that's how you're using the Warlock ulti all the time, that feels a little bad. Ember, Batrider both don't really like playing too much into Bane. A grip with a blink lasso feels very bad. This
might be it
for BetBoom. I think this is it.
Might be it.
I'm pretty sure. We're about to see it.
Yeah, and the coolest part is when Jenkins speaks about Queen of Pain, he says side lane. It's undefined. It could be safe lane, it could be off lane. So you got to be careful with these next couple of picks on Tidebound.
And I don't think that side lane Queen of Pain plays the same as a mid lane QoP. Like, I know Ember has one of the highest win rates in the game against Queen of Pain, but this is a mid QoP. The build is different. We saw Ame go for Dagger Max, Mjolnir, Assault Cuirass right-click build.
Yeah, you're basically like a glass cannon with a blink, right?
Yeah.
I will throw out that Team Spirit turned their Ember Spirit into a support. Rue ended up playing it, and we've already seen that Bach is very capable on the Batrider. So we're not guaranteed where this Ember Spirit's going either.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a world in which you try to flex the Monkey King mid, and then a Batrider comes to your lane.
That would be rough.
Yeah, probably not what you want to have if you're BetBoom.
But then Monkey could go to the safe lane, Queen of Pain could go mid, and Batrider would suffer as well.
And we have the musical chairs.
And you would have musical chairs, and you would also have carry players who are playing mid lane. And then the question is, who is the better carry at playing mid? That could get interesting.
Yeah. But for now, we have, from the bans of Tidebound, they are expecting an offlane. And I feel like, even though if they could put QoP there, they do need this front line from their last pick on BetBoom. Darkseer would have been nice, of course, into the Terrorblade.
There's still the Centaurs that you had mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Axe is also still in the pool. Nero has been playing a lot of Axe. It's
banned first.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind. I have this. Like, the first slot is always kind of...
The bottom right.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
They can also just... Well, let me check the bans. Okay, yeah, they can also just go for the casual Pango. You know, play not to necessarily win the lane, but just get some farm and play for the team fights. You know, you debuff immunity, very strong in this game. Cat Sunder through it. Last Swing Pango doesn't do much. You roll through all the Warlock damage, Ember as well.
I like the Pango. I like the Magnus as well. If you're looking at some other BetBoom specific heroes, it's not only them that play it, but not a lot of other teams do it. Lycan, they ban it out actually themselves, never mind.
Wow.
They take it out away from Bach. By the way, as well, he is no stranger to playing the Terrorblade.
I was about to say the exact same thing. You actually cannot be sure where these heroes are going to go for Tidebound, especially after what they've shown us in these 2 games and how they're willing to flex their heroes. Like, you sounded sane, saying, like, oh, this could be a Doom 4, and then it is a Doom 4. It's just Planet playing it, so it could easily be Bach playing it.
And they ban out the Brewmaster, so they are basically protecting the Terrorblade, which I do believe puts him as a carry here. Yeah, Brew is probably one of the worst matchups. I forgot completely about it, but it's really difficult to play into the Brew.
I would be very impressed if they can still hide who's going where. Okay. Enigma will be the offlane.
Yeah, there are some ways of breaking the black hole down the line, but it is a Zoo hero regardless, and these 2 supports don't really deal too well with the Zoo. Monkey as well, not exceptionally great into the Enigma. So this looks like a pretty good game for an offlane Enigma.
Yeah, this is an insane pick, actually. I think Tidebound's draft covers all of their bases. We were guessing where their heroes were going until the very end.
Yep.
And they get a hero that is pretty much good against everything on the side of BetBoom. Like, even Bane Fiend scripting Enigma just is not super practical in the fights. And like you said, Enigma is more of a Zoo hero than anything these days. And they go for a Gyro. Okay, so this means it is, what, Queen of Pain offlane?
Yeah, mid-monkey.
Oh, it's finally happening. It's finally happening. I've said this every fucking panel, dude. And they finally do the Queen of Pain offlane.
You've manifested it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you like about it? What's your build,
tell us
typically?
Now. You will definitely shit on a Terrorblade in the lane.
Okay.
I think you can try to max dagger, even against a Warlock. It's so much damage that you can probably... if you go on the Terrorblade and you dagger him and Warlock heals him, you just dagger the Warlock, and then Warlock will die in like the next cooldown of it. You can also max Scream and play to get your farm in the lane. Terrorblade will not pressure a Queen of Pain. And I honestly just feel like the way Queen of Pain plays with the bondage facet, you basically get all of this like spell lifesteal and spell reflect early in the game. You play to have a good early game and then go to the late game where Queen of Pain is essentially just the same as she was before.
Sure.
Which is you have a cooldown reduction on her ult. Her ult does a shitload of pure damage. You have constant damage in fights with Aghanim Shard. You can go for Octarine Core Refresher, that sort of thing. Like, her late game is unstoppable, and the bondage facet actually lets you get there if you're playing as a side laner.
Yeah, I feel like also what's really cool about her being played on offlane is that Monkey isn't playing safe lane, which means that you have a Gyro now.
Against the Enigma.
Against the Enigma. So you are making your life a lot easier in that way as well. It's a really cool pivot.
It was all about the flex.
BetBoom, when these guys were formed, their identity, you could ask any single pro player, is they crush you in the lanes. They destroy you in the lanes so hard that you cannot play the game. It doesn't matter what kind of a big ass black hole you have with some Warlock Golem and stuff when you don't have anything, like no farm from the laning stage. So I think they kind of double down on that. They don't necessarily have the standard draft. Like, their stuns are minimal, their catch is not that great, their team fight is pretty bad. But if they win the lanes, I feel like they can take it.
Though we have seen that even if a BetBoom team can win the lanes, like in game number 2, Tidebound can still find a way to get a victory. Let's find out who's going to take it in game number 3. B-Cop and Lacoste, take it away.
It's time for the final game of this Swiss stage, and what will be a do-or-die moment for both these teams. As Tidebound took game number 1, BetBoom took game number 1, Tidebound took game number 2, and now we're on to game number 3 to see who can get away with it. A couple of different heroes coming into the mix with, I see some Bane and a little bit of Gyro. Sprinkle in some Terrorblade, and you got ourselves a little bit different drafts than we saw in the first 2 games.
Yeah, they decided to take this Gyro as the last pick against Enigma, so Bach will have to figure out how to play this lane. It's basically unplayable, but I have to disagree with the panel here. This offlane co-op, I've tried it, and she's playing into a very, very difficult matchup here. I would not like to play co-op here, because at level 1, level 2, especially now with the Blink at level 1, it's a very difficult, like, you cannot win this lane as Queen of Pain.
Is it almost worth giving up First Blood to not have to take Blink?
Like, you're still not gonna win the lane, so it doesn't matter. You're playing into Warlock, you're playing into Terrorblade. Good Terrorblade players will zone you out almost instantly. Like, you get close, you see that he already has 2 illusions. You get close, you're gonna instantly start getting harassed, and it's not much you can do. Like, if you have Shadow Strike, you're not lifestealing off of your Shadow Strike like a couple of years ago. It's just a slow. So they need to play with the illusions, try to get something done. It's gonna be a lot of illusions in this bottom lane.
This is gonna be a tough lane for Miero, but mid Monkey King against Ember, how does that go?
Well, this one's definitely Monkey favored. You have no way of dealing with Flame Guard because you have no magic damage whatsoever. You're all about physical. So we'll see how Nothing to Say will approach this one. You can see the top lane Planet is dragging the creep wave, finding a way how to play the lane. I think both of the side lanes are in for a lot of trouble.
Nothing to Say. Pushed under his tower by GPK, who had a really good start to game number 2. They were up 5,000 net worth at about 12, 13 minutes into the game. And Tidebound were able to bring it back, so the lanes have looked good in the past for BetBoom. But we've seen them in both sides of the coin, right? Really good lanes in game number 2 of this series where they ended up losing, but also being devastated in lanes against NAVI in that series yesterday, but still coming out ahead.
With it, they can definitely be hot and cold, and we can see some of the issues already. Nothing to Say in the mid lane. Try to drag the creep wave, something that he did as Queen of Pain in the second game when he was playing against Huskar. At least now the lane's gonna push in. He does get that last hit. Not an easy lane for him by any means. Like, there's... That's the reason why I don't like this off-lane Queen of Pain. Like, I'm a big fan of it. I tried to make this Queen of Pain off-lane work for quite some time. If you get to the mid-game, if you get to the late game, then it's fine, but your early impact is definitely not there. You cannot trade. You have some of the good magic damage, but you also have Warlock on the enemy team, who's going to be stopping some of that early aggression that you might want to put in. And Shiro, back to full HP, pops the magic wand. This Shadow Strike really not doing much.
No, not at all. Miro not enjoying existing here bottom. Only 8 CS. Shiro, he's doing all right, but the rest of the team is where struggles can be felt. Enigma only has 4 CS.
I think Enigma could have just jungled from the start. This is something that other teams would do if somehow they end up in this matchup, because it's literally unplayable. I've seen Enigmas just go straight up jungle, and the other guy buys boots of speed, tries to play his own game. Not the easiest thing. You're playing against Gyro and Bane. You can get slept. They can use Rocket and run you down. But for now, Bach is trying to collect some of the XP, at least from the lane.
Kataomi on this Bane. We've seen some good Bane performances in the past. But will it be enough to get a grip on this game? Or can Tidebound really deal with this lineup that's coming from BetBoom?
And something that TB players do with all these illusions, when they have 2 illusions, they get on top of the creep, which makes it impossible for you to get a deny or the last hit. So they're blocking, and you might attack one of the illusions. These professional e-gamers, they're really good at their jobs.
Certainly are. What rotates to mid? Or who rotates to mid come 6 minutes? Is it worth bringing the supports over from Tidebound? Because, you know, you do have a Bat Rider, which will have a flame break. He can help you burn somebody out. But there is Shadow, Demon, and Bane to worry about. And those are pretty defensive supports that can help the Monkey King if BetBoom.
Yeah, these supports are probably one of the best ones that can secure the rune with Disruption, with Nightmare. But it's also Monkey King who is not really relying on those runes, but they still need to check them because enemy team does have Ember Spirit.
Man, 31 and 14 already for Gyro. As well as for that Monkey King. A lot of denies for the two of them, too. Nightmare pulling him in. Rocket Barrage, Flame Break, but it'll continue. Fire flying, trying to get to the Roche Pit. And now has to hide from Katomi. We'll go all the way towards the steps.
If he gets stuck, he's going to get the first blood. Kataomi. Ooh, thinking about it. Does have Brain Sap, needs to get slightly closer and will snap him.
Wow. Stuck with him the entire time. Now Shiro actually has GPK over here. I don't know if he was expecting this, but GPK is level 6 and Save gets a kill on a Shiro. This is right back to the game plan that worked early for BetBoom, which is the movement and aggression
from
that shut down the map.
Yep, they killed Shiro in the previous game. It was level 4 Monkey King who was on top of CS in game 2, which did gank Shiro's Nature's Prophet. This time it's GPK, nothing to say. Not gonna get the rune. It's gonna be GPK with the shield rune, but getting the kill here on TB while he used meta. And this is gonna sway the matchup slightly more in favor of Queen of Pain, because if she's getting levels, this is also the hero that doesn't farm that quickly, because from the mid lane you're getting the solo XP. Right now she's level 4 with level 1 Scream of Pain. You can't really farm that much. I don't think she should be putting more into Shadow Strike. Now it's more about Scream of Pain. Maybe try to get a rotation with that Sonic Wave, try to burst somebody down.
Can anybody help Shiro get a kill here? Y is in with the Fatal Bonds that miss Miero. Not really what Tidebound we're looking for. And GPK gonna see Planet balance strike. Only Planet, it's 7 minutes into the game. He's gonna die again. Planet's level 2. And they are losing out on these shrines to have a level 2 Bat Rider, and now Bach is dead. Oh my. Kataomi is gonna run Sleight of Fist, and maybe they get this kill, or maybe not. Because they finally just barely got him, but pure trades, and that's well worth it for BetBoom.
Wise there collecting XP, doesn't have much to offer. Did get Grimoire stacked, did get some of the XP from that one. That's gonna save his game, but Batrider will need a lane for himself. Right now he is collecting some of that XP from the mid lane, but that's gonna be pretty difficult.
This is a repeat of game 1 so far. And that is not a good spot to be in if you're Tidebound. I would say give it another chance if you could put yourself up 5,000 net worth at 12 minutes into the game. You might be able to figure out a game plan to win that time. But it's only 1,000 right now, so I'm not going to fake it and fake hype what the advantage is. At least not too much. Mid again, nothing to say, needs to be careful.
Doesn't know that Saves Planet
knows.
Got Tomi's here.
Nightmare. Wukong's making sure nothing to say doesn't answer to this. But Planet again will spend 20 seconds on the sidelines, not getting any experience and not really getting any gold. Both supports on the side of BetBoom Team are closing in on level 6, while neither support on the side of Tidebound is even touching level 5.
It's gonna need to be nothing to say, because their side lanes are very static. Terrorblade wants to farm, wants to go to jungle. Enigma as well, if he doesn't have a hero to play with, he's also gonna be falling into the jungle, knowing that he lost his lane pretty heavily. He does have slightly more than Queen of Pain, but yeah, this Queen of Pain off lane, she's putting some pressure onto TB, but this hero can't win you the lane. That's the problem. Eventually, she's going to make a comeback into the game, especially if she can get a kill on a hero like TB. If we see one of more rotations onto Shiro. Monkey right now doesn't have that much mana to work with, but we could also see Gyrocopter maybe making a move.
They've all been moving around pretty well, pretty efficiently. Gyro going to sit top as, again, Planet just looking for a space to get some experience, and immediately they ping him out. They said, this guy is trying to get level 5. We can't let that happen. He needs to continue to struggle. Bring everybody up here. Instead, he'll focus on Bach, who is level 6, but 2-3-1. Not that he would want to use Black Hole in a situation like that. But Pure gets the kill on a Bach, and Batrider ends up getting past the tier 1 tower and will start to farm the jungle on the dire side of the map. Disruption and forcing Nothing to Say away from the side of BetBoom Team.
Considering everything, like Batrider, he can still recover. We saw what Y did in the previous game, cutting the creep waves, farming the jungle at the same time. Now Planet picking up 2 bounty runes, finding something.
Y really loves spamming that heart ping.
Yeah, it's him and Laurel.
Yeah. Planet again. Can he juke? He's getting boxed in though. And GPK. Not gonna commit, but Kataomi's here and save. Right next to him. Boundless strike. And a Kataomi kill. And a tier 1 tower next on the docket. Both teams are gonna glyph. They'll try to just take this tower. They've got a catapult to work with. GPK will go back towards mid while Nothing to Say puts some damage onto the tier 1 himself. But they use that ult from Save. And then he backs away towards Kataomi, who is level 6.
Doesn't have enough mana for a grip. Does have now.
Chaotic Offering comes in from Y. Do they have anything else, though? Wukong's command, the golem hitting. He'll change the guard, get to the other side of the river. And Y's golem still moving forward, but the Boundless Strike hits on a Nothing to Say, and he's starting to take some Shadow Poison stacks. He needs to be careful as the Sonic Wave from Yarrow hits. Nothing to Say, slights once more. Planet in the face of GPK, but the damage just isn't there. And Pure has shown up to the fight. Shiro, who can he go for? Nothing to Say ends up dead. Down goes Planet. Save falls finally to Y. But Pure, he's still half health, doesn't have a lot of mana, but he is happy with what he's getting out of the map, and so is the rest of BetBoom Team.
Even Bach wanted to get involved. Black Hole was available, but this is no Drums Enigma, no like Tranquil Boots, so he has Helm. Is very slow. Even with Quickened, as his enchantment was not fast enough to get into the fight. Oh, tower gets denied.
All that work and it just gets denied. This is really good for BetBoom Team. But again, just a 2,000 net worth lead. Like, it is Shiro sticking close in net worth, but once more, the cores not exactly keeping up with the rest. Although Quap is bottom of the cores for the moment, and Batrider, once more, these supports from Tidebound trying to go anywhere on the map to find some farm.
Planet,
I speak his name, and
dies again.
13 minutes
6 and 1.
In, he still doesn't have lasso.
Yeah, so I'm laughing on camera. Things are difficult. They did lose this tier 1 tower in the top lane. They also blocked the camp in the triangle. I think he just needs to play greedy. I think he needs to say, screw it, I'm gonna be stealing one of the waves from whoever and try to get something done. Because Shadow Demon can be annoying for him, so does Bane, but I think he needs to play this type of a game to try to buy as much time as possible. Right now, they can't be taking the fights.
It's about 17%. Advantage on experience equal to 4 levels for BetBoom Team. And you could definitely feel that impact on the supports. No lasso available in that fight over in the river. At one point, the Monkey King was 4-0 and 4, and, well, the level 6 for your Batrider could not be found, and it still can't be. This is not the best support game. Inhibit on a Nothing to Say, but he just remnants out.
We've seen the same issue that Monkey King is facing from the mid lane. If he goes Diffusal, he doesn't have that much mana to work with, so needs his supports to have mana boots, and they do. Both of them have mana boots available. Otherwise, you need to constantly bring clarities. You still want to use your abilities on a wave. You want to use that Boundless Strike to make sure that you're not sticking too long in the lane, put yourself in danger.
Now Planet, level 7. Believe getting that shrine. He got his and Save got the other. But puts them in a spot where they now have Lasso, and they're also not too far away from having a Blink Dagger. Like, despite the fact that it took him so long to even get level 6, he's got 3,000 net worth. Like,
Their team fight is
bad
pretty
game.
good. If you connect Fatal Bonds, you have TB focusing down the target, Black Hole, Searing Chains onto 2 targets. You have BKB piercing tools as well. Their team fight is super strong. It's just, it's going to be the matter of execution. Right now, it does feel like they need extra round of items. But these heroes are also very good at counter-initiating. We saw that grip in the mid lane that lasted for like half a second. Immediately got disrupted by Warlock's Golem.
They can get that team fight to work for them. Maybe they could bring this one back again. Shiro doing what he does best, and that's staying in the outer rings of the jungle and continuing to farm. He'll try everything in his power to get some time to get into this Manta. And I mean, Manta Falcon Blade, it's fightable from that position for Shiro, but you want more, right?
Once he finishes off Manta, he is going to feel super strong. Gives him good amount of tankiness so that he doesn't get bursted immediately. Might get a Sunder off in a fight. Their lockdown is pretty limited. They need Black Hole to be able to kill Miero.
Alphys Black Hole, they'll commit it. Meanwhile, Fiend's Grip on nothing to say. It's long enough to get their own target. They get that, and they will glyph the creeps. That's a little bit rude. But glyph the tier 1 tower is Pure and GPK. They push to try and take one. The kill helped get this Batrider to a Blink Dagger, so the initiation now has the availability of that. Meanwhile, it's now drums for Bach. He's got
look at this.
And he wants
Skelly Bros, Illusions, Eidolons. All gonna get cleared by Pure. That's gonna be his Aghanim Scepter. Needs another 70 gold.
Fighting into that's gonna be pretty rough. What's the build on Bach? He's not going to be the Blink BKB Black Hole, is he?
Eventually. I mean, there are ways of stopping that Black Hole. Fiend's Grip, you have Save as well with Disruption. He was thinking about getting Pipe. Was thinking about finishing Helm of the Overlord, but I think Helm of the Overlord will die. You now have Monkey King with a good amount of damage. You have Gyrocopter, so I think it's time to skip it and go for something more defensive. It seems like the aura of the choice is going to be Pipe. You are playing against Queen of Pain, Shadow Demon, even Gyrocopter. It deals good amount of magical damage, so might want to try to mitigate that.
GPK almost into the BKB. And nothing to say. Wanting that Sanj has that Blade Mail. He's kind of stabilized. I know he just died, but that was only his 3rd death considering the start. They have found themselves a Bane, and Kataomi will not be able to swipe the Arcane Rune and gives gold over to nothing to say. Any of these pickups that they can get are going to feel pretty good for the side of Team Tidebound with the lead that BetBoom have. Saves coming over with Miero. Shiro's in trouble. Primal Spring and pops that Mantle. Lasso comes through, but the Sonic Wave GPK is going to be saved by Save. The right click
Still gonna die.
Shiro. Miero gets that kill. Chaotic Offering comes in, but they'll change the guard, and they should still be able to get GPK. Nothing to say looking at Pure, but they hit the Fiend's Grip, and that is a problem. They will lose this Ember Spirit.
EP's in, immediately gripped him, knowing that Nothing to Say is going to play super aggressive. Gets another sleep.
It's on Y, who will die. Pure on a mega kill streak. But they do get the Monkey King, they get save. Just cost them a lot. Tidebound, they need to try and clean that up. And I would say if they have if they have Black Hole available in Lasso, Pure might have to be their target.
He's super farmed. I mean, it's very difficult to focus him, seeing that there's double save. One with the Disruption, one with the Nightmare. Might just give him enough. And he's relatively tanky. He did disassemble that Dragonlance. Did buy Aghanim Scepter. Still gonna go back to Dragonlance.
Kataomi. Nothing to say, looking for this Kaya next, for Kaya Sanj.
We've seen this build being popular on Ember nowadays more compared to Mage Slayer, SNY as well, which did get nerfed multiple times. Dash resistance is now only at 15%, so people are playing more of a magic type oriented Ember Spirit with Shiva's Guard, Kaya, having that Blade Mail instead.
They know the timing.
Pure is relatively low on HP, has Healing Salve up and running, does have another one.
Remnant, oh, the Nightmare, the Blink, the Lasso, they catch GPK again. They only got the Shard, but now the Wukongs command the Balance Strike. It's going to be on a planet. They hit the Sonic Wave that pushes him into the Wukongs. Miero gets that kill. Batrider gets away for now. Nothing to say is in on a save. Pure, he's here to help though. Save ends up dead. Nothing to say, trying to juke. Bach, he's got Black Hole, and he uses it, lands it on a 2. They'll look over at Pure. They'll take out GPK, and Tidebound will take a fight with that Black Hole, latching on to 2 very important cores for BetBoom Team.
Ooh, this was pretty massive. This big black hole is what's actually going to get them into the game. They will get the tower. Miero's trying to creepscape, but still, this is tier 1 tower. They can even go through the backdoor protection. And Ember Spirit getting a good chunk of gold from that fight as well.
And he survives. Hit him with the BBH, and we'll see it again. It all starts with a little bit of a delayed kill on Bane, who ends up getting that shard. They're trying to stay within the heal. They even use this call down, the Sonic Wave, all on to Y.
Y's pretty happy about that one. Using the Sonic Wave, tanking it without having any abilities that he can offer to a fight immediately. And then nothing to say. Getting out of trouble. He could have, like, he actually killed him there. Because he could have only gone for 1 target with the black hole. They were too spread. There's the grip.
Oh, grip again. And then Balance Strike. No way to Remnant out. Another Fiend's Grip that leads to a kill. Ember, as much as that last fight went really well for them, he kind of gets hampered by the fact that they lose him again immediately. And why? Why? He just...
I mean, they just died there.
Yeah, Ember literally just died there.
Losing a little bit of focus, I guess. GPK made him chuckle.
He wants GPK's bounty to be worth more. Aegis for Pure, so despite the lost fight top, BetBoom, they still are controlling the objectives. Planet, Force Staff, gets away, Remnant forward. But you're working with an Aegis on Pure, so how willing are you to go in? They hit the Lasso Miero with the aggressive blink. They'll call down Balance Strike on to Bach. Wukong's right there with him. And they'll take Bach's life as they dive past the tier 2 tower.
Miero's super tanky. Kaya Sanj, all of these small items, pops the Blade Mail before. This is even pre-level 10 talent that he did pick up, the extra 7 strength. He's super tanky, and knowing that 2 supports can't save him, allow him to replenish the blink cooldown so he can blink out of the trouble, basically acting like the initiator from the offlane, which is usually something that he does play. These Centaurs, these Mars, these type of heroes, Beastmaster, but right now he was forced to play Queen of Pain from the offlane. The early game didn't go too well for him, but is managing to recover, sitting in the middle of the pack, all 3 cores at the bottom, very close to each other.
24 minutes in, still 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Certainly time for BetBoom to reset, get ready, and go once more. But now the Iascadi here for Terrorblade. Still sitting as the most farmed core for his team. Shiro trying to do everything he can, and there will come a point where Terrorblade is going to just take over the fights. They'll find save. Upheaval used and a kill onto the Shadow Demon. It's a nifty amount of gold for Planet. TP over Miero, and they do have GPK in the area. Kathaomi looking for a Fiend's Grip, hits the Nightmare. That gets pulled off by the Warlock. Monkey King gets away with the help of that shard, using the Balance Strike to jump out.
They were still very careful about taking that fight, knowing that there is Golem available, there is Enigma as well. No Blink Dagger yet on Enigma. Instead, opting to go for another Aura. Crimson Guard. This is going to be a very good one against Gyrocopter, against his Flak Cannon, against Monkey King as well.
If they win another fight, they'll get a big influx of gold, but will it be enough to pull them past BetBoom Team, who are surging, playing this game really well? Their movements have been impeccable. Other than that one fight over by the Tormentor, things have pretty much all gone their way. They'll trend towards bottom. There are 4 heroes here. Batrider's actually going to be the one who's caught. He'll use that lasso to maybe buy some time, but the team's actually TPing over to the outpost. The Nightmare was using the Warlock. They hit the Fiend's Grip on nothing to say.
Alone.
This is Kataomi doing it all. He's set up for Pure to TP in, and now they get the disruption onto this Terrorblade, and he is gonna die. That is all set up by this Bane.
Man, Kataomi Bane, Fishman Bane, these players, they really thrive playing these heroes. Has Ether Lens, does have Keen Eye as well, so extra cast range, and that was also with Unleashed, so very nicely done. Level 14 on that Bane, going for Aghanim Scepter. Eventually, you will get that Ags, and it's gonna need to be Warlock pretty much stopping it, using it on the other 2 illusions. Mira also managed to recover nicely, slowly creeping up, getting closer to Terrorblade's network. Not there yet, but maybe with the next fight, he could be taking over. This is a really mean mid and late game hero.
Definitely. Mean and not the way that Tidebound like. They'll push this tier 2 bottom. I don't really see many victories so far for Tidebound or in their future. I mean, that has been all BetBoom. This Aegis will expire and maybe Tidebound take a fight off that timing, but it doesn't look like that's the direction that they're heading. Right now, they'll use these illusions, they'll throw them on a Pure, and they want to take this bottom tier 3 and maybe even more.
Aegis is gone in 20 seconds.
Can they time it right? 15 seconds. Pure already backing away. And these heroes, they've TP'd out. The Aegis will expire. Gyrocopters back to the triangle. Team Tidebound get left empty-handed as they react to the push over bottom. As BetBoom continue to have smiles and no fear of what's in the future for them in this game.
They know that this game is probably in the bag if they don't make some really massive throws. There could be a black hole, but it's much harder to execute, knowing that Buck doesn't have a Blink Dagger. And also, TB has been struggling, dealing some of the damage. Without a BKB in this one, not gonna be as easy. He's getting kited all of these slows, and also playing into BKB piercing abilities. You get hit by Shadow Demon ulti inside the Wukong's command, Fiend's Grip. Any of these is gonna keep you in place, and doesn't seem like he's getting too much of a help. I think Kataomi did a very good job splitting up some of these fights, finding the openings, finding the pickoffs on the side lanes. And also, his positioning was top tier so far. 2, 3, and 14.
It's good KDA to have. Looking really good, making a lot of plays happen here for the Bane. I mean, this is being MVP-like maneuvers. Yeah. Both supports here have really done a lot for BetBoom.
He's really been Bane in the ass so far for the enemy team.
Definitely. He'll TP back towards top. And he's just continuing to look for this Axe. He's got a lot of time before he gets that Axe, but at that point, like you said, it'll be all on the Warlock, who can't really survive in these fights anyway, to try and stop that. Maybe next Roche, if that somehow goes Tidebound's way, they could start to push back on this lead from BetBoom Team. And it's tough. There's only so much Shiro can do in this game. And it does feel like another one of those games where it's Shiro against the world.
He was thinking about getting Butterfly. You are playing against Gyro Monkey. This is kind of an item you want to get, but also without a BKB, you can't really deal damage.
Planet wants Ags. He's already bought that point booster, so showing that he wants that, Ags.
I mean, the comeback potential definitely is there. If they're sieging the high ground, one rock could try to set things up. Batrider with Aghanim Scepter Lasso. Do not underestimate their high ground defense.
30 minutes in. And a Torm will be back soon enough. But BetBoom not forcing any fights recently. They are moving around the map, but they are moving around their side of the map. Planet, he might be the one who ends up getting caught. But he blinks over to the side and is starting to Firefly Force Staff, get some distance between him and GPK, but he can really keep up. Flame Break lands and the chase will be stopped. Good job there by Planet to escape. He really needs to not be really giving up much more than he's already done so in all the deaths that he's had up to this point. Shard for Miero.
He loves this one. It's a pretty expensive shard for Queen of Pain to buy. There's always a better item overall, but getting it for free, relatively short cooldown, 6 seconds. You do have almost 2-second silence, which is pretty nice. Controlling Ember Spirit, you get that in the middle of a fight after the BKB on Terrorblade is down. You could get a kill, even in the back lines, so that the Warlock can get the soup off.
Scan showed that Tidebound was in Roche, but they weren't there. And they've smoked. Tidebound are actually up on the triangle. And the pings are coming through. They start to waste away on this timing, but can they wrap around all the way to maybe catch Tidebound? It's a full-on wrap. But are they going to close up the distance? They've got Planet up on this little island here, and now they've got the call down. GPK goes right on the Planet. He's silenced with that blink in, and Miero, he hasn't killed him quite yet, thinking about the Supernova. Nightmare, 1 second on that, and they'll find Planet, but Miero jumps in, and the damage coming out from Shiro. The Sonic Wave is used. Can he get a Sunder off? He's got to find somebody, but Shiro's dead already. Y falls, 3 heroes gone. Bach trying to TP out, but Save is in with a disruption. They will lose Miero, but it's worth it for 4 as they really capitalize on that fight.
Shiro's unable to deal damage in the last couple of fights. Like, he just dies, they pop their BKBs, he can't get the Sunder off. 12 damage from Warlock. Shiro still dealing almost the most damage in that one, but there was no Golem, no Black Hole, Lasso has been used, and now maybe it's time to poke the high ground, see what's gonna happen.
Roche is up soon. They'll stick by the pit. If Roche is full timer, which it's not as it just spawned right now, and they kind of are missing it, they might have these heroes back up to fight, but you won't have meta for another minute. This should just be BetBoom's Aegis.
Why did we make this clock for Roshan complicated? It was good before, and now we have to manually read it.
You used to say... You're laughing already because I feel like you know what I'm going to say that you used to say.
Just spit it out.
But I used to have trouble alone.
No, I don't. I just get baited by the clock. When I see the number, I'm like, yeah, they should be going for the high ground, and then Roshan is respawning because it's not true. I was being lied to, okay?
Oh, lied to. Okay. Well, I've gotten better at reading the analog clock. But if we could switch it into just saying its actual time,
would be very helpful.
I'd love that. Thumbs up, please. Because that timer is a lie. 4 minutes to work with this Aegis. Pure super duper farmed. Which is higher than super farmed. It's super duper farmed. 25,000 net worth.
TB needs so many items. He needs MKB to counter this Butterfly on Gyro, otherwise he's not dealing damage. But there's also another item on Pure that is countering TB. Revenant's Brooch, dealing bonus magic damage. Considering that he has high armor, this is not something that he wants to play against, and I think with this Aegis, it's time to go for the high ground. Swapping in treads, swapping out treads, and putting in Satanic in. Banner has been planted.
Planet. His courier is coming his way, and he's got this Aghanim Scepter. There is a chance for the double lasso. Who can he find with it, though? Monkey King's waiting in the trees. Is a tree. I haven't really felt this amazing chaotic offering, but the double lasso, the Nightmare is already going to be onto the Queen of Pain. They go to the black. Oh, they've got themselves the disruption. Here comes GPK. They might be able to get the kill on Amiro. They will. But Pure, he's got 2 lives to work with.
Shiro's dying
needs
again.
to find a target. Bashed up, and he is dead. They have gone to the back lines. They have found Kataomi, but they have a Remnant right on top of Pure. No Golem. Save still here. 3 heroes will be able to take out the top set of racks.
Oh man, this is one of the few TBs that I've seen not going for Hurricane Pike. A lot of the times he would be able to push himself out of the trouble, reset, maybe get the Manta style, and then get the Sunder off. But I don't know, we've seen one Sunder near the tier 1 tower, and that's about it. He does have buyback available, but no meta, so him being transformation hero, you kind of don't want to be buying out.
Not really. How do you even begin to think about going in? They have lasso in 10. It is a double lasso, but there's nothing really dangerous about it. Slight avoids the balance strike, but it's always the one in the back.
He's ready to jump in.
Can they get the blink into the lasso? Are they looking for it? Bach went forward.
Got cleft by Shadow Poison. Unfortunate for him.
They still haven't taken out this Aegis, and now they're going to be able to back away, and they don't even go for it. Miero's coming back in. They're not completely backing up. They're TPing to the outpost. They want to go again.
Pure, man, he's using this chop shop real nicely. Utilizing it, got rid of that Dragon Lance. Did have Revenant's Brooch, now he has Daedalus. So he did disassemble that.
Remnant to the middle of the fight. Sonic Wave. Bach is low and on the run. Hit by that homing missile and still alive. Searing Chains once again. But it's not the Aegis gone. They're still looking to continue to get these buildings. Pure is level 24. Terrorblade is back up and has meta. Now it is available, and maybe now they can fight. But again, you gotta, I would say, start with getting this first life out of the hands of Pure if you really want to feel effective.
Ready on him.
Shiro, he already goes to the Metamorphosis, and Pure, he's got the Glimmer Cape. They're not even getting the first life out of his hands.
He wants to lifesteal off of the creep wave. Satanic, not lifestealing much though.
Oh, Pure. Stunned, still alive. And again, doesn't lose that Aegis. He was close to dying there, but they didn't want to commit. They didn't want to go in too far.
Gyro, when he's so far ahead in this matchup, it does give him insane advantage where he can disassemble his items for free, and then he gets MKB, suddenly you disassemble your butterfly, you upgrade your blink, you get the swift blink instead. So he's losing the value on the items that he's buying. Enigma with the blink dagger now. This is pretty much do or die fight for them. No meta for 60 seconds.
Can just bait people into making full-on purchases. Shiro still isn't bought out on that MKB. There's that Aegis expiring. They are looking for bottom. And again, I wonder if it's better off just going to finish the game. I will say it once it stops happening. The Mega Creep curse is kind of real.
Their heroes are very bad at dealing with Mega Creeps. Enigma, Ember Spirit, DB's okay-ish, nothing too crazy. So they will be having a rough time dealing with Megas.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains misses Miero.
Gyrocopter's ready to disassemble his butterfly. There's a blink dagger ready. As soon as he sees that MKB fully purchased, I believe he's gonna disassemble that butterfly.
Some party dust thrown in the base. Buying another set of dust. Dropped his glitter everywhere. Never gonna be able to clean all that up. BetBoom, though, they stick by. They're across the river. They continue to think about making that final move in. So he's disassembled the butterfly.
Yeah, it's coming. It's just the way it is. Staying so far ahead in this matchup, he can do whatever he wants. Already prepped for it.
And terribly committed to that MKB, and immediately it's just like, all right. And there's that Swift Blink. At least terribly can hit now. Technically.
Haven't seen much. I mean, maybe we could check the damage. I feel like his damage output in this game is going to be pretty low. A lot of that damage does also come from the laning stage. 16,000. Okay, not too bad. I was expecting to see a slightly lower number, but still not good enough to be able to carry the game with this damage numbers.
I was going to say 18, so I felt very close in my mind. But no lead is safe, as we've seen previously. Parrot Cloak, the Zoom Bloodright, and you've got the Magnifying Monocle and the Oblivion Staff. To Zoom Bloodright. Great item. I think top tier. And it's for the Bane too. And it
yeah,
gives
we
him
had some
Vampiric.
we had some really good neutral items. Even though I did prefer like the older generation.
Repair Kit.
No. Wait, let's not get into that territory. I was thinking about more like Ogre Seal Totem. Keen Optic.
Yeah.
Aghanom's Blessing for 6 minutes. Just kidding, that was not fun.
I, for one, am a big Repair Kit fan. They might stumble upon Pure.
He blinked
Forced
in.
to BKB, and now they've got the disruption, but the lasso, is it going to secure him into the black hole? It will. Pure, though, Satanic, he's dead. He's dead. 100 seconds forces the buyback. The arrow's actually getting a little bit low. They go to the Chaotic Offering. Kataomi's going to die here. Boxed up, but they bump back on Gyro.
What the
give it a
fuck
chance.
Is this? Like, what are they doing? He just randomly blinked in. I guess he was not expecting the full team to be there. Even though he gets saved, it's still not enough. Lasso into the black hole. Let's see what they're going to be able to get out of this one.
Lacoste, it's happening again. It is happening again.
Roshan's not respawning for a good, like 2 minutes.
Well, let me double check your math here on the analog clock. It's about a minute. It's gonna
minute and 30 when I said it.
Minute 15. Well, Pure, giving up 2,000 gold. And then Kataomi's trying to save him. Save's trying to save him. And finally, Asunder. Hands up, finally Asunder.
All right, now they have the opportunity for Roshan to take the fight. Black Hole's not going to be on cooldown immediately when Roshan respawn off cooldown, but if they can stall, that could be pretty big.
GPK, he's got a good amount of farm to work with, but he was not really there to help out. Ember, what's next on his list? A late game BKB. I'm always a big fan of. If you can get to a point where you've got a 9-second BKB this late in, you'll be pretty happy. Pure probably, never mind. I was going to say not going to be blinking into any lanes like this
There's no
anytime
chance
soon,
that they're
but
going to
he
be
did it
there
again.
2 times in a row, and this time team was ready to back him up. Roshan is available now.
Dire are scanning.
Black Hole, 34 seconds. Scan did connect for a second.
So they know that they're in the area, but they know that they don't have Black Hole. They don't have Chaotic Offering. Chaotic Offering 30, Black Hole 24. So if they can at least deter them for 30 seconds, they can have everything up for a chance to win a fight and bring themselves back into the game.
Pure did sell his treads, now does have refreshers, so that's double BKB, double Satanic. He needs it desperately. He knows that he messed up there. Let's see how they approach it. Arrow, scouting things out.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, pops that Blade Mail, still going for Roche, bashed by Roche as well. Remnant's gonna be in the pit, Remnant outside the pit. Little hokey pokey. Lasso. Gyro. Saved, at least for now. Sonic Wave comes in, they go to the Wukong's command, they get the kill on a planet, they got themselves the black hole, but they're taking a lot of damage, and Buck
Shiro's
healed
dead.
off immediately. So is Shiro, and they've all been sat down.
GPK, very nice move, sitting on the trees, managing to get the really big Wukongs pretty much on everything. That's level 25 Wukong's command, and even if that, with that messed up fight that they did, seems like they don't want to wait it out. They want to force the buybacks. Black hole is not available. 2 supports with no buyback, other 2 heroes, they need to use it, and they're going for the finish.
Pure gonna move in, call down, comes through, buyback from the Enigma, nothing to say. Boundless Strike hits, Abyssal is there, GPK gets the kill into this Ember who has buyback. They start to leave the base.
Seems like they want to get Roche in the end. They don't want to have this, they do not want to give opportunity to Tidebound. Buyback on cooldown still for 4 minutes on Gyrocopter. The safe play is to go in and take it.
Nobody gonna be making a shot in the dark here to try and swipe this. As the buybacks aren't available for really anybody on Tidebound.
Still doesn't have to get rid of any of the items. We'll eat that Aghanim Scepter. Right, Divine Rapier queued up. Still far away from it, but this is the we want to finish the game item.
Terrorblade really needs this Satanic. Still just has Lance. And never got that Hurricane Pike.
That was a really, really late Dragon Lance.
He can't force staff out of the circle, now definitely with level 25 and the extra diameter on it. Things will start to come back up. For Tidebound, they'll have Black Hole in 30. As Enigma bought back and only has 500 gold to work with. They're smoked. They're coming through. Don't think they're going to wait for this Divine Rapier. But you never really know if they can't feel confident going up into the high ground in this one attempt. But they've got this Obs here. That'll be taken out. Obs put on the high ground. Pure with the flat cannon. Jumps with the Swift Blink. They've got the banner. Nothing to say. Takes out the Obs. Needs to be a little bit careful. Call down used. Goes into the back line for a second. Goes towards Pure, which is really the front line.
Pure blinking in. Has Satanic ready. We'll pop it.
They're going to need to find a way to really pull somebody into the base.
Buying a little bit of time with this Blade Mail blink.
And then the Wukongs should just secure Mega Creeps. Shiro has to get out of the circle. Sonic Wave even committed, and Shiro's sitting here with no health.
That was clean. Getting Mega Creeps like this without committing too much. Refresher. At least Refresher Shard still available, and Refresher Orb coming off cooldown for Pure.
They're still in the area. Just can't really make this jump and go for the lasso. They have the disruption. They have the ability to save these heroes multiple times. Nightmare, disruption, all there. Demonic Cleanse is going to make life a little bit easier.
They should wait out until Monkey has Wukongs ready again. 35 seconds. Mega Creeps just started to leave the base. Are in the river right now.
Pure with 36,000 net worth. The Mega Creeps are hustling. Moving on in. They've gone to the gym, they've gone swole, and now they're ready to go. Swift Blink in, Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, that comes through on a 2. They'll hit them with the Fatal Bonds. With a minute 45 still remaining on this Aegis, Kataomi also goes forward looking for a target, but can't find anybody yet. Miero playing very aggressively behind the tier 4 towers, but GPK is ready. They'll just go and put down the Wukongs around these tier 4 towers. They've got Glyph, they'll Sonic Wave, keeping these heroes pushed back. They can't really enter the circle. They'll take one tier 4, they'll look over at the second. Another Remnant forward, no Wukongs at the moment. But he's got that Refresher Shard. The arrow gets caught Sunder Lasso, and that should be a dead Queen of Pain, and will be. Has buyback, but the throne's exposed. They're
going
do
for
this
the finish.
again.
GPK
They're
has
trying
refresh
to finish
already.
it up. Buyback used by this Queen of Pain. We're going to get back in. Is over to the outpost where the BKB goes to the refresher, and the Wukongs is there again. They need to make a move, but they are stuck in their own fountain.
Their blink
There
daggers
is
are
nowhere
canceled.
for them to go.
Shiro almost died.
They've got a glyph, but can they find an opening? They've got nothing to say. Towards the back, Sleight of Fist, Black Hole used, but the damage is there. BetBoom will eliminate Team Tidebound and move on to the playoffs.
Oh, they've done it. They've done it. They eliminated Tidebound, and BetBoom is the last team that will be going to the playoffs.
Yeah, locking it up, maybe not the easiest journey, not the shortest route, but they're in. They made it. I mean, this game was all theirs for a while. Still took them 50 minutes to close the show, but eventually BetBoom, they get their victory. They eliminate Team Tidebound, and to break it down, we've got the panel. Guys, take it away.
It was an extended journey to get to this point, but BetBoom Team finally do claim their spot in the PGL Wallachia Season 5 playoffs. It was a extended journey both in the fact that this series won 3 games. It took them 5 days of group stage to get here. Many of their series earlier in the group stage didn't look too good, but you know, at the end of the day, none of that matters.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they did qualify. They are not going to get any rest, of course. They need to play immediately, but overall, I feel like they needed it. They needed all these days. They needed all these games because they were kind of struggling, especially in some of the series that they had before.
Sure.
In this one, I have to say, it wasn't clean. But the last game, for me, felt like the old BetBoom. It felt like the BetBoom that had their own identity, BetBoom that dominates you in the laning stage, doesn't necessarily have this huge teamfight heroes, but can pick you apart before you even come online. And that's what they were doing with the Bane, with the Shadow Demon, with the Queen of Pain from offlane.
Yeah, a fearless BetBoom.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. I love the Queen of Pain offlane. It had some issues early on in the laning stage, especially having to skill Blink first. That's never ideal.
Usually a grief, yeah.
Yeah, it's usually a grief. But the trade-off is that Enigma was having a really rough time. Pure was huge, and we've seen what he can do when he has his solid games. Like, every panel, I feel like we always go back to, like, if Pure does well, BetBoom will win. If Pure doesn't do well...
We can also see what he does when he blinks into 5 enemy team.
He tried, yeah. They did really try here. Miro blinking into the black hole also looks a little goofy, but of course he's got the Queen of Pain Aghanim Shard, and Bach didn't have a BKB, so he was actually going for the interrupt. It does mean he dies right after, because returning the Blade Mail damage to a Terrorblade does not give you any lifesteal, does not do good damage to Terrorblade, and he had no Ghost Scepter. He immediately bought a Ghost Scepter after that fight, by the way. So he can avoid that sort of thing, because he pretty much couldn't die to anybody else other than the Terrorblade. I feel like all in all, everyone on BetBoom played exceptionally well this game.
Yeah, once again, I feel like through the series, these guys, sure, mid laners have done a lot, but for me, the supports are just the shining stars. Once again, Bane and Shadow Demon just picked Tidebound apart. Every team fight wasn't executed to perfection from Tidebound because you'd have some disruption to stop your initiation. If you do get the initiation off, then you have the Bane with either the sleep or the grip to cancel out your big ultis. And they had some. They had the rock and they had the black hole.
And we also get someone. Miro, please. You can
No.
take a seat.
Come here.
Come pop the squad, buddy.
Take a seat on this couch.
What is this bullshit GPK on the screen? Why is it not Miro on there?
Monkey King?
Yeah, his Monkey King.
Yeah, but
would you give him the MVP?
Yeah, I think GPK is MVP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, I've been really hoping for the Queen of Pain offlane. Like, all tournament, I keep saying Queen of Pain offlane, Queen of Pain offlane. Can you tell me what it was in your draft that made it a good Queen of Pain offlane game? Was it just to flex it, or do you actually think this is a good offlaner?
Just played a few buffs, and I think this is the strong hero. I win like 3 games in a row. Yeah, so we just got it.
Is that the limit? You win 3 games and then it's good for an official?
I think it's good on pops for sure, because you can destroy your lane, but in this game I just played against TB, and I learned Blink. So that was not fair.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's cheating. That's cheating. I'm gonna hijack the whole interview and just ask you about Queen of Pain. I also played it in pubs. I did it once just to grief because I was angry at my team. And then I won, and I did it again, and then I won. And I won 5 games in a row. And I was like, holy shit, this is actually pretty good. But my conclusion was that I think the level 20 talent, the cooldown reduction on the ult, is really, really fucking good. And because of that, I don't want to go for the Aghanim Scepter. When do you think it's good to go for like an Ags build versus just going like Shivas, maybe like Refresher, playing for like double ulti?
I also test the build with the Shiva. So you're basically going some Blade Mail, Kaya, and Shiva after that if you don't need BKB. And you take this talent and also by Octarine, it's also good. But it depends if the enemy draft has a lot of physical damage, I think. And you don't need to poke them a lot. So this game I decided to go Axe because of illusions of TB. I think that was a little bit better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, but Shiva is also fine, I think.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, and to take it back from Queen of Pain and bring it towards the team, how do you guys feel right now? Like, how do you think that you have improved through Wallachia from day 1 up to day 5? Like, what's your power level right now? Because in our eyes, you have been playing better and better.
I think we improved a little bit. I think we got some not so good games. So yeah, we just learn from them. I hope we're gonna win in the playoffs.
Yeah, and is it difficult to like when you're drafting, let's say versus Tidebound? They're flexible. Their bat can go off and can be a support, whatever. Like, do you guys, when you're last picking, let's say, do you have like a 99% idea where everyone is going, or do you just pick and see where they go?
Sometimes we're just gonna keep flexing it. So but sometimes we're taking it so one role. We're saying like this hero is only one role. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I got a totally unrelated question to Dota as usual. What's going on with you in the world of health, mental health, meditation, and have you heard of Brian Johnson? Do you know who Brian Johnson is?
I heard about him.
You heard about this guy?
Yeah.
Do you watch him?
I think I watched some short videos with him. I think it's going fine. Just keep doing the same. Yeah. So
same stuff. Do you think Brian Johnson is crazy?
I actually didn't remember his face, and I just know it. He's taking some videos, and no. I'm not.
For the audience, Brian Johnson's the guy that's like obsessed with aging, and
he was the billionaire guy.
He's the billionaire guy, and he did some
with the blood.
The son's blood. Yeah,
he's the guy who wanna live till 120 years. Or,
this guy.
Yeah, I just watched a little bit videos of him.
He's funny. But, you should check him out.
I'm not really into it because you cannot. You just need to have some balance between life and your health.
Yeah, that guy does not have balance at all. It doesn't look like a balanced guy.
That's a very notable thing for a video game player to say, is that you do need to have balance between life and profession and everything else. One last question regarding the patch, which dropped basically like 18 hours ago. It seemed like the heroes were exactly the same before the patch and then what we saw today. Do you think that you guys didn't really have as much time to read it, or you think the patch didn't change that much?
I think every one of us just read it before they go to the bed, and it's not a lot of big changes. Just only DP got nerfed with Axe.
Yeah.
Or that's it. And just other heroes +1, -1 armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Numbers changed all around, but you guys have adapted well. Miro, congratulations on making it to top 8. You can take your journey off of the stage. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Good
Keep
luck.
your eye. Watch. Don't fall. Okay, perfect. You nailed it.
That's it. He's the first one that didn't almost fall on the way up. Good eye-hand coordination because he has a balanced life.
He was actually looking at Tsunami as well. You almost grieved him, right?
You did. Imagine that's the time that the pro player falls.
Because we were locked in each other's dreamy eyes.
Right.
Yeah, well, regardless, he ends up getting his way to playoffs, which means that Tidebound are now eliminated, and we can take a look at our results for today, the last day of Swiss group stage here at Wallachia Season 5. Tundra were able to claim a 2-1 victory over Wildcard. Xtreme Gaming won over Heroic, and BetBoom Team got their 2-1 victory over Tidebound. So where does that leave us in the grand scope of the Swiss stage? We saw Gaimin Gladiators and Spirit qualify on day number 3. Day number 4, Aurora, Liquid, and NAVI joined them, and now we have the last 3 teams over into the playoffs. A lot of eliminations that had to happen to make that happen, though. VP and AVULUS were the first to fall with an 0-3 score. After that, Nigma Galaxy, OG Esports, and Edge were unfortunately unable to make it yesterday, and you just saw the other 3 teams, Heroic, Wildcard, and Tidebound, no longer able to move forward here in Wallachia.
I feel like Swiss stage is cool in a way that it gives everyone a chance. Because if you go 0-1, you're playing versus a team that's also 0-1. Then you're playing versus a team that's 0-2. So in the end, I think it's a really fair approach to who gets eliminated and who doesn't. Unfortunately, we don't see teams play way too many games because of that, right? Like some of them go a little bit earlier home, but overall, I feel that we have teams that definitely deserve to be here, right? The ones that are moving through the playoffs.
I think 3 best-of-3s is a good benchmark. If you can manage to win 3 best-of-3s, or if you lose 3 best-of-3s, that's kind of a testament to how you stand in relative quality to the rest of the teammates here. And there is definitely one team that is a little bit strange, and that's NAVI. And I want to see who they're facing off against once we go into our bracket. So let's take a look at what our matchups are going to be moving forward. Ooh, it's Xtreme. They get to face off against Xtreme.
Ooh, that's a goodie.
First series is going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra. Then we do get NAVI versus Xtreme. Then Aurora will be taking on Liquid, and Spirit will be facing off against a BetBoom team. All these teams are in an upper bracket, though, and so it's double elimination. If you lose your first matchup, you're not out of the tournament quite yet, but you still get a chance. And it's the same order that you saw there. First matchup is going to be Gaimin versus Tundra at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We got 4 best-of-3s on 1 stream. No more secondary streams. After that, NAVI, Xtreme. You're saying it's interesting, Jenkins. You have a preference one way or the other?
You know, honestly, watching the group stages, I would say NAVI, but the thing with Wallachia is that historically speaking, it has been a tournament of teams powering up as the tournament goes on. So you have a team like BetBoom, for example, and we're saying like, oh, they look shaky. Liquid, oh, they look shaky. Of course, they're having a stand-in. For whatever reason, a team looks shaky.
Not for any longer. I think Insania is going to be back.
So he's back. Tundra has looked shaky. Yep. They could show up tomorrow and just smash Gaimin out of the tournament. It's very possible because, like I said, historically speaking, this is just what happens at Wallachia's teams. They make it through the gauntlet of the Swiss stage, and they go like, okay, it's playoffs, time to power on. I don't know if they're holding strategies, probably not, but there's something mental that seems to happen there, that they've made it through like the meat grinder of the Swiss stage. And
the only other factor I could think of is if, as we heard from Miro, the patch did not have a dramatic impact, but all the teams that have already qualified have had 1 full day to read the changelog and then scrim ideas based on
2 armor on Visage Birds. They're coming for you, man.
Phantom
they're
Lancer.
coming for the Tormentor is what they're doing.
Yeah, I've seen for the Tormies as well, soloing them. Yeah, Phantom Lancer, like you
Axe
said.
buffs.
That one looks kind of interesting.
That one might be good.
Literally a couple of days ago, I said that I feel PL is 1 patch, 1 buff away from being viable.
Yeah, because the spear facet is pretty bullshit. If he has like 10 illusions and he spears you, it's like 800 damage or something.
I would actually like to see it. I would like to see it. Considering there's so many glass cannon heroes, I'd like to see some PL. But patch aside, when it comes to the matchups tomorrow, I like the inter-regional ones. So Navi Xtreme Gaming for me is probably very, like, it is very interesting. But the first one, Gaimin Tundra,
Gaimin's looking hot.
They've been gaming, yeah. So
3-0 along with Team Spirit. No, I don't think very many people would have put them in that camp.
It's been a long time since we've seen a Gaimin Tundra in like upper bracket playoffs. Like this is.
It's a hype matchup.
It's a hype matchup.
And Gaimin, Gaimin and Spirit were the 2 teams that made it through 3-0, but Gaimin smashed their way 3-0 through the Swiss stage, whereas Spirit kind of had to fight their way through.
It's also like the way they talked in the interviews. There's something about it. Like, yeah, we just needed to coordinate how we wanted to play our Dota. Everyone is feeling comfortable. You know, there was no, this hero is good or we're winning because something is broken. It's like the general feel for the game, I feel it is back to Gaimin.
And it would be a right on cue for that to happen because Gaimin Gladiators, much like Spirit, tend to power up at this point in the season. Although for our tournament, we are now wrapping up the Swiss stage. I hope all of you have been enjoying the groups. Now it's time for playoffs. Now it's time for double elimination bracket. And we will see you for 4 best-of-3s tomorrow for more PGL Wallachia Season 5.
să-mi o mare baciu și